Chapter 1. Who the hell stabbed me in the back? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The sky was gloomy and the air was humid. Deep in Thomas Grand Canyon, corpses were scattered all over the now quiet battlefield. The war had been alleviated and a small group of orcs was retreating towards the canyon. The vulgar curses along with the chaotic footsteps of their invasive march had alerted and startled most of the vultures that were feasting on the dead corpses. Crows, vultures, and undead gulls hovered around the corpses. Afraid of the presence of the orcs around, they made loud cries as an attempt to scare away other potential feeders. One of the crows that was braver than the others took its sweet time devouring a long rotten gut. Suddenly, something from within the pile of corpses twitched and scared off the crow. A small patrol team consisting of only 3 orcs stopped in their tracks immediately. Halt! I heard something. The green-skinned orc, whose muscular body was clad in broken metal armor and rugged leather, squinted to focus on the source of the noise. "I see something," said the same orc as he moved closer. "I see it now. It's a human. I'll take care of him." The orc gripped his heavy axe tighter and paced slowly towards the pile of corpses. "Make it quick. We don't want to fall too far behind." Amidst the darkness of the canyon, not even the crows were capable of seeing further ahead. However, the orc could walk towards the corpse with ease as it relied on his extreme sense of smell. After a quick rummage, the orc had managed to find a living human buried underneath a pile of rotten corpses. The human was a young male warrior. His armor was broken and in tatters. His sword was bent and chipped in all sort of places. There was something admirable about the warrior. Judging from the orc corpses around, he was the only human that was still alive. Despite that, his condition was not looking great. His weakened state had him knocking on death's door. Crack! Lightning struck down somewhere not too far from where the orc stood. The light from the lightning illuminated the entire canyon for a brief second, and he could see that the light in the human's eyes had faded. "Die!" muttered the orc as he lifted his axe with both of his hands. With one heavy stroke, the orc swung the axe downward. Crack! In a split second, the flash of light beamed off the dull sword and the orc could see a cold stare from the human's eyes. "Huh?" the orc gasped. In an instant, the warrior sprung up from his seemingly unconscious state and slit the orc's left shoulder. The intensity of the stroke was strong enough that it left a long trail of blood spurting out from the open wound. The orc grunted in pain and released the heavy axe in his hand. With quick footwork, their warrior made his way to the side of the massive orc and knocked him off his feet. Ugh! It all happened too fast. Before the strong orc could even react, he was forced to expel a mouthful of air as a steel-like left arm was pressed against his neck. Garber! Just when he could move his left arm, a powerful force was pressed against his chest and his neck, struggling to prevent the orc from taking in any air. The orc struggled with all his might. Panic and fear started to invade the orc's mind as his desire to breathe was overwhelming and clouding his judgment. The next thing he knew, everything went dark. Like steel, his eyes were cold. The orc stopped struggling. There was no more noise, only the cries of the nearby crows. The human warrior pulled out the sword and knelt beside his kill. "Calm yourself, Joshua," thought the man. He gathered his strength and scanned the area. All he could see was dismembered parts of what seemed to be unworldly beings. The scent of blood mixed with the rusty armor made the entire field smell like rust. Although it was not raining, the human's armor and leather hide were drenched with water. His entire arm was covered in blood, which trailed all the way down to his sword. No matter how much he wanted to calm himself, the grip of his hand on the sword refused to relax. Gloomy sky. Orcs. A battle? Joshua muttered a few words to himself. Each word was spoken with a deeper tone, and when he finally came to, he shouted, "Thomas Grand Canyon." The man stood up and turned around frantically. "Impossible. I should be in the ancient dungeon of the Ashen. I should be in Naya Fortress. I should be fighting demons. Why are there orcs?" Joshua recalled the vivid image of his battle. He was fighting demons in a scorched land that rained flames and hot lava. Yet, that vivid image was replaced with a gloomy dark sky, wet and cold atmosphere. The difference was like heaven and earth. Something is not right. Something is most certainly not right at all. Joshua gave up trying to reason with the unknown. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and found it hard to breathe. He dropped to his hands and panted heavily. Drip, drip. Droplets of rain started to fall on his metallic armor, and no sooner a thunderstorm came. The pain in his chest was not the only sensation he felt then. When the water droplets seeped into his armor, he could feel the prickly pain throbbing all over his body. It was only then he realized that he was bleeding all over. Some cuts were so deep that he could not move freely without triggering the wound's throbbing pain. Joshua turned around and checked on himself. There were wounds so deep that if he did not begin emergency treatment, they would start to fester. Joshua merely scoffed at the pain. As a legendary warrior that had survived countless battles, Joshua had been in worse conditions that one might even consider absolutely hopeless. However, out from the ashes of defeat, Joshua had turned the tides of war more times than he had tasted salt. Such a wound was nothing. A mere flesh wound, or so he would say. See. Joshua clicked his tongue disgruntledly. This is odd. I was sure that I was part of the war. The war that took place in the Starfall year 853, during the third expansion of Continental War. Thomas Grand Canyon should have been flattened after the legendary war. Joshua ignored the pain he felt on his body and stood up to have one last look at the surroundings. With his still shaky hands, he wiped away the blood-stained rainwater from his eyes and muttered in disbelief. Why? How am I here? The dark clouds rolled in from the top of the canyon and brought in more thunder and rain. The sound of war could be heard from all places. Crimson-colored water that started to turn into rivers flowed from the cliffs. This isn't right. Joshua let the cold rainwater wash the blood on his face and finally realized the truth. I'm dead. Memories started flooding in. It was the despicable gloomy sky that had triggered his memories. Naya Fortress. The Wall of Maria. He stood there, amongst countless warriors battling demons that came like a swarm of locusts in a land where hot lava was flowing like a river. The sky rained flaming meteors, and the only silhouettes that could be seen were the wings of rampaging demons. The number of demons that flew in the sky was more than enough to cast their shadows to fully darken the entire battleground. That, and the floating ship that belonged to the demon forces. Rocks that were covered in flames were hurled to the ground, like a scene of hell on earth. They rained down on the fortress like a meteor shower. Rising from the ash and smoke, the legendary warriors formed an impregnable defensive formation as they charged towards the enemy. Joshua was one of them. Just when he was about to unsheath his sword to perform a sword-drawing technique, a long blade protruded from his abdomen. Along with some curses, Joshua's memories became scrambled like eggs. Joshua took a deep breath. He realized the truth and bellowed wildly. Who the fuck stabbed me? Joshua's rage exploded like a whistling kettle. He forced himself to remember everything but could not recall what happened after he saw the sword's blade extending out of his abdomen. I've never died, not once. Not since I became a legendary warrior. Fuck. Just when I thought I was killed by a demon, it was by my fellow comrade. Right then, Joshua frowned again. Although he could not let go of the grudge he bore for the backstabber, he had something else to worry about. Whether or not he was still alive, the obvious question should have been where he was. Even if he had died, he should be within the walls of Naya Fortress. How did he manage to magically appear among a bunch of dead orcs? Right when he was about to take a step, he sensed an ill omen. As a legendary warrior, his body's constitution allowed him to recover faster than normal humans. Wounds that would take months to heal would be reduced to several days. He should be able to walk and run normally after a quick rest, yet the wounds on his legs and arms were not even showing signs of healing. Even the pain, it was throbbing like there was a splinter inside. Did the game developers adjust the sensory settings to a whole new level? If he was not dead, where was the wound that was supposed to be in his belly? As for the wound that was caused by the curse, he could never heal them without the help of a GM. What is happening? The game is not Ubisoft, where the servers are potato and riddled with bugs. Move, damn it. cried Joshua as he tried to force his muscles to move forward. He clenched his teeth to suppress the pain when he moved his right leg. All the wounds that had opened up were immediately exposed to the rainwater. It stung so bad that Joshua could feel the sound of his heart pounding in his ears. Joshua stopped walking and fell to his knees. The metal armor on his body grazed against each other and made a sharp noise. From the edge of his armor, Joshua noticed a small horizontal wound that could have only been formed from a stab. The pain he felt was so strong that if any normal human were to be placed in his shoes, they would have fainted from the intense pain. Luckily, Joshua was not an average Joe in real life. Joshua got back up to his feet and took a deep breath only to find that he was unable to restore his breathing rhythm. He ignored that fact and paced slowly towards the same pile of dead corpses where he was pulled out from. The sword in his hands was broken in many places and would easily crumble into dust with a gentle stroke. After so many years of fighting, he knew that it was vital for him to replace the weapon before a fight. Joshua took some time, but he managed to get used to the pain and arrived at the pile of corpses. There, Joshua started stabbing the corpses and managed to retrieve a long spear that was still in good condition. Although the spearhead had suffered a little damage on the edge, it does not affect its penetrating power. He discarded the sword in his hand and brandished the spear around to repel every single raindrop around him. After 2 seconds, he was certain that the spear was still in a good state and was most suited for his fighting style. Just when he relaxed and wanted to search for a place to rest, the silence of the grave was broken by the cries of orcs coming from the darkness. He killed Togu. 2 large orcs came out from the shadows and into his field of vision. Naturally, Joshua was unable to understand what they said due to the difference in language used. However, that was not his worry at the moment. The muscles on them were so huge that the armor covering their forearms was about to burst open. The extreme bloodlust and the crave for revenge were reflected in their eyes. Once the orcs had confirmed the enemy's position and number, the orcs did not give a second thought before jumping straight towards Joshua. Ugh! The one that attacked first was wielding a long scimitar. The usual green appearance of the orc darkened into a deeper, darker shade as if he had gone berserk. The blade was held up high in the air. The orc was ready to use his massive size and weight to cleave the weak human in half with a single stroke. However, before the sword could even be swung, the spearhead whistled through the air like a speeding arrow. The slightly rusty spearhead pierced through the thick metal armor and leather hide, and went straight to the orc's heart. Joshua spun the spearhead clockwise. He then twisted his body and pulled the spear from behind with such force that the faintly beating heart was still attached to the spearhead. The orc fell to the ground, lifeless, while green blood spurted out like a broken fountain. "Are you really an orc?" Joshua asked with a condescending look. He turned back to see that the other orc had stopped moving. He could see the fear in his eyes when his comrade was killed in less than a second. "Is it even possible?" The orc grunted with rage. The wrath in its eyes was fading as he wanted to turn tail and run. However, he was too slow to make his decision. Joshua stomped his left leg firmly into the ground and took aim. As the orc ran further, Joshua hurled the spear in his hand with such force that it flew across the air at supersonic speed. Droplets of water in the air evaporated instantly as it came into contact with the spearhead. The orc heard the sound of the spear whistling through the air and tried to parry it. However, just as he turned around, the spear pierced through his waist and pinned him to the ground. He grunted in pain and spoke something which Joshua could not understand. Joshua walked towards the dying orc and gave it a weird look. The orc tried to summon its strength, but his actions only caused more blood to spurt out from his open wound. Within a few seconds, the orc lost its life and remained motionless. "I am sure that all the orcs have already been extinct." The system even announced that globally. When Joshua went to retrieve his spear from the dead orc, he felt a sharp throbbing pain from his scar. It was bleeding. Ow! Perhaps I overdid it. The injuries that he sustained were indeed serious. It was not just his muscles that were aching badly. He could even feel his internal organs bleeding from the inside. After killing 3 orcs, the pain he felt was so intense that not even the strongest dose of morphine could ease the pain. At that moment, all his wounds, both fresh and old, were crying in pain as though pleading for their owner to stop moving anymore. Joshua paced away from the dead orcs and towards where the light shone the brightest. However, before he could even take 5 steps. His hands started to tremble violently. He dropped his spear and sat down on the ground. Ha ha ha. Why am I panting for breath? I am a legendary warrior. Such a wound would not make me this exhausted. I should not be this breathless after merely killing 3 orcs. He tried to lift the spear from the ground. As he did, he could feel the icy cold stones on the ground which made his hands shiver. Such a sensation. The smell, the pain, the sight. Not even the most powerful gaming company could model such a scene. There's no way the game could virtualize this. As more and more doubts began to grow in his mind, the same bad omen from before started to resurface into his sea of thoughts. Thomas Grand Canyon should have been made into a flatland. Yet, why am I seeing cliffs and trenches? I was supposed to be fighting demons in Naya Fortress, yet I am awake in this place. The rain continued to pour like cats and dogs and did not show any signs of stopping. What is going on? Crack. A lightning bolt struck down and illuminated the entire canyon for a brief second. Joshua picked up a sword fragment and took the chance to see his reflection. The face of a stranger was reflected on the sword fragment, yet Joshua felt a sense of familiarity from it. Who is that? Is that me? What happened to me? Within a second, a sharp pain struck his brain as if he was cleaved by an axe. Immediately, he fell to the ground and writhed in intense agony. What came next were all the memories that flooded into his mind that were supposedly his. Chapter 2. The Division. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Countless memories flooded into his mind. Humans achieved evolution through the pain of war. They were a species that thrived on deadly battles. That was why, when a warrior cleaved an orc in half, there was no emotion, no feelings of remorse. The dark clouds continued to roll in from the far end of the canyon, along with the rain and strong gale. Sounds of war horns, signaling troops to attack and to withdraw, could be heard echoing from all corners of the canyon. It was supposed to be a mere passing shower. However, as the wind blew stronger, heavy rain came down onto the land. It did not take long for the rain to wash away all the blood stains on Joshua's metal armor. No sooner, the water started to rise. Before he knew it, the water level had already submerged his leg guards. Joshua's breath did not seem to be coming back, no matter how hard he tried to control it. Weakened beyond comprehension, Joshua's shaky hands reached for his battered helmet. He then discarded it a few feet away. The thick green blood of the orc was washed away by the rain. Mixed along with his own, the discolored blood of both red and green left his black hair. Eyes dead, Joshua looked around again. There were nothing but corpses and internal organs scattered around. Tons of dead orcs were piled up like a miniature mountain. He was the sole survivor, as not a single living being could be seen. The vultures, crows, and scavengers had already left when the rain came pouring down. He was the only human alive. I did it. Joshua laughed maniacally. One-man army, over hundreds of orcs killed. Such a tale could perhaps only exist in folk tales and bedtime stories. It might seem hard to believe, yet he had made that story real. Ha ha. Joshua's laughter reverted back to his irregular panting. He could still feel the throbbing pain from the open wound. His headache did not help to ease his physical injuries. The aftermath of war had started to kick in then. His entire being shook so badly that his sight suddenly turned blurry. Countless of visions appeared as if they were actually real. Demon, meteor, kill, betrayal, orcs, war, territory, grah. The pain in his head grew more agonizing. The veins on his temples started to bulge and were already on the verge of bursting. Joshua gripped his head hard with his hands and writhed in pain. Just when he thought that the worst was over, he was experiencing the worst pain he could feel. Compared to arrows and swords, the pain could never compare to the one he was feeling in his head right now. All his willpower was replaced with rage, reasoning with chaos. At that moment, the being that was Joshua was no longer human, but a hungry, bloodthirsty wolf. Demon, orcs. In the darkness of the raining sky and silent canyon, two red eyes gleamed. All that mattered now was to kill the sons of bitches until none were left. Unconsciously, Joshua stood up. The steel sword in his hand rattled with excitement as it sensed the bloodlust from its wielder. The solid iron hilt bent inward from the sheer gripping force. Not enough. The man lifted his head. His eyes were bright crimson. The man turned his head and focused on the approaching orc army. His eyes widened with rage and pure insanity as he cried, "This is not even enough!" In the next second, he sprinted like a cheetah. His surroundings went dark and nothing but the orcs were in his sight. Just after a few moments, the orc army stopped moving. Joshua appeared from behind them and out came a splatter of blood. The battle was merely in its infancy. Fuck. When did you become so reckless? Joshua shook his head violently to regain consciousness. His facial muscles twitched. He tried to apply a little pressure to his temple to ease his spinning head and tried to resist the urge to throw up. I was interdimensionally transported during our fight. So, I didn't die. That's lucky. After the short burst of pain, Joshua could breathe normally. Regaining his composure, he began to recall his memories. Joshua Van Radcliffe, the eldest son of the Baron in the military force located in the northern region. Incidentally, he was also the only person to inherit the title. Following the usual tradition of the Radcliffe family, Joshua was beaten into shape by his father and the knights in service to his family. From a wimpy little crybaby, the boy grew up to be a fine young man. After reaching his coming of age, he was enlisted in the army and was left there on his own to build relationships and as well as to expand his social circle. Everything went smoothly and Joshua started out as a bright, happy-go-lucky fellow. Naturally, being the sole successor of a powerful noble family with territory coupled with sharp battle instincts, the man was approached by many. As time flew by, Joshua had performed admirably in the battlefield and had earned many military merits. As such, along with his ranks, he gained many friends and connections all over the place. The entire process would have been perfect if it were not for a sudden message he received. Joshua's family being rooted in the cold north, far from the affluent empire's center of influence in the south was due to one sole reason. It was a service to the people and a duty to guard something. Although it was unknown to Joshua, the responsibility that was hammered into him since he was a child was severe. The old count never mentioned it in front of anyone else. Not even Joshua. When he tried to ask about it, his father would merely reply him with a vague and unsatisfying answer. "You're not qualified to learn the truth. Come back to me only when you're capable of standing on your own 2 feet." Naturally, for a young man, standing on his own 2 feet would equate to growing stronger. As such, Joshua had only been pursuing strength the martial way. When Joshua had received the message from his territory, he felt a little intrigued. Joshua knew his father well enough to know that his father's stubbornness would never bring him to initiate a conversation. In fact, it had been several years since he had last spoke to him. However, when he opened the sealed letter and read its content, his blood was boiling. "There is trouble with the seal of the defended town. Your father has personally gone to resolve the matter. As there is no one currently in charge in the city, unknown forces might proceed to scheme an invasion. With the current situation in place, please return to the city to guard the territory." The person who sent the letter was the old butler of his house. Joshua was skeptical. He would not believe anyone else but the old butler. He knew the old man since he was young and that he would never lie to him. Now that there was a new problem brewing at home, a young warrior like Joshua could not rest until something was done. Just when he had made preparations to retire from the front line and leave for the north, the Empire had issued a sudden command to the front line and ordered the army to attack the orcs in the west. It was something that no one could predict. Props to the commander at the headquarters. To cheat the enemies, one must first cheat one's own allies. Joshua was stumped. There was an absolute rule on the Empire's military law: one cannot leave the front lines during war. It did not matter if Joshua was the son of the Count of the North, even the nobles could not bend the rules of the military. Hence, there was nothing Joshua could do to solve the problem in the north. As such, with pressing trouble in his mind, he bore an intense hatred and anger into the battlefield. That and a person from another world had come to merge with his soul and body, becoming a completely different being. His mind was still as scrambled as a stir-fried beef dish. Both his memories were mixed up like a bowl of fruit salad. The experience of a legendary warrior and his years of vigorous training had given birth to a new Joshua. It allowed him to step onto the battlefield alone and face off hundreds of orcs. Even after the first few battalions were killed, his berserk state was not quelled. As a result, he went straight into the Orcs' military encampment and slaughtered them all on his own. That explained the reason why his entire body was battered. After killing for an entire day and night, pushing his way through the narrow canyon, killing more than 300 Orcs, piling all the corpses into mounds, his body went into a state of extreme exhaustion. Interesting, Joshua muttered. The now calm Joshua wiped away the mud and sand that was on his face and raised his head to the sky. The rain had begun to let up, leaving a few dark clouds and lightning that was accompanied by thunder, which was still roaring in the heavens. With a sense of acceptance, Joshua muttered, "Looks like this place is the Mycroft continent. The Battle of the Division started here. This should be the setting of the game." The rain finally came to an end. He widened his tired eyes and gazed into the night sky. The stars were exceptionally bright since the rain clouds had finally drifted away. He dipped his fingers into the muddy water and tasted it. He then lifted a finger up high and felt the sensation of the wind. The moon is that way. The wind is blowing the other. There's warmth in the squall. Based on the taste of the mud around me, it should be Starfall year 831. Right now, I think it's the end of autumn, which is mid-October. The historical warfare glorious expedition should come to an end soon. The Orcs' impregnable Fort Druis should be destroyed in the first battle. Joshua sighed heavily. I've come back to this time. He then raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Seems like I'm not too late. Before he was interdimensionally teleported, he was a veteran player of the full-dive virtual reality game called Continental War. He was ranked 3rd on the Grand Ranking and 1st on the Legendary Champions ranking. The game had been active for 8 years in real time and 32 years in virtual time. It had survived through 8 major expansions, 12 historical events, and hundreds of legendary quests. The game had different servers which had its own individual events and plots. The Kingdom in the south, the Empire in the north, the Flatlands in the east, and the mountains in the west. Before he was transmigrated, he should be proceeding with events in the Southern Kingdom, which required him to travel to the Northern Empire. Hence, that was why he knew a little or two about the events that transpired in the north. The war between the Empire and the Orcs was the second historical event called the Glorious Expedition, hosted in the Northern server. The first event was the beginning of the Great Division War. At that time, he had been invited by a friend to become a part of the Emperor-hired mercenaries, assigned to carry out the Flatland Orcs massacre mission. That was why he was not a clueless idiot when he came to this alternate world. The victory will belong to the humans. That will be of absolute certainty. The Empire has been training 3 generations of soldiers. When the day comes, they would be ready to give it their all. Hence, with such preparations, they would have slaughtered all the Orcs without a problem. The outcome has been determined. I should be able to retire from the front line now. When he came to that conclusion, Joshua became extremely calm despite the throbbing physical pain. He decided to put the matter of him being transported to an alternate world aside. He returned to reality and began to plan the pathway for his future. Right now, the most crucial thing for me to do now is to find the other humans. Find a safe place to rest and think of the matter after I've recovered. Joshua had decided to leave the thought of transmigrating to the alternate world behind, as it would do him no good in terms of survival. Both the original Joshua of this world as well as the one that came from the apparent real world were open-minded and couldn't care less about the matter. Whatever happened, happened, and could not occur in any other way. One part of him was the kind that could get used to a new place within a few minutes of strolling. The other was the kind of man that would not bother to ponder about the things that he did not understand. All in all, whatever happened, happened. What mattered most was the fact that he was still breathing. If he could not turn back time with a flick of his finger, he would just accept the reality he was brought into and live with it. Or rather, suck it up. With Joshua's soul, the one that came from Earth, taking control of the reborn Joshua, he would need to think well about his next step. Even though there was that problem that needed to be solved back in the north, there's nothing he could do right then with a battered body. I need to check on my condition. Nonchalantly, Joshua raised his hands and gestured downward in the air. A status window appeared out of thin air and Joshua checked his own character status. Name, Joshua Van Radcliffe. Form, Leader. Designation, Brave Fighter, grants a chance to frighten when attacked. Race, Human Northwest Faction. Racial skill, Warrior Race. Battle Experience X1.1 Level 28 Silver, Challenger Level, Level 29 Silver. Attribute, Physique, Average Human Life. Health Points, Critical. Vitality, Critical. Morale, Exhausted. Magic Power, Sealed. Status, Muscles Torn, Extreme Fatigue, Enfeebled. Class, Black Crow Assault, Northern Battle Rider. Talent, Weapon Proficiency, Class, Blood for Blood, Self. Profession, Blacksmith. Skill, Max Willpower. Profession Skill, Level 21 Weaponsmithing, Level 22 Armorsmithing, Level 9 Magic Weaponsmithing, Level 3 Magic Armorsmithing, Level 1 Magic Toolsmithing. Equipment, Broken Helmet, Worn Out Metal Armor, Rusty Sheen Guard, Leather Greaves. Weapon, Standard Empire Long Spear Mark III. Damaged. Your enemies would never dare to face you from the front. There's Mortal, Steel, Silver, Gold, Supreme, and Legendary. And I'm Silver Tier. I have dropped from Legendary Tier to a petty little Silver Tier. Sigh. My stats are indeed worse than before, but I could not ask for any better than this. Everything is below average. As expected from a man of nobility. A well-trained body is what I really need. The game Continental War was all too similar to real-world physics. Skills and spells would require the same exact actions, spells, and chants. If one were to take damage, they would feel pain, which would affect one's strength. All basic attributes could be drained. Naturally, the most important aspects to look at were levels and skills. Levels would grant skill points to be used on skills based on one's class. Collecting skill points was for the purpose of investing to create one's own skill tree, as well as to develop a unique fighting style. That was the path which all professional gamers would take. Before being transmigrated into this world, he had already obtained the achievement, Supreme Skill. It was one of the requirements to be ranked at Legendary Tier. All skills had to be unlocked. He never thought he could bring over his game character stats into this world. That would only mean that he could freely choose his skills without the need to rely on or stick to any given path. Still, what's with this form? Weird. What is Challenger level? Did players have that sort of thing before? It looks like I am a boss to be killed. Joshua did pay much heed to attribute stats, since those aspects could be raised easily with a little bit of physical training. As long as he could get himself back to a healthy form, he was confident that he could take on the world. However, his current state was nowhere near healthy. His recovery speed was too slow, to a point of non-existence. He would need healing promptly. Again, Joshua did not want to put too much thought into it. He closed the stat window and limped away, using the spear as a walking stick. He could faintly hear the sound of human voices coming from the other end of the canyon and paced towards it. He could walk down several steep hills with some effort and managed to spot the human army encampment based on his memory. Just then, he felt something odd. Something was extremely odd. Wait, what did I just miss? What did I just do? He was too used to it before. Joshua widened his eyes in shock when he had realized the truth. I just transmigrated to another world, didn't I? Even if I did spend half my life playing games, it wouldn't make sense if my brain could conjure out a system for me. I should not be seeing a window in the beginning. I'm no longer in a game. Still in his shocked state, Joshua tried to call out the stat window again. It popped out without fail, and Joshua examined the entire window to make sure he was not hallucinating. It's real. Joshua was happy for a moment before he frowned worriedly. Am I really seeing this, or is it just a hyper-realistic illusion? I've heard of sailors getting homesick and being able to conjure an illusion of their lovers. Perhaps I am doing just that? No, I best hope not. Just then, he saw a few messages popping up at the corner of his UI. End of battle. Calculating results. Killed Orc Axe Warrior Togu, level 19 silver. Killed Orc Kidnapper Wallen, level 18 silver. Killed Orc Elite Soldier Nadja, level 23 silver. You have obtained 45 points of Expedition Army Reputation. Expedition Army Reputation, esteemed, 5037. It's real. I couldn't have imagined it. My mind is not brilliant enough to conjure up such things. His frowning expression relaxed immediately. Happily, Joshua smiled. Since it is this way, there's nothing that I should be afraid of. Truth be told, he was a little worried and afraid of his fate in the new world. However, he had nothing to worry about. As an ex-legendary champion, coupled with the experience and strength of Joshua of this world, he would never have to worry about taking on any challenges. Now that he had the support of the system, he could gain heights that no one could achieve. Such a privilege could affect his fate, his destiny, perhaps even steer the fate of that world. Continental War had countless historical events and legendary quests, which resulted in endings which he was dissatisfied with and hated. However, now that he was at the stage where none of that had taken place, he had the chance to make things flow in a different way. Joshua started to feel the excitement building up in his heart. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly and smiled. A bright glint flashed in his eyes. There's more to this. I'm sure of it. A real alternate world. A world that would be larger and wider than the gaming world. He would be sure to see more of what he could not see before. He would be sure to meet more people, fight stronger opponents, kill more devilish enemies. Such a world could release him from his bonds of mediocrity, a means to release him from his common daily boring life, a means to be a real hero. Ha ha ha. Joshua laughed at his own childish thoughts and decided to calm himself down. Well, I could do that. Only if I get over this. First on the to-do list, get a place to rest. After thinking logically, he realized the harsh reality. That or I might die from hunger and thirst. Despite having a computer-like system in a magical, mystical world, he was not in a game any longer. He was living and breathing, and could also die. He would die if his health points went down to 0. His current stats was too low to even lift a fork. Before, he could fight the orcs due to a sudden spike in adrenaline. However, that was before when he was actually fighting for his life. Limping like an old man, he was overwhelmed with fatigue. He must quickly leave the dangerous canyon. The 3 orcs he fought before most likely belonged to a group of soldiers that was retreating. There would be a high chance that reinforcements would return to check on the missing orcs and might stumble upon him. There was no way he could fight them again like before. Despite having starlight shining upon the earth, the canyon was still void of actual illumination. Joshua limped forward slowly and made his way around countless corpses and dismembered limbs. He could only hear deafening silence. Nothing else. There were no other noises besides the sound of his feet dragging against the muddy ground. After what seemed to be an eternity, he saw tiny dots of light. It was a bonfire belonging to the human military camp. Out of the blue, he could hear footsteps coming from the front. Instinctively, he could sense living beings marching towards him, carrying lights and waving them with vigor. Just when he raised his head to observe the source of light more closely, the sound of footsteps got faster. Deputy Commander. When he was having a moment of doubt, he heard a concerned voice. In the next moment, a large group of men clad in black armor that had dead crows as accessories rushed toward him in a fan-out manner. From his point of view, it looked like they had left their formation and was sprinting towards him. Joshua stopped in his tracks and took a deep breath. What the fuck? That's scary. Chapter 3, The Itch in the Fists. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A corner of the canyon was still engulfed by the night sky. The troops of soldiers rushed over to Joshua with speed that could rival that of a cheetah. Mud was sent flying with each heavy step they took. Just when Joshua forced himself to calm down, he noticed they did not bear any malicious intent. When they were a few meters from him, their speed slowed down. None of them looked beaten up like he was. Deputy Commander. One of the soldiers stood out among the troop and frowned heavily with eyes of concern. Such injuries. Are you all right? Like hell I am. When he first saw his face, he could not recognize him. However, his memories came flooding in and he immediately knew the names and faces of all the men that were clad in the crow armor. They were the Crow's frontline strike team that was under his command. When he recalled their names and faces, he relaxed and sighed. Well, help me out, will you? Please be careful of the wounds. I'm bleeding like a faucet here. Instantly, like waking up from a dream, the soldiers realized his condition and rushed to help. As soldiers of the Empire, all of them were trained with emergency first aid skills. However, when they tried to tend to his wounds, they found it to be beyond their capabilities. Such wounds would make any normal human bedridden for months, lest mention of even walking. Joshua noticed that most of the soldiers around him were in a state of shock. but it was a matter that he did not care. The soldiers were genuinely surprised to see Joshua since they thought he was long dead. How could anyone not be? The man charged into the Orc base camp alone. No one would have thought that he could come back alive, and still walk in one piece. Even though he was limping badly, he was still walking. From the looks of it, he could still fight if needed. As expected of the deputy commander, it took only 2 soldiers out of the entire group to help Joshua back to the army camp. There, 2 priests and 1 necromancer tended to his wounds. Even though the necromancer class sounds bad and malicious, they were not the enemies in the Mycroft continent. They were accepted as official tender to dead corpses for the purpose of studying the human anatomy. In fact, their knowledge expands further to other species as well. They were considered as the best surgeons since they had intimate knowledge of the internal structure of humans. That, and the ability to communicate with spiritual beings. Their contributions proved to be extremely helpful to the army. Naturally, amongst those that studied the art of necromancy, there was a small faction that specialized in the art of killing. They were called the Death Reapers. Weirdly enough, they were fascinated with experimenting with living beings, making gruesome modifications to their bodies and corrupting their souls. Some of their greatest achievement were zombies, chimeras, abominations, undead puppets, and many more monsters and unnatural creations famous throughout the history of mankind. Priests' divine arts were only capable of restoring external wounds and injuries. On the other hand, necromancers excelled at healing internal injuries. After 30 minutes of healing, and a not-so-fancy meal, Joshua could feel energy circulating through his body. All the injuries around his abdomen were healed perfectly. The health points value on the attribute tab had changed from critical to injured. The negative status from before was elevated to only exhausted. Joshua gobbled the last drop of army rations and asked, "Why are you guys here? Give me a brief report." "We are the company that was in charge of clearing the battlefield to prepare a blockade at Fort Druis." The man that Joshua was talking to was his subordinate, the captain of the company. His name was Ryan. As instructed, Ryan began to explain the situation. "The Orc forces on the front line have been destroyed completely. Currently, they are completely forced back to their base. Our scouts reported that they have withdrawn and are standing guard at the fortress. Our only task for now is to seal off every possible route in and out of the fortress." The Black Crow Army was one of the 4 great armies of the Empire. They consisted of the Frontal Assault Division, the General Soldiers, the Heavy Assault Knights, and the Magicians. The magicians were made up of priests and other magicians that were capable of conjuring spells, both offensive and defensive. There were also 5 divisions in the Department of Military Logistics. In the game, there was also a special warrior class called the Black Crow Ambusher, a special knight class called the Black Crow Conqueror, and a special bandit class called the Death Sweeper. Joshua was young, yet he was one of the 2 deputy commanders of the Frontal Assault Division. Half the reason was due to his family's name, and the other half was due to his own ability as a fighter. The soldiers were impressed with his fighting skills and revered him as their leader. His position was good, but after saving him and knowing of his achievement, their respect towards him was raised even higher. All because Ryan and the other soldiers had scouted the battlefield where he came back from. The air of the battleground was heavily polluted with the smell of both rust and blood. The earth was sullied heavily by the remains of the corpses and had turned into an unnatural rotten color. The smell that lingered around the place could make any man ill. It was a nightmarish scene, and no one could believe that Joshua could survive such a battle that had resulted in such a scene. The fact that he was actually walking back to them was solid proof of what he was capable of. Ryan then swallowed his pride and spoke, "The sun is still down. We are unable to confirm the exact number of orcs." He paused for a moment. He could not even think of his next words. After a few seconds, the soldier adjusted his helmet and straightforwardly exclaimed, I had been in doubt of your ability as a deputy commander due to your age and proofless strength, yet after seeing the battlefield with my own eyes, I must apologize for underestimating you, sir." Joshua was indifferent to what he said. "For your glorious deeds, Perhaps even the general would see you in a different light. I sincerely hope that you would receive the Blade of Glory. The Blade of Glory was not a weapon to be used but a medal of honor given to those that had achieved something great in the military. Those who acquired such an item would undoubtedly be a man of prestige and bravery. In the game, however, the Blade of Glory badge was a necessary achievement to obtain the Platinum Trophy achievement. The highest price he had seen players buying it for was over 100,000 gold coins. Normally, the price would only be around 20,000 gold coins. As a comparison to its price, a full set of magic armor would be around 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins. In the game, one Blade of Glory medal would be exchanged for an Explorer Knight appointment manuscript. The completed task would enable a player to open an instant dungeon in an inhabited wild wasteland or the dark forest. Defeat the dungeon and one could build an Explorer Knight's territory and be its owner. Perhaps so, said Joshua with as little interest as possible whilst waving his hand to dismiss it. Back then, when he was still playing the game, he went through hell and back just to form the best group garrison. Since the Blade of Glory thing was a hard-to-earn item, he spent more than a whole day and night just to defeat the dungeon. The entire ordeal was so mentally and physically taxing that he felt nauseated just thinking about it. Such a thing was not even as valuable as a Master Healer appointment manuscript, hence, it was not even worth thinking about. In fact, he would rather think of nothing right then. Not even about the orcs. The dungeon in the Northwest Flatlands had been raided more than 100 times. That was why he could kill the orcs without a second thought. Joshua felt his body was already on the verge of healing completely. In fact, he felt like all he needed was a good, quiet, and peaceful sleep. Joshua nodded and sent Ryan away politely. Well, you have your duty to perform. Carry on and do not feel the need to tend to me anymore. Ah, what will you be doing now, Deputy Commander? I'll be back to talk to the officer alone. What he meant by the officer was not the Army's general but the Brigade General of the Frontal Assault Division. Following military law and regulations, every Army officer must gather together for a meeting to discuss their given task, which included Joshua. However, due to his previous predicament, he had missed the meeting. However, all he needed to do was to speak with his superior officer to notify him of his report. After rejecting Ryan's men offer of assistance, he changed into fresh new clothes and made his way towards the central command center of the Black Crow Army. Aside from the wound located at the corner of his eye that could not fully heal, other major wounds had been healed partially. Even though he felt a little tired and his eyelids were weighing a ton, his posture remained neat and refined. Half an hour later, Joshua reached the central command without any interruption. It was most probably due to his presence of a deputy commander. On the other hand, his superior officer, the Brigade General of the Black Crow Frontal Assault Division, clad in heavy gold-plated armor, was sipping on a cup of coffee, while reading a report sent by his spy. He had short curly golden hair and a body that could fight a wild bear. His arms were so ripped that they looked like could explode from his armor at any given time. His gaze was so piercing that they could tear the paper that he was reading. Then, PFFFFT, before he could finish his report, Otto spit the cold coffee out and inhaled deeply. The wild wolf squad of the Eto tribe has been annihilated. No survivors. Reinforcements cancelled. He pulled out a napkin and wiped his mouth. Frowning, he said, Eto tribe was the largest orc tribe. Wild wolf squad consisted of their elite killers. That's more than 100 silver tier orcs right there. They were all above average in strength and not some random scraps. How could they be completely annihilated? Otto put the report down on his desk and sighed. Did the orcs capture the spy and beat the crap out of him? No, that wouldn't be right. They wouldn't dare to write something as absurd as this in a million years. Whatever they write must be true. Otto picked the report up and flipped a few pages back to read it again. After a while, someone came into his tent and announced with a deafening voice, "Report, Deputy Commander of the Frontal Assault Division, Joshua has arrived." "Let him in, sir." "Yes, sir." Joshua let himself pass the covers of the tent and noted that his superior officer was glaring at him with the eyes that identified him as an enemy. "Tell me the truth. Were you possessed by the demons from the abyss?" What? You, a man of your caliber, annihilated the entire wild wolf squad? No offense, but you don't strike me as someone capable of something of that magnitude. Otto crossed his arms and continued to glare at Joshua. It was as if he was meeting him for the first time. His glare gradually softened. So did his manner of speech. Even though we have the terrain advantage at our disposal, I must say that your ability has far exceeded what I had expected of you. Gold tier even. Joshua finally understood what he was talking about. Otto was informed about his feat of killing a bunch of orcs. Still, what is the Wild Wolf Squad? Joshua did not realize what facial expression he was making then until Otto screamed, "Look at yourself now. What were you thinking when you were behind enemy lines? Do you even know what you did?" Joshua remained unfazed, and when Otto saw it, he sighed heavily. He felt like he was an old man who would never understand the mind of a young man. He sat back on his chair and tapped the table rhythmically. "Do you not want to go back and claim that title of Count? My young soon-to-be Count?" Otto knew the Count well, who was also Joshua's father. Since both of them had a close relationship, both Joshua and Otto would drop the formalities when conversing with each other. "Yes, sir. What you said is true." Sigh. "Even the blind can see that you're exhausted. Go back and rest. There's nothing for you to do right now." The brigade general shook his head and signaled Joshua to leave. Right then, when Joshua pulled the tent cloth aside, Otto made a final comment, "I'm glad that you're still alive." The next day, the battle between the orcs and humans come to a temporary halt. The frontline troop of the Black Crow army was called back to rest and recuperate. A large tent, filled with neatly arranged decorations that signified someone of high rank, had appeared at the central command center. Inside, there were signs of smoke and ash on the floor. On the table next to the makeshift bed were various tools and canisters that were meant for weapon maintenance. Deputy Commander Joshua had changed into a new uniform and had slept like a log for the entire night. Just when he was about to complete writing his retirement letter, he heard an officer calling him from outside his tent. He placed the quill aside and said, "Speak your mind. The brigade general wishes to have a word with you." Coincidentally, I have something to tell him as well. "Tell him I'll be right over." "Roger that, sir." After a brief period, "Withdraw. Number. Retire." "It's the same. I understand that there's trouble in your hometown, but right now, it's warring period. I have neither the authority nor clearance to relieve you of your duties." Otto rested his weary head on his right palm. He looked a little too annoyed and disappointed. Still, the war is almost over. Winter is coming and the orcs will call off the war. From the looks of it, their rations would not support their cause. When the time comes, you will be transferred back after the usual process. It would be too late by then. Joshua cried. His voice was so loud that other soldiers that were patrolling outside the black and gold adorned giant tent could hear him. The superior officer sitting behind a large mahogany desk frowned immediately. Joshua did not care. "The letter has clearly expressed the urgency of the issue. If I waited until winter, who knows what sort of mess would befall my home. You can scream and shout all you want to me. That does not change the fact that I cannot let you leave. I called you here not to inconvenience you. There are some guys sent by the higher-ups and they called out a few names. One of them was you. All the more reason that I cannot let you go." Brigade General Otto pressed his hands together and rested his upper body on the wooden desk. He raised his head to look at the serious glare of his underling and felt a little troubled. "Who are they?" "You'll see them in a while. They are the Golden Libra." Joshua Van Radcliffe, born on 15th October, Starfall year 810. The first heir to the ruling family of Moldavia. Army participant in the year 826. Acceptance by recommendation to the Empire's military academy in year 828. Year 830. Graduated from the military academy with the highest honor. After receiving exemplary experience from the academy, you have been fighting in the front line at the Northeast Flatlands, in Thomas Grand Canyon. A long, monotonous speech was given by a middle-aged man who was sitting at a long board table. The man was wearing a long red robe with black stripes on its edges. Like a machine, his face was impassive and his voice was extremely flat. The current time and date is 11:47 hours, year 831, 16th October. He paused and turned his head to face Joshua. Finally, after the long meaningless speech of Joshua's personal life, he spoke in a playful tone. "There's 13 minutes till noon. Mr. Deputy Commander of the Black Crow Frontal Assault Division. That's 13 minutes of time for you to explain your offense. There was a bright and extremely grand medal resting on the man's left breast. The medal had a sword on the upper half and a tasseled wheat decor that surrounded the sword like a reverse touch. It was the symbol for the Golden Libra, a symbol that signified that the wearer is one of the members of the royal court. Right, Mr. Investigator, Sir Mengsk. Before we start, thanks to Otto advise, he was mentally prepared for such an interview. Hence, he was not nervous. He cupped both of his hands together and politely asked, "May I have a cup of tea?" "Absolutely," said the man, again with the monotonous tone. Still, he was good to talk to. "Red tea?" "Yes. Please. A little ice would be nice." "My pleasure." The guards that were standing at the door came in and offered him a cup of cold red tea. The investigator then added, "It's 12 minutes to noon." Joshua took a sip of the cold tea and smiled. "That seems to be a problem for you." Ha ha ha. Both of them laughed nonchalantly, yet Joshua's mind was whirring. He had no idea that his act of retiring from the army during a battle had spread so fast to the higher-ups. It was even less than 2 days. Such an effective investigation. He knew clearly that a soldier, whether high-ranked or not, was not allowed to withdraw from a battle in progress due to the possible disruption of the military formation. When he was transferring between worlds, he had already broken 3 martial laws. A regular soldier would have been thrown into the stockade and wait for the court-martial to conduct their judgment. Even he, a noble from a noble family, would be sent to stand for trial by the royal court. That was the main reason why Investigator Mengsk was sent there to question Joshua. The royal court was not a charity organization. They represented the empire's authority as a whole. The authority covered even the highest of nobles residing in the empire. They punished criminals that belonged to the nobles and mediated territorial wars. Their duties included reporting directly to the emperor about the hidden shadow corp that moved around in secrecy, gathering intelligence about the movement of all nobles. All in all, they handled all cases that revolved around the powerful nobles. Technically, cases such as a son committing homicide, killing his brother and assassinating his father to claim the title of count was part of the report which the royal court must comply. Though, it would seem that the court had never handled such a case before. He knew the power they held. He knew how ferocious they could be. Yet, Joshua remained unfazed even when Mengsk's voice turned threatening. "I know my crime. I have disobeyed a direct order, left the command center without permission, and broke from the military formation. In summary, I violated Martial Law Rule 2, 6, and 17. Joshua took another sip of tea and continued his speech. "I will accept any punishment of the court without any objections." He was calm. Without stuttering, he confessed all his crimes and admitted he was guilty. "I listen and comply." There was still no emotion on Mengsk's face, as if he had expected Joshua to say something like that. "You're exceptionally cooperative." Joshua placed the cup down on the table and kept quiet. He was not behaving like a snob, nor did he feel like he was wrongly accused. All because he knew that the law was absolute, an unbreakable holy guidance of the army. The victor has no sin. Joshua had close ties with the Southern Royal Court and had witnessed many of the cases handled. He knew what those words meant. True, he had disobeyed a direct order and left the formation, disrupting and causing chaos among the soldiers of the frontal assault. However, he did single-handedly destroy the Orcs' defenses in the left wing and annihilated all the Orcs that were withdrawing from the battle. The man was a killing machine. He had killed over 300 enemies, an achievement which no soldier had ever done before in history. If he had failed, he would be sent to prison and wait for trial. There's even the possibility of him dying in the war before he was sent to prison. The investigator would be more than happy to write down his name in the logbook saying something like Joshua Van Radcliffe, heir to the Northern Moldavia family, violated the martial law and will be sent to the 4th Noble Prison. However, Joshua did not fail. He succeeded in pushing back the Orcs from the canyon. All he had to do was to confess his crime and await his punishment. Joshua Van Radcliffe, your crimes and achievements have been thoroughly investigated by the royal court. You need not fear unjust treatment. Such a casual phrase, of which Joshua knew what it actually meant. It's what Mengsk, the middle-aged man, working as a diligent investigator for the court, would say when he wanted no trouble for himself and Joshua. All he had to do was to listen to what Mengsk had to say and everything would be over in a blink of an eye, without pausing in between sentences. Mengsk quickly connected his sentence coldly and again, monotonously. After considerations, the court has come to a decision. You have indeed broken the law, yet there was nothing but benefits for the army. Your bravery was proven true and contained no malicious schemes towards the empire and its interests. Henceforth, your judgment has been decided. Effective immediately, Joshua Van Radcliffe shall be relieved from his duties as the Deputy Commander or the Black Crow Frontal Assault Division. You shall henceforth retire from the army and return to your territory. However, your achievement will not be forgotten, yet your achievement cannot make your violations go unpunished. Hence, the court had decided to award you with the Blade of Glory for your exemplary bravery on the battlefield. As he finished reading off the scroll in his hands, Mengsk turned to Joshua and smiled eerily. The judgment has been delivered to the Deputy Commander of the Black Crow Frontal Assault Army. That is all. He paced slowly towards Joshua and whispered. We had initially decided to temporarily have you on probation for 3 months and then raise your ranks to that of a general. However, considering that fact that you have troubles back in the north while the war with the orcs will be prolonged until the end of summer next year, we changed the decision to have you removed from the military and send you back home. How do you plea? Plea? What else was there to plea for? That's what he wanted since the beginning. Joshua smiled and nodded his head silently. I accept and obey. It was an obvious reward for Joshua. There was no need for the court to remove him from his ranks. Removal from a military rank did not mean that he could never come back. It just meant that he was stripped of his deputy commander role to become a regular soldier. He was never removed from the military. Also, he was able to go home, legally. Joshua, who had made preparations to retire from the military itself, was giving a chance to go home. It was more of a reward than a punishment. This ends the court session. Please adjourn to your seat and I shall proceed on with the Black Crow Army's tradition. I shall give you the warrior's blessing. Mengsk's voice became dull and deep, his glare hollow and out of focus. Humanity's fragility leads to death. Unconsciously, Joshua felt the need to stand firm and still. A burning passion rose from his gut and Joshua opened his mouth to speak loud and clear. Yet faith bears life. May the glory of the dead be with you, O man of bravery. The two exchanged salutations and ended the court session. Well then, I'll hope that you'll have a nice. Mengsk held his tongue when something on inside his robes started to vibrate. An emergency magic broadcast message? Mengsk nodded apologetically and pulled out a silvery metallic pole that looked like a miniature pitchfork. Engraved on the side of the two forks were runes which he held it against his palm to imbue magic in it to activate the device. Level 3 emergency message. What could it be? Should I take my leave? Asked Joshua promptly when he heard the message's level of importance. He would not want to listen to something he would get into trouble with. It's fine. This message has only level 2 secrecy. Rest assured that it's something that you should know as well. The rune was activated and the forks started to vibrate at supersonic speed to produce a machine-like sound. Northern Moldavia family. The winter count. Beirut de Radcliffe's death has been certified. Daniela Radcliffe has submitted paperwork to inherit the Count's title. When the message stopped broadcasting, Mengsk's eyes widened. He felt an intense killing aura behind him which sent a chill down his spine. Even though it was a brief moment, the coldness in the air was so intense, it felt like he was experiencing the fear of being attacked by a dragon. An eerie silence filled the room. After a short moment, the frost-killing intent subsided as Joshua calmed himself down. Well, what do you know? Isn't this just perfect? He spoke but in a volume that was so soft, no one could hear it. It's about DM and time for me to return home. Chapter 4, 3,197,481. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Starfall year 831. Winter. 2nd of November. Northern Flatlands. Heavy snow. I've arrived. Joshua pulled back his hood and jumped down from his horse. Amidst the chilly winter's gale, he gazed towards the horizon and caressed the poor little beast that was nearly frozen to death. He then turned back towards the general direction of his intended destination and sighed. 17 days after the shocking news of the death of the Winter Count, He had started his journey back home from the Northwest Plain and had taken 17 days to travel to where he was then. He then finally left the borders of the Empire and entered his northern territory, his hometown. The place was entirely white, as the snow had blanketed the entire wasteland. Joshua pulled the horse's reins towards a nearby tree for a quick stop. He knelt down and plunged his hand into the snow. Judging from the snow's thickness, I'm sure that this is the first snowstorm. He pulled out his hands and noted the depth of the snow. Not too bad. This won't affect our speed. He got up and rubbed his hands to warm himself. Soon, real soon, he took a deep breath and released a long breath that was immediately blown away by the cold northern wind. To take in the frigid air of the North's winter was nostalgic. The wind came from the highlands further up north. It carried the saltiness of the northern sea, of which Joshua felt at ease after inhaling a mouthful of it. Beirut de Radcliffe was Joshua's father, a headstrong middle-aged man with the will of steel. However, Joshua's memories of him were so scarce that he only remembered bits and pieces of the man he called father. Compared to the great leader of the territory, the people Joshua interacted with the most were the old butler at home and the family knights. His mother, however, had passed away long ago due to an incurable winter fever. It could be said that Joshua and his father were not close. Yet, even so, the news about his father's death had made his entire being burn with rage. It did not take long for him to calm down. Revenge? A man should not know such a word. Ever since he found out there was trouble stirring up in his territory, the possibility of such event happening had been on his mind. It was expected but still a shock to him when he knew of his father's death. To die in the line of duty is a warrior's greatest honor. Perhaps that old man did manage to achieve his dream. Still, death would always be a loss. Worse, it was his own relative. It made him irritable and angry. The thought of his death returned to him. It was a gloomy night sky when he was stabbed from behind by a blade of mercury in the middle of a battle in Fort Naya. A powerful curse seeped into his body and drained the energy from within his core. No matter from which angle one looked at, it was an unforgivable act of betrayal. Yet, someone made his appearance at the same time as his father's death. His uncle. He had made his appearance when Joshua was preoccupied and had taken the chance to claim the title of Count. Nonetheless, to say, be it the unknown stabber, or his uncle, both were despicable traitors. As a traveler from another world, Joshua had a million ways to make himself stronger. As an ex-legendary warrior, a territory was considered something neither needed nor wanted. Given the option of becoming a territorial owner, he would rather be out in the wild, traveling the world. It was something that he preferred. However, his situation was rather straightforward. He did not care about needing the territory or whether he was happy or not. All that mattered then was to find that sucker and beat the shit out of him. It's time to go. Joshua rested enough. The horse that was kneeling on the ground got up to its feet and neighed. Joshua pulled a handful of dried feed that was treated with alcohol. The strong warhorse gobbled them just as fast as Joshua handed the food to it. As a powerful horse with the blood of a land drake, it drank alcohol and consumed meat. Joshua had been feeding him meat that came from the wild. The horse was good and had never let Joshua down. Its recovery speed was extremely fast. That explained why he had only taken 17 days to return to the north. Normal horses would have taken twice as long. Joshua mounted the horse, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Level 28 upper silver tier. I'm too weak. If only I was gold tier, I would have been back home a long time ago. The game Continental War had a level tier system. Mortal, level 0 to 5. Steel, 6 to 15. Silver, 16 to 30. Gold, 31 to 50. Supreme, 51 to 75. Legendary, 76 to 105. Gold was a tier that separated the strong and the weak. Normally, an adult man would have the capabilities of a level 5 mortal. If he had received training and had served the army, he would be at the rank of steel. An elite soldier or an officer would be silver tier. While this concept could only be applied to the people of this world, players in the game had reached the peak of the silver tier in the first game version. As the game released more content in further expansions, the limits were raised higher. When the fourth expansion was released, strong players were able to achieve the highest tier, which was legendary, and would gain the ability to truly affect the game progress. Joshua was only a level 28 upper silver tier. He was merely a normal human being that could not exceed the limits of what humans could do. Under the limitation of the tier, regular running speed would exceed that of a horse, including even resting time. Additionally, the speed of slowest transportation called the Draconic Caravan was unknown. At the very least, land drakes could move all the time without resting. Their movements would not even be affected by any sort of terrain. Joshua, on the hand, was still traveling by horse. Sometimes even, he had to walk on his feet across tough terrains. There's no time left. Joshua suddenly recalled something. Right now, it's only the end of the first expansion, hence it is still peaceful. However, the second expansion marks the beginning of the dark tide. The demons would descend, followed by the gods that were chased out by the demons. The war would tear this world apart and the fighting and killing will never cease. That was only the first expansion. The third and fourth would be even worse. There would even be chaos demons coming down during the fourth expansion. Before coming into this world, Joshua was fighting them on the battlefield. Chaos demons, they were the strongest and most ferocious race that he had ever come across. 24 years. If my calculations are correct, it will be another 24 years before the chaos demons descend. Sigh. 24 years might be long, but such a time would be over in a blink of an eye. Joshua pressed a finger to his temple. In about half a year later, the demons will come and the world will welcome a burst of power evolution. War across the continent will be elevated to another scale. If that were to happen, I alone wouldn't be enough to handle such a tragedy. It was true. Even though Joshua strongly believed that he could be stronger than he ever was, a one-man army would not be enough to deal with the demon army that attacked in a tsunami-like wave. He needed a team, a strong powerful group of soldiers that could share his load. Moldavia would be his place to develop that requirement. Be it a battle team or hiring a private army, Moldavia would be his first place to invest his time. At that moment, Joshua was no longer the deputy commander in the far south that could control large groups of soldiers. He no longer had trustworthy comrades that could help him. Right then, he was alone. Even so, he would not let anything disrupt his life. Come gods or demons, or even another visitor from another world, he would thrive to protect the world. Nevertheless, the first on his to-do list was to find and end the life of his wretched uncle. After a short distance, Joshua spotted a road post that looked like a tower. He followed the signs on the post and came to a long stone pavement that was built all the way towards the main city of Moldavia. Go. Hearing the command, the horse started galloping at full speed even when there was a layer of ice covering the ground. The cold white clouds rolled in from the south and had cast a shadow that enveloped all the land in the wasteland mountain ridges. Snowflakes, the size of an adult's palm, were falling down as if they were dancing in the air. Despite the heavy snowfall that would obscure one's vision, there were many groups of merchants walking on the pavement. The pavement was made huge enough to allow a large group of 10 men or more to walk side by side. The merchants were walking in two directions. Some were going towards the city and some were leaving on the draconic caravans. This mode of transport was important for trading among the 4 territories in the north. Before the invention of airships, these beasts were the only way to transport goods. Finally, some humans. Joshua sighed with relief when he saw such a scene. It was not that he had not seen any humans during his 17 days of traveling alone, but the fact that after he had entered the northern region, he had yet to spot a single human. During normal circumstances, besides adventurers and explorers, humans would never travel far from the main city. Danger awaited in the wasteland, forest, cavern, since there were countless of monsters that lurked and hunted. A single mishap would spell doom for anyone. Speaking of dangerous events, there's even the dark tide of the dark forest that happened once or twice annually. The dark forest and dark tide were the 2 worst problems that all races with power would face throughout the Mycroft continent. The Empire's territory was huge. It in fact covered the entire northern region of the continent. The northern territory extended up to the Starfall Ocean. The southern region borders up to the center of the continent. If it was not for the constant issue of the dark forest and the dark tide, the Empire's expansion would have reached far and fast enough that they would have already been at war with the Southern Kingdom. Excuse me, the one riding the horse alone. Joshua was riding his horse on the stone pavement at a leisurely speed when someone had called out to him. He turned to the source of the voice and saw a group of merchants that were preparing to leave the city. A middle-aged man came out of the wagon and greeted him loudly. His face expressed extreme fatigue. "Are you perhaps heading towards Moldavia?" "Yes, I am." Joshua came to a stop and approached the wagon. "What I can do you for, good sir?" "Heed this old man's advice. Leave the city. You're better off elsewhere," said the man with a deep and hoarse voice. "Why is that?" Joshua asked with great interest. The man had a scar that stretched all the way from his chin to his neck. It looked like it was from a cut. "A snowstorm is coming and the dark tide is coming. Many of the city's guards have been assigned to the fortress to strengthen the defenses. I can tell that there will be chaos since a large number of unknown knights came in half a month ago. I'm not boasting. Please heed my words. We, the merchants, have been traveling for many years. Some of us had even met with the ruler of the city. When we say that we have never seen the knights before, they must be coming from somewhere that is not on the map. The citizens of the city are in a state of panic. I am guessing something big is about to happen, hence our departure." The man gave Joshua a stern look and continued his lecture. "I only warned you about this because you are traveling alone. If there's no urgent business to tend to, I urge you to turn around. There's just too much suspicion in the air now. I heard that even the famous wandering fighters were recruited to join the defense and have started patrolling the city grounds. All the old-timers on the streets are nowhere to be seen anymore. I'm afraid that my suspicion will soon prove right. Something big is coming. Whatever it is, it's not going to be good." The man had a keen sense of judgment and good observation. That and the man himself was kind enough to give Joshua his advice. That advice made Joshua think about it for a moment before he realized the reason behind it. Half a month ago was the period when his father's death was confirmed. Many of the higher-ranked officers would know about it, yet it was not spread to the rest of the common folk. As for the dark tide, it was about high time for it to come. Having knights around to defend the city would be the most common thing to do. On the other hand, about the large number of unknown knights, they were most probably brought in by his uncle. It was most likely preparation to claim the count's title. If that were the case, most of the people living in the city then would be his men. There was something odd. Joshua may not know much about his uncle, yet he was sure that hiring a group of knights, or even just a knight, would be beyond his capabilities. There was no way he could pull that off just by being a merchant. "Thank you," said Joshua as he nodded earnestly towards the middle-aged man. He lifted his head and smiled. "I'll be frank, you need not be in a hurry to leave. I could tell from the prints in the snow that your wagon is carrying a heavy load. Perhaps you have not made a good sale. Then again, I'd urge you to wait a few days. I'm sure you can expect an unexpected news and sales. Farewell." Joshua turned his horse around and sped off without waiting for the man to reply. Sigh. Youngsters these days, being hot-headed will get you nowhere. I told him that place is dangerous. Why isn't he listening to my advice? Wait a minute. The man frowned while brushing his unkempt beard as he tried his best to remember something. That man, he seems all too familiar. Could it be? The man raised his head only to find that Joshua was a great distance away from him. Could it be him? Dark forest, dark tide. I'm sure that it's about time for that to come. Talk about timing. That old geezer sure know how to grasp attention. One dead and another comes to claim. What a freaking coincidence. The dark forest was a forest of trees that was the result of the fusion of magic and nature. Their growth rate was exceedingly fast and had a terrifying living force. Cut down the entire forest and leave one tree behind, new ones would sprout in a matter of days. The monsters and magical beasts that depended on the dark forest to survive had numbers enough to frighten any strong army. The dark tide was a phenomenon where the dark forest stops growing. For some unknown reason, a large group of monsters would leave the forest due to the loss of their food source and would scatter to attack human cities and fortresses. They knew no fear and could continue to attack until they had no means to attack. In other words, until you chop off their heads and limbs, they would still crawl, bite, gnaw, and commit other atrocities that permitted them to kill and feed. If an adventurer were to stumble across the phenomenon, Unless they had the capabilities of a gold tier, they would be slaughtered like meat on the butcher's table. Once, a white mage from the Heavenly Tower came to the Dark Forest and assessed its condition. The Dark Tide was directly linked to the Dark Forest, and it was found that the Dark Forest spread its growth through the seeds that were ingested by the monsters. Once they died, the seeds would germinate. Once a carrier died, the blood, bones, and rotten flesh will be nourishment for the seed to grow. A flame-purifying treatment must be applied once the battle with the Dark Tide had ended. If left untreated, the place where the battle took place would spawn a new Dark Forest which would draw in more monsters. The cycle would continue on until all Dark Forests were eradicated. If Joshua had inherited the title of Count, he would have made the destruction of the Dark Tide his first priority. Not only he had to protect the citizens within the walls, he needed to prevent subsequent attacks from the Dark Forest or any other beings that posed a threat beyond the walls. All the knights that were supposed to be under my command must have been assigned to the fortress guarding the Dark Forest. The group of knights brought in by my uncle should be there as well. That means those in charge of protecting this city must have fled long ago. No wonder the merchants skipped town. Joshua held on to the reins of the horse tighter. That means I must face all the knights of the opposite side alone. He cracked a smile. He, Joshua Van Radcliffe, was a man who would never back down from a fight, no matter how high the odds were stacked against him. Nevertheless, an alternate world and game world was not the same. The game bragged that everything you could in real life, you could do the same in the game. That means, if there was magic combat aura in real life, the same would be applied in the game. However, the experience would always be limited to the mechanism of the game. Hence, they were never the same. However, there was one aspect of himself that was slightly different from the humans in the alternate world, and that was battle experience. A warrior was trained to wield the sword and destined to fight in the battlefield for as long as he breathed. Even so, the chances of participating in a battle would not exceed 100. To be able to slay more than 50 targets in the virgin battle would earn him the respect of his entire battalion. He would be the bravest amongst the brave. This applied to all adventurers as well. A true adventure would require planning ahead for months and even years. Accounting for the time taken traveling and the actual adventure, it could take up to years before one would return to one's home. In one lifetime, an adventurer would only able to set foot into the wild and embark on the adventure for less than 10 counts before truly retiring. Players were not the same. Once a game started, they would aim for levels, quests, equipment, and many others. With every drop of bloodshed, experience points would be gained. Every skill, equipment, and item gained would only grant them better and faster performance for their next grinding session. Joshua was the owner of a martial arts training center. There were only a few people that had applied to learn martial arts. Hence, with the abundance of spare time he had, Joshua had chosen to play the game. The sole purpose of him playing Continental War was to gain experience in fighting styles that could never be applied to the real world. Killing, for an example. However, he would not deny the fact that he preferred the scenery of the game more than the real world. He was there mainly to fight people, and monsters as well. He would continue to fight and challenge stronger and better targets. In the game, players had an achievement list. In that list, the highest and hardest to achievement was the Platinum Gold Trophy, which was extremely hard to acquire. However, Joshua was special. In fact, he had the one and only unique achievement that no one had ever acquired. And that was the Diamond Trophy. Diamond Trophy, targets killed, 3,197,481. 3,119,481 confirmed deaths. I wonder how many men my uncle has. The past experience of him slaying more targets in a battle made his fists itch for a fight. Could they even satisfy me? No one could answer such an arrogant question. Alone, Joshua laughed maniacally as he rode the horse swiftly towards the city. Chapter 5. The Old Butler. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The cold winter wind brushed across the flatlands. Sometimes, they were gentle enough to make dried-up leaves sway. Sometimes, there were cruel. Blankets of snow would fold and stack on each other to make room for new snow to pile up. However wild or calm the wind might be, the snow would continue to fall from the sky. Joshua clutched his thick winter clothes closer to his body. It had been some time before he could get used to the cold even though he was born there. As he continued his way on the route, Joshua had not seen any other like him. Riding a majestic warhorse, he reached the borders of Moldavia and slowed down. There were more and more people on the route he was using. Excluding the merchants with the land drakes, there were many other caravans with all sort of flags. They could be merchants, or they could also be rich folk trying to escape the cold. What was certain was that the locals there would not want to waste any body heat doing things that would only wear them out. There were folk traveling in the snow with winter wolves pulling their sleigh. Those were most likely veteran fishermen and old-time hunters. The route to head over the river and the forest were more treacherous than ever. Hence, the best means of transportation were snow sleighs. Winter wolves. Joshua noticed the four-legged, furry mammals that were pulling the sleigh. They were large and looked exactly like regular canines. Joshua scoffed. The name may sound majestic and all, but their behavior was exactly that of a husky. Hold on. Perhaps an Alaskan Malamute would fit the description better. He remembered the difference between the two species since he had a husky and thought it was a Malamute back then. Either way, the one he had was extremely cool. A long time ago, when he had just entered the newly launched game, he was alone and was grinding in the far north. There, he spotted a winter wolf at the auction house. He was unable to suppress his love for pets and immediately bought it. Joshua narrowed his gaze as he spotted a lone human figure that was walking alone where everyone else was riding or mounting on the vehicle. He immediately stopped reminiscing the past and focused on the shadowy figure. Just then, he felt nostalgia and a sense of familiarity. How strange. It was strange indeed. How could a shadowy figure invoke his sense of familiarity? Joshua then focused hard on it and moved his horse towards the shadow. As he got closer and closer, the sense of familiarity got stronger. Yet, he could not figure out who the person was. It was until when he got close enough that his vision was no longer obscured by the snow, he recognized the person. Shocked, he gasped, "Old Butler." Fang. The man responded to the name Fang and lifted his head when he heard the call. The old man lifted his head higher to meet Joshua's gaze and bowed politely. "It's been a while, Master Joshua." Without replying, Joshua got down from his horse swiftly and quickly greeted the old butler as his equal. When he had the chance to properly examine the old man, he noticed two aspects that made him feel incredibly aggravated. What happened? "Your hair, your hands." Joshua held the old man's hands in his own and examined them. The old man merely smiled and allowed the young master to do as he pleased. The hands that had taken care of him for years were now aged beyond comprehension. Veins were popping out and the muscles he once had degenerated. The man had lost his youth and strength. His skin was now wrinkled. There were wrinkles on his forehead. Looking at the pair of hands and the old man's happy face, Joshua could not return the smile. He was angry. And that anger belonged to this world's Joshua. Fang was the butler of the Radcliffe family. He was there when Joshua was born. They had been living together for as long as he could remember. In fact, he was so close to Joshua that Joshua did not see the difference between Fang and his own father. Still, Fang was more caring than his own father. It was because of the years of affection he displayed to Joshua that made him angry. The man that was standing feebly in front of him was the man that had taken care of Joshua. The cruel scars of time could be seen all around him. The white hair, the feeble smile, the countless wrinkles on his face and hands. It did not take a genius to know that the man was now old. If everything was normal, according to the rules of the world, Fang, the middle-aged man, was supposed to be the same as the other butlers of other families. His appearance and age aside, he was supposed to be the same age as his father. Both were about to pass the age of 50. A man of that age, that had been through hell and back, growing a full head of white hair should not be something weird. That was the abnormality. Neither his father nor Fang were normal to begin with. Aside from the other humans, the Winter Count, Beirut de Radcliffe was a gold tier knight. It meant his expected lifespan was as long as 200 years. If one were to take good care of one's health, a gold tier knight could live as long as 300 years. 50 or 60 years old should be the peak of their life. Yet Fang had gotten old. When Joshua was a year old, Fang looked and behaved like a young adult around the age of 18 or 20. When Joshua still running around in his mismatched clothes and a wooden toy in his hand, Fang looked and behaved like a young adult around the age of 18 or 20. When Joshua was training with his father with a huge steel sword in his hand, Fang would be sitting at the side of the training ground, with fresh hot tea prepared for the both of them. Fang looked and behaved like a young adult around the age of 18 or 20. Even when Joshua had entered the military training academy, the one that would greet him at the front gates, with a genuine smile and a head full of rich black hair, was Fang. He looked and behaved like a young adult between the age of 18 to 20. In the past, Joshua used to ask his father puzzling questions. Even in a magical world of Dungeons and Dragons, eternal youth was something mystical. Excluding the elves, he could not find a race that could have eternal youth and vitality. Even though the head of the Radcliffe family had never answered his question, Joshua knew that a man with black hair, gold with a crimson hue eyes, and a regular appearance of a human, could not possibly be an elf. Yet, in the same manner of speaking, Fang was not a human as well. Without a doubt, he must belong to a mysterious race with an extremely long lifespan. Still, even after so many years, the Winter Count never answered his question. "You'll know it someday." I have no time to grace that question with an answer. Many a time, he would simply shrug it off and say those things. However perplexing it may be, such a species had never brought trouble to the land. In fact, many humans like Joshua were never interested to find the answer to that question. There were just too many beings around them with long lifespans. The barman that served drinks in the local pub could be an elf. The fisherman that sold fish in the market could be an elf as well. No one had the time to discover the truth. The problem with Joshua's butler was the fact that he had the same appearance for such a long time, yet in his absence, Fang had aged so drastically. It begged the question that something must have occurred recently. It could have a connection to the death of the Winter Count, Joshua's father. The land of Providence, what had taken place when he was serving in the south. "Fang, explain to me what had happened while I was gone," asked Joshua. His tone was firm and commanding. "Answer me," he yelled, when Fang remained quiet. After moving through worlds, the man had a sort of disoriented mixture of feelings. Even though everything around him was without a doubt real, he could not grasp what was real. Everything was familiar yet alien, some lost, and some remained. Joshua was determined to get answers from the old butler, and then as he had enough. His heart was pumping blood to all the veins in his body at an alarming speed. His cold glare was so sharp that it could pierce through all the realms to search for his nameless enemies. The territory Fang was stuttering. He was not sure of what to say. After a long silence, the man spoke again. "My young master, I'm afraid it is not time for you to know." "Why is that?" asked Joshua. His words were deep and stern. He took a step forward and glared down at the old man with a ferocious expression that could frighten any criminal. "That is because young master is not yet qualified." Both of them remained quiet for a long time. There were other passers-by that were busy with their own business and paid no attention to the conversation with the son of the late Winter Count and the family's butler. "If you wish to know the truth, you would have to inherit your father's position and title, become the master of Moldavia, protect the land as its master and owner. Such a rule cannot be broken. It is what that had been written in the contract." "Qualified?" Joshua bellowed. Joshua was stunned. He felt a sudden epiphany to the truth that he did not want to believe. "The Winter Count has only one son. Without a doubt, I will be the Count, for I am the only successor. There's no mistake that even after his death, I would be the one to obtain the title. Not even the Emperor would acknowledge that. The master of this land should be me, Joshua Van Radcliffe." "That would seem to be the truth as well. Yet you're here telling me otherwise." "That I am not qualified to know the truth until I am the Count." "Who else had the qualification to know?" "That uncle who came from nowhere." When he mentioned about his uncle's matter, Joshua unconsciously grinned with an eerie aura around him. With a glare, he said, "That's right. He does have the authority to take up the title of Count. In that case, everything can be made right by ending his life." Even when he had said something that would have gotten him arrested, the old man refused to answer him. The old man made a quick check on Joshua's wrists and frowned. He averted his golden crimson eyes immediately before Joshua could notice. Qualification is not something as abstract as a title or status. It is a thing. said Fang as if he was reciting a speech that was pre-made. Joshua listened to him patiently. It is not that I do not have the information of the location of which your father had hidden it. It is hidden in a place that you should know of. What is it? Where? How would I know something that I don't even know? Young master, even if it pains me to keep it from you, I am not allowed to. I can't speak of it. Joshua was not the kind that would wrangle information from a person. He was not that patient. He began to accept the fact after he had noted Fang was in fact being restricted from telling him the truth due to some sort of contract. He sighed and drew out the system window to cast an identification skill. Identifying. Level suppression. Advantage. Attribute suppression. Advantage. Identification successful. Name, Fang Amos. Form, excellent. Race, divine armament. Racial skill, divine armament. Transformation, resonate with the blood-bonded contractor and transform into a weapon. Level, force reduced to 1, death of the contractor. Attribute, force reduced to minimum basic, death of the contractor. Physique, average alternate world humanoid. Health points, force reduced to minimum basic, death of the contractor. Vitality, force reduced to minimum basic, death of the contractor. Transformed weaponry, Amos Dragon Slaying Blade. Status, life force failing, remaining lifespan, 10 days. Class, 6th generation anti-origami divine armament. Butler. Innate ability, force deletion, death of the contractor. Skill, force deletion, death of the contractor. Equipment, black butler uniform. A powerful weapon. A loyal butler. Hold on. What the fuck is going on? Joshua's heart sank when he saw the bunch of information that was projected before him. Divine armament. Joshua could remember discussing something of that sort back when he was socializing within the gamer's circle. There were even threads on the forum that blasted with heated discussion. It was said to be a powerful and rare contract-based race. However, he had no information about their capabilities since back then. He was new to the game and only focused on information about the legendary dungeon. There, the ancient multiverse bridge's sacrificial ground. His memories had begun to return to him. The contractor's quest for the divine armament could be found in the Empire's northern territory. The difficulty was considered to be impossible since there was a time limit. With his capabilities, he could clear the dungeon. However, he would exceed the time given and fail the quest as a whole. There were no more than 10 players that had managed to find a divine armament and form a contract. Those lucky, strong players had purposely leaked the information about it and told the world about the difficulty of the dungeon. As such, the divine armament had become a myth among players. If he was right, he remembered that the place to start the divine armament quest was Moldavi City. Through the Radcliffe family, all the passive memories started to resurface and Joshua had begun to understand more and more about his status in the world. After cross-referencing the information from both worlds, he had found out that the Radcliffe family had been involved in the game's progress. Through the fragmented memories, he should have guessed that was the thing that his family was protecting, and all of the strange events that had unfolded. If he guessed it right, the thing would be something truly bad. No matter what, the current crucial situation was Fang's depleting life force. Fang. Joshua frowned and sighed. He tried to think of a way to phrase it but had chosen to come clean. He already knew the truth. Yes, young master? Your time is short. The old man twitched a little and remained silent. Even if you choose not to answer me, I would have guessed the truth about you. However, that is the past. Right now, I have been thinking of the same thing since I have the intention of taking my father's place. I want you to continue to be my butler. I want you by my side when my future son takes my place. Fang remained silent. Fang, I have you know that you're an important person to me. Your family to me. I only want to know what happened to you. That is all. Fang met Joshua's heated eyes. His once golden crimson eyes had lost its luster, due to his depleted life force. They were now old, dull, yet still as sharp as ever. I'm touched at the thought, young master. Fang finally replied. The old man straightened up and took a deep breath as to prepare himself. A contract is a contract. There are things that I cannot break even though I voluntarily want to. I could tell you things that are not of importance. As you can see, I am not human. A long time ago, My ancestors and I made a contract with the Radcliffe family. We pledged ourselves to serve the family. The contract binds our life force. Hence, when Master passed away, I too will soon join him in eternal slumber. The old man bowed suddenly. Joshua could see the man was trembling a little. I'm sorry for not being able to protect the master. Joshua sighed. This is the limit to which I can reveal to you. The rest of which you have guessed, but I cannot confirm that information. Unless you become the head of the family, unless you become one of the Radcliffes that accepts the responsibility that had been accepted by all Radcliffes. Unless you do that, I cannot tell you anything. The two men stared at each other for a long time. The snow had started to pile on the shoulders of both men. After some time, Joshua reached out his arms to dust off the snow that was on his head and shoulders. I understand. Partially. He sighed again and his breath was immediately crystallized by the cold wind. In that case, what are you going to do for the next remaining 10 days of your life? Where are you going? There's no need to weep for me, young master, said Fang as he examined the horse that Joshua had rode. He turned to the emotionless Joshua and smiled. It's a fine horse. Joshua kept quiet. He wanted to hear what Fang had to say. Death in the line of duty would be a warrior's greatest honor. Both your father and I have no remorse for that belief. Fang turned to his back facing Joshua and said, I have only one thing to say. His voice was deep and solemn. We have uninvited guests in the house now. Fang emphasized the word guests with a certain tone. Regrettably, I am not in the best condition to treat them well. In that case, I'll take the responsibility to clear the garbage. Like what you used to do back then. Joshua understood what he meant. Clean and spotless. Very well. I will pray for your well-being, young master. Good luck. Goodbye, Fang. The old butler took the reins of the horse and sped off in the opposite direction of where Joshua was headed, where he was staring at then. Sigh. To be the owner of the sealed land? Bah. Joshua scoffed then laughed coldly. The snow got heavier by the minute and his vision became more obscure. All he could see then was the silhouette of the gigantic city walls. The walls that protected the place where he had traveled more than 1,000 kilometers, the sealed land. The place where his uncle was going to seize the Count of Moldavia title. Chapter 6. Under the Light of the Twin Moons. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ding dong. The bell rang 9 times. The sound of the echoing metal spread out from the center of Moldavia. A few men came down from the bell tower that was erected at the center of a grand church. It was a scheduled call, to inform all that lived in Moldavia to know that night had arrived. Fire in the lamps that hung on most corners of the streets was put out by patrolling officers. Right then, only faint candlelight could be seen emitting from the closed windows of all residents. The darkness in the streets was abnormal. It began with the strict order that was decreed half a month ago. All citizens must obey the law. It was a rare sight that the usual busy street of the shopping district was empty. Shops that were well known for nightlife had ceased their businesses. There was only darkness. The only light source could be seen on the street were those coming from the torches of the patrolling officers. The only place that was brightly illuminated then were countable with one's fingers. Among them, the building that shone the brightest was the Central Command Center, the headquarters of Moldavia and also home of the Count, who was owner and master of the city. The building was grand as it had close to no differences to that of a castle. It was surrounded by a thick and high stone wall which was erected to prevent anyone from seeing the happenings inside. He's alive? A loud roar could be heard from within. Inside a rather small hall that gave off an ancient vibe, a healthy and rather large man was sitting in an enormous chair in the front of a huge desk. The obese man looked furious as he screamed at a soldier that was kneeling. How can that be? Reports say that he had recklessly charged into the enemy's camp. He could not possibly survive that. If he was still alive, there's no way he could escape from stirring up trouble when he was trying to get his hands on the Count's title. My lord, according to the secret report, the man is not only alive but also made a huge contribution to the army. He was awarded the Blade of Glory. Even though he was stripped of his ranks, he was sent back here. In this case, this is a bad situation for us to be in. The soldier's entire face was masked by his helmet. However, even an idiot could guess that the man was not happy. So, he is alive. Well, that's nothing to be afraid of. He is just another common silver-tier warrior. The man, Danlia Radcliffe scoffed condescendingly. The flickering candlelight made his glare a little menacing. Those knights that were loyal to his father are all stationed at Fort Dark Forest. Those knights were the ones that we are supposed to be wary of. They cannot come back to the city before the dark tide ends. When that happens, I will be the next Winter Count. Even though the manner he spoke was confident, the man was still frowning. He had an annoyed look and a glare that could kill a bird just by focusing his sight on them. Ugh. The fact that he is alive. This could change my plans. Those knights. That man, said Danlia, it looks like you have some trouble. A shadowy figure appeared from nowhere and into the hall. The voice he heard was as if someone was standing next to him. The owner of the voice came out of the shadows and revealed himself to be a warrior clad in heavy armor. Logically speaking, a suit of armor made from heavy metal would have made a metal clanking sound if one were to walk. However, the man that had just appeared seemed to have defied the law of physics. He was obviously walking, even though it was slow. No sound was generated. When Danlia noticed his presence, a voice rang in his mind. If there's something troubling you, I can lend you an ear. Swordsman number. Silencer. Why are you here? Danlia returned to his regular state of mind and leaned back into his chair. He frowned and rested his hand on his chin. You're supposed to be patrolling. I did not pay you good money to have you running around as you wish. His voice gradually grew louder. The silencer's helmet twitched a little as he played with his fingers around as to express his annoyance. He then used spirit sense to respond. Technically, I am under your employment. However, need I remind you that without their support, you would not be able to hire me? The rest of us share the same thoughts. Danlia raised his eyebrows, and when he wanted to open his mouth to retort, the silencer continued to talk. I'm here not to discuss something as trivial as that. There's something important that I think that you'll need to know. The silencer's voice turned stern and deep. Trust me, I have no reason to lie. Immediately, Danlia knew that something was wrong, and the news was as important as the silencer said it was. What is it? Asked Danlia, despite not being able to see the man's face in the suit of armor. He had chosen to speak in a neutral manner to avoid the risk of offending him. The man among them has started to move. When will they arrive? Tomorrow. Danlia's face turned black as he sulked menacingly. I haven't managed to get my hands on this city. If that person arrives now, there's nothing we can do now, said the silencer through spirit sense. It is best for you to prepare a welcome party. The man kept quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the howl of the winter's wind through the opened window in the ceiling. At that moment, someone came rushing into the hall. His breathing was so ragged that he could run out of air at any time. My lord. Charisma, young Master Chris is missing. What? In a small forest outside of the city, a small bonfire was lit and the flames were flickering wildly as it was blown by the strong wind. Joshua was sitting too close to the fire. Burnt amber burst out occasionally and was immediately blown away. Joshua was sitting in a corner of the forest, to seek shelter from the strong and unforgiving cold wind. It was snowing heavily. The snowstorm was merciless as it froze anything that existed. Those that could not adapt to the cold would experience death by ice. Joshua had almost gotten used to the cold. Although, he would place his hands closer to the fire from time to time. He was only tens of kilometers away from the city. He reached his hands into a bag of dried food and fed it to the warhorse. You had it rough there, old buddy. The horse neighed nonchalantly. The fire was flickering violently as the wood was almost completely burnt away. Joshua turned to his side and picked out a large block of chopped wood and tossed it into the bonfire. The bonfire welcomed the fried cold wood with fire that brightened the area and provided warmth for Joshua and his horse. Winter's night in the land of the north came faster than other lands. Rather than chasing the light in the far horizon to reach his destination, it would be best to rest for the night to preserve strength for the next day. Joshua found a small forest and set camp at the edge where the trees were smaller and wildlife was scarce. He took his bags off the horse's saddle and started preparing a meal. As he gnawed on the stale bread and jerky, he thought of his plan for tomorrow. The gates of the city will close every night at 10 p.m. Right now, even if I tried to rush there, I wouldn't make it in time. Might as well rest here. Who knows what danger I might encounter in the night. Tomorrow, there will be a fight. When that time comes, the entire city would be filled with his uncle's men. Joshua anticipated an unavoidable fight when he sets foot on the city grounds. A frigid wind blew by, causing the leaves of the trees to break off and flutter along with the gust. "The snow is getting thicker," Joshua muttered to himself and tossed another thick firewood. Moldavia was only one of the 4 human settlements around the northern Yaz volcano. From a bird's eye view, Moldavia was only neighbor to the Yaz volcano and the infamous dark forest. Even though there would be half a year of winter, there would be warmth provided by the volcano ashes and the molten lava that flowed out of the peak from time to time. Hence, along the foot of the volcano, the extreme temperature of the lava was cooled down to normal temperature, allowing flora and fauna alike to live. Before human colonization, this place was paradise for living beings. When the humans moved to the land, the trees of that forest were chopped down. Thankfully, through generations of humans clearing the dark forest, the land was made habitable. It was only a few hundreds of years ago when the Industrial Age introduced a faster method of destroying the dark forest, allowing the human population to grow at an alarming rate. It was not known to what extent humanity had sacrificed to achieve their goal. At the very least, there was a triangular void that separated the originally semicircular dark forest into 2 parts. As for the newly built city, there were more gravestones that had been erected. The territorial owner of the city of Moldavia was the Radcliffe family, which Joshua belonged to. The older family generation had close ties with the dwarves. They had contributed to the extractions of precious minerals, allowing the Radcliffe family, with the help of the dwarves, to produce stronger weapons and armor. That was the industry which the Radcliffe family excelled in. However, due to the extreme temperature of the north, regular trades could only last for half a year before merchants were brought in to support the industry. The meat and bread in his hands were so stale and cold that Joshua had to burn them a little in the bonfire to get them to an edible temperature. After forcing himself to consume the food, Joshua could feel his happiness gauge drop by 50%. If only the pine trees here were not poisonous, I would have taken a bite out of the tree barks. At least they are fresh. Joshua knew many things, from the green bear beast of the beginner's village where greenhorns could easily kill with a swing of a twig, to the sky-crushing dragons on the eternal Arctic Circle that took 24 veteran adventurers to try and defeat it, the great god giants in the multiverse sacrificial ground, and even the green frost titans of the zenith of the corroding winds. All said monsters and legendary beasts' weaknesses and fighting strategies were known to Joshua. In fact, there was no boss in Continental War that he had not fought before. In the aspect of combat, Joshua could consider himself an expert. None could defy his words, for none could challenge him. However, besides combat and knowledge of monsters, he had nothing else that he excelled in. As the strongest player in the strongest battle team that had fought the most powerful boss in the game, Joshua always found himself rushing to the end and killing the strongest target. As for the rest, such as socializing, coordinating battle strategies, expanding the team, fighting random monsters and NPC, Joshua had no such experience. Not to mention other professions such as cooking. In other words, in that world, Joshua was the son of a count, a middle-ranked military officer, hence, he would not need to go to the kitchen. He would only need to ring the bell and food would be delivered to him. In the previous world, Joshua was just a small martial arts training center owner. Even though he had no apprentices, due to several reasons, he would not need to cook, for there were robots and machines to do that for him. That was the reason why he had no reason to learn how to cook. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Not far from where Joshua had set up a fire, he could hear the sound of horses' hooves on the solid pavement. It was the same stone pavement that he had left. Joshua bit down the last piece of jerky and experienced what it was like to swallow something as rough as sawdust. He immediately got up to his feet and gazed at the source of the sound. A man was riding a horse and was galloping with haste away from the city in the middle of the snowstorm. Must be in a rush. Why would he want to travel at night, in the middle of a snowstorm? Joshua shrugged and tidied the surroundings of the bonfire. He could literally feel the energy in him being hastily replenished as he sat down after dinner. He stretched his hands and feet, made sure that his clothes were covering his entire body, checked if there was enough firewood in place, and slept by the tree root. The 17 days of riding was brutal for even a man like Joshua. He, a mortal that had ascended to silver tier, a tier where a man could run for days without rest, yet there he was, tired, exhausted, sleepy. He emptied his mind from all thoughts and allowed his spirit to rest. Hours later, the snow finally came to a stop. Joshua was woken up by the bristling sound of the trees. He gazed up into the night sky and was surprised to see that the clouds had already dispersed. It was still night, yet Joshua could see dual shadows cast by the twin moons in the night sky. One was as blue as a sapphire and the other was as white as a pearl. The halo of the white moon was wide and bright that it had split the night sky into two. Countless stars could be seen, sparkling like diamonds. What a beautiful moonlight! Joshua yawned and realized something. When the third expansion is released, the abyss will be unsealed and the twin moons will be devoured. The Eye of Fear will replace the moon in the night sky. This would probably be one of the few times I can probably enjoyed the night scene. The days after the war would only be filled with sorrow. War and battle would rage on for as long as it needed to be. However, the Maycroft continent was beautiful when the world knew peace. During the early stages of continental war, many players signed up for the game, only to enjoy the beautiful scenery. They even grind their level just to reach dangerous high-level maps to catch the sights. These players were famous and were known as the tourist party. In the end stage of the game, these players had chosen to change their class into druids in order to participate in a movement called their World Restorators, with the sole purpose of recreating the beautiful world that they once enjoyed. Joshua stretched and made preparations for the journey back home. As he did, the sun came up and the moons bid farewell. Joshua sighed at the golden hue of the early dawn of day. He knew that these peaceful days would soon end. Chapter 7, A Soldier's Life. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. A hooded rider that was clad in light metal armor and a white leather undercoat layer arrived at the city of Moldavia. He pulled the reins of his horse to stop at the gates where he needed to wait until the gates opened. The walls of the towering city walls were made with black blocks of refined granite. It was not clear whether or not the builders had done a good job, but the blocks of granite were placed unevenly. Snow could be seen stacked on a few blocks that were not in line with the wall, making the entire city look like an incomplete checkerboard. Still, its colossal size was truly impressive. From afar, people could have mistaken the city walls for giants that were protecting the city inside. It's been a while. The knight that had just arrived at the city gates was called Elson. He was a knight that was part of the garrison of Fort Dark Forest and had served the Radcliffe family for more than 20 years. For a 39-year-old man, he had a head full of grey hair. 18 days ago, when he was fighting the demons coming out of the Dark Forest, he was suddenly informed about the sudden, mysterious death of the Winter Count, whom he had pledged to serve. When he heard the news from his comrade in arms, he felt no fear or surprise, but a sense of extreme suspicion. It has to be a joke. His liege was a gold-tier knight, a man that could even fight a dragon and live to tell the tale. He had even sent an urgent update to the garrison in Fort Dark Forest to strengthen their fortification due to the coming dark tide. He had even sent a large group of horsemen to support their cause. How could a man suddenly die? It did not add up. Something must be wrong. No matter what sort of reason Elsen tried to come up with, the fact that the Winter Count was no longer among the living did not change. Many shared his suspicions. However, despite the sense of helplessness in him, there was nothing he could do at the moment. A large number of them also expressed their intention to return to the city to seek the truth. However, they could not do that. All of the soldiers that were assigned in the fortress could not leave their post. The dark tide was coming and they would have to deal with the threat of demons. If the forces in the fortress were unable to stop the coming of the dark tide, the overwhelming numbers of demons would flood the city grounds and destroy one of the 4 northern territories. The death toll would be too high, which was something the Winter Count would never allow to happen. The knights of the fortress called for a meeting and during the heated discussion, a suggestion was made. Let's send a small platoon to check things out. It should be fine. The main purpose of going back was to gather information, not start fight. Everyone felt that the suggestion was extremely reasonable. However, their initial plan changed when the returning party was greeted by a large group of wounded soldiers that came from the city itself. The Count's brother, Danlia the merchant had brought in 5 platoons of Silvertier knights and 2 companies of soldiers to take over the city. A squad of soldiers had around 10 men, a platoon 50, and a company was 100. The group of men that just arrived were the city knights and soldiers that wanted to leave for the Fort Dark Forest to gather information. However, when they left the city, they were immediately overwhelmed by the large force and had to run away, throwing away their battered armor and broken weapons. Did he plan this? Did he come to take over the city just after our liege passed away? Such a betrayal. The person to inherit the title is young Master Joshua. Who does Danlia think he is? Naturally, the act of treason had incurred the wrath of all the soldiers in the Fort Dark Forest. However, even if they wanted to march straight back into the city to take back what was rightfully Joshua's, they were limited to guarding the fortress against the incoming dark tide. 200 men could make a change, but they would be facing 50 Silvertier knights, equivalent to 50 battle tanks on the front line. The situation now is confusing. To get things straight, we have to go back. We cannot just leave this fortress alone. The heated discussion grew long until they realized that there was no hope. If they wanted to intervene in the city, they could only do so after the next month when the dark tide was dealt with. Next month. By then, that Danlia would have acquired the title of the Winter Count. A man with an injured arm called out, "If he does, half of us here would be removed." At best, he would only be forced to return to our place of origin. He would not need us, the knights and soldiers of the old count. What he said was somewhat true. None of them were willing to leave themselves. However, the incoming dark tide could never be ignored, nor could the ascension of Danlia to the position of count. The city will be tightly secured. It would be extremely hard for any one of us to gather any sort of intelligence. An old knight, probably at the age of 50, spoke out as he continued to sharpen his long sword with a small whetstone. His face and arms were covered in deep scars that could only be the result of hundreds of battles. Rather than discussing something that would not bear fruit, I have a suggestion. Rather than a squad or platoon, one man should be enough. He placed the whetstone back into a small leather pouch that he was carrying and sheathed his sword. I suggest someone amongst us disguise themselves as a lone hunter that has returned to the city after a long hunt. The discussion came to an end with a final decision. After drawing lots to decide who would go, Elson was the lucky one. That was how he managed to arrive at the front gates of the city. It's almost 6 p.m. now. The gates should open at any minute. Elson was among a group of more than 10 people that had reasons to enter the city. He quietly blended in the group and focused his attention on the city walls. There were at least 5 men patrolling the walls, which made him aggravated and suspicious. Why do they need so many guards up there? He lowered his gaze to the sealed door made from the finest steel that a human could forge. A few unfamiliar guards that were guarding the gates were observing each and every one's face. Elson removed his hood to get rid of his suspicious form and proceeded to portray a tired expression. It was rather easy since he was genuinely exhausted. It was known to all that the city gates was a 5 feet thick steel wall, designed with an easy mechanism to open and close, only from the inside. It was obviously made with the touch of a dwarf. It was not something that was surprising. There were more than 200,000 dwarves that were living in Moldavia. Half of them chose to live among the humans and even wed them. The other half chose to live deep underneath the earth at the mountainside. Located not far from the dark forest and too close to the Great Ajax I mountains, was a large population of dwarves gathering. Despite the cold, the dwarves were living their lives happily and peacefully. They had made a tunnel that allowed the underground lava to flow upwards to form a large pool of lava. It was their source of heat and served as their means to smelt and forge. No demon would be stupid enough to attack them since the town of dwarves was surrounded by the hot molten rocks. Dong, dong. The bell in the clock tower rang 6 times. Promptly after the 6th bell, the door was lifted. The sound of the gears behind the walls of the gate could be heard roaring as they lifted the heavy metal door. It took some time, but the door was lifted and revealed a semicircular tunnel that led towards the city. Please enter in an orderly manner. Also, refrain from making loud noises. Elson looked towards the front and saw a soldier of a higher rank. It was obvious since his uniform and armor was far superior compared to the rest of the soldiers around. The people around him heeded his words and formed a straight line. Each of them walked slowly behind each other and followed the instructions of the person in front. When Joshua got closer to the gates, he could see that the soldier's expression was stoic and stern. He took extra care to hide his presence since the soldier was glaring at everyone's face. No, not glaring, but observing. Elson dragged his horse along with him and was about to enter the city when a soldier pulled him aside. "Who are you? Where are you from?" The soldier that pulled him out of the crowd was larger than the rest, yet he spoke to Elson in a friendly manner, unlike the rest. "Good evening, sir. I am a lowly hunter that came from the Red Leaf village that's in the east. I'm here to trade for some coins. Perhaps I could interest you in some pelts." Elson had his line ready and even the deer carcass wrapped in a large blanket that he hunted in the forest. The scar on his face and his well-built physique had made his lie a little convincing. From the looks of it, he was unaffected by the cold weather. Only a veteran hunter could be in such a shape. "Ah, ha ha. No, thank you." The rugged soldier examined the deer and let him go on his way. Elson's deception worked flawlessly. However, before Elson could get away, the soldier tapped his shoulder and whispered, "Security has been tightened here. You are not allowed to go out after 9 p.m. "Oh, thank you for the advice," said Elson earnestly and gave the soldier a few silver coins. The soldier's face remained stoic, yet he took the coins without asking further. The soldier then continued, "Be careful with the wandering warriors. That bunch is not as good to talk to as I am." He then promptly left Elson alone and went back to join the mean-looking soldier that was still glaring at everyone that walked into the city. Elson turned to give one last observation to the interior view of the gates and went away. The morning wind of winter was chilly. All the doors were closed. The windows were shut tight and curtains were drawn in. The piled snow that got thicker was not taken care of, the sight of which, Elson thought the city was abandoned. Could this be the after effect of Danya's temporary ruling? Why would he need to be that strict? Was he trying to take control of the city, or destroy everything that it was once worth? When Elson kicked the thick snow off his boots, a blaring alarm was sounded from the gates behind him. Ding dong ding dong. Was I found out? He cried in his heart. The blaring alarm sent Elson into a state of anxiety. His hands hastily flew to his waist to pull out a small dagger that was well hidden underneath his thick leather undercoat. He braced for all that was about to come to him and quickly assumed a fighting stance. Something was wrong, yet it was not about him. He knew it almost immediately when he turned around. He recognized the alarm pattern. The extreme fast knocks of 4 strikes per second would signal the utmost danger. Such an alarm would only be cast if a threat to the entire city annihilation was imminent. He was just an average Silver-tier Guardian Knight. Even if he was discovered, such an alarm would never go off. The most probable threat they could have to face then was either an invading army of Elson's comrades or a powerful gold-tier attacker. The alarm was not for him. Who could it be? Elson went to a corner of the empty street and hid in an alley where he tied his horse. He then proceeded to move closer towards the gates to observe the situation. Many others that had just entered the city were running away in panic. Elson sneaked in closer, and when he was about to be found, he ran around in a frenzy, pretending to be panicking as well. However, he turned his head as quickly and as frequently to observe the situation. There was nothing wrong. There was no army or powerful attacker. All the common folk had run away, and what was left at the gates were the guards that had drawn out their weapon. And a man? The grey-haired knight focused his sight on the shadowy figure and saw a face that was all too familiar. Wait a minute. That's young Master Joshua, he thought to himself. What is he doing here? The man should be in the Northwest Flatlands. He should be busy with the glorious expedition to topple down the impenetrable Fort Druis. The war is not over yet. How did he come back? Was he here to claim his right as Count? It would be fatal for him alone. There were more than 50 Silver-tier Knights and over 100 soldiers. Why did he not seek for help in the Fort Dark Forest? A foolish attempt, a suicide mission. Was he out of his mind? Doubt and shock filled Elson's mind, and he was stunned there, unable to do anything. The next moment, he heard the sound of hundreds of men marching towards the gates. 5 or more squads of fully armored soldiers, wielding long spears, were marching towards the gates. Their target, Joshua. Move, fool. else and cried in his heart. He wanted to scream, but he was not in his right mind to do so. There were too many of them. Joshua was just a silver tier warrior. How could he just stand there and welcome them? They were going to kill him. Why was he not running? Why wasn't he running? That was because Joshua wanted them to come to him. The blaring alarm was still going off and the thick metal door behind him was dropped almost immediately. All means of escape was sealed as Joshua was surrounded from all possible directions. When all were ready to strike him to his death, Joshua stood there, unfazed, unaffected. Everything was going according to plan. He knew that his face would have been recognized and that all the soldiers that belonged to his uncle would storm out to the gates. He also knew that if he tried to sneak inside, he would also be found. The opponent, his uncle, would try his best to kill him. That was the harsh reality of fighting for the title of Count. Joshua's hands and feet were ready to rumble and his heart was as calm as a lake. Yes, he might be surrounded. Yes, there was no way for him to escape. However, what would an escape path do when the man had no intention to flee? Was there anyone strong enough to stop him? Such a warm welcome. The air was still. No one dared to move a muscle. Not even the soldiers that had their blades edge ready to stab Joshua. Joshua's eyes were swimming around, scanning for the superior officer in charge. And then, he spotted him. Just when he was about to open his mouth to give the kill order, Joshua zoomed towards him at insane speed and made the first move. He disarmed the officer's sword and used it for himself. Without any delay, more than 10 soldiers rushed towards him and thrusted their spears at him. Joshua remained calm and took a deep breath. Combat aura. The power that was born from life. A power that exists in the bodies of the strong and powerful. It lies deep within the body and the soul, accumulating passively. Joshua took a breath, allowing his lungs to take in as much air as possible to activate his internal organs to trigger the power. The blood would start pumping faster, his veins and arteries would expand. The blood, containing the fluid of life, would circulate all around his body to instantly increase his strength by multiple folds. This is one of the combat aura skills all warriors on the Mycroft continent would learn. Kai 2. Such a skill could allow a human warrior to send a large orc flying with a single strike. If the warrior was extremely strong to begin with, one might even cleave the orc in half. The skill was so strong that it could strike a diamond in half, turning a harmless dull blade into a blade that could cut through air. Before coming to this world, Joshua was just an owner of a martial arts training center. There was no such thing as combat aura in the real world. However, there were martial arts, moves, stances, and techniques that could assist oneself to gain unimaginable power. When he played the game, the system dictated everything. Hence, he was not able to bring the best out of both worlds. Things had changed then. The game had become the real world. Both combat aura and martial arts could be used at the same time. In fact, there was a chemical reaction that made his powers more potent than ever when he combined the best of both arts. Whoosh! A flame-like light that gave off a reddish-orange hue shone brightly in Joshua's chest. Along with it, a loud beating sound of his heart. He could feel each pulse was pulsating with power. Each pulse sent waves of energy and strength throughout his body. Not long after, his entire body was giving out rays of light that were spiraling around him. Like a tornado with him as the center, the air around him began to spin at an amazing speed that had sent all the snow away from him. He took a fighting stance, pushed all the power that he had built up into his legs, and took a step forward. Dong! The deep, beating sound of his heart grew louder. It was so loud that he could practically hear the blood flowing in his veins like a waterfall. His eyes glowed with an intense crimson fiery light. It was an experience that Joshua had experienced tens of thousands of times in the game. It was both familiar yet strange to him. It was the color that belonged to both Joshua of the real world, and Joshua of the Mycroft continent. He could feel the power that was unleashed, crackling with joy as its master was calling out to it. Kai, he swung his sword back, charging a strike. He focused on one point with everything he had, preparing to give it all. The power flowed with a special breathing method that he only knew. The power began to flow into his bloodstream, his muscles, his bones, his entire body. At one point, the power that was flowing in him started to leak out due to the excessive build-up. he focused those powers that leaked out to the tip of the blade and allowed the blinding radiant power to form a shapeless blade. The enemies were already right in front of him. Their spears were only a few inches away from his eyes. He could see the reflection of his own power, shining off from the tips of their spears. Chapter 8. You seem familiar. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Bam! A thunderous explosion erupted, along with Joshua's deafening roar. The unleashing of his powers were just the beginning. Joshua's Kai create a powerful blast that rippled through the air, distorting the surrounding air powerfully. He was far from done. More and more semicircular sword blasts were sent out like a machine gun. The powerful blast of his sword attack shattered all the nearby windows. His leaking deep crimson-colored combat aura was mixed with the snow. With that, he had managed to destroy the enemy's formation. The soldiers that came in a large group, wielding spears and sword, were all blasted away. The sound of the bones cracking was clear and crisp, and that was extremely terrifying. Those people were thrown back to their comrades and were pushed tens of feet behind. The spears and swords in their hands shattered. The shields were strong enough to withstand the attack, but their hands had failed them. Even their armor was not strong enough to block the overwhelming blast that it made countless of maze-like cracks on the armor. Blood started to ooze out from the cracks as they started struggling to even breathe normally. What more to get back up to their feet? The ferocious wind was still blowing around Joshua, surrounding all that was around him. Those soldiers were wearing heavy armor that was meant to withstand a heavy blow. The shield in their hand was meant to stop and protect them from any sort of attack. Their formation was meant to be on the front line, exposed to danger and sustain damage. They were so strong that even charging knights on horses would find it difficult to penetrate their defense. Their prowess was not of regular soldiers. They were the main powerhouse of an army. However, Joshua was different from regular soldiers. He was, after all, a legendary warrior. This sort of skill was meant to counter such a formation. Hence, no matter what sort of shield or armor they were using, Joshua's strike was like a hot knife through butter. The powerful blast of power had blown all the piled-up snow away, revealing the stone pavement underneath. It was supposed to be a long worn-out stone pavement. Those stones were so huge and tough with no regular means to break them. However, Joshua's power blast had just done that. The streets in front of him were unearthed like it was just a blanket sheet. Fragments of what used to be heavy square stones were flung around as if they were pebbles. Along with the broken pieces of mirror, the soldiers' swords and spear, the scene of which looked like a monster had just barged through the city. The unharmed soldiers were quivering where they stood unscathed. They might be wound-free, but they were greatly shaken. None of them dared to press forward, or even move a muscle. It was just a single strike. Yet Joshua had managed to break the formation of all the heavy armored soldier and put a hold on their attack. Joshua turned to his hands and said, "For pity. The sword wasn't good enough for me." He sighed disappointingly and tossed the hilt of the sword aside. The rest of the metal blade was shattered into nothing. Must have been made with cheap steel. How else it could break in the middle of my display of power? In his mind, the powerful skill that had raised his strength by at least 5 times would have sliced all the soldier from the front all the way to the back, in half. However, in the middle of his swing, the sword was unable to sustain the power of Joshua's strength. Right when it was about to make contact, the blade shattered. The power that was accumulated could not be concentrated, hence, the power dispersed out and formed a blast wave instead. Although disappointed, Joshua was still satisfied with the outcome. "Listen." He moved towards a soldier that had obviously lost the will to continue the attack and spoke to him right in his face. "Right now, I will do the asking and you'll answer me." "Yes, sir." The man shrunk away from Joshua and bowed to him. Even his manner of addressing Joshua had changed to talking to a lord. "We will answer anything you want." These guys were not real soldiers or knights. Although they might have good fighting capabilities, they were just hired swords. When they faced off an opponent that could not be defeated, an opponent that could easily erase their existence from the land with a single stroke, they would forget what the word loyalty meant and bow down to the strong. "Who is your boss?" Joshua immediately got to the point. His fight that had just taken place was too flashy. Who knew how many more soldiers had heard the commotion and were already heading towards the gates then? "Where is he?" "We are fighters that are hired by Danlier the merchant. He should be in the mansion in the city center. There are more of us. They are posted everywhere in the city. In fact, they should be heading here. A cooperative hostage made things easy. He did not even have the slightest sense of loyalty of a true soldier. Then again, it was all too normal. The attack had wounded 12 and killed 5. In fact, they had lost 1/3 of their overall forces. If they were unlucky and had angered the young master, he would have already killed everyone in sight with 2 more strokes. The mansion? Joshua frowned. The corner of his lips twitched. He raised his head towards the general direction of the mansion and muttered to himself, "Why the rush to move into my home? Bastard, could he be ignoring my existence completely?" The soldiers dared not answer his question. They had thrown their weapons to the ground and was kneeling down, not in the position of fighters, but of slaves. Joshua was not interested in handling the defeated soldiers as he had other more pressing matters to attend to. He promptly walked away from them and proceeded to pick up a long spear that was still in perfect condition. He then casually approached the superior officers and retrieved a refined dagger from him. Despite the aching heart of losing his precious custom-made protective dagger, the superior officer dared not resist. Joshua grinned and walked towards the city center, leaving everyone that was still breathing, unharmed. When Joshua's shadow was finally out of sight, the defeated soldiers stood up and breathed with a sigh of relief. Cold sweat was dripping down to their chins even though it practically sub-zero temperature. I couldn't even breathe properly when he stood there. Oh man, why would he hire us to fight such a powerful man? More and more speeches of gratitude of being alive and the disgruntled complaints about Joshua being overwhelmingly strong was heard from the crowd of battered soldiers. They did not push to chase after Joshua. Instead, they took their time to pile up the deceased. One of the soldiers yelled in anger, "Didn't the instructions mention about one man that was intermediate silver tier? The guy just displayed a move that could be dealt by a man that's a perfect silver tier. It could even be one step from reaching gold tier. Please, you have been a mercenary for so many years. Have you not learned your lesson when it comes to the words from our benefactor?" If everyone knew that the target was strong, who would dare to charge blindly towards him? An older man among the group of mercenaries retorted. The way he spoke indicated he was experienced. "Let this be a lesson. Next time when we receive an assignment, be sure to determine the difficulty on our own." Still, it's too much. The man, he possessed a level of power that was perfect silver tier. How could the impersonating count describe his tier as only an average silver? He sighed loudly and continued. "This is a big problem. He now knows the location of the Lord. I don't think the guards can hold him off." "Yeah, there's going to be bloodshed." Out of the blue, a voice echoed from inside the older man's head. It made his entire body freeze with both fear and surprise. The voice continued. "Looks like there was almost no resistance. What a shame." As the hidden art of telepathy was used, a fully armored man appeared out of thin air and stood quietly among the battered mercenaries. The armored man stood in front of the old soldier. With his fully hidden face, the armored man looked down on him and spoke telepathically. "How did he defeat you?" "With a single swing." The older man responded faster than anyone else could. He knew the wandering warrior that was standing in front of him was someone of higher rank. He could move in and out of the mansion without Danlia's permission. Out of fear, the man quickly summarized Joshua's move. It was Kai with a power that rivals even the goblin-made fire cannon. Where he now, going towards the mansion, straight ahead. After ending the conversation, the silencer continued standing ground. Although he looked like he was calm and composed, his mind was racing. It looks like the man was telling the truth. The aftermath was proof of that. He thought to himself, "I could defeat these weak mercenaries myself. But I could never do it with such lethality." Danlia never mentioned about his strength being so destructive. He had ignored trying to seek reinforcement in the Fort Dark Forest and head straight here. This is not going according to plan. No matter, he is coming here soon. He might be a perfect silver, but that would not change the outcome. As he thought to himself, he moved to the side of the city walls and merged into the shadows. He set his compass in the proper direction. Still, I'd better follow the man. I cannot allow him to proceed any further. Once he was done thinking, he vanished, just like how he had arrived in the first place, without a trace. From the far corner of the street, far away from the battle scene that had just taken place. Elson's heart was pounding faster and harder than ever. He had only managed to regain his senses after Joshua had demonstrated his overwhelming powers. The Silencers. They are the few stronger mercenaries in the northern land. TCH. The enemy managed to hire them, Elson muttered to himself. The Spirit Warrior and the Shadow Assassin. Such an unmatching class could be combined to form a silver tier fighter if he had chosen to walk on a single path. With his talents, he could become a gold tier fighter. As he regained his composure, Elson paced away from the corner of the street and returned to his horse. I cannot remain idle anymore, or I won't be any help to young Master Joshua. I must hurry back. I must inform the others in the fortress. We must send reinforcements. Elson untied his horse and walked slowly towards the corner of the street. When he noticed the gates were unguarded, he quickly hopped onto his horse and galloped away. At the same time, Joshua was sprinting towards the mansion. There was nothing obstructing his way but thick snow as he ran. As he did, there was something in his mind that he could not shake off. It's weird, and I've definitely thought of this before. My uncle is just a businessman. So, how did he find the resources to hire so many soldiers and knights? There are even several companies of them. He frowned. Something was definitely up. The group of spearmen that he had just easily defeated were obviously ex-military soldiers. Their average level would be around level 12. Those numbers were not cheap to hire to begin with. If his uncle had several more elite mercenaries that he had not faced, that means his uncle would definitely have someone backing him. To compare, a normal level 1 goblin, the drawing line, a steel tier adult male human, would be level 5. Many would only need to train their muscles and body to achieve steel tier. Any normal class, or a soldier class human, would be around level 10 on average. If one were to train soldiers to reach that tier, even a noble rich family could only handle 300 soldiers at once. If the situation was dire, they would then resort to hiring citizens as temporary militia. That was the trouble, to hire regular soldiers, not to mention 15 silver tier knights. Hiring a single fully armored knight would require a large sum of money that one could use to buy an estate. He knew this from conversing with a merchant in passing. To hire 20 to 30 silver tier knights? The amount of money spent could bankrupt a not-so-rich territory owner. How could a merchant, famous or not, be able to accomplish such a feat? There has to be someone pulling the strings. He shook his head at the thought and could not be bothered to probe further. As the wind blew past his face, Joshua examined the spear in his hand and brandished it to assess its condition. The solid wood and the heavy steel spear tip was in excellent condition. Just by holding the newly obtained weapon, Joshua could feel the sensation of familiarity coming to him. The weapon in his hand, held tight, gave him a feeling of security. Come 100, I'll send 100 heads rolling. To hasten his speed back to Moldavia, Joshua had discarded all his military-issued armor and great sword. He had only brought along dried food and a few other consumables that were light. Hence, without his own weapon, his talent, weapon mastery, had been in great use in that situation. As long as it is a weapon, he could pick it up and use it as if he had been training with it for years. Joshua stopped. He heard the sound of a company of soldiers coming towards his direction. At that moment, he froze yet remained calm. He knew that the main force would head towards the blaring alarm earlier and return to the mansion after. At that moment, to maintain order and the strict rule made by his uncle, most of the soldiers would be sent out to patrol, leaving only a few men to guard the mansion. It was a perfect chance for him to strike. Joshua was calm. He had confidence that he could win as long as the guards were not more than 20 silver tier knights. Any lesser, he could breeze through easily and kill that son of a bitch uncle and leave the compound before anyone knew anything. He was, after all, an ex-legendary champion with an abundance of experience and a boss entity. Anyone who wished to challenge him to a fight would need to be at least level 29. From the perspective of a regular person, Joshua was a boss entity. Anyone who wishes to challenge him to a fight would need to be at least level 29. Only a team of well-trained, fully armed, at average level 29 5-man party, might stand a chance at fighting head-to-head with Joshua. With a little planning, they might stand a chance at defeating him. Since his special status identified him as a boss, the difficulty would be harder. Under the same condition, the group of challengers would have more than 25 men. Only then, might they stand a chance to defeat him? In the game, he would be the nightmare of any regular player. The sound of the company of soldiers was getting closer and louder. The time was till dawn. The sun had not fully risen from the horizon. Since there was nothing but snow on the streets, anyone could detect him as long as he was in their line of sight. Joshua was not afraid of fights. However, he did not want to waste any more time. He then recalled the memories of his past and found a small alley to hide away. He went through so many back alleys, and when he wanted to cut through the last one to reach the main street, he stopped. There was someone standing in the open. Someone all too familiar to him. Chapter 9. Like father, like son. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A man was standing alone in the cold, though. He did not seem to be waiting for him or anything else. He was just standing there. He was a young blonde. His hair was long enough that his fringe overlapped his golden-framed glasses. One look and even an idiot would be able to tell that he was not a fighter. In fact, he looked extremely refined and gentle. When he heard the sound of footsteps coming from an alley before him, he lifted his head. At first, he was stunned but then smiled in relief. Before he could lift his hand to greet Joshua, he was pinned to the wall on his neck and his hand. My Chris, I didn't expect to see you here. Joshua got into a power stance and lifted Chris with just his right arm. He removed his spear from his back and displayed a threatening move by stabbing the spear into the snow. With an innocent grin, he greeted Chris. How are you? Have you been well? Gak. Oops. I'm sorry. Where are my manners? Let me get you comfortable first. Joshua lightened the grip on his throat. Cough. Cousin. What are you doing? Chris' face was back to normal after blood returned to his face. Even though he was just strangled, he did not appear to be afraid of Joshua. There's no need for such treatment. It's been a while. Cousin? Such a word means nothing to me. Count yourself lucky that we are related. Otherwise, I would have killed you before you could even blink, said Joshua, who remained stoic. You do know what your father did. The man that Joshua had just lifted up with only one arm was the son of his uncle, Chris Radcliffe. It was lucky as well. Joshua had initially thought it was a trap. Even so, we have had a good relationship. Chris tried to reason with Joshua. Good enough that you'd only strangle me instead of detaching my head. Joshua scoffed at the statement. What he said was true. When Joshua and Chris were younger, both of them shared happy memories playing in the snow together. Instead of a cousin, Joshua once thought of him as a younger brother. Even so, Joshua did not let him off. His steel-like hand was still gripping his neck, like a python ready to snap it off. I don't care about our relationship, cousin or not. The moment your father made his move to claim the Count's title, I've taken it as an all-out declaration of war on me. Joshua did not sugarcoat his words. Being lazy as always, Joshua had not asked why Chris was standing in the snow. Hence, without wasting any time, he nudged Chris and asked, what luck? Just when I'm about to attack the mansion, I bump into you. Now, tell me how many guards there are in my mansion and who is supporting your father. You have 10 seconds before you'll start appreciating your life. Joshua's tightened the grip on his young cousin and counted 10. Chris' pupils contracted immediately when he saw the glare in Joshua's eyes. He was not joking. There was not the slightest doubt in his eyes about what he said. He was prepared to kill. Panicking, Chris started sweating. If he did not tell Joshua what he wanted to hear, he would be killed mercilessly. There's no need to count. There are 24 guards in the mansion. 15 are lower silver tier, 6 intermediate silver tier, and 3 upper silver tier. Without flinching, Chris reported all he knew about the security details of the mansion. Even though he appeared cool and calm, he was literally sweating like a pig. I have no information about those supporting him, but I am sure about one. Oh, I must have you know that I'm against my father's action to fight for the Count's title. I am here because I snuck out. Chris started to panic and quickly finished his sentence before Joshua could interject. My brother, you'd see how I responded when I saw you in the alley. I was happy to see you alive and well. You'll know that I'm not with them. I'm with you. True. When the Reaper was holding your neck, there was no reason to tell a lie. Joshua calmed down. His murderous aura around him subsided, yet he did not relax his hands on Chris' neck. Even so, I'd use you as a hostage to move around. Blame your father if you're hurt. Wait. This scheme of taking the Count's title was not my father's doing. He is but a chess piece. That's why the people who are playing this game of chess would never consider my life as important. Chris stopped panicking when he noticed Joshua had no intention of killing him. However, he started to freak out when he heard what Joshua intentioned to use him as. Think about it. How could someone like my father, a commoner, received the news about Uncle's death? Chris adjusted his glass and started to talk in a serious manner. The day after Uncle passed away, a large company of soldiers arrived and surrounded my home. I didn't know at first, but they seemed to go a long way with my father. After that, my father joined them, and I was taken along forcefully. Still, I'm sure that both my father and I do not trust those men. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The bill is due. Hence, I snuck out last night. It was with my father's advice and secret directions that I am standing here. How else could I be here when I'm just at Steel Tier? There's no way I could just walk out undetected. You say many things, but the fact remains that your father wants the title. As a legendary warrior, Joshua's sensitivity to another man's muscle movements and blood circulation was high enough to know that Chris was telling the truth. When he heard what Chris had said, he released him. The young blonde man coughed hard and shook his head. However, I cannot deny one fact. If my father had no intention of taking the title, no one would have come to him. Even if he was being used as a chess piece, my father must have been willing to allow himself to be used. Joshua crossed his arm. He thought to himself and helped Chris get back to his feet after he had collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Tell me everything you know about those men. What you have guessed. It was the Wilson family. Chris rubbed the red mark around his neck to ease the pain. Stumbling around, Chris adjusted his glasses before speaking. There was still traces of fear. Amongst the four great lords of the North, only the Wilson family would have the motive and the means to rise up against you. They are a family that specializes in crafting weapons and magic accessories as well as trading them. However, since Moldavia has the advantage of the lava pool and the increased population of dwarves, they as master craftsmen have suffered great losses in their weapons business. Although their production and trades for magic accessories were not affected, it was still a clash of interest that pushed them to rise up against the Radcliffe family in Moldavia. What a meaningless motive. Even though he felt it was a lame excuse to start a war, the reason Chris had just explained was no further than the truth. The generations of humans that lived in Moldavia had good relations with the dwarves of the north. That was how the Moldavia ruling family was able to excel in ore refinery. Moreover, as more and more dwarves were hired and invited into the city, the family had tried to expand their business towards smelting and crafting weapons and armor. Moldavia's entry into the industry had directly affected Wilson's business. Anyone that lived in the north would know that the means to earn money would be limited. Even though it was meaningless for Joshua, it was a worthwhile risk for the Wilson family. They were also the few potential crime suspects, since only a noble could have the resources to hire tens of silver-tier knights and hundreds of soldiers. If Moldavia had not need to send all their forces out to face the incoming threat of the Dark Tide in the Dark Forest, Joshua would have the same ability to hire more than 100 silver-tier knights. However, at that moment, he was only capable of sending himself into battle and fighting alone. Just then, Joshua felt like something was off about his young cousin. Chris, you seem to be unsupportive of your father's actions. Just so you know, even though he was being used as a chess piece, a count is still a powerful seat. When your father acquires the title, not even the Wilson family would be able to fully control your father. At most, they would be able to reclaim their dominant business in the industry. My question to you, would you not want to be a count in the future after your father? Chris scoffed. Not everyone wants to be a noble, Joshua. He removed his glasses and wiped it clean with his fur coat. Every man has his own dream. He blew a mouthful of vapor on the glass and wiped it again. I like alchemy. I like small businesses. I like a carefree lifestyle. All the things I like can never achieve if I stay in the north. It is unlike the south where everyone was brimming with life. The north, it's cold here. The people are passive. Every year, we have to cling to our lives because of the Dark Tide. You know me, and you know my father. Neither one of us is capable of leading an army to fight demons. Rather than being a noble, I'd rather be a commoner in the south. Chris adjusted his glasses and spoke confidently. Listen, I have a fiancé down south. I have my own laboratory here. All I have is an empty house that had been passed down from generations ago. Being a noble is a privilege, yet it also comes with responsibilities. Responsibilities that I could never bear. I would be mad when the day comes that I'll charge into the forest and fight the demons. There's nothing else to do here. Explore the mountain? I'd lose my mind being a count in a place where winter would freeze even bears. Well DMN, I'd never thought of that before. Now I might give up the throne to your father and be done with it. Chris was right. Joshua had grown up in the north and he felt that the northern mountains were a beautiful scene to behold. However, he lived his life in the Empire's southern region and he had found that the people or the place itself were not his cup of tea. A man who had come of age were expected to be able to fight a bear. Those who were unable would be ashamed to even greet the others. It was that kind of culture. How could a gentle alchemist survive in the north where the people there were combatants? All that I had to say has been said. All in all, elder cousin, I am here to support your actions. Chris pretended to ignore what Joshua had said about giving the Count's title away and continued to show support on his side. If you do succeed, I'll let you have your way with father. Even if I were to kill him, his blood will never be on my hands. Besides, he betrayed my mother and I am the only child. Our relationship is as cold as ever, said Chris as if he was not joking about it. However, since his blood flows in my veins, I'd ask you to spare his life. You would do that to your own father? Like father, like son. Joshua was laughing yet his glare was still as cold as the frozen northern ice. While he was talking to Chris, he had quietly pulled out the refined dagger that he had taken earlier by its hilt. When he was done talking, he immediately turned around at an insane speed and flung the dagger towards the corner of the alley where he came from. Chapter 10. One after another. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Whoosh, ping. A loud metal clanging sound exploded in the alley, breaking the eerie silence of the small alley. Joshua's eyes swam around the entire place in search of the dagger. He wanted the dagger to pierce the wall but it seemed that it had bounced off something metallic and fallen to the ground. At the same time, a shadowy human figure emerged from the darkness and immediately withdrew from the alley. With keen eyes, Joshua identified the shadowy figure as a warrior clad in heavy armor. His metal armor had many scratches that could only be resulted from arrow grazes and light sword cuts. The armor was made to be tough, hence it allowed the dagger to slide off his armor instead of penetrating it. Even though the hidden man's face was fully covered with armor, both Joshua and Chris could sense the emotion of surprise given off by the warrior. Silencer! Chris exclaimed silently and he noted that the warrior in the alley was the same warrior that was always by his father's side. Noting that something was awry, he retreated a step. When both of them were having their warm conversation, he was silently notified about it by Joshua's swift hand movement. He thought it was merely his habit to grab a blade by his hand, but little did he know that Joshua could sense out a presence and even pinpoint his position. As an alchemist, his sensory skills were sharper than an average warrior. How did he not sense the silencer? The man that was forced out of his hiding shared the same expression. Surprised? Thought so. Joshua grinned. Swiftly, he pulled out the spear that he stabbed in the snow and entered his battle stance. I see that you had combined the techniques of both Shadow Assassin and Spirit Warrior. Not bad. Spirit Silencing aura matches well with Shadow Walk. You can move around stealthily even with heavy armor. It would certainly remove one presence in the field and increase one's survivability. Commendable. No one could have detected your presence. But you see, I'm different. You think that the silencing aura can help you move without a trace. The problem with that is the aura was a gigantic mute barrier. When you came, all the sounds that were supposed to come from the alley were mysteriously silenced. Even a monkey would know that something was going on. While he was taunting the silencer, Joshua turned to glare at Chris and hinted him to move back. He knew that the silencer was of upper silver tier. If both of them were to fight each other with their unrestrained strength, the damage would be overwhelming and he might get caught in the crossfire. He had the confidence to end the opponent's life within 10 seconds. However, the power display will be too great for someone like Chris to handle. A spirit warrior is a warrior's special class granted with many special supernatural abilities. Even though at first glance, a spirit warrior had anti-magic skills, They were also known to have many other ultimate skills. The silencer moved away from the alley and stood in the middle of the road. He did not mind that the son of his benefactor was running away. He just stood there, glaring at the warrior that had thrown the dagger at him and got it. As a spirit warrior that had pledged to be silent, he had special skills to cancel out enemies' spellcasting and possessed the supernatural ability to mute sounds. Being a silencer had its drawbacks. He was mute for the rest of his life and had to use spirit sense to communicate with others. To others, it might be some form of punishment or a huge sacrifice. However, the silencer felt it was a worthwhile trade to gain immense power. Combining the silencing ability and shadow step, the silencer had the highest confidence in his own survivability and assassination prowess. However, even the best swimmer would swallow a mouthful of water from time to time. When his stealth was broken by Joshua with a mere dagger, the dissatisfaction he felt was severe. However, the worst was not about being detected, unable to communicate verbally. What willpower? Unable to communicate. That would make his willpower as resilient as a rock. In that case, a mental attack would not have any effect on him. 1. With the helmet covering his entire face, the silencer cocked his head slightly to prepare himself to receive an attack from Joshua, who seemed to be ready to jump at any time. The itch in his hands was ready to counter his attacks. I have never seen such stubbornness coming from a warrior. My spell disruption skill would be useless in a physical brawl. The fact that he could see through my stealth would put me at a huge disadvantage. Thinking rationally, he had decided to not fight the man. He began to take a step back silently. I could not even exert half of my powers fighting against him. I'd better withdraw now and think of another plan. You think you can escape? Joshua might have keen eyes, but he was not a mind reader. He could not possibly know how to read the other person's mind, especially when he was fully clad in armor. All he knew that the enemy was planning to escape by sensing his movements. At that moment, he couldn't care less. He flexed his forearm and jumped forward with the spear in his hands, ready to pierce. With years of combat training, not only he was proficient with all sorts of weapons, he could even use a wood-chopping machete as a great sword and a polearm as a spear. He stomped the ground with so much strength that it sent him flying straight like an arrowhead. The spear in his hand was aimed directly at the silencer's heart. The whistling sound of the spearhead flying through the air was so loud and sharp that anyone would deem it as an attack that could pierce through the thickest armor made, including the silencer. He knew that the incoming spearhead was too dangerous to be taken lightly, especially when the incoming attack hit him limited to the small narrow alley. However, the silencer was still an upper silver tier with superior experience. If the fight was a melee, a close quarters combat, Joshua would surely be the one that had the upper hand. He had nowhere to escape. However, he was only using a long spear. Such a weapon possessed no real threat to him. The grey metallic armor glowed with a faint radiance and formed a small barrier-like protection. When the spear landed on the armor, the spearhead was deflected, crashed into the wall, and reduced the foundation bricks into dust. The loud crashing sound had alerted the entire neighborhood, prompting the citizens to scream in terror. Amidst the chaos, the silencer jumped to the side and pulled out a scroll out of thin air. With a powerful burst of magic power, he vanished. Advanced Invisible Scroll. The burst of magic had traces of light that Joshua recognized. He ran a few meters ahead but immediately came to a stop as he felt it would be pointless in chasing after someone who would be truly invisible. It was a little unexpected of the silencer to use an Advanced Invisible Scroll in that situation. What else could he do then? Silencing aura, paired with the Advanced Invisible Scroll effect, and the silencer's own shadow step skill stacking on each other would make him walk without leaving a footstep. Not to brag, even though the silencer's attack power was not even half of Joshua's, but if he wanted to disappear, not even a gold tier could chase after him. Shame that I don't have the all-seeing eye. Knowing that the silencer was running for his life, Joshua had refused to chase after him since he knew it would be a waste of time. Reaching the end of the alley, he scoffed, and started to walk back to where he started to reminisce the past when he was playing Continental War, where he had the passive skill called the All-Seeing Eye. The passive skills would grant him the ability True Sight, where he could see through all disguised, invisible, or hidden players. It also allowed players to identify players that were hidden behind trees in the forest. It was considered to be one of the strongest passive skills available. However, to acquire the passive skill, Joshua had once killed more than half a dozen Elder Cyclops on the 9th floor of the Abyssal Specterland. It was to collect all the necessary sacrificial materials for the passive skill quest. Still, all-seeing eye aside, I had the skill max mastery. All normal skills should be available at my disposal. He opened up his status window to read the skill list again and examined the skill max mastery. Joshua remembered the glory of his past and scoffed. As long as I have the experience, the system will acknowledge it. As a common knowledge to all gamers out there was no game that relied on only one skill to carry one the entire game. At the end game stage, having 1,000 skills in one's skill tree would be extremely vexing. If the skill was not used, even if one were to strike a pose just like the skill charge, the system would not register the action as a valid trigger for the skill charge. At any time, if one were to be in a fatal situation, the skills that were placed in their hotbar might be able to save the player. No normal player could search a skill from the list and search for the required skill to save one's SS. In the end, the player would die and respawn again from the save point. That was the initial stage of the game. It all changed after the game introduced the legendary expansion. Players that had received the legendary status would stop receiving all support from the system. Bar users would not have crosshairs to assist their aiming. Warriors would not have the auto-lock system. Mages would have to chant the entire spell to cast a skill. On the other hand, the system had introduced a means to all players to properly activate all their skills without pressing the button. For example, if a warrior wanted to use charge to rush forward, all he had to do was to physical sprint forward with the weapon pointed to the front. The skill vertical cleave would only require the player to lift the weapon up and forcefully cleave it downward. This concept applied to other classes as well. In summary, all legendary tier players would not have the luxury of buttons to press anymore. All skills, abilities would require manual activation. In a way, this implication was made to restrict players' capabilities and to increase the game's lifespan. In a way, a player would invest a long time to fully enjoy the game. Although it had taken some time, players felt that the real game had only just begun when the developers had introduced the new system. The system, to replace all active skill triggering button, was called Mastery. Skill Mastery. Those with Skill Mastery could freely activate all their skills within their given skill tree. Sadly, the only skills that Joshua remembered clearly were all categorized in the gold tier. A few aspects that he remembered was that passive skills could be learned and be permanently activated. However, they require players to learn and train manually. The all-seeing eye skill had taken him a long duration to acquire. He needed to return to the Abyssal Specterland to kill half a dozen Elder Cyclops, acquire the sacrificial material needed, and reenact the sacrificial ceremony. With his current tier of silver, it would take years before he could even get the gist of it. While he was thinking about it, he had arrived at the exit of the alley and saw Chris running towards him. Astonished, he remarked, "That was quick." As an steel tier alchemist, Chris' physique was better than average humans. To prevent from getting caught in crossfires, he usually ran away to find a safe place to hide. After a while, when the battle ended and there was nothing but silence, he would come back to check things out. Joshua returned to the spot where the spear was stabbed and pulled it out of the crumbling wall. He ran away. It was a little let down. But, then again, I too was unable to fight anymore. He showed what was remained of the spear and frowned. "Look, my weapon was broken in half. I swear that the fight had taken less than 1 second, yet the damage is so severe. What a bummer." "Forget it. This is but a normal, mass-produced weapon. It's normal for such a weapon to break that easily." Joshua could not help but reminisce about the game again. Back then, he was wielding an indestructible inscribed rune greatsword. He threw the broken spear aside and turned to Joshua. He then immediately frowned and said, "Chris, there's someone behind you. Why are there so many invisible bastards around, huh?" Chris turned around quickly when Joshua pointed it out and reacted just as fast. At that moment, He trusted him enough to not stop him from doing anything to Joshua. The alchemist then pulled out a bag of glitter powder. He grabbed a handful of them and scattered them forward. Swoosh! The powder flew across the alley and fell on something. The powder then made out a silhouette of a human, and by the shape of it, it was a female. She stood there, stunned with disbelief that she was found. You had flawless invisibility. If the odor on your body wasn't too strong, I couldn't have found you. Joshua casually waltzed his way toward the stationary female, who did seem on planning to escape, and said sternly, I see that you're not up to no good. That or Chris here would have died a long time ago. As such, I'm willing to give you a chance. Joshua swiftly grabbed the female's shoulder and asked, why are you here? Reveal your intentions or I'll turn you into a ghost that's forever invisible, just the way you like it. Note 1. It is unclear whether this message was the author's own words or the character's monologue. Chapter 11. Are you guys dumb for plotting so much against each other? This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The female stalker with dark grey hair did not intentionally disguise her appearance. She had a slightly gloomy face, not really old in terms of age. Her leather armor on her torso was lightly covered in dust, displaying her currently awkward position. Judging from the current scenario, she seemed to be very surprised by the fact that her flawless stalking was exposed, and she felt a little uneasy. Thus, facing Joshua's query, she could only answer anxiously, which part of my body reeks? Answer my question. Realizing what she had said, other than feeling embarrassed, this female stalker finally understood the dire situation she was facing. She looked at the calm warrior in front of her, which had a frightening aura emitting from his whole body, causing her to quiver for an instant. Immediately she replied, well, I was just coming here to take a look at the situation. Are you Joshua from the Radcliffe family? Under tremendous pressure from Joshua while speaking, she observed her surroundings in a panic, searching for a path to retreat from this small alley. Her current scenario was different as compared to the situation the silencer was put in. Her positioning now was too close to Joshua, plus her body was also smudged with alchemy powder. Factoring in all those conditions, she knew she could not easily sneak away from Joshua. Feeling helpless, she ditched the idea of running away. Yay, that's me, said Joshua, using one hand to hold on to the female stalker's shoulder. After pondering for a while, Joshua decided against the idea of choking her neck. Now tell me, what is your name and origin? Don't you dare lie to me. Oh yeah, your scabbard should be a new one, right? The smell of leather is too strong. So that's where I screwed up, whispered the female stalker. Feeling the strength exerted from Joshua's hand onto her shoulder, the grey-haired girl judged and weighed between the pros and cons of her current scenario. After that, she gave up the idea of keeping her identity a secret and explained, my name is Nolan Wilson, I came here to the Wilson family. After hearing the name, Chris, who was standing beside them, adjusted his spectacles and interrupted her speech. You are from the Wilson family? Oh right, I should have guessed it by the color of your hair. Grey hair, purple pupils, and this gloomy expression of yours. Wilson family? After hearing the words Chris said, Joshua's facial expression remained the same, as if he was not surprised by the information given. Just a while ago, he met with the enemy's son. Now he met with another member of the Wilson family. All these encounters no longer surprised him. He looked at Nolan and increased the strength of his grip. With a deep tone, he said, being an enemy of mine, you still dare to appear in front of me. I praise you for your bravery. Come to think about it, I guess you have made the same resolution while confronting me. Hold on. Don't just kill me without knowing more about me. Although I'm from the Wilson family, I'm not riding on the same boat with those guys you've mentioned. Feeling an increased pressure on her shoulder, a force that could possibly destroy her own shoulder blade, Nolan finally displayed her attribute as a professional stalker for being calm and reflexive. Under this life-threatening situation, she spoke concisely and forcefully, I am the same as the alchemist, I came not for your family's possessions nor properties. In fact, I was looking for a chance or a method to foil this plan. Today I have already wasted half an hour listening to you and Chris claiming we do not belong to the same group of Wilson family members. It's hilarious. Despite saying that, Joshua's grip on her shoulder actually loosened. He could easily identify that the girl in front of him was not lying to him, nor did she have any reason to either. Joshua lifted his chin slightly and asked, Chris does not want to become a noble on the northern lands. He does not want to be a puppet for others. However, you would be on the side who receives all the benefits. Why would you oppose your family's plan? Benefits? Nolan had a hunch that Joshua would not kill her right off the bat. For a brief moment, she felt relieved. However, she did not dare to tarry with her explanation. The current plans being carried out against your family stemmed from my elder brother alone. The higher-ups within the family actually remained neutral towards the decision made by my brother. If his plan were to succeed, I wouldn't have cared about it in the first place. However, there are too many uncertainties within this operation itself which would possibly cause me to suffer a loss. Thus, this operation had to be stopped. What kind of loss? The family branch which I belong to has about a half of their property located in Moldavia. If chaos were brought forth towards this land, it would only jeopardize my plans in the future. And your objective is? Both of them exchanged questions and answers within a time span not more than 2 minutes. Looking at this super efficient interrogation, Chris felt that this young girl faced the same misfortune as he did. Facing the pressure of absolute power and violence, a person's words could be easily delivered in a simple yet oppressive fashion to obtain the information they needed. Nolan answered, killing my brother. That's why I will be standing on your side. Well, pretty please could you release your hand? My shoulder is breaking apart. I don't really know why but I'm getting used to all these crap. You may continue with your explanation. Apparently, it is another family feud situation. Frowning, Joshua seemed to be annoyed. All these noble family internal issues had caused quite some annoyance to him. Can't all these issues be settled with a single sword fight? Joshua could only let out a sigh. He released his grip after being requested politely by Nolan. Obviously, assisting a winter count of the Wilson family to ascend in terms of ranking would be more beneficial to the family as a whole. So why does your family's upper rank only stay neutral and observe? Everyone has their own agenda. There is no single shared mindset within a family, not to mention that the Wilson family is a major family. This issue is definitely more apparent in the family. The grey-haired stalker moved her shoulder. While feeling the sore and pain from her shoulder, she did not ignore the question stated by Joshua. Even if Danlia were to succeed and get promoted, it doesn't mean that he would directly provide benefits to the family at the end of the day. As a matter of fact, with the actions he had taken against the Radcliffes, he would only be able to seize a certain portion of the properties owned by the Radcliffes during the chaos. It is impossible for Danlia to assume complete control over the region with his current capabilities. It is not easy to leverage the power of a count. Even if the Lord of the Lands is an idiot, the knights within their control are not easy to deal with either, said Nolan with a stern expression. If we were to initiate conflict between the nobles, the royal court will have an excuse to intervene on this matter. They would only need to state that the incidences are against the law, an act which goes against the empire and the king. My elder brother is ambitious and he wants to become the successor to the family. That is why he is taking such a huge risk in initiating all these plans, ignoring the risks and playing around the loopholes of the law to attain his goal. I see. Joshua thought for a second there and asked, why do you want to kill your brother? Well, let's forget that. After all, it is a war of succession within the family. You don't really have to tell me the details. Shaking his head, he firmly spoke, since that's the case, we shall not delay this matter any further. Now I'm going to slay your uncle and destroy the Wilson family's plan. If you are willing to follow me, then come over here. Wait. Do you wish to enter the Count's mansion now? Looking at Joshua heading towards the Count's mansion without uttering a single word, Nolan and Chris were shocked by his actions. Immediately they advised Joshua together. Can you devise a better plan instead of heading right into the lion's den? I don't have enough time for that. My original plan was to enter the city directly and overcome the obstacles through brute forcing to claim the head of their leader. Initially, I had sufficient time at hand. However, most of it has now been wasted on the both of you as well as those silencers. Without stopping, Joshua had arrived at the far end of the alley. Glancing back, he said, the silencers should have informed the other infantries and knights. Now, I would have to take advantage of the timing. Otherwise, as the time passes, the defense would be much tighter and harder to penetrate. All these factors would only increase the difficulty of accomplishing my task. It would be even more unlikely for the both of you to reach your individual goals. Joshua, I know that you are very strong as a person. You have successfully slain more than 100 during the battle between the orcs. However, shouldn't you be preparing yourself with a better weapon at the very least? Nolan continued to dissuade Joshua from committing to this reckless plan. She sincerely said, the Count's mansion has more than 10 silver-tier guards. If your infiltration was discovered, these guards could intercept you within 5 minutes. Without a good weapon in hand, it would be impossible for you to reach them successfully. To make matters worse, I have a valid source of information stating that my elder brother will reach Moldavia by today. He is a gold tier warrior. You cannot defeat him with the strength you currently possess. Gold tier? After hearing this term, Joshua stopped advancing. He took a good look at Nolan. The grey-haired girl's countenance did not betray any signs of deception. With a deep voice, he said, this could be problematic. Are you sure that he will arrive today? As an ex-legendary warrior, Joshua knew clearly about the huge gap between a gold and silver tier. To keep the explanation simple, given a scenario where he was fully geared with weapon and armor, Joshua was confident in actually withstanding the onslaught of a dozen silver tier attackers. Even if the situation did not favor him, he could always decide to retreat. However, if pitted against a gold tier individual, he would have very few ways to deal with said individual. Even retreating would be nearly impossible based on his current capabilities. The Mycroft continent was a mystical land filled with war and chaos. A full-grown man in this land would possess steel-tier capabilities. Their strength was much stronger than an ordinary cow. Their constitution was even comparable to the knights on Earth. Silver-tier knights were basically walking cannons. Fully equipped with armor, these silver-tier knights could be considered as humanoid tanks. When it came to gold-tier warriors, however, their destructive power would be comparable to that of unlimited payloads detonating after being released from a bomb or plane traveling at the speed of sound. That's correct. Gold tier. I could not confirm the exact time of his arrival. All I know is that he would arrive today. Nolan was very sure about the information she had just provided. After she finished her speech, Chris, who was next to her, also joined in the conversation. Nonetheless, I think you should gather all your knights under your family's banner in Fort Dark Forest and launch an attack with all of them together. Even if there is a gold tier warrior on their side, he would not dare to confront the onslaught of hundreds of silver tier knights directly. Joshua frowned, while his gaze emitted an aura to be feared. By all means, the suggestion that Chris had voiced out was not wrong. According to regular situations, Joshua shouldn't be taking the risk by charging at the enemy alone to slay the enemy's commander. Although killing his own uncle would automatically enable him to inherit the lands of Moldavia as the sole successor, by doing so, his butler, Fang, would also reveal the truth about the secrets of his family. However, he only had the capability of a silver tier. There was too much risk for him to bear at this juncture. But who the heck did you think Joshua was? He wasn't an ordinary person to begin with. Our beloved warrior here did not need to play by the rules for the masses. Summoning his status menu, Joshua inspected his own levels. Level 28, silver tier, challenge level 29, silver tier, experience 4,735,400. Just a little bit left to level up, murmured Joshua. At this very moment, Joshua was devising and formulating a plan for how he should proceed. He still lacked a little bit of experience to level from level 28 to level 29. With his level being so close to 30, he was not too far off from being a gold tier. If he could kill every single enemy within the city's vicinity, he should be able to increase his level by 1 or 2. After entering the realm of gold tier, it would be the moment when he would be able to unleash a series of formidable skills and abilities which were only unlocked after reaching gold tier. With those skills in hand, even if there were 4 to 5 gold tier warriors going against him, it would be a piece of cake for him to handle them. You don't have to speak any further. I have already made up. What the? Just when Joshua finally decided to proceed with his plan of storming the Count's mansion, he suddenly felt a searing pain burning on his right wrist. The pain felt as if an incandescent iron was suddenly plunged into a hot iron bath. Joshua wasn't able to withstand this sudden surge of pain. His left hand held firmly onto his right wrist while he vigorously dripped with cold sweat. The pain was so intense that even Joshua whimpered for an instant. Feeling shocked and furious, Joshua exclaimed, "What is happening?" Woo-oo! A faint yet strange sound rang in Joshua's ears, brought forth by a form of unknown energy, as if it was the wind itself, or maybe it was a form of light. The magical energy of the atmosphere gathered together, turning into a half-visible form of silver radiance. Initially, it rose with the air, before unexpectedly rushing into Joshua's right wrist like a stream of water flowing into the sea. Joshua felt surprised as a cooling sensation suddenly permeated throughout his wrist, which was previously searing up. As the area of the cooling sensation expanded, he began to notice intriguing runes that formed a sort of tattoo on his wrist as well as the back of his hand. The design of the runes was extremely intricate, with every stroke and pattern remaining unique. Finally, the burning sensation along with the chilling effect on both runes dissipated. The runes transformed into a tattoo in the shape of a two-handed great sword coiled by a long black snake. What's the meaning of this? Chapter 12. I have this feeling that I could just level up by unsheathing my sword. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Joshua inspected the newly formed runes on his right hand. He had a feeling that he had seen these runes somewhere before in his life. After going through his memories, he finally figured out what it was in no time. Fang, murmured Joshua. Later on, he gazed towards the direction where he last met the old butler. There was once when he carefully examined the old hands of the butler. On the back of his hand existed a slightly different shaped rune but very similar in terms of style. At that time, I only noticed Fang aging. However, I never placed too much attention to the other parts of his body. Although Joshua had identified the familiarity of the rune by linking it to his butler, this information did not really help him in terms of understanding the functionality of the rune. Joshua carefully touched the rune on the back of his hand. He had no idea why it suddenly emerged on his hand and what was the reason it appeared in the first place. Joshua, what happened to you? All the anomalies which happened previously occurred within seconds. Nolan and Chris could only see Joshua holding onto his wrist all of a sudden before whimpering. They didn't notice the magical energy fluctuation that occurred. Immediately, they went up to Joshua and asked, "Is that an injury from your previous battle?" "No, it's not related to that," Joshua replied while shaking his head. Joshua then moved his wrist and noticed nothing peculiar. The previous sensation of a sudden spike in heat and chill did not exist, as though he was hallucinating. Other than having an extra tattoo-like pattern on the back of his hand, he didn't notice any damages or degradations in terms of battle prowess that was caused by the phenomena. If your condition isn't at its peak, do not overexert yourself. I have a safe house well hidden within the city. You could get some quality rest there. Nolan was still worried about Joshua's current condition. As a silver tier stalker, her observation skills were way better than Chris the alchemist. She had noticed that the warrior in front of her was worrying about something. She was certain that the whimper he let out earlier was real. Thus, to show her sincerity towards Joshua, she said, "You just have to rest for a day. I could arrange for some of my henchmen to provide you with a full set of armor and a weapon. After that, it doesn't matter whether you sneak in and kill Danlier when my brother is not around or carry out other dangerous tasks. You would not be taking too much of a risk." Joshua was surprised for a moment there. Not because he was going to accept the suggestion. Although the suggestion given by the grey-haired girl was good and reasonable, he did not plan to do things in such a fashion. At this moment, another issue surfaced. When Nolan mentioned the word weapon, the rune on Joshua's hand actually heated up for a moment. At that instant, he suddenly recalled a very important piece of information. Oh yeah, not only was this rune present on the back of the butler's hand, even the family crest of Radcliffe had a similar rune. For things that are too common in life, we tend to overlook it most of the time. Joshua retrieved a pocket watch from his inline pocket. On top of the pocket watch, it displayed the time, 6:30 in the morning. The most crucial information was that on the back of the pocket watch, there was a very intricately engraved crest on it. There was one hand holding onto a sword with a snake entwining both the hand and the sword together like a chain. It is a perfect match. Joshua no longer had the urgency to go to the Count's mansion. He furrowed his eyebrows while examining his own family crest. Joshua started to ponder about the recent weird occurrence. Could it be that there's a hidden secret behind this? Oh, wait. Tying all the incidences together, Joshua finally caught a glimpse of the whole scenario that had befallen him. So that's what had happened. Fang had mentioned before that qualification is not something as abstract as a title or status. It is a thing. Although this rune is not an item itself, it is something that Fang had that I did not possess initially. All the mysteries had finally been identified and resolved. Joshua didn't really care about the looks Nolan and Chris were exchanging and mumbled to himself. Fang does not know that his identity as a divine armament has already been known to me. Well, the information later on will be easy to deduce. The weapon shown on this rune represents the divine armament. As for the hand shown within the family crest, that represents each and every generation of the Radcliffe family's head of clan, who are also the wielders of divine armaments. And that means that the qualification itself is about coming into possession of a divine armament. The logic behind this was very simple and straightforward. As long as you have sufficient information in hand, you could easily deduce it even if you had the mentality of a child. However, Joshua was a person who had just traveled through dimensions. He could not recall all these details too clearly in a short time frame. Before Joshua had time to celebrate, he once again experienced a burning sensation. This time, however, it did not inflict pain as its previous occurrence did. The sensation this time around was akin to soaking inside a bucket of warm water, which gave off a very pleasant feeling. Other than this warm sensation, Joshua also felt that the rune was actually summoning him to a certain location. It is not that I do not have any information about the location hidden by your father. Only, it is hidden in a place that you should also know of. This phrase that was previously mentioned by the old butler suddenly popped up in Joshua's mind. Joshua agreed with that statement. Of course, I should have known all about this. After taking in a deep breath and subsequently exhaling, Joshua felt a lot more refreshed. The white fog which was brought forth by the warm air slowly dissipated within the alley. Now, Joshua's complexion went back to normal. He turned his head towards Chris and called out to him with a stern tone. "You follow Nolan to the safe house." Next up, he instructed Nolan, "Lead him away from this area." "One more thing. What's your elder brother's gold tier face?" Nolan was nervous by Joshua's sudden actions. She thought that this warrior would suddenly attack her. She never thought that he would only want her to escort a person to the safe house as well as ask her some questions. After sighing with relief, she answered, "No problem, I can bring him to the safe house." As for my elder brother's current status, he is still in the beginning phase of gold tier. He is only 29 years old and had just achieved a breakthrough. He could not possibly be an intermediate gold tier. "Then it is not an issue after all," said Joshua while nodding his head. Without any hesitation, he left the small alley. "From now onwards, both of you only need to stay hidden. Tomorrow, you will hear the good news. Especially for you, Nolan. I'm actually pretty interested in the family faction you are a part of. Maybe we could discuss a collaboration in the near future." "Okay." Although Nolan felt that she should continue to advise Joshua, she did not dare to attempt with initiating another conversation with him. Additionally, Joshua's actions were too fast. Both of them could only respond to him in a brief manner before watching him vanish from the alley in the next second. After exiting the small alley, Joshua didn't stop and continued on his journey. From the time he breached the main gate and met with Chris, the silencer, and Nolan, more than half of an hour had gone by. Based on his own experience, this amount of time was ample enough for the enemy to rally their forces. During this time around, the enemy was probably performing a search between the Count's mansion and the main gate. A large-scale search would be unlikely to happen within this short time frame. Considering that Joshua already lost his best timing for an ambush, he was biding his time to uncover the secrets behind the rune on the back of his hand. He wanted to explore anything related to this rune and observe the entire situation. The city center of Moldavia was his birthplace. He grew up on this very same land. After living for more than 10 years in this city, He was very familiar with the terrain here. He knew every nook and cranny of the city, including the residential area, manufacturing area, business district, as well as the military barracks. After avoiding a few areas with patrols, Joshua utilized all the alleys and shortcuts to arrive at the location where the rune led him to. I think I'm close to the destination now. The burning sensation on his wrist was getting hotter and hotter. At that moment, Joshua had already reached the far end of the western city area with a church located at that place. Behind the church, a large cemetery could be seen. It was sealed off with metal bars, preventing ordinary civilians from entering that area yet allowing them to see the tombstones erected within the cemetery. This was a cemetery for warriors. Not every person within the city had the privilege of having their bodies buried behind the church and receiving the people's blessings. Only those warriors who had sacrificed themselves protecting the city from the onslaught of monsters, beasts and the dark tide had the right to receive blessings from the civilians by being buried here. The reason metal bars were used instead of bricks was that it allowed the people here to read about the deeds of these perished warriors. Glory belongs to the warriors who fulfilled their deeds. This will be their resting place. A stone tablet was erected in front of the church entrance. The phrase stated above was printed onto the stone tablet with molten metal. Joshua nodded his head in agreement towards the message shown. Later on, he entered the church. This was a Gothic church. On top of the church, there was an old bell tower. Despite having aged, the main door was still quite sturdy. Joshua wasn't able to discover any priests or nuns within the church. To be fair, this was quite logical because there was a larger church located in the city center. All the priests were stationed there. The few cemetery knights which were supposed to be stationed here had probably been relocated under the orders of Danlia. For Danlia, who was already lacking in human resources to even deploy a full-scale patrolling squad within the city, could already be considered a wonder. How could he even spare the extra resources required in guarding a dilapidated church? The burning sensation is now gone. I guess I have finally arrived at my destination. Chapter 13, Sword and Axe, Fire and Steel. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. After taking a stroll inside the church, other than noticing a renewed statue of the seven gods, Joshua didn't notice any significant information related to the rune. This place was only an ordinary church, with some classic wooden chairs, colored glasses, detailed wall paintings, and statues found within this place. Although the items looked aged, it was kept very clean. Dust was hardly spotted on these items. The prayer hall looks the same as always, quite old but very clean. Did someone actually spend their time cleaning this place? There were 7 statues located in front of the hall, indicating that the church did not specifically focus on one god, but it islanded a place for believers to pray for all 7 gods of humanity. To the current people in the city, believing in 7 gods was a better choice as compared to believing in one. I've been to this place. Joshua thought for a moment there. Using his right hand, he patted the wooden chair beside him and said, "When I was young, there was a period of time where Father would always bring me here to pray on Sundays." In the past, Joshua simply thought that his father was a person who believed in the gods. However, from the information gathered based on the current scenario, there would be some other reason or secret behind his father's action. He furrowed his eyebrows and tried to think about the past seriously. That time, Father would often go into a room within the church alone. During that time, I will be left to play with the knights. There's definitely some secret behind his action. Once he remembered these events, Joshua proceeded to the room he vaguely remembered where his father went. After passing the altar and the confession room, he reached a room without windows. The room was a bit dark at the point of time. Once Joshua reached the door of the room, which was located slightly on the left, he felt another surge of heat on the back of his hand. I guess this would be the place. After trying to open up the door, he noticed that the door was not locked. After entering the room, he found out that the room was not as dark as expected. This room looks like a private study room. The floor was made out of black granite. The ceiling had some stones that illuminated golden radiance to light up the room. Those stones were probably fluorite fragments. All 4 walls within the room were covered with large bookcases. In the middle of the room, there was a table made from fernwood. Looking at all these designs and decoration, Joshua could only lament, I can still accept the usage of fluorite fragments. However, Fionwood and Ryunago are both high-grade wood. They could be used to make weapons, but then they used it for furniture. It was not the time to lament too much on all the wastage here. Joshua took a piece of fluorite fragment to look around the vicinity. After searching for a while, he found some clues to lead him to his goal. There is a crack in the floor. A legendary warrior's eyesight was very sharp. Although Joshua's current capabilities were not on par as his past, his observation skill was still very strong. In addition to that, players for the game were all experts in terms of finding clues to clear quests. With his past experience, Joshua easily located the obvious flaw on the floor. Although it was covered up pretty nicely, the signs of wear and tear caused by opening the door very often could not be erased. Extending his arm, Joshua tried to examine every inch within the area to see if there is any mechanics or traps laid. However, when his hand touched a piece of special granite on the floor, a magic pattern suddenly appeared on it. Just when Joshua thought that he activated some traps and tried to fall back, he heard a low mechanical voice. Detecting energy. Energy frequency matches with the database. Target: Joshua Van Radcliffe. The primary successor of the Radcliffe family. Highest authority access approved. Unlocking entrance. An origin of flame, a birth from steel, an indestructible wisdom, an eternal order. As the ancient prayer was spoken, the black granite opened up a passage in front of Joshua. This passage led all the way down to a narrow channel. Joshua paused for a second and didn't rush into the passageway. Currently, Joshua was trying to recall the ancient prayer that he heard right from the beginning. In Continental War's third installment late-game portion, on the new map Void Starfield, there was a public dungeon which was quite high in terms of difficulty. The full name of the dungeon was called the Ancient Multiverse Bridges Sacrificial Ground. Players had a tendency to call it Multiverse Sacrificial Ground. Within the core area of this public dungeon, there was a large obelisk. Right at the entrance, there was a stone tablet. On top of it was an ancient manuscript. The ancient prayer that was spoken previously was the same as the ancient manuscript on the stone tablet. According to the legend, before the existence of the ancients, the whole galaxy had nothing but void. Within the void, there was only an indescribable force of chaos and silence. However, within this void, fire was born from nothingness. The light brought forth by the fire illuminated the world. The existence of fire differentiated existences and void, order and chaos, light and darkness. This fire was the beginning of every life form. It was a form of power that gave birth to all the existence. It was also the power that caused chaos to withdraw and the materialization of life form. This was how the existence of the world was brought forth, and this was how the origin of the world began. The fire had disintegrated the chaos within the world. The residue of chaos was steel. With order being built and solidified as time passed, came the birth of life. Each and every existence soon gained their soul and wisdom from the fire. They'd also gained their flesh and power from steel. Humans were one of the existences born from this process. By relying on fire, man was able to give names to all the nameless entities, providing laws and logic, sustaining order, and making sure that each of every living being had their value and purpose of existence. Humans had used fire to bring forth hope, encouraging the will of persistence and willingness to explore this wild and unknown world. Whereas steel signified the beginning of creation within the world. Steel was also the source of strength and power. It was born from fire, and was refined by humans. Humans utilized bones, stones, copper, and metal to manufacture tools and weapons to face disaster, war, and conflicts. Humans had used steel to bring forth calmness, rationality, absolute power to settle every problem and provide judgment against every evil doings. An origin of flame, a birth from steel, an indestructible wisdom, an eternal order. This was the most ancient information known by the players in Continental War, which was also the only myth regarding the world's creation. Even the 7 gods among men and gods of other races never refuted this statement. During the old days, Joshua saw a topic about test analysis regarding the validity of this myth in the game forum. However, he had no interest on this matter, thus he didn't even bother clicking it to view in the first place. When he heard the ancient prayer, he was momentarily surprised. After all, The mainstream religion was still the 7 gods among men. The belief towards the initial flame and primordial steel had long dwindled. Traces of their existence could now only be found in some ancient books. Based on what I remember, the mages from the sky-piercing White Tower debated about this case. Magic originated from the remnant, the initial flame within each multivariate universe, whereas combat aura was originated from the primordial steel within every life form. Joshua looked through the passage for a moment and decided to go through the passageway. There was nothing to worry about. After all, he had to go down the passageway at the end of the day. Thus, he did not hesitate and moved on. The passageway towards the underground was actually not very long. There was a fluorite fragment installed on the wall within a certain distance, providing sufficient light for users to see. After a while, Joshua reached the most inner part of the passageway. He found a large and empty space. In the middle of the hall, there was a great statue. It was an arm holding onto an iron hammer, intertwined by a black snake. It contained a majestic feeling which seeped into a person's soul, making them feel that the arm would swing the hammer and hit it on the ground at any time. Surrounding the hall were many rooms. Some of the rooms had quite a number of tools used by alchemists and magicians. There was also a crystal forging altar and an elemental hearth scene within this place. All these expensive and valuable items had the capability to cause some misconceptions for people in believing that this area was some super high-tier alchemist workshop. However, the only thing that captivated Joshua's heart was located right in front of him. He had a hunch that the vague radiance at the end of the passage was the thing that summoned him to this very place. Joshua quickly heads towards the direction of that light. Other than the light in front of him, the passageway was actually covered in darkness. After a while, Joshua's vision suddenly brightened up. A whole piece of fluorite was hanging on top of the room. The whole environment was filled with a metallic scent. Joshua had to take some time for him to get used to the light here. After adapting towards the light here, he could finally see what was in the room. This is, having doubt and uncertainty, Joshua quickly looked through the room once again. Under the cemetery church lay a hidden room. Within this hidden room, there are countless of weapons sticking onto the ground. There were blades, spears, great swords and battle axes. Even flails and cross hammers existed there. All of them had one thing in common. That was all of the equipment were very old and had countless of rust marks all over the weapons. Looking at the conditions of all these weapons, Joshua felt that he was looking at a weapons graveyard. This place looked exactly like a place where all the weapons were going to be buried. However, within this pile of decrepit weapons, there were 2 that caught his attention. A great sword and a battle axe. Chapter 14, My Weapon Can Change into a Girl. FML. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Joshua approached the great sword that was nearest to where he stood. It was a sword so huge that it could be considered extraordinary. However, it was not very detailed, indicating shoddy workmanship. Half of the sword's body was embedded in the middle of the stone-made floor. Even though the sword was only partially visible, it was already half the height of an average human. Although the body of the sword was a little rusty, one could tell that the core of the sword was still strong and durable. The grey surface of the sword was absorbing the light in its surroundings, making it look as if it was shrouded in darkness. When he stood right before the sword, the tattoo on the back of his palm blazed brightly. Joshua fixed his eyes on the sword and stayed silent as if he was in deep thought. One moment later, he reached his hand out, gripping the hilt of the sword. Whistle! A gust of wind suddenly rose from within the underground room. Because of that, the smell of rust that overwhelmed the entire room was removed along with the wind. Meanwhile, the other weapons that were rooted in the ground all around the room began to quiver. No matter whether swords, spears, or axes, they resonated faintly, as if they were celebrating. Yet, these weapons emitted a feeling of sorrow as well. With the resonance of the countless weapons around him, Joshua glared at the sword as he attempted to pull it out of the ground. Bit by bit, light that was formed from magic began to flow out from the void. With the creaking sounds of metal against stone, one could tell that the blade of the sword was gradually leaving the ground, exposing more of itself to Joshua. Even though the sword was covered in dust and dirt, it was not dull at all. Its sharp edges could still reflect the light as bright as the stars. Looking at the light that continued to shine in all directions, Joshua had already pulled out half the sword. Now, he only needed to pull out the tip of the sword out from the ground. However, the sword appeared to be stubborn, as though it was refusing to leave the ground because something was missing. "Why are you rejecting me?" Joshua questioned the sword softly. "Brand the mark." Suddenly, a stream of words appeared right before his eyes. Joshua was a little surprised at first. However, an instant later, he reacted to the system notification and said, "Indeed, I see it now." Taking a deep breath, Joshua kept all other thoughts aside, emptying his mind and soul. As he began to breathe steadily, his internal organs, bones, muscles and other parts of his body began to quiver. It went along his blood vessels and tendons, all the way to his right hand that was holding the hilt on the sword. The burning light, also known as combat aura, began to condense along with the origin force of searing steel. Both forces swirled and gathered together at one point on his right hand before the forces were injected into this worn-out great sword, purifying its interior. The rust was beginning to fade and the dents and cracks on the sword slowly vanished one after another. Following the glittering radiance that overwhelmed Joshua's sight, Joshua's mark had been branded on the sword. Meanwhile, the last part of the sword, the tip, had left the ground. It was completely pulled out of the ground, leaving some dust flying about around the hole where the sword was plunged in long before. A powerful blast of magical energy came out of the sword. Light orbs that looked like fireflies slowly emerged all around the surroundings in the room. These light orbs then fell onto the blade of the sword like snowflakes. With relative ease, Joshua contained the sword as he focused his sight on the blade. Right after that, a blinding light shone across every corner of the room. The hilt of the giant sword that he held in his right hand slowly turned into a soft hand. The hand then rested slowly and lightly on his palm. There was a black mark right on the wrist of the silky soft hand. Well, the mark looked similar to the mark he has on his wrist, of a snake entwined around a huge sword. "Nice to meet you, Master." The elegant voice that only a lady could have was heard. Joshua raised his head slowly to see a petite figure in a blazer dress standing right in front of him. This girl had a long silvery hair that flowed with the wind. Meanwhile, her two greenish pupils that glowed like fireflies were radiating with a strange vibe. She smiled at Joshua and bowed to him like a butler. Then she gently pulled out her right hand and bowed at him again. "I shall obey the heir of the Radcliffes to fulfill the promise made in ancient times. You must be my master. I'm a Kroll's swordbreaker. You can call me Ying." Joshua had a solemn expression on his face. Without saying a word, his gaze was fixed on this girl who had the vibe of an old butler. It wasn't because he was too shocked or whatsoever. Truth to be told, his thoughts were scrambled so badly that he could not even react to anything anymore. Not long after, realization dawned upon him. Divine armaments are not humans that turn into weapons but the other way round. I got it all wrong in the first place. Naturally, he did not voice those thoughts aloud. Meanwhile, this silver-haired girl called Ying was still chattering delightedly. She was laughing with a slightly aristocratic demeanor. Then she said, "I've answered your call by leading you here. Your will shall be my hope as well. Now, our pact shall be fulfilled. Henceforth, I shall battle by your side. I shall open the way with my conviction and complete all challenges with my strength." No matter how dazed he was, Joshua reacted naturally to the situation as he was now on the most important step of forming the pact. The power of the bloodline was gushing through every single vein in his body. With a serious expression, he placed his hand on Ying's forehead. "If that's the case, the pact has been formed." With the influence of some mysterious force, their voices sounded ethereal. Both of them chanted solemnly in unison, "By obeying the ancient covenant, my life is in your hands. My honor lies in the blade that I am. With the blood pact that binds this oath of mine, I shall never turn my back on you." At that moment, a soft glow appeared from nowhere. Joshua could feel a warm sensation being released from within his body, especially his right wrist. That was the special thing about a bloodline pact. Although Joshua had not gone into a pact with any other divine armaments, He was unconsciously familiar with the entire process. He noticed that his body also has an inexplicable sense of ability to adapt. If he could have children in the future, then his children should inherit this sense of his towards the divine armaments. Upon completing forming the pact, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. Ying's sigh was even louder. She seemed very content at the moment, with no intention whatever to hide the evident joy on her face. However, Joshua knew that she was just her outer appearance. Ying might appear to be a 14 or 15-year-old girl. However, as a condensed form of energy in a humanoid form, she was a divine armament. After all, her combat effectiveness in her humanoid state is definitely not weak at all. At the very least, she was much stronger than a large number of silver-tier humans. Meanwhile, the attributes of the girl were naturally available to Joshua by now. Name, Ying. Role, form, excellent. Race, divine armament. Race skills, divine armament. Transformation, resonates with the master who formed a pact with her and transforms into a weapon. Level, 23, silver tier. Challenge level 16, silver tier. Attributes, physique, small humanoid form with a long lifespan from another world. Sword length minus 197 centimeters. Health points, lively. Vitality, lively. Transformational weapon, a Kroll's Swordbreaker. Status, none. Class, the 7th generation of divine armament for slaying Aragami/servant. Innate abilities, spiritual form. Body, sleepless. Food not required. Pro-physical. Skills, weakness break, oppressive impairment, focused destruction, sharpness enhancement, decapitate, dreadful gleam, mutilation. Equipment, women's double-breasted blazer dress. Divine armament. Transformation level 1, last for 1 hour. Cooldown 24 hours. Transforms into weapon state, providing the master with half of Ying's own health and 1/5 of her attributes. Compliant to the pact to get a new unparalleled weapon for observing the world. Attributes, innate abilities, and skills. The power level is not weak at all. Meanwhile, this girl's just like a newborn divine armament. She'll definitely become much stronger than now if she's nourished correctly. No wonder the old count saw her as an assistant. It wasn't just because she could transform into a weapon. Keeping the thoughts in his mind, Joshua knew that Ying was only a newborn. Even so, she already possessed the power level of a silver while in her humanoid form. She could still transform into her weapon form when facing imminent danger to increase the power level of her master. As expected of the ancient races that had started the Continental War, her cute appearance could just be a guise that hides the fact that she existed along the races back them. She could potentially be just as crazy as the ancient races. Joshua knew better than anyone about his followers. They were handsome men and women all the way. So even if they couldn't get a powerful pet, they would still pick those that look pretty and nice. Some of them even attempted to do their research on the outside world and demonology just so that they could summon a leprechaun or a succubus. Well, that was for the mages only. As for the other people, finding a good pet was more convenient. A normal fighter would already be better off if they could get a mount. He could imagine how crazy the melee combatants would become when the powerful and adorable race called Divine Armaments was exposed to the public. Well, Joshua had no interest in this and he did not follow any of the related news as well. All he did was focus on slaying the bosses in dungeons. However, he would still hear many things about the divine armaments. Mostly because the ladies that went along into the dungeons with him would talk about it on the public chat. Well, that should be sufficient to prove how famous that thing turned out to be. If Joshua was still in his initial world, and those people in his party discovered this, they would definitely be envious and outraged that their leader who only knew how to hack and slash managed to form a pact with a divine armament. My name is Joshua Van Radcliffe. He reached out his right hand to the silver-haired girl right in front of him. Joshua lowered his head a little while looking into the eyes of the girl seriously. He said, I would love to continue our chatter a little more. However, time is running out. Now, I have to fight my enemies. Are you up for it? Meanwhile, Ying had also reached out her right hand. Her silky soft hand was too small to grab his palm fully, so she could only rest her hand on top of Joshua's palm. She looked Joshua in the eyes, smiled, and bowed again. It's my pleasure to fight alongside with you, Master. I'm born for this. Very well. Upon ending the conversation, Joshua nodded and turned around. Then, he headed towards the hall beneath the ground. Then let's depart now. Ying followed along without saying a word. The two of them headed out of the dark room. At the same time, the aftermath of Joshua infiltrating the city had only begun to show. Incompetent trash. Infuriated, Danlia fiercely slammed the table in the main hall of his mansion where he usually welcomed his guests. 50 heavily equipped soldiers. How can you all fail to last for even a few minutes? Are you saying you were all defeated by merely a strike, without having anything to refute? The messenger could only lower his head, observing the situation from the side. He also cursed quietly at soldiers' incompetence. At the same time, he was also praying that Danlia would take it easy on him. Keeping silent. Ha! So you call yourself one of the strongest mercenaries in the north? You're silver tier, yet you only know how to retreat. You can't even provide any information about your enemy, not even his strength. So what good can you actually do then? The chubby man roared at him. He then panted heavily, with the veins on his head visibly popping. The messenger could only keep his head low and hope for the best that he would not become Danlia's punching bag. Well, Danlia did not intend to throw a tantrum at the person before him. Although he seemed furious at the moment, his mind was intact, already thinking about something else. Could it be true that Joshua is so powerful now? No, his talent has always been more superior than my brother's. It seems that after he survived the bloody battle with the orcs, he somehow managed to find a new way to enhance his strength in this time of crisis. Now even the silencers are no match for him. That would mean I have no one left to stop him. You, summon the 3 samurai mercenaries that are hanging around the backyard. After coming to a decision, Danlia commanded the messenger, while frowning. Tell them I'll even pay more than they requested. Just tell them to stay close to me, protect me at all cost. Yes. Finally, the messenger was able to leave the dreadful hall. He quickly stood up and walked out of the hallway as fast as a rat trying to escape. Then he quickly headed towards the backyard. He did not dare to look back at Danlia's cold eyes when he left. The Radcliffe family has only been a family of a single heir. Even if there are other descendants out there, most of them would be sent to the south of the empire, the origin of the country, to become merchants like myself. After the messenger left, Danlia had no reason to keep his look of fury any longer. He frowned and started thinking. For generations, my family has been keeping gold to themselves. There must be something, some secrets I have yet to discover. Well, that can be resolved later. However, that Wilson family can't be trusted at all. Their intents have been devious since the beginning. I should place more attention on them rather than on Joshua. After saying all that, he revealed a cold sneer on his face while he rubbed a huge sapphire ring on his thumb. Treating me like a puppet, huh? That's adorable. Do not underestimate a merchant who can make a lot of money. Chapter 15, The Beginning of a Prelude. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Boring. Francis was standing right before the entrance of the Count's mansion with a long spear and a shield in each hand. He looked at the empty streets as he sighed. It's pretty obvious that there's no one here. Why was I ordered to guard the entrance? See, the weather is goddamn cold. The leaves still had some frost on them. The ground was covered with snow. The wind of early winter was chilly. Francis could not help but shiver, as his armor was forged from steel, which was not able to keep Francis warm. On the other hand, the other parts of his armor that were made of leather was as thin as a paper did not prevent the cold air from rushing through them. Even so, Francis did not let his guard down at all. Instead, he was very serious about his job now. He was looking through every detail around him. Even though he was complaining, he knew it deep down in his bones that he must work after receiving money from others. Well, he had been a mercenary for over a decade. It was true that guarding an entrance was not exactly an amazing job that most people would be comfortable with. However, that job should be much better than battling against others. Francis was well aware of the incident at the city gates that happened a while ago, as he was informed not long after he woke up. According to the messenger, the intruder was powerful enough to defeat 50 soldiers that were heavily armed. Now that the intruder was still hiding somewhere in the city without leaving any traces behind, it would be understandable why the person that hired him would act so cautiously. After all, Those were not 50 farmers. They were 50 soldiers who had been trained for this sort of thing. It was still quite unbelievable that one could beat them all single-handedly. Even the mercenaries might not be capable of doing such a thing. Although Francis believed that the intruder would not attack when the guard of the entire city was on high alert, he would still make sure he did his job at 100%. As long as he could receive the payment for it, he would not suffer any loss. That was his principle and his will to persevere. In the meantime, the other guard who was supposed to guard the entrance with him had gone back to get his clothes after he complained that the weather was too cold. After all, not every man is the same. At least Francis was not willing to behave that way. Even at the age of 40, Francis was still not able to exceed silver tier. As a human, that would mean that he did not stand much of a chance to upgrade to the glorious gold tier. Although he did not have the opportunity to improve, he had a lot of battle experience. He would still be able to be a mercenary to feed himself for the next 7 to 8 years. He could continue being a mercenary until he was 50 before considering to buy a piece of land to live a quiet life for the rest of his days. However, would a mercenary get to live his remaining days quietly? That's not bad for a lame joke though. Upon humoring himself with that thought, he laughed. Suddenly, Francis heard other sounds aside from the sound of the wind blowing. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps could be heard from one corner of the street. At first, the sound of the footsteps was faint to the point that Francis did not hear anything at all. However, as the person approached closer, the footsteps began to get louder. Francis could no longer contain his curiosity. He turned towards the direction where the sound of the footsteps came. During normal times, no one would give a shit about any footsteps. However, ever since the city was on high alert, only a few would walk around the streets of the city. Furthermore, the disturbance in the morning and the cold weather had led no one to come out of their houses. Under the circumstances where the footsteps were loud and clear, Francis could not help but be skeptical. A brief moment later, a tall and sturdy man with black hair appeared in Francis' view. There was also a silver-haired girl with green eyes beside the man. Judging from their heights, they looked like father and daughter. And maybe they are siblings. If that's the case, their hair color does not match. No number. Even if these two are close to each other, why would they appear at such a place at such a time then? That is very strange. The weather is so cold and an attack just happened not long ago. Francis kept his thoughts back to himself and reacted to the situation before him. He witnessed the two walking closer and closer to where he was standing. He had no time to think about it as well, so he walked up to the two, frowned and spoke loudly. Halt, you two. This is a restricted area. Please turn around. He's quite responsible in his job. After a few seconds of silence, the black-haired man nodded. He seemed to disregard the serious look on Francis's face and the sword Francis was holding. He carried on with his own comments. So many of them, and you're the only one who has the look of a real warrior. What do you mean so many of them? After reflecting on what the man said for one brief moment, Francis suddenly smelled a scent of blood in the air. Instantly, he felt an intense chill up his spine. That's right. There should be many more patrols in the area. So these two could not have walked all the way here to the entrance of the Count's mansion. So could it be? He widened his eyes and stared at the man and the little lady. He dropped his jaw, leaving him speechless as well. Those men are dead. Francis's facial expression changed, yet there was no sign of fluctuation in his voice when the man talked. He was so calm when he answered Francis. You will be, in a while. So this man was the trespasser of the city gates. It was just a guess that seemed to be correct at the time. Although they were not engaged in combat yet, Francis could feel that his body was overwhelmed with fear the moment he laid eyes on the man. He could not stop his legs from turning wobbly. Right before him was the man with a sword that annihilated over 17 heavily armed soldiers back there. He was also the monster that took out a few dozen soldiers that were patrolling the streets without a sound. Judging from his aura, he has not achieved the glorious gold tier yet. However, this man could easily take him out. The man was on an entirely different level compared to Francis. Please turn around. Shouting out loud with his shaky voice, Francis forcefully suppressed himself from trembling further while raising his long spear up. He raised the tip of the spear towards the man. Although he was overwhelmed by fear, he did not falter at all. Instead, he shouted out loud, I repeat. This is a restricted area. I shall be forced to comply and attack you if you decide to trespass. The man that stood before him was only wearing a very simple set of leather clothes and a set of riding gear. He did not have anything that seemed like a weapon on him. There seemed to be a small blood stain right by the corner of his trousers. It seemed that he killed all of the mercenaries that were patrolling the streets without even using any weapon. That meant this man was much more powerful than anyone could imagine. Francis understood how powerful the man was. So when Francis was saying those words, he could feel as if his heart was grabbed by another hand firmly. The blood in his entire body had lost control. However, he did not lower his weapon. Even if he lost all his strength because of his fear, he would still be standing there without moving a step backward. Well, one must make sure the job was done once the money had been received. Guarding the entrance was his current job and responsibility after all. It was true that there were also mercenaries who would abandon their jobs and responsibilities after they got their money. However, Francis was different from those scum. Even though he was not all-powerful, his will was firm and he would not falter. Not even a little. Fighting was not really that terrifying. Fighting to the death was basically the minimum consciousness an imperial citizen should have. Meanwhile, the harshness of the North was far beyond the other empires. So as a northern mercenary, Francis had his own pride to uphold as well. Even if there was no chance of winning, he had to fight till his last breath. Your will is not too bad at all. The man with black hair looked at the long spear that Francis pointed at his neck. His face stayed the same. He seemed to be praising him. However, it's really unfortunate for you. After that, well, there was no more after that. The man suddenly disappeared from Francis's view, followed by a breeze blowing across his face. Francis could feel his chest tighten. The spear in his hand suddenly broke in half by an overwhelming force that he could not see. His body seemed to become much lighter all of a sudden as he flew up high into the air before descending slowly back onto the ground. His consciousness began to slip. All he could see was darkness. Right before he completely passed out, he could still hear the tightly shut door being struck open by a fist. Chapter 16. Tit for tat. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After taking out all of the mercenaries on the 3 streets and the one right before the entrance of the Count's mansion, Joshua did not hesitate to punch the door open after passing through the front yard, with Ying by his side. That man's not dead yet. Following closely beside her master, Ying seemed to be bothered by something. Why didn't you kill him? I don't kill those who are not capable to fight back. Well, speaking of which, I feel like a hypocrite for saying that aloud, replied Joshua, while they were observing their surroundings. Well, he did not seem bothered with such a trivial matter though. It's just one mercenary. If he's not dead, he's not dead. We don't have to double tap him. What does double tap mean? It means delivering a fatal blow to the fallen enemy to ensure their death is certain. Then what's a mercenary? They're warriors who earn money by taking on jobs. It was merely a simple exchange of words. Although Ying had some basic knowledge, her understanding was only limited to some situations and words. She had no clue at all about new words. Joshua believed that her databank was in urgent need of updating. Her knowledge seemed to be at least a few centuries behind time. Fortunately for him, even though this female divine armament's appearance was attractive on the surface, she had a curious mind. She was interested in almost everything around her. It seemed that it would not take long before she could familiarize herself with the world around her if she kept that pace up. After walking past a corner, they arrived at the hallway that was connected directly to the hall of the mansion. The size of the Count's mansion was similar to the size of a small city within a city. There was a wall with the main door on the outer layer of the mansion. Upon entering the door was a garden. The center point of the mansion was the building where people lived in. Because Joshua could take longer strides, Ying had to jog a little to keep up. She looked at her surroundings while mumbling to herself, so this is where Fang lives? You know Van? Upon picking up some interesting information from her mumbling, Joshua turned around and looked at Ying with a sense of surprise on his face. Yes, he used to do maintenance on us. She began talking about herself. Ying smiled slightly. She started recalling the past. Well, he would probably do it once every 2 weeks. So you know too, right? Maintaining a divine armament is pretty troublesome. No, I don't know actually. I didn't even know anything about divine armaments until recently. Oh, I see. Ying was momentarily stunned. She didn't realize her master was unaware of her existence until recently. She appeared to be handling the shock pretty badly. Well, there are so many divine armaments that remained here in the blade sealing chamber. Someone has to step in to maintain them after all. The previous count seemed to be busy all the time, so Fang was the one who did all the maintenance work. I see. Joshua nodded and asked again, from what you said, are all the weapons kept in the catacombs divine armaments? Initially, Joshua thought there were only 2 divine armaments in the room. The rest of the weapons in the surroundings of the room were regular blades. After all, there were hundreds of weapons in that very room. That's right. They all are. Ying nodded and said, to ensure the best resonance, each master will get the opportunity to handpick 2 to 3 divine armaments first. As most of the masters in the past cannot bear the load of controlling many divine armaments at the same time, each master can only pick one with the highest synchronization rate. Those that do not resonate with a human will be sealed until the next pick. As she was talking, Ying frowned a little. She seemed to be a little puzzled at the moment. For the sake of optimizing our fullest potential, the core of each divine armament is made from a body part of the master. My core is made from part of your right wrist while my brother is made from part of your left wrist. So it's strange. His resonance with you should be much higher than the resonance between you and I. So why did you choose me this time? That great axe. Indeed. That axe gave me a sense of familiarity that couldn't be explained. It seems that the soul resonance has made some minor changes that affected the synchronization rate. Oh my, I feel a little guilty about that. After guessing the reason behind it, Joshua was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Well, he could not help but have a new question after Ying said, so those divine armaments that are currently sealed at the blade sealing chamber, do they all have their own consciousness? Don't you think they'd be tormented by pain and suffering for being sealed away for so long? Will they? Ying did not seem to be bothered. Although she seemed like a 15-year-old girl, she was quite cold and indifferent. Her green pupils showed no emotions. Suffering and loneliness, only humans will feel those emotions. A weapon is forged just to be gripped in the hands of a human. That's the only reason we exist. If we can't be used, we shall wait while being sealed in our own sheaths. We shall wait until the day we're unsheathed for our purpose. That's really cold. Because our hearts are made of steel. Ying did not realize it, but she just made an unintentional pun. After a while, Joshua and Ying arrived before the main door to the Count's mansion. He raised his head up and looked at the small castle. There were huge wooden doors of the size of the city gates. After he carefully observed for a while, he nodded and said, they seemed to have changed the door to a magic one. The energy waves are quite messy. It'll be much more difficult to open the door now. Still, it's still manageable. Master, could it be that you know magic? Upon hearing what Joshua said, Ying was curious. No, I'm just used to dismantling things. After ending the conversation with Ying, Joshua raised his fists. His eyes could only see the door that was reinforced by magic over and over again. Comparing it to the 37 energy nodes on those doors made of pure steel, the magic flow and its effect on this magic door were easy for Joshua to see through. It was just how Joshua put it, he must have destroyed at least 800 of these magic doors if not 1,000. So he was too familiar doing it. Since that was the case, he swung his fist at the door without holding back. Bam! The air twisted in a singular shape. The next thing that followed was a loud bang. However, just before the loud bang could reach anyone's ears, Joshua's right fist had solidly landed on the door. The impact stirred up the wind and waves which set off a gust of wind that blew into the surroundings, sweeping off sand from the ground. At the same moment, with the breathing technique which he had used countless times in the past, the power within his body rose again. Then red radiance began to flow into the door. Joshua, the legendary warrior, focused his senses and spread out his combat aura relentlessly all over the door. He then condensed them into countless light orbs. They were like small knives cutting through the pattern carved on the magic door, slowly destroying the magic circle that was supporting the door. Everything happened in an instant. Joshua slowly lowered his fist. A breeze came through. The door right before him began to wither, its ashes carried away by the wind that blew past. Only some residue remained on the ground. Supreme demolition. Initially, Only those on the powerful gold tier could attain such a powerful skill. However, a mere silver tier warrior could simply use the skill like nothing mattered. That would be the most significant benefit of a legendary warrior's mastery skill. Why didn't they just use a door made of real steel? It could have been much more difficult for me to break down. Upon setting foot into the mansion, Joshua turned around, signaled Ying to follow him in. There will be a difficult battle ahead of us. It'll be time for you to show them everything you've got. Come on. Yes, Master. Bam. A loud bang shook the center point of the city. The bang was low and yet intensely loud. It sounded like a giant hammer just smashed into the city gates. Even though Danlia was currently sitting in the main hall of the mansion, he could still hear the loud bang clearly. Danlia was actually deep in thought before that. However, the bang was too loud to be ignored, interrupting his thoughts. So he turned towards the direction of the bang and frowned. What now? What's going out there? The location where the bang came from was too close to ignore. He could not help to feel something was off. I shall go and have a look. A mercenary who was standing right behind him was ready to go check things out outside. However, he was told to stay put instead. No, you stay here. Let Na go first. This middle-aged man seemed to have other ideas. He continued, Francis and the other patrollers are out there. If there are any incidents, they'll be the ones to check it out first. You walk slow. It's better for you to stay here and protect me. Na is a ranger. He's more suitable to do recon. You're right. The mercenary nodded and took a step back. Meanwhile, the ranger with a bow now walked right up. He nodded vaguely to express that he would get it done before heading towards the direction of the loud bang. That's strange. Could it be possible that a house has just got destroyed by an avalanche or something? This is the north after all. Each house should have been reinforced to be sturdier and much more durable. The blizzard's not that bad this year, so it shouldn't be possible for any building to get destroyed. Standing up on his feet, Danlia could sense that the loud bang was not of natural cause. He had seen mythical beasts attacking the city and houses crumbling down before his eyes. However, the loud bang did not sound like any sound he ever heard from those incidents. Bam! Another loud bang was heard. It was low and loud as well, more intense than the previous one. If the first bang came from nearby, this one sounded like it was coming from the floor directly below him. What the hell is going on now? It was not just the loud bang. Even the tables and chairs trembled a little. It was as if they were hit by a very small earthquake. Even though Danlia was puzzled, his mind was still whirring. Not long before this, there was a loud bang nearby. A while after that, another incident struck the floor below me. These two incidents must have some sort of connection. That's right. There's an intruder. He must have taken out the patrols and Francis. He must have blown the main gate wide open and he must have arrived at the mansion by now. Joshua. That's right, it must be him. He actually struck at a time like this. How is that possible? Astonished by what just happened, Danlia regretted endlessly. He should have reacted earlier. However, he had not thought that it would be possible for Joshua to come for him directly. He had never thought it was possible that Joshua would oversee to negotiate or whatever before striking his way to get to him. However, there are more than 20 silver tier soldiers guarding the mansion at the moment. So how could he still dare to do it then? With regular logic, Danlia could not have guessed what was on Joshua's mind at that moment. He thought that his nephew might lurk around in the dark for some time before seeking an opportunity to strike again. As a result, he never imagined that Joshua would strike at a time where the Count's mansion was on highest alert. Lando, Ro, you two should go too. After giving the swift order, the middle-aged man said decisively, summon the guarding mercenaries as well. Tell them it's a direct order from me. Roger. The remaining two silver tier mercenaries responded loud and clear. Then they quickly headed downstairs with their heavy footsteps. You came alone. How daring of you, Joshua. My idiotic nephew. You'll draw your last breath when the patrols and the mercenaries all over the city gather here. Note that the divine armament mentioned as synchronization and resonance. Both are used but neither was explained. My guess is that synchronization means the exchange, flow of power between the weapon and the human, while resonance is how compatible the weapon is to the human. Chapter 17, How Can Power Be an Inconvenience? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Getting into the mansion through the main entrance, An orc skin boot touched the wooden floor. The clear footstep echoed throughout the hall of the mansion. Joshua looked around at the decorations in the hall. His eyes darted left and right. The square hall had a diameter of tens of meters, the floor carpeted in beige. There were portraits of the past owners of the mansion across all four walls of the hall. At corners, there were potted plants that seemed to be wilting. Meanwhile, the center of the hall had an ornate weapons rack, which was filled with all types of weapons. Everything just seemed so familiar to Joshua. The mansion was where he was born and grew up. The entire place basically carried his past, such as a big hole in the carpet that was not far from him. When he was young, he accidentally burned that carpet while he was playing with fire. Because of that, Fang had taught him an unforgettable lesson. All thanks to the old butler's merciful begging, he was not beaten up badly and still had the opportunity to take charge of his own life. Raising his head to look around, Joshua could not help but think that every corner of the hall had memories of him growing up there. However, the people that lived there were no more. Other than himself, they were all gone. His father passed away. Meanwhile, his old butler had vanished without a trace. The female servants and the other butlers were all banished long ago. So there were no familiar faces at all in this large mansion for the time being. Not only that, there was a group of shameless individuals that were adamant about occupying the mansion. Their greed seemed to have no boundaries. Ying raised her head and looked at her master. She could feel Joshua's current emotions. However, as a newborn divine armament, her much simpler logical mentality could not understand Joshua's current mixed-up feelings. "I'm home." Joshua did not suppress his voice on purpose, nor did he deliberately shout it out loud. He merely announced that he was back, like what he usually did when he arrived home, in the past. However, before Joshua's voice could reverberate through the entire hall, a light flashed by the corner of the stairs which was approximately 10 meters from where he was standing now. Shoof! A shimmering arrow was traveling almost at the speed of sound, silently aimed at Joshua's neck. The moment when both ears could hear the air trembling so violently that a vague sound was present would be the moment when the arrow would strike its target. With a gentle lift of his two fingers, Joshua firmly stopped the incoming arrow. The force contained in that arrow was nullified by his catch. Joshua held the arrow in his hand. Then he turned and looked at the corner where the arrow was struck from in disdain. "An elemental archer. If I were you, I would not have used a silent arrow." For a man who survived a battlefield where getting shot at with millions of arrows, this arrow strike has neither strength nor invisibility. The only thing you can get from this would be a little magical effect. "Did you know you're hilarious? You can only talk." The ranger responded darkly. Not only he failed to ambush Joshua, but he also revealed his location to Joshua as well. This ranger held a crossbow in his hands, a small knife by his waist, and a big bow on his back. So he simply walked out from the shadows to reveal himself. His face was concealed by a hood. The only feature visible to Joshua was his eyes. From his own pocket, the ranger dug out 7 different types of crossbow arrows with different magic runes on each of them. He then sneered, "According to the rumors, I expected to find a very powerful man. It didn't cross my mind that the intruder is just an idiot. I can't believe you're not wearing any heavy armor when facing an archer. You didn't even bring a single weapon with you." It seems that the boss was right all along. Those mercenaries are just a bunch of losers. "I can't believe they were defeated by an idiot like you." While he was talking, the ranger quickly loaded his crossbow with the arrows he took out from his pocket. Then he began to press the trigger of his crossbow repeatedly as fast as he could. There was almost no pause at all. In just a blink of an eye, 8 beams of magic bolts were fired at Joshua from different directions. At the same time, Joshua could only shake his head again and again. He tightened his grip on the arrow he caught earlier on. The steel in his grip started to twist as the sound of cracking and clicking was heard. Weak, with a wave of his hand, an intense sound piercing the air was heard. The arrow that was crumpled into an iron ball turned into a black stream of light before it was shot right toward the front straight away. The wind swept by the movement of the iron ball deflected all of the arrows that were shot at Joshua. In one brief instant, The iron ball had arrived before the eyes of the ranger. The ranger was just done shooting his arrows from his crossbow. He looked dazed. He did not manage to react to the situation at all. The strength embedded in the iron ball was so heavy and powerful. If the iron ball could hit the target, even the physical quality of the silver-tier soldiers cannot afford to take this blow head-on. Their skulls would certainly be crushed upon impact. They would die over and over again. However, right before the stream of light could hit the ranger in the face, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Bang! A soldier wearing chain armor holding a diamond-shaped shield blocked the iron ball at a very close range. The iron ball that was originally an arrow which was forcefully bent into its current shape was shattered into numerous pieces of iron upon the strong impact. "Thank you." "It's nothing." "My pleasure." The ranger was still in shock. However, he reacted swiftly. Then he quickly took the huge bow from behind his back, ready to attack his enemy. He no longer looked down upon Joshua. Joshua's physique was far more powerful than the ranger expected. That strength was almost as powerful as a gold tier. So the ranger could not have taken that attack head-on and survived. He swallowed and said nervously, "Be careful. He is strong. I misjudged him." This is the pinnacle of Radiant Soul. Didn't information on him say he's just silver tier? Without having to be reminded, their warrior was baffled. The impact of the iron ball that he deflected felt like a direct hit from a heavy crossbow. Its impact was so powerful that it left quite a huge mark on the surface of his shield. His hands are now a little numb from taking the impact with his shield. A few seconds later, 3 other warriors arrived at the main hall of the mansion. Joshua could hear the scattered footsteps coming from his back. That was the sound of a larger platoon of soldiers gathering in the hall. Humphrey, there was no expression or whatsoever on Joshua's face. He turned his head around and removed the leather cloth on him. After throwing it to the side, he glared coldly at the 5 silver-tier enemies. "Bests. You arrogant piece of shit." The new soldier that just arrived could not help but bellow at Joshua. "There are 5 of us, and you're just one without even a weapon in your hands. So what makes you so confident to fight us then? If you surrender now, you might keep your dead body intact at the end of this battle." Joshua ignored that soldier. As a warrior only had to move forward. He placed his right hand out and clenched his fist. He put on a posture showing that he was ready. His body seemed to be vibrating slightly. All his muscles were quivering by the second. A faint glow emitted from within and then spread throughout his body. His skin was visibly turning red. Sensing a huge threat in the making, the ranger does not intend to continue the battle like that. He quickly pulled the string of his huge bow to the maximum and loaded a good ice-engraved magic rune arrow onto his bow. With his stare, coupled with the whistling sound of the bowstring, an arrow was released, breaking through the air as it roared towards Joshua. Frost spread as the arrow whistled by, caused by the fluctuation of magic in the atmosphere. The ranger had killed numerous 2-headed flying dragons with this powerful hit before. He succeeded in freezing the fire elemental elites as well with this strike. As one of the strongest mercenaries in the north, the ranger had unlocked the potential as an elemental archer to the max. Even the fiery cannon of the goblins would be no match for his frost arrow strike. Meanwhile, the 4 remaining soldiers were not just for display either. When the ranger triggered the battle by launching his first attack, the 4 of them also raised their weapons at the same time and charged towards Joshua. Because the heavy armor that they wore made them extra heavy, their footsteps were so heavy that they broke the wooden floor in the hall. The broken pieces of the wooden floor were sent flying all over the place. The 5 of them seemed to be working together as a team at the moment. They were cooperating with each other very well. Their movements did not slow down at all. However, Joshua showed no trace of fear. So what? Surrounded by the warriors with 4 of them charging at him, Joshua grinned, but his eyes were cold as steel. He was looking at them like looking at his prey. "Insignificant beings like yourself dare to charge at me?" Bam! Joshua gave a powerful stomp to the ground. The stomp was thunderous. The impact of the stomp was so powerful that the carpets, the wooden planks, and even the ground beneath the floor were crushed. Joshua's figure disappeared right before the eyes of the 5 warriors. In the next instant, the frost arrow that the ranger released landed on the spot where Joshua was initially standing on. The ice runes began to flash. The flying wooden splinters, rocks, and pebbles that were flying all over the place froze instantly. A radius of 12 meters was instantly covered in frost. At the same time, Joshua had reached the side of one of the warriors holding a sword, dressed in leather armor. So he reached out his right hand and grabbed onto the side of the leather armor on the warrior, who could not believe his own eyes. Then he revealed a smile filled with disdain. "So you think I can't kill without a weapon?" Joshua's muscles began to twitch. He put his strength into his 5 fingers and instantly put 5 holes on that leather armor made of orc skin. With his 5 fingers plunged firmly into the armor, Joshua lifted the warrior's body around with his powerful strength and used the warrior as a shield to block the attacks from the few other warriors. Ha ha ha, how can power be an inconvenience? Picking up the scent of blood, Joshua began to laugh like a madman. Ever since he got through that, this should be the first time he laughed so heartily. His pupils emitted a seemingly red glow. Word for word he said, "Look closely, you bunch of weak scum." By putting some strength into it, he tore the leather armor of the warrior with a sword. The pliable and tough leather was as weak as a piece of paper in his hand. Clothes. With a flick of his hand, the leather that he originally pulled instantly rose up. Under Joshua's swing, this bundle of leather armor was swung powerfully around like a stick. Being swung around like a lashing whip, the warrior with the sword was smashed onto the ground. As the head of the warrior went smashing down to the ground first, his skull cracked and part of it fell on the ground. Blood began to gush out of his mouth and his nose. That poor warrior died on the spot. Gravel. Without a moment to rest, Joshua stomped the ground and turned his body around with strength. Joshua then used the remaining leather armor in his hand as a bat to smash the ground again. Instantly, the wooden floor continued to crumble. Countless rock shards flew out in all directions upon the impact of the smash. The soldiers were forced to stop attacking. They had to make sure they were protecting their vital spots. Meanwhile, the ranger also intended to retreat for the moment to stay out of the line of fire. However, he had never thought possible that a figure would clash straight into him as if it had been targeting him all the while. Upon getting a powerful hit on the right side of his jaw, the ranger's head spun round and round vigorously. His neck was snapped purely by the force that struck him in the jaw. That was the doing of half of a leather armor that was torn up badly. Getting tossed around by Joshua, it became as powerful as a real heavy punch. And also, your own attacks. Grabbing on the opportunity that was presented before him, Joshua flashed himself to the front of a warrior with a flail in his right hand and a large shield in his left. Confronting Joshua's agile movements, their warrior was not slow himself. He immediately swung the weapon in his hand towards Joshua as strong as he could. He intended for his weapon to land on the lower part of his enemy. However, Joshua had seen through his intentions. So when that warrior was attacking and putting his shield up, Joshua reached out his left hand and pressed on the inner side of the warrior's right elbow. Then he pressed it with his strength. This relied on the strength coming from turning his body around. Then he also pushed his target with his palm. Although the impact was not powerful, the force of the push was much heavier. Even their warrior with the flail could feel that his body lost control for a moment. His entire center of gravity was shifted away instantly, causing him to fall towards the right. Joshua would never pass on such a great opportunity. Losing his center of gravity would mean that he was vulnerable to any attacks. So Joshua pulled his palm back and struck out again with a penetrating strike right into the throat of the warrior where no armor was there to protect. A crunch was heard. That was the sound of the bones in the throat cracking into pieces. 6 seconds later, Joshua only managed to kill 3 out of 5 warriors. He was not contented with his performance though. Confronting a warrior holding a spear and another warrior holding a shield before him, Joshua spotted the opportunity to strike again. So he made his move and crashed into the arms of the warrior with the spear. Then he pressed one of his hands on the waist of the warrior while the other hand pushing on the shoulder of the warrior. By pouring his strength in, he threw the warrior straight at the other warrior with the shield. Their warrior with the shield actually knew better that Joshua was just trying to use his own teammate against him to blind his sight for a bit. Joshua was just trying to use the other warrior as a shield. So the warrior with the shield quickly leapt backward trying to gain distance between him and Joshua. However, he had never thought that after he managed to dodge his teammate from crashing into him, An iron ball that he knew and made him feel infinitely desperate suddenly appeared right in front of him. Splat! The sound of flesh and bones spluttered across the ground, followed by the sound of bones cracking into pieces were heard. The nose of that warrior holding a shield was penetrated straight through by the iron ball. His consciousness began to slip afterward. Meanwhile, Joshua also kicked his foot right in the chest of the warrior with the spear, who fell to the ground. Their warrior vomited blood because all of his ribs were broken. In the end, he died a painful death. If I would, even the earth beneath my feet can become my weapon. Standing in the middle of the mess he made in the hall, Joshua glanced at the 5 corpses on the ground and smiled in disdain. Do you really think that my muscles and my skills are just for display? Standing behind him, at the main entrance, Ying's silvery hair swayed with the wind. Ying, who was ready to fight, stood helplessly as her green eyes glittered. She did not know what to feel. In the end, she muttered disappointingly, "What about that promise?" Joshua noticed her reaction and immediately turned around. He smiled at her with a guilty look on his face. "Ying, my bad. It seems that I haven't had the chance to use you. Next time, for sure." Chapter 18, Invincible. Part 1. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. After turning his head back, Joshua brought up his attribute tab to have a look at it. Thanks to the 5 warriors he just killed, Joshua had acquired enough experience points to level up. The 3 attributes that he frequently relied on had been enhanced automatically after his level was boosted. Warriors nowadays were mostly perfect silver. All they needed was to gain 2 more levels and they would be able to pass silver tier into gold, which regular people could only dream upon achieving. By then, their warriors could stand on the edge of glory. They would become the only revered men of that generation. Lingering by the main hall, Joshua was breathing heavily to recover his stamina. He had no intention at all to leave the hall for the moment. He promised the old butler to clean out any trash in the hall. In other words, he had no intention to let any of his enemies leave the place alive. Rage, hatred, disdain, all other negative emotions were chaotically spinning in his mind. Then he relaxed little by little. After that, Joshua's face relaxed. However, his heart was ignited with blazing fire. Decapitation? Was that it? You've got to be kidding me. Other than himself and Ying, everyone in the hall room was dead. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of intense but yet uniformed footsteps was approaching the hall. They seemed to be gathering not far from the hall at the moment. After that, they marched into the hall like a strong current of water gushing into the hall. Well, they looked like a few schools of fish binding together before they swam into the riverbank. Joshua could sense that the shimmering souls that were initially scattered across the mansion were about to finish gathering together in one spot. Furthermore, they were just gathered not far from where Joshua stood. A few seconds later, the second wave of guards that came late had already appeared on the other side of the main hall. Compared to the first wave, which only had 5 silver tier guards, they only arrived less than a minute late. Upon observing the current situation in the hall, they were well aware of what was about to come. Ying, stand back a little. No, you should stay outside for the moment. After seeing the group of elite mercenaries that were secretly trained by the Wilson family, Joshua turned his head around to tell the little girl. But we agreed earlier on that you'd use me. Ying was having a bad time accepting the new arrangement. Ever since she had formed the pact with Joshua, there were several times that she thought her master would use her in combat. However, her master turned out to be so powerful, he actually took out his enemies with his bare hands. However, this time, it was obviously different. There were over 19 silver tier warriors in the vicinity. Divine armament transformations can only last for an hour. We should reserve it for unforeseen circumstances where it might put us in the uttermost dangerous situation. So, for now, looking upon the enemies lining up in their own formation, Joshua could not help but laugh. The leader was a heavily armored knight. He glanced at the mess made in the surrounding with a baffled look on his face. He also noticed that 5 of his comrades were lying dead on the ground. Glaring at Joshua, he commanded loudly, "The enemy is right in front, let's go." "Yes, sir." They did not try to stall, nor attempt to communicate with Joshua. After hearing the command to act, 19 silver tier knights let out a battle cry in unison and went into formation. Stomping through the pathway with intimidating auras, the knights charged towards the lone warrior at an intense pace. The walls, the chairs, the houses and the pots were smashed by the knights as if a tank just passed by. Everything was crushed to bits. They were all elite mercenaries that were secretly trained by the Wilson family, so they were supposedly very experienced. They had exterminated countless enemies, some which included orcs and monsters. Most of them even encountered and triumphed over the white dragons that were wandering in the north. Hence they were called the White Dragons. They were one of the strongest and largest mercenary groups in the north, so they had no fear when there was only one enemy right before them. In the face of the formation of the 19 Silver-tier Knights, Joshua slowly closed his eyes as if the rampant knights were completely not there. After I traveled to this world, orcs, counts, betrayal. He seemed to have said something. However, no one could have heard what he said in the chaotic hall. Urgent news comes one after another. I didn't even have time to react to the previous ones yet. So would the mercenaries care whether their enemy was dreaming or not? Of course not. They did not even pay any attention to the peculiarities that were happening to Joshua's body. The friction between their armor pieces was getting louder and noisier. The sound of their heartbeats became obscured by the noise of their armor. They were so fired up that their blood had flooded their brains, causing them to ignore the radiance that was getting thicker and thicker around their enemy. The smell of steel was mixed with the smell of the leather. Meanwhile, the nearest enemy was only less than 5 meters away from Joshua. The blades and spears were already right before his eyes. At that moment, Joshua opened his eyes. Red radiance began to spread. He once again raised his right hand and clenched his fist before he proudly said, "But I do not care about any of that." Right before his eyes, words from the system were being refreshed rapidly. The final words that were adjusted to his sight were, "Supreme, Divine Power." Boom. Followed by a roar from Joshua in the center. The semicircular air barrier began to rise. The air barrier then suddenly burst. Countless shockwaves were unleashed into the surroundings while reddish gold light shone across the entire hall. The aura that was spreading out into the surroundings was sparkling as if there was a static field around Joshua. Joshua raised his head and his eyes turned red under the reddish gold radiance. His skin was covered with a layer of an unusual radiance due to the highly active aura emitting from his body. The moment he opened his mouth, a stream of white light mixed with gold flakes came right out of his mouth. His arrogant yet heroic voice overpowered all the noise as it reverberated across the entire hall. "I just want to know how strong I am. I ask for nothing more." Originally, the hall was quiet. Suddenly, the hall became ignited, followed by the strange distortions in the air. The light that radiated from Joshua's body began to distort the air in the surrounding hall. White mist-like shock waves were emitted back and forth across the hall. Everything in the surroundings reeled right and left. Although he was all alone in this battle, his aura was as powerful as the existence of 1,000, or maybe 10,000 soldiers. Encountering the 19 knights that were charging towards him, he chose not to dodge them. Die. Following the distorted air that created the howling sound of the gust, a vague figure in red suddenly appeared right before the eyes of the heavily armored leader. With a glare as cold as steel, that knight could not even react to the situation as a fist was blocking his sight. Splat! Right before the trembling power that was being enhanced to its maximum limit, the head of the knight in heavy armor was struck by Joshua's fist. His entire head was smashed into tiny bits. His body was still motionless before he began to fall to the ground slowly. Meanwhile, Joshua was moving so fast that he seemed to flash across the surroundings of the hall before disappearing from his enemy's view. Before that, if Joshua were to use his skills to kill his enemies, he had to use his ultimate skill, Divine Power. His power level had been boosted by 2 times. It was the same as using pure brute force to attack. He would be an unstoppable monster within the period of 25 seconds. He could be deemed a giant behemoth that could demolish the entire city bare-handed. As long as it was a head-on battle, even the gold-tier warriors would die by his hand if they ever wanted to fight him. Strength, upon accumulation, was equal to destructive power. Take this power, coupled with an experienced legendary warrior, could you even imagine the extent of his destructive power? Destruction, complete annihilation, unstoppable. It was like they were hit by a truck. Another knight in heavy armor was struck and flew a great distance. His weapon was shattered into pieces. His body was distorted after the strike and he died in midair. The knights had lost their captain and one of their comrades within a brief second. The remaining silver tier warriors were instantly terrified. Their formation seemed to be showing signs that it would be broken soon because of that. However, they remained as elites who had received intense and strict training. These warriors did not break formation even then. However, Joshua's experience on the battlefield was fucking rich. He had experienced countless battles and he had not lost a single one of them. He was deemed as the finest legendary warrior. The briefest moments of vulnerability in others would become an opportunity for Joshua. Weak. He was holding a warhammer that he took from the hands of the knight's dead captain. He then stomped the ground and moved himself over to the right side of the formation. His eyes blazing. Joshua felt like he was back on the battlefield with the orcs where he single-handedly slew 300 orcs. He laughed out loud without holding back. "You're just pathetic, weaklings." Followed by his manic laughter. A clean slash was swung straight at the knights right before him. In the end, those mercenaries were still silver tier elites after all. Even though Joshua was moving at a high speed where almost no one could see him, there were still a few of them who noticed his movements. One person in particular noticed that Joshua had arrived by his side. So he raised his weapon and he was ready to attack Joshua. However, before he could even talk, warn his comrades or raise his weapon, he felt a tremble in the air, followed by a whistle of sharp blows. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang across the entire hall. Two knights were smashed in their shoulders and chests with a warhammer. Blood and bones were flying everywhere. "A bunch of imbeciles like you. I have killed a couple thousand, no, tens of thousands more of you already. And I'm sick of it." Some blood spluttered on Joshua's face but he was not bothered by it. Instead, he became even more aggressive than before, revealing a sinister smile on his face. Because the number of people on the other side was much more, their strength there was stronger now. They could really pose a threat to him. So he decided to do a tactical retreat for the moment. Dodge, block, parry? That's horse shit. No matter this was just a game or a reality, no matter it was the past or current, he had never been careful to begin with. He had never hidden or dodged before. No. He never had those experiences before. Ever since he was born into this world, Joshua never tolerated or retreated from anything. If one was capable of defeating him, then just do it or just shut the fuck up. Now, Joshua had become invincible with divine power. Here in this world, everything seemed like reality. The existence of this alternate world was realistic. The increment in power did not only depend on grip strength, arm strength, and one's explosive power. Even speed would be affected by the amount of strength exerted in one's movement. In other words, if one exerted more power in the movement, that person would be able to move faster. Before the enemies could react, Joshua decided to toss aside the blood-stained warhammer aside, disregarding the consequences. His entire body disappeared in a flash as he took the initiative to charge forward. Chapter 19, Invincible. Part 2. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. In the presence of glowing red light, the warhammer spun violently like a high-speed circular saw. It was spinning so fast that it appeared like a blurry circular object flying across the hall. Then it landed right on the shield of a warrior in heavy armor who managed to raise his large shield up to block in time. Although he did not fall to the ground after holding his ground against the impact of that strike, his hands were trembling so violently from the impact for holding his shield against the warhammer. As his hands were trembling so violently, their warrior could no longer hold his shield properly with his numbed hands. In order to hold himself against the tremendous force that was pushing him back, he began to take a step back, one at a time, until he was pushed against the wall right behind him. Having no other way out, he was forced to take on the full impact of this strike. Their warrior clenched his teeth hard. Blood started to spill from the side of his mouth. Instantly, the wall behind the warrior cracked into web-shaped patterns. Meanwhile, the spinning warhammer had plunged itself into the shield's center. At the same time, Joshua rushed into the formation of the mercenaries that were partially scattered. He reached out one of his hands and grabbed onto the neck of a silver tier warrior wearing plate armor. Without using much strength, he easily lifted the poor warrior up, choking him. The poor warrior was struggling so hard to break free from his grip. However, Joshua's strength was strong enough to crush solid rocks and the skulls and bones of orcs like they were nothing. So the warrior was just as weak as a newborn chicken in Joshua's grip. Now that Joshua's strength had been amplified over a few times, he could now easily crush anyone that was silver tier. Having difficulty in killing the warrior, Joshua grabbed onto the right leg of the warrior and used him as a weapon. He began to swing the dead body around in a circle. Instantly, the formation of the knights was swept clean. The formation that was formed from nearly 20 silver tier warriors was easily broken by Joshua. Pathetic. You're just pathetically weak. After whirling the dead body of their warrior like whirling a huge weapon for a few rounds, Joshua laughed out loud. After that, he tossed the dead body aside, out of his hands. Of course, their warriors that were standing in the line of fire quickly dodged to the side. That large man with his full set of heavy armor weighed approximately 400 pounds. Followed by a loud bang and a violent tremor, the cracked walls of the Count's mansion was completely demolished by the impact of the dead body tossed out by Joshua. A large hole appeared right on the wall. Bricks and rubble of the wall fell and buried the dead warrior and the one with a shield. Now, it was merely 8 seconds since Joshua started his onslaught. 6 of the mercenaries were dead. Judging from the current situation, Joshua should be able to slaughter the remaining warriors before his divine power form ran out of time. Meanwhile, their warriors of the White Dragon mercenaries still couldn't believe their own eyes even though they have just witnessed everything. They were deemed to be the best among the best. The entire group only consist of at least silver tier warriors after all. Their weapons were much better than others as well. Each of them was equipped with good armor. Not only they were capable of laying siege to a city, they were capable of hunting a giant dragon. And now, the entire White Dragon group could not even take down the enemy right before them. One man? How was that possible? Even the most absurd knight's novel would not have such a story that would contradict with regular people's common sense. What an incredible development. Well, their heads were in the right place though. The situation was just unbelievable. However, Joshua did not need anyone to understand. Picking up anything from the ground, no matter it was the weapon, the shield, people's dead bodies or a rock, Joshua was moving extremely fast. At the same time, he was throwing whatever he grabbed towards his enemies at a speed where the projectiles were thrown out faster than the arrows getting shot out of a heavy crossbow. Because those projectiles were thrown out at a speed where normal people could not see, the remaining knights could only attempt blocking anything that came at them. They did not even get the chance to get back into formation. Ugh! Monster, die! A raging roar suddenly echoed across the hall. Initially, the entire hall head was engulfed by a blazing red aura. However, a new aura suddenly appeared in the same hall. A green radiance was suddenly unleashed by one of the mercenaries that was pushed to the edge. His entire body was blazing in flames, rippling back and forth across the surface of his body. Among the entire White Dragon mercenary group, only 3 of them were upper silver tier. The ranger was already dead. Meanwhile, their captain could not even react to anything before he was punched to death. So this mercenary seemed to be the last one who appeared to have combat aura that could affect the outcome of the situation. Combat aura, also known as ripple, blazing flames or a flare, was the energy that was born from draining one's physical body to the limit. It had no physical shape. It could only circulate within a person's body. However, it can flare if it combined with a warrior's will. It was a miraculous power that could be seen by the naked eye. Well, it would be just like the rippling layer of light that was going back and forth across the surface of Joshua and that warrior's entire body. It could enhance the strength of the body and altered the situation at will. By some, it was deemed as the third arm of a warrior, an extraordinary beginning. Only upper silver tier warriors could perform all these. Only they could enhance their own attributes so much. Within a brief period of time, the air in the surroundings began to circulate rapidly. Under the leadership of that upper silver tier warrior, the mercenaries managed to recover from the mess they fell into. They once again stood back up on their feet and regained their morale. One after another they roared. Their bodies swelled little by little as their strength within them began to be unleashed. They were all charging towards Joshua with everything they've got. After today's battle, No matter who won by the end of it, those men would need to rest over half a month before they could recover back to their former state. However, their target had vanished from their sight once again. What just happened? Where did he go? Everyone panicked as they began to look around. However, they reacted almost at the same instant. On the next moment, Joshua was right above them. They lifted their heads immediately. However, it was too late for them. Just when the mercenaries were raising their weapons and shields up getting ready to strike, a violent quake shook the hall, followed by an extremely loud noise. The ceiling on the first floor of the Count's mansion crumbled into rubble before collapsing on the mercenaries. Rock and countless furniture fell upon the mercenaries along with the rubble. Before the mercenaries could get themselves out of the sticky situation, a figure radiating in red aura revealed himself from among the collapsed debris. Joshua aimed at the upper silver tier warrior who unleashed combat aura earlier and charged straight at him. Well, that upper silver tier warrior was indeed an experienced warrior who fought hundreds of battles. He saw through Joshua's intention the moment he noticed Joshua's presence. Meanwhile, his current state allowed him to barely keep up with Joshua's speed. So he swung out the long sword in his hand and roared in rage, "Today, I must kill." 3. Before that warrior could finish what he wanted to say, he heard a cold voice that seemed to be announcing something. His face changed in an instant. He had noticed Joshua's shadow that he had been trailing doggedly, vanishing without a trace. At the very next moment, he could feel a red radiating light invading his space. His 5 senses were completely blinded by an absolute force that was directed at him. A near-piercing supersonic sound announced the appearance of an intimidating, large figure. Bam! His sight turned pitch black in an instant. His blood began to ooze out non-stop. The upper silver tier warrior's eyes almost popped like the eyes of a dead fish, his mouth agape with disbelief. Looking at his chest, all he could see was a fist glowing red was plunged in deep. It went straight in and crushed his stomach and torso. Even his spine was about to be blown right out of his body. 2. After removing his fist out of the chest of that warrior, that upper silver tier warrior began to lose consciousness. Following the countless visible shockwaves that ripple along the air, Joshua had once again vanished from everyone's sight. His body instantly appeared right by the side of the other mercenaries who were still turning their heads around to look for him. Snatching a long sword from one of the mercenaries, Joshua broke the neck of that knight with a karate chop. Then he clenched his fist and flung it back at the other mercenary's face who was attempting to attack him from behind. A powerful impact went straight through the armor made of steel, shocking the mercenary's weak body and made him faint on the spot. At the same time, his hand that was holding the long sword did not stop there. Joshua lowered his body by squatting down a little. Then he began sweeping the sword at the legs of mercenaries around him. With the blazing aura of his movement, the sharp blade that he was wielding cut right through the leggings forged from steel and the lined leather armor made of orc skins with ease. The blade also managed to cut off the legs that the legging armor and the leather armor were supposed to protect. Right after that, Joshua stood up immediately and did a spin. He was like a whirlwind, swinging the sword in his hand towards the neck of another mercenary ready to take another life. 1. Well, even steel could not stop the blade of the sword from cutting through. So how could muscle and flesh withstand the strike then? Because of Joshua's aura, the eyes of the mercenaries that were hit by Joshua's sword were blinded. Blood spluttered from their necks and their bodies slowly fell onto the ground one after another. After that, they did not stand up again. At the same time, the sword that Joshua was holding could not withstand the overwhelming burden and broke in half. On the 17th second of divine power, Joshua counted to 3. 13 of the mercenaries were now dead. Only 6 of them remained because they were further away from Joshua. They could not even react to the situation after witnessing all of it happening in front of their eyes. How could the battle be over so quickly? It was not even 20 seconds yet. They could not even get themselves to think what they should do after that. They were just staring at the gruesome remains of their comrades that were splattered on the ground in the hall. Joshua was just standing among all those dead bodies with his body glowing red. There's still 8 seconds left. 7 seconds. Well, it's time I wrap this up. Joshua took a deep breath. He let loose his tired muscles for which he overstressed for unleashing his power just now. Then he spoke with a tone of regret. Enough with the warm-ups. You're good, Not bad at all. After a brief moment of rest, Joshua once again charged towards his remaining enemies. That was his final charge. His entire body was once again enveloped in a red aura. Meanwhile, the faces of his enemies were white as a sheet. They could only raise their weapons and try to fight back. Boom! With a violent turmoil and the deafening sound of rumbling, the mansion sounded like it was crying. The sturdy structure of the mansion that could withstand cannon attacks was shaking repeatedly. It seemed like the foundation of the mansion was shaken by some horrific event. The glass in the mansion shattered into pieces as red light broke out of the windows. The first half of the Count's mansion slowly collapsed. That part of the hall was turned into ruins, burying all the other knights underneath its rubble. No. There was one man that was not buried. Bit by bit he rose from the ash and rubble above him. Right behind him was the building gradually collapsing. He turned his back on the ruin, stood in the middle of the ground covered by snow. Joshua, Chapter 20, Reasoning in Recklessness, Abide by the Rules. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Starfall Year 831, Winter. 3rd of November, Moldavia. Howling wind. The sky was gloomy. Great clouds had shrouded the entire sky. There was no sunlight at all. A breeze blew past the streets, sweeping the snow up in midair. The weather in the north could change in the snap of a finger. Alongside the sudden gust blowing in, the weather was snowing once again, and it was getting heavier by the minute. The cold that would chill deep into one's bones began to spread. The blizzard and the strong winds were howling across the night as if they were trying to cover up the other sounds in the city. Just as the snow was getting heavier, the sound of a loud deafening explosion came from the center of the city. Even people in the suburban area of the city could hear that loud bang, boom, followed by a tremor that shook the earth across the entire city. The mansion that looked larger than a castle began to collapse like how a sandcastle would. Dust and sand were stirred into the air, mixing in with the snow in the surroundings. Meanwhile, a man was walking out from the ruins of the collapsed castle one step after another. Joshua walked out of the dust that covered the air. Meanwhile, right behind him, the Count's mansion had turned into a heap of rubble that the only way to restore the mansion's condition was to rebuild it from scratch. Joshua's face was emotionless at that time, as he was deep in thought about something else. The enemies in the mansion have been taken care of, so I should focus on exterminating the remaining enemies throughout the city now. Although he was there alone, he did not hesitate at all to say the word exterminating out loud in front of the hundreds of enemies. Joshua did not seem to give a shit about them. He raised his head and looked at the sky, frowning. Another blizzard. Can't the north have some good weather sometimes? At that moment, there were no clothes or whatsoever to cover Joshua's upper body. Well, that was because no clothes or any other things could withstand the explosive impact of his power. They were all torn to shreds. Meanwhile, his divine power was beginning to fade. The skin all around his body was beginning to revert back to his initial skin tone. However, the blazing heat that was emitting out of his body had melted the snow all around him into puddles of water. Intermediate silver tier warriors and some of the patrollers and guards. I've taken out at least half of them. That greedy uncle might not have made it out alive. After all, he barely made it to steel tier due to his over-reliance of making potions. He shouldn't be capable of getting out of the building before it collapsed entirely. Upon thinking things through, he felt that everything was going smoothly as planned. So Joshua turned around with confidence that he had left nothing behind. Then he walked towards Ying, who was currently feeling unhappy. The young girl did not say a word. She just frowned, with a cold expression on her face. It's my fault this time. Bending down a little, Joshua attempted to comfort Ying with nice words. However, I did not use you because we need to be prepared for situations that are far more dangerous than this. Well, it would not be possible for Joshua to say because I've been running on foot alone in the wild for 17 days. So I was not happy at that moment. That's why I totally forgot that I have a divine armament when I was slaughtering the enemies. As she was a rare and powerful being, of course Joshua would speak seriously. According to my knowledge, there will be gold tier enemies coming at us not long from now. I'm just a silver tier. So if I want to defeat them, I can only count on you by then. After all, the duration of the divine armament transformation is only 1 hour. We can't afford to simply use it, huh? Ying raised her head to look at her master after she spaced out for a brief moment. Although she heard Joshua's voice, she did not actually catch what Joshua just told her. Actually, this female divine armament was rather depressed after seeing the Count's house in ruins. I've never gone to Uncle Fang and the previous Count's place when they were alive. Now, everything's gone. I see, that's a pity. Wait a minute. Ying's voice was not loud. However, realization struck Joshua like a bolt of lightning. He instantly reacted to the situation by turning his head to look at the remaining dust that was still floating around in the air. He was speechless for half a day. After seeing the mess he made, he felt guilty for destroying the place, despite his bloodthirsty nature. When the blood rushed to his head, he lost control of himself and destroyed everything. Before the battle, he was still recalling his fond memories. However, after the battle began, he had forgotten everything. He was overwhelmed by his feeling of delight from bloodshed. He even unleashed all his ultimate skills and turned the entire Count's mansion into a heap of rubble. It wasn't just the memories. There were also flying carpets from the elves in the south covering the floor of the entire hall. The cost of the materials required for each carpet had already exceeded 20,000 gold pieces. If the cost for making them and their artistic value were considered as well, each carpet could potentially be priceless. The furniture in the main hall were all made of raw materials such as the enchanted red cedar wood. They were made by halfling craftsmen. The workmanship of the halflings is renowned for their fine details and precision. There was no telling if those furniture were treasures left behind by some of my ancestors. Also, the paintings and the sculptures that were hanging on the walls of the hall are also antiques that were kept one by one. Not to mention those things upstairs. Upon lowering his head calculating the losses, Joshua realized that the sum of the losses was tremendous. Truth be told, Joshua would rather be surrounded by 50 silver tier warriors or spend an entire morning playing hide and seek with the guards than bearing such amount of losses. That moment should be the darkest moment in the history of the Radcliffes. The antiques that were collected through the years had been swept clean. More importantly, he was the one who destroyed everything. The Wilson family. Suddenly, Joshua looked up. His face was filled with murderous intent. The side of his mouth was twitching. Providing aid to my enemies and snatching my birthright, followed by such level of destruction. Very well. I'll remember this. In a nutshell, it was all their fault. As one of the powerful ones, Joshua had no intention to reason with them. Bringing up the system tab, he took a closer look at his current attributes. Name, Joshua Van Radcliffe. Form, Leader. Designation, Race, Level 30 Silver. Challenge level 30 Silver. Attribute, Status. Status, Divine Power, Remaining Power x 1.1. Martial Art Form, when making the first move. Strength, Agility, Endurance +5. Class, Innate Abilities, Weapon Mastery. Class, Retribution, Individual. Profession, Skills, Max Supreme. Living Skill, Equipment, Weapon, the 7th generation of Divine Armament for battling Aragami. Humanoid. Aim, to be invincible. Well, others were not important to him. Joshua was only very interested in keeping tabs on his level. Under the circumstance where a person was on the same tier as his enemy, killing that enemy would reward him regular experience points. For example, if he is a silver, killing a silver tier enemy would bring him regular experience points regardless of the levels. However, if Joshua was too bored and massacred steel tier monsters, he would receive a very large penalty in regards to experience points. Of course, if he decided to challenge gold tier enemies, he could also acquire experience points, though the success rate of doing so would be extremely small. Currently, Joshua had killed almost 30 silver tier warriors. Furthermore, he killed dozens of steel tier warriors as well. As such, Joshua managed to reach level 30 for the moment. Well, he still had quite a long way to go before he could reach level 31 to get to gold tier. However, that was not a big problem at all. Chapter 21, Sometimes, it would be awkward if your enemy's too weak. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 2,400 experience points to go. Luckily, there's no need to complete the quest of glory, or else I would not be able to get to gold tier even if I'm given a few months. Joshua looked at his attributes again. After confirming that he did not have to complete the quests that would take an entire to upgrade his rank, he was relieved. During his previous moments in the game, unless the players reached level 31 and beyond, the players would need to complete one extremely difficult quest if they wanted to get to gold tier. The quest had all sort of strange instructions that were quite specific. Players were not allowed to skip the tedious and complicated process of the quest. If the completion of the task was below 75%, the players would fail the quest. There was nothing much to say about succeeding in completing the quest. However, if the players failed, not only they would be rolled back to level 30, they would also have to wait for a full month before they could attempt the same quest again, which was a lot of time wasted. 2,400 experience points would mean that Joshua had to defeat another 4 to 5 silver tier warriors to gain that amount of experience points. Truth to be told, that wasn't such a challenge for Joshua. Furthermore, he also had another solution to that problem. Adding up the number of patrollers on the streets up to the last silver tier guard I killed, I should have killed more than 50 enemies by now. Plus, I'm getting an additional reward of 5,000 experience points for completing the achievement, 50 kills. So I guess I'll have no problem in leveling up now. Attempting to bring up the achievements tab, Joshua noticed that the system had a minor lag. A few seconds later, the tab finally appeared. He could not help but laugh. I can't believe that even after I transmigrated, there are still delays. After mocking the system a little, the achievement list was brought up to him. Suddenly, a massive amount of data began to load out right before Joshua's eyes. His achievements were astounding. Joshua scrolled through the long list of achievements that he completed before he located the section, "Can be repeated." Then he selected, "Kill Streak," on the list to have a look at it. Only over 30 kills? Joshua furrowed his brows but decided to brush off such a trivial matter. It must be because I let one of them live back then. It doesn't matter much. 3,000 experience points are just enough for it. At the same time, Ying had stopped looking at the ruins of the mansion or feeling sorry for it. She walked up to Joshua, raised her head to look at her master and asked, "Master, what do we do next? Do we eliminate all enemies within the city?" "No need to rush for that." Joshua shook his head a little and answered, "They're too scattered around the entire city. Why don't we wait for them to gather first? They'll surely gather in a spot to exchange intel later on. So for now, we rest." After that, he found a rock and sat on it. Ying followed suit. Right next to him, warriors were used to waiting around. Creek. Meanwhile, in the nearby neighborhood, one of the residents pushed the door open with care. It was a middle-aged lady. She stuck her head out to observe the situation on the streets. These people were unaware of the recent happenings in the city. Furthermore, the patrollers and the guards in the city had been switched. The residents could still talk about it because they had not seen the faces of those new warriors and soldiers. Also, the weather was awfully cold, which was even more of a reason for the people not to step out of their houses. Now, people needed to buy some groceries out at the stores. This middle-aged lady had already given up the notion of going out of her house as she decided to ignore whatever was happening out there. However, the explosive sound that just occurred was really different. It was much louder than anything she had heard. So she could not help but take a peek outside. Lifting her head, she glanced at the area outside her doorstep. After checking that there were no guards or soldiers patrolling around, the middle-aged woman let out a breath and started to observe the surroundings for real. Moments later, she dropped her jaw at what she saw. She was so shocked that she drew a sharp breath and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" She covered her mouth with her both hands as she backed up. Her legs buckled, causing her to collapse on the floor. "The Count's mansion. The Count's mansion has been... What happened?" An impatient man's voice was heard from the house. Also, a faint sound of a child who was complaining about being woken up from his or her sleep could be heard. "Shut the door quick. The cold wind is coming in. Don't let the child freeze." "Geez, just come and have a look, old man." She had no time to explain what she saw. She also did not know what words could be used to describe what she was staring at now. With an agitated expression on her face, she barked, quickly. "Come here, you foolish woman," grumbled the man. He guessed that something must have happened out there. So he quickly walked out of the house and pulled his wife up from the ground, who was sitting right in front of the doorstep. After that, he narrowed his gaze to focus on observing the surroundings. Well, after that, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He froze momentarily, then exclaimed, "Good grief, oh my!" Not far from where the two were standing right now, was a huge mushroom cloud rising slowly from the center of the city where the Count's mansion was located. Right below the mushroom cloud was a large pile of rubble. The husband and wife looked at each other. Anyone could see it in their eyes that they were currently bewildered at the same time. So who was it? Who was the one responsible for making a mess in the Count's mansion? Turning their eyes around, they noticed that there were two dim figures right next to the rubble pile. At that exact same moment, Joshua had waited more than 10 minutes there. Theoretically speaking, any warriors or guards that were steel or silver tier would have rushed to the site. However, no one appeared. "It seems that I've forgotten about it," remarked Joshua, shaking his head regretfully. Joshua reflected on taking things for granted in the game. After all, this world exists. There was only one life for each individual in this world. Unlike players in the game, these NPCs have aggro-meters which will push them into battle until they drew their last breath. Not to mention that these were just mercenaries that were secretly trained by the Wilson family. They were most committed to the principle take the money and work. So if they ever encountered a monster that could demolish the Count's mansion, the first thing that would come to their minds was run. That would not even become a burden to their mental health. Sometimes, it would be awkward if your enemy's too weak. Joshua stood up with the intention of leaving the place. "Ying, come over here. Let's get ready to move." "Yes, master." "What are we up to now?" "We shall go to the church square to sound the bell. We shall notify the entire city," declared Joshua, who felt that it was right and natural to do so. He then casually added, "Tell them that I, Joshua, the Count of this land, has returned." Since that his greedy uncle died, there shouldn't be anyone who would spring out of nowhere to snatch the Count's title from him. Furthermore, his cousin Chris was not the type to go behind his back. Since that was already the case, it would be best to immediately notify the entire city and lift the high alert status from the city. Then he could just get over to the Fort Dark Forest and get reinforcements to maintain order. Any other things that were related to obtaining the title could be dealt with later on. Walking in the streets, Joshua noticed that many of the residents left their windows and doors opened. They were looking towards the direction where the Count's mansion was located at. Their attentions were not on Joshua or Ying, as they were fixated on the mushroom cloud that was dispersing with the blowing wind, with bewildered expressions on their faces. Also, some of them had noticed the absence of soldiers and the patrollers and thus walked out to take a look around. The voices of people began to fill the corners of the streets. All of a sudden, Joshua stopped in his tracks. He frowned and turned his head. Then he looked into the distance. His eyes looked past the buildings and the blizzard ahead. His eyes were staring straight at the clouds above the sky. The sound of the wind. As he said it aloud, Ying overheard it and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Joshua turned around and he suddenly looked dead serious. What he heard was neither the winter wind that was sweeping the streets cold nor the sound of the northern winds that swept the clouds and frost of the surroundings. What Joshua heard was the rumbling sound that existed between spirits and elements where ordinary people could not notice. In a distance where men could not see with the naked eye, there was a man, an existence. His magic that quivered the surroundings around the earth. It seemed that the spirits and the elements were all under his command. The slight movement of that power could blow like a wind. Joshua could sense it. Gold tier. Glorious strength. I can't believe that it would come so soon. A change of plan is needed. Taking a deep breath, Joshua suddenly roared out loud. Residents all around, leave at once. His voice was not gentle but intimidating and threatening. This is not a joke. This is an order. I'll only give you 3 minutes, or else. Before he finished his words, he stomped the ground. Instantly, the shockwave of his stomp spread out. It felt like a tremor. The explosive sound echoed across the city. Right before the eyes of the horrified residents, The rocks and stones in the surrounding area of tens of meters were reduced to pebbles. A large crack was presented right on the ground. There was nothing else left to say. That was purely terrifying to look upon. So was there any reason to hesitate at all? Well, facing such a threatening man, it would be best to just follow what he wants. The voices of the people in the surroundings began to get louder a little. After that, one after another quickly went back to their houses and homes. They quickly summoned their husbands, wives, and children. Then they quickly took everything that was previous to them and ran away from the city like refugees. After the warning, Joshua did not say a word. He was staring at the empty sky. Meanwhile, the silver-haired divine armament followed him on his back. Countless people rushed past his left and right, trying to get back to their loved ones. It was about to come. Chapter 22, You Have Stepped on a Toe. My friend. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Snow was falling from the sky. The sun was almost completely blocked from the earth as only some faint streams of golden light could be seen slipping past the thick grey clouds. That was the winter in the north. Other than a few days, that place basically had no sun in the sky most of the time, the sky forever grey. However, that had changed now. Far beyond the clouds where the sun would set in, was a dim greyish-green light. That light was only slightly brighter than those lights that escaped through the grey clouds. However, the light was approaching the city closer, getting brighter by the second. Meanwhile, the greyish-green light seemed to be spreading across the clouds as well. Compared to the haze in the surroundings, it was exceptionally obvious. The speed's not slowing down at all. It's about to arrive real soon. Once known as a legendary warrior, Joshua was very sensitive towards the movement of energies all around the surroundings. He could feel the rippling waves of elemental energy expanding in the atmosphere all around. The breezes of energy brushed by Joshua's body. Joshua could not help but clench his fist. The Mycroft continent was full of all sorts of strange energies such as magic, spirits, and elements. As long as there is a soul and a body, regardless of any race, one could feel these energies. Different races would react to the powers differently. Some might require more time and some might not. However, there was no doubt that a life, regardless of whether it had powerful innate talent or not, would not be able to get to Steel Tier, stepping out the first extraordinary step if the soul did not go through revelation, to get itself and its natural strength and control. Spiritual, life, and elemental energy. A person would be deemed as a pro only if they mastered these powers. Otherwise, they would only be deemed as an apprentice or an ordinary man. Meanwhile, humans were known to be the most famous steel race. When growing up into an adult, as long as they were willing to train hard, most of them would be able to achieve Steel Tier. The best of them might even get to access the boundaries of their souls, bodies, and skills. Once they could access those three most important boundaries in them, they would be able to surpass the limit where they could control extraordinary powers and break through the limit of humans. That entire process was called Radiant Spirit. That was because the soul of that class at that level could increase further the power that they wielded. That power could even become a visible blinding radiance. With that radiance, regular people's bodies and souls might even get burned. Meanwhile, the next thing that was going to happen would be Gold Deer Enemy. With a low voice, although Joshua was looking deadly serious now, he did not show any trace of fear on his face. Instead, he was grinning. Anyone could tell from his face that he was very eager to try his strength now. One of the Wilson family members, Nolan's eldest brother. If the Silver Tier warriors were said to be beings that exceeded the limit of men, then the Gold Tier warriors should undoubtedly be super beings, as their bodies would have been reshaped by pure energy. They were basically immune to diseases and the cold. Their limbs could even regenerate after being cut off. They could also fly on their free will. Other than their heads and energy cores, they had no other weaknesses. Those were not even the special attributes of Gold Tier warriors but the basic attributes of their extraordinary bodies. Ying's spiritual and transcendental build were similar. If Joshua was using divine power, he could become powerful enough to pressure Gold Tier warriors that were weaker. However, there was one thing that kept them from being capable of taking on stronger Gold Tier warriors. That would be the glorious strength that the Gold Tier warriors had. That power was deemed to be a miracle, that only belonged to one person. Unlike magic, spiritual energy, combat aura, and other powers that could be obtained through training by any living things, a miracle was one of a kind in the entire world. Each one could only belong to one person. There were thousands of them. Such power violated basic principles. There was no other way that a person could achieve such heights in obtaining power. According to legends, there was a vampire who managed to achieve Gold Deer and obtain the ability to stop time after some training. Of course, that was only a special case that would never happen again. However, regardless of it being basic attributes, the toughness of their souls, or their ability to control their power, the power level of a gold tier warrior definitely surpassed the power level of a silver tier. Furthermore, gold tier warriors could fly freely and they also have their glorious strength, so they could easily defeat 10 times the number of low-tier enemies. At this moment, a heavily equipped gold tier warrior was vibrating the elements, coming to the main city gates at high speed. The grayish-green radiance that was surrounding him was approaching closer by the second. The aura was dense and intimidating. The entire atmosphere was as if a storm was coming. Meanwhile, his target was undoubtedly Joshua. Rumble. The air was torn, causing thunderous noise throughout the surroundings. Joshua no longer paying attention to the enemy who was approaching from afar. Instead, he brought up the system tab to have a look at his own attributes. Level 30, 3,817 6,200. With a gentle press, Joshua obtained the experience points for completing his achievements. 3,000 experience points were transferred into his experience bar. The numbers in the system began to rise tremendously until it was completely filled. A stream of red lights appeared on Joshua's skin. Level 31. 617 thousandths. For reaching gold tier, his entire body did not shine. There was also no sign of any aura that could smash rocks and stones into smithereens. Right at that moment of ascending to another tier, Joshua's face was emotionless while he was attempting to control the expanding power buried deep within his body. Without facing any difficulties, he had finally reached gold tier. At the same time, an insanely tremendous force came right down to the ground from the sky, sweeping away everything in that area. A purely condensed killing intent was focused on Joshua now. Boom! A loud explosive bang was heard after the air was torn, followed by the descent of a radiating shadow from the sky. Meanwhile, the murderous intent that was mixed with rage had been targeted at Joshua. Wordlessly, without any desire to communicate, the gold tier warrior who came from afar noticed that all his men were either dead or they had already fled the battlefield. It did not take long at all for him to realize the main reason his plan had failed. So this silver tier warrior who was currently standing in the middle of the city, with no intention of fleeing, was the main reason that his plan failed. The combat aura surrounding the warrior ignited. The air around his body was distorted by the rippling waves of the aura emitting out from his body. Waves of white light circulated in the air repeatedly to the point that a conical mist seemed to have formed around that warrior. The gold tier warrior descended to the ground at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound, revealing one of his fists. The violent winds all around instantly turned into a gigantic radiating punch, followed by the intense whistling of air, crashing down upon Joshua who was standing still on the ground. The high-velocity punch was the result of air manipulation. Under the high frequency of vibrating air, even steel would be torn apart into pieces if they were ever hit by that punch. Suddenly, a stream of red light flashed across the gold tier warrior's eyes. The fierce radiating punch was instantly deflected. The wind had blown away all the stones and dust in the surrounding. Meanwhile, that gold tier warrior attempted to shift his direction. Because of that, his body moved a little to the side as if he was attempting to evade an invisible attack. What the hell was that? Slowly landing on the other end of the street, the eyes of the gold tier warrior were filled with uncertainty. At this moment, Joshua held his fist back. The red combat aura was rippling around Joshua as if it was solid. Joshua gave a fierce glare at the gold tier warrior. Instantly, a murderous intent filled with bloodlust was locked on the body of the gold tier warrior. Joshua spoke in a slow and clear tone, "Who gave you the impression that I'm just a silver tier?" He then stretched out his right hand towards Ying, who was smiling all the while standing right behind him. The divine armament did not hesitate at all. grabbing Joshua's right hand hastily. Waves of magic burst into flames. After a blinding flash of light, a silver greatsword that exceeded the height of a human appeared in Joshua's hands. A black chain was seen extended from the hilt of the sword. Meanwhile, the other end of the chain was wound around the warrior's right hand. The chain seemed to have sunk into Joshua's wrist. "My enemy, you shall become the very first soul that Ying and I condemn to death for my goal to reach gold tier." Raising his hand up and pointed the tip of his weapon straight at the face of that gold tier warrior, Joshua was confident. He had already mastered the power level of a gold tier warrior. He grinned at the warrior, his eyes cold. "So, draw your weapon and die now." Chapter 23, There's no good ending for the being weak. Why can't you understand that? This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. In the empty streets, Joshua and the gold tier warrior faced off each other. Moz Wilson, the strongest among the younger generation of the Wilson family, was known as a gold tier warrior with grey hair and eyes. He was fully equipped with heavy armor. However, his movement did not seem to be slowing down at all despite that. Well, the heavy armor would have immobilized the movement of a normal warrior. It was as though this set of heavy armor was as light as a set of leather armor when equipped by a warrior of this standard. However, the gold tier warrior did not put himself at ease, not even the slightest bit. Joshua could see it in his eyes. Now, this huge and sturdy gold tier warrior seemed to be filled with restless thoughts. He was amazed yet puzzled at the same time. He was so surprised because the power level of this enemy did not tally with the rumors he heard. Joshua Van Radcliffe was still a silver tier warrior when he was still in the Black Raven army about a month ago, so it seemed that he managed to break through his own shell and ascend to gold. However, he should not be able to get himself familiarized with the newly acquired power of his. Gold tier was deemed to be the ascension of the body to a whole new level. Therefore, no matter what kind of prodigy he turned out to be, it would still require a few months of practice before anyone could master that tier of power. However, it would be pointless as well even if Moz did not believe it. Currently, Joshua was standing before Moz as a gold tier warrior, a strong enemy that could threaten him. "I'm Moz Wilson." Unsheathing the broadsword from his waist, Moz appeared calm. He then pointed the tip towards his enemy. His eyes were clear as day now. "Joshua Van Radcliffe." Joshua did not hesitate to tell his enemy his name as well. It appeared that exchanging names with your enemies was a tradition around the world. It was a gesture to prove that the warriors were fighting fair and square regardless of who would win. It was just a proof of glory. The next moment after they were done with their conversation, the wind howled. Two weapons clashed with each other. The clanging of steel against steel was so noisy and the friction between the two weapons had made fountains of sparks across the surroundings. However, the two of them did not notice such a trivial thing. In less than a second, they had already clashed their weapons against each other over several rounds. Before the violent airstream could set off any of the impact shockwaves, the two of them had already done testing out each other's strength. Not bad. Backing up to his initial spot, Moz raised his broadsword and placed it horizontally across his chest. He adjusted his breathing pace and let out a low-pitched roar. He entirely disappeared once again. In a blink of an eye, a heavily charged slash attack that was tearing the ground apart was heading straight towards Joshua's head. The black broadsword that was initially placed right before the chest of the gold tier warrior swung out in a blur, like a stream of dark light flashing across the air. Its movement was extremely fast, to the point that it was almost impossible to see. A tiny fraction his strength was enough to lift and twist the air around him. That strike seemed to be just a normal strike. However, the strength and the speed were unleashed at maximum potential. It was just like a normal strike in between his breathing pace. No subtle changes were needed in that strike at all. Foolish. Upon letting out a roar, Joshua's expression was as cool as steel. Facing such a heavy strike that could easily destroy the castle walls and splitting steel, Joshua chose not to retreat. Instead, he raised his left hand up. He was ready to take on that heavy strike from his enemy with his body made of flesh and blood. With merely his flesh and bones, Joshua stopped the strike with ease. At the same instant, he swung that great sword of his that he was holding in his right hand from bottom to the top. It was a solid upswing strike that was heading towards Moz. Puckik, flesh and blood. Even if it was the body of a gold tier warrior, that body should not be compared to the toughness of a weapon forged from steel. Furthermore, that weapon was infused with combat aura, not to mention that it was swung at Joshua by another gold tier warrior at full strength. Joshua's left palm was split in half upon contact with that heavy strike. However, even though that was the case, that strike which was originally aimed at Joshua's head was slightly set off of its track. Because of that strike went all the way down by the side of Joshua's body. It was a miss. Meanwhile, because Moz stayed in midair after his attack, he did not have any way to borrow a force to change his position in midair. Moz was helpless against the fully loaded upswing strike that Joshua threw at him. After Ying transformed into her divine armament form, she became a heavy and huge weapon that was even larger than the size of a human. So while encountering Moz's broadsword, Joshua lost the agility in wielding his weapon. It was hard for him to take the preemptive strike in battles. However, that would also mean that if he could land his attacks on his enemies, the damage he could deal would be much higher than the damage regular weapons could deal. Moz never expected Joshua to risk his life just after their first encounter. Because he did not want to simply let go of the weapon in his hand, Moz did not activate his combat aura in the first place to fight back. Instead, he chose to avoid the strike that was coming at him. So the gold tier warrior kept his weapon based on his battle instincts and saved himself from Joshua's heavy strike that could have split him in half. However, after a moment's notice, Moz only realized that his elbow on his left hand was broken after deflecting the impact of Joshua's attack. Your courage could even astound the gods. After witnessing Joshua controlling his arm muscles to stop his bleeding wound, Moz broke out in cold sweat, clenching his teeth. I've never met an opponent like you. That's because your previous enemies were all weak. Joshua closed the wound on his left palm, looking nonchalant. With his combat aura blazing on, his blood and bones were swiftly restored. His left hand regenerated back to its former state. Joshua smiled coldly and said, "You must not have experienced many battles with other gold tier warriors. So how would you know the way to use such a skill then?" He was speaking as if he had experienced many rounds of battles with gold tier warriors. Moz was bewildered for the moment. This guy should have only ascended to gold tier less than a month ago. Moz looked doubtful. So why did he seem like he was much more experienced than Moz? Truth to be told, Joshua's experience was much more than Moz's. Furthermore, the difference was not a little, but vast. After acquiring power, gold tier warriors had healing abilities which were on an entirely different level. As long as the warrior's vitality was strong enough and the body of the warrior had sufficient nutrients, the warrior could regrow any lost limbs over a couple of days. As for wounds that did not involve losing a limb, the warrior would only need a matter of seconds to regenerate. They could swiftly recover a certain level of their battle power within that few seconds. Receiving a wound that could quickly recover as the cost, Joshua had given his enemy a blow that hard to recover from. That was an instinct he had as a legendary warrior. Joshua once again clenched his healed left fist, unclenched it, and then tightened it again. Joshua was feeling great at the moment. In fact, he had never felt this great in his life. It went beyond his imagination that he enjoyed the taste of his own and his enemy's blood in a battle of life and death. Meanwhile, the street where the two of them were battling against each other became silent. The residents that were once living there had moved far away from the streets to seek shelter. Some dust from the rocks that floated out from the potholes was the result of the impact of the battle between the two gold tier warriors. Frankly speaking, Moz's strength most probably went beyond Joshua's current strength, which made sense. After all, there had been two versions of gold tier before Continental Wars server was open to the public. They were from the same legend though. The gold tier was different from the gold tier after the Dark Tide. The gold tier during that time was valued for their quality rather than their numbers. Most of their forms were elites. Some of them were even leaders, so they were much more powerful than the regular form after the Dark Tide. However, even though that was the case, this is also an insurmountable gap. From physique to the control over the power, ascending to gold tier was a whole new level. In terms of power in the game, such process had been replaced with their glorious quest that countless players were complaining about. The long list of quests had replaced the adjustment process. Meanwhile, in this real world, an adjustment period was needed. Just like a child could not wield a great sword, An infant could not wield a great axe. So common people could not have familiarized themselves with such new changes over such a short period of time. However, how could Joshua be categorized the same as those people? About a month ago, he could just simply unleash an extraordinary natural gift. His punches could have easily destroyed the mountains and stir up waves. He was a legendary warrior. Now he was demoted back to a gold-tier warrior. So it would not take long for him to get used to his battle style. It would only take a few seconds. In other words, he could just easily get used to it during the few seconds while he was talking to his opponent. Chapter 24, How Can You Collapse Before I Use My Ultimate Skill? This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. After confirming that most of his strength had recovered, Joshua did not say a word. He immediately held his sword with both hands and charged forward. The silver blade was swung towards Moz's neck with a violent pressure that was enough to rip a regular human's body to shreds. The whistling swing of that sword was intense. Meanwhile, even though Moz had a broken left elbow, he reacted as a true gold-tier warrior would. By not hesitating, he stopped breathing for a brief moment and regained his composure. Then he raised his broadsword in an attempt to block that strike. However, how could it be possible for him to block a two-handed strike with a one-handed weapon? There was no need to think about who would win and who would lose under that circumstance. A radiance flashed. The shockwave in the next moment swept across the entire street. The scattered rocks and rubble were blown away into the distance. The windows and the doors that were not closed tight cracked. The impactful force from the collision of the two swords resulted in countless shockwaves and explosions. Everything in the surrounding area was wiped clean. Ugh. Once again, Joshua let out a roar. The red radiance beneath his skin continued to glow, slowly gathering in his hands. Warrior was a class where players rely on roaring to unlock their full potential. With that loud roar, his power instantly raised by a notch or two. Immediately, that became the last straw that determined the battle between the two of them. The blade of the great sword began to press towards Moz's direction inch by inch. Meanwhile, the broadsword that was forged from steel and embedded with God knows what sort of spells was beginning to crack. After a brief moment of cracking up, a loud snapping sound of steel was heard. The broadsword broke into more than two pieces. The heavy silver greatsword was slashed down towards Moz with unstoppable force as if the sword would slice this grey-haired man in half. However, as a gold-tier warrior, Moz was not that useless. Although he lost an arm because he underestimated his opponent earlier on, he was ready to face his opponent in his strongest form. Glorious strength, shape of the wind. The power of a gold was rampaging that moment forth. Greenish-grey combat aura was beginning to rise from the surface of Moz's body. The radiance of glory shone brightly. It looked like green flames blazing on. Moz was controlling the rhythm of his breathing, using his breath as a support to boost all the power in his body. He then used his soul to activate, condense, manipulate, and unleash the power. Countless strange-looking runes arose from among the blazing flames on Moz. The shattered blade had already been dispersed into the surroundings due to the previous strike from Joshua. However, a strange power formed itself into the shape of the broadsword blade that was shattered. Then the shape of that power condensed, intensified and solidified. Following the sound of flames ignited by a spark on fuel, the sound of flames spreading rapidly was heard. A vague shape of a huge blade that seemed to be formed from the air had replaced the shattered broadsword. The length of the newly formed broadsword was approximately 20 meters. With the reappearance of the broadsword, Moz succeeded in blocking Joshua's incoming strike. This huge blade that was made of green elemental power trembled from time to time. Other than Joshua's huge sword, anything that came in touch with it seemed to be crushed instantly. It was similar to Moz's light punch in his previous attack. This blade should be able to crush steel and cut through weapons with ease. Meanwhile, the silver divine armament that was engaging it also had the red radiance coursing through the entire huge sword. Within that radiating light, a terrifying power was about to be unleashed. The red and the green flames were blending into each other. The two huge powers clashed with each other and the impact created a gigantic hole in the street where they were battling against each other. Countless violent air currents which were muted due to their speed had blown the rocks and dirt into the sky, causing a dust storm all around the street. Some of the wooden houses even collapsed and turned into ruins. At the same time, the situation was a tie. Meanwhile, Moz was completely astounded. He could not believe what just happened. The elemental blade that was formed from the power of his shape of the wind could naturally destroy most regular weapons. Even enchanted weapons would suffer damage to some extent. However, witnessing the silver greatsword pressing against his own weapon without sustaining any damage at all, could it be that this normal-looking weapon was actually a legendary weapon that was more than just excellent? What the fuck? Even the Wilson family's armory does not have many legendary weapons. More importantly, none of those legendary weapons were in Moz's hands. Well, even if Moz used up all of his ultimate moves, he would still not be able to turn the situation around. He did not even force his opponent to activate his glorious strength. Yet, Moz could sense that the situation was not in his favor at all. However, Moz was considered to be doing quite well, for he had lost the left hand that caused him to not be able to use most of his skills. Well, would his enemy be kind to him then? Facing the onslaught of his opponent without triggering his glorious strength, Joshua kept quiet as he was activating his third skill today. Supreme Enrage. This skill belonged to the strongest warrior in the forest, the bear warrior Ursa's ultimate move, Enrage. His blood was like boiling magma, his life force actively converted into rage. The power within was slowly spreading every part of his body. The red combat aura instantly burst out in a much more powerful manner. In one brief instant, the whole silver greatsword blazed in flames. It looked like a crystallized red sword radiating in blinding light. Joshua lifted his greatsword and slammed it right down onto the target again and again, under the circumstance where they were competing with each other in terms of strength. The elemental blade that was basically just like the broadsword, cracked bit by bit until it was forced to gradually return to its original elemental state. Boom, boom, boom. The only thing that Moz could do now was back his steps up one after another. Every step backward left a large hole in the ground. Every step he took, he spat blood right out of his lungs. Moz could not withstand such pure violent power that was pushing him back, followed by the consecutive blows that Joshua was throwing at him. Without saying a word, Moz could only clench his teeth and take it all head on. By the end of it, the elemental blade that was formed from their shape of the wind had completely disintegrated into countless green light spots, dispersing into the surroundings. At that instant, a radiance flashed across Moz's eyes. It is time. Before that, Moz had relied on his glorious strength to counter Joshua. Even though he failed, it was not for nothing. Now that Joshua's power had been largely amplified because of his secret move, his movement speed was slightly affected. Furthermore, the elemental blade had been dispersed to the surroundings. The powers were clashing in the atmosphere of the city. That moment was also a moment where the insanely powerful enemy let his guard down, showing weakness. So that was it. That was his chance to strike back. Taking a step forward, pushing his body forward like a whirlwind, Moz abandoned every single defense on himself and turned all of his power into speed. Then he pushed himself forward so fast that his movement speed had exceeded the speed of sound in one instant, offsetting an explosive bang in the atmosphere. He charged straight into a position where Joshua's sharp greatsword could not reach. At the same time, he raised up his right hand and swung a punch right towards Joshua's heart. Receiving such a swift and intense punch that was enough to break through rocks, the skin on Joshua's chest was instantly torn apart. His muscles and veins were exposed to the air. However, his blood did not ooze out like a fountain or whatsoever, even though the punch had landed solidly on Joshua's chest. Moz believed that he had won. During that 0.01 second long battle, Moz could only strike out in full strength and time with his gold-tier body, which had undergone severe training and hammering. That was the only punch based on his instincts that could possibly change the tide of battle. Although he did not have enough time to do any thinking, it was a situation where he either did it or die. So before his enemy could react at all, he could basically end the battle with that strike of his. Joshua Van Radcliffe was indeed a powerful enemy. He actually managed to force Moz to such extent. A left hand suddenly appeared right before Moz's fist. Moz's fist was firmly gripped by the hand. His thoughts were cut off, His breath stopped. The grey-haired gold-tier warrior was so stunned to see that his fist was almost smashed by the left hand into bits. Flesh and blood spluttered everywhere. Meanwhile, the shards of the broken bones even went into the muscles of Joshua's chest. The enormous power even completely twisted the joints of his elbow. His entire palm was basically sunk into his chest. A large amount of blood began to splash out from the wounds. However, that was it. A punch that was initially enough to crush an enemy's heart, go through the chest of the enemy, and break the enemy's backbone and other internal organs had only managed to crush a right hand and a few ribs of the enemy. A gold-tier warrior would only require a few days to fully heal from that sort of injuries. A heavy strike from Joshua's knee was struck right in the middle of Moz's chest. Moz's ribs and chest were smashed into bits at the same time. At that moment, Moz could also hear an emotionless voice being spoken from above his head. "I've got you." That was a calm and yet much more terrifying sentence to hear. Before the grey-haired gold-tier warrior could react to the situation at all, his body had dropped heavily to the ground. His blood began to flow out from the large wound right in the middle of his chest. He was lying on the ground while his life was slowly slipped away from his body. Moz was stunned as he fixed his eyes on his enemy. He could not react to anything at all. Joshua went up to Moz. He turned his right hand around to hold down his huge sword. Coldly, he said, "Die." Upon a heavy strike down at Moz's body, the huge sword that was tough enough to break steel cut Moz's body in half. Blood began to gush out of that gold-tier warrior's body like a fountain. Meanwhile, the grey-haired gold-tier warrior had no breath left to say anything. I'm defeated. I still. After breathing heavily for a brief moment, he drew his last breath and died. That battle had only lasted less than 2 minutes before it was over, so it actually made sense that Moz died unwilling to believe that he was defeated. Well, that's not bad at all. Lifting the broken left hand that did not seem to look like a hand anymore, Joshua frowned. Now that he was still in there, in rage status, 80% of his pain had been shielded from him. So the injury in his left hand was like being slammed by a sledgehammer. Even so, he did not feel much pain. That's quite a powerful strike. Before he drew his last breath. Since the beginning, Joshua did not intend to take out this gold-tier warrior of the Wilson family without sustaining any damage. It was too troublesome and the city had sustained too much damage as well. When two warriors of the same tier were battling against each other at full power, they would definitely be throwing skills at each other. So it would only take less than a few minutes before the center of the city was totally destroyed. Even if the priests and the high-tier warriors were there to protect the civilians, the number of casualties in the city would still be far too great. Furthermore, those who survived would have no place to stay anymore. Although Moz's Shape of the Wind could not deal any damage to the great sword which Ying transformed into, that power could still destroy any normal houses in a blink of an eye. If Moz could also infuse his glorious strength and other more threatening skills during the battle, well, by then, see, pathetic. That was why Joshua wanted to end the battle with the swiftest method. He had been planning to take out that troublemaker as soon as he could. So before the gold-tier warrior could actually unleash all his strength, he was already slain by Joshua. Chapter 25. 7 Gods of Men. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. A half-naked man with black hair who was holding a silver greatsword was currently standing right in the middle of a street with no undamaged bricks at all. After the battle ended, the magic and elemental power that rippled across the battlefield where Joshua and Moz were battling against each other had returned back to their calm state. Meanwhile, the dust was blown away and dispersed from the scene. Joshua could sense that there was no one in the vicinity of hundreds of meters around him. No matter it was the residents or the mercenaries hired by the Wilson family, none of them dared to stay around to observe the place. Followed by a bright yet non-blinding flash across the sword, the silver greatsword changed back into a silver-haired girl with green eyes who seemed disorientated. "Master, was that it?" "That's right." Joshua nodded without hesitation. "I've taken out that uncle who tried to snatch my title and the gold-tier warrior of the Wilson family who orchestrated all this from the shadows." He felt great and relieved at the moment. He began to speak more than he usually did. "I know. There are certainly many plans involved in using a count as a puppet. There are a lot of schemes, a lot of backcourts, A lot of countermeasures. But fuck it. None of that matters. Looking at the silver-haired warrior who died with his eyes wide open, Joshua spoke in disdain. They thought they were very clever. But the truth is, they were too naive. I've killed them all. So what's the use even if they had millions of schemes up their sleeves then? A bunch of imbeciles. No, Master. I don't really know much about schemes and this sort of things. What I was trying to say was, don't you feel that the battle only lasted 2 minutes? Don't you think it's a little too soon for the battle to be over? The silver-haired divine armament shook her head. She did not understand anything that Joshua had just spoken of. Ying looked at Joshua with dissatisfaction. I've waited for so long, and you only used me for 2 minutes? Huh? I've waited for so long? Well, I can't deny that, Ying. That's because I have you. Joshua began to adjust his tone back to normal and spoke to Ying calmly. Without you, the enemy's glorious strength would never activate. I have no equipment that could block the impact of the enemy's shape of the wind. The battle outcome with Moz would have become unpredictable. Is that true? The silver-haired divine armament girl was praised by her master for the first time, which surprised. Of course, Joshua answered assuringly. Upon hearing her master's words, Ying immediately replied, "It's my honor to serve you, my master." After that, the young female divine armament smiled, even though it was obvious that she was trying not to. She appeared joyful, as she followed Joshua from behind. Well, that's good for now. Upon nodding his head, Joshua did not intend to stay there any longer after he took his weapon back. He looked around for a bit to make sure the direction where he was heading before he began to move. We're going to the cathedral. We must hurry. To ring the bell in order to inform the people? No, to heal my arm. That was, in fact, a very serious thing to be handled as soon as possible. Since, in rage, could suppress 80% of the pain Joshua was feeling and greatly enhance his strength, Joshua did not feel much pain in his palm that looked like a smashed mud pie dangling his wrist. However, he was experienced in such regard, so he knew that once the effect of the skill faded and the adrenaline stopped, the sudden pain that was enough to make an iron-willed soldier drip cold sweat. Although he could forcefully endure pain, why would he want to do that? Naturally, Ying did not have any objection to that. So the two of them began to rush over to the church not far from them, Cathedral of St. Laurent. 7 gods among men. They were the god of might and justice, the god of love and hate, the god of order and destruction, the god of law and freedom, the god of conservation and reformation, the god of skills and schemes, and the god of life. These gods had no difference in their status. However, in the sacrificial rituals, the god of life would be placed before the others. Well, no one knew the reason behind that. Perhaps many players had tried digging for the explanation on that, but there was no clear answer up until today. The 7 gods among men had no name with real meaning, not they have any form. So no matter if it was the statues, the mural, or even the paintings, there was no specific way to express their appearances at all. Each of the gods only had one symbol of their own. Other than responding to the humans' prayers, the gods would basically do nothing, as if they never existed in this world. However, Joshua knew that it would not take long before one of the 7 gods, the god of might and justice, would form an alliance with the metal dragon god in order to take down the pentashade dragon god. By doing so, they would be able to remove the barriers of the outside world. That event should trigger the prelude to the arrival of the Dark Tide, a world-class historical event, Berserk Dragon's Calamity. The location where Joshua was currently standing at was known to be the Cathedral of the God of Might and Justice, the largest meeting place in the north for the worshippers of the God of Might and Justice. It was named after the first saint, Saint Laurent. Meanwhile, there was a black holy logo in the shape of a ring hanging above the bell tower that was blinking brightly. Right by the stairs at the entrance, there was a huge stone tablet which has some words crafted on it. Justice without the light will require the strong to prevail. Frankly speaking, the cathedral had a somber atmosphere to it. It was a church community that reflected the public after all. So no matter how solemn they appeared to be, they had to be friendly to the people. Joshua turned to look at the other side, where there was another stone tablet piece. Monday to Friday, will close in the morning. Afternoon, praise and worship session. Sermon in the evening. Saturday afternoon meal. Sunday morning prayer. Afternoon meeting. There was also another small line of words crafted on the lower part of the stone tablet. Bring your own tableware. After all, this was a church. They could not ask too much from others. Joshua could still remember when he was still young, he would come here to listen to the hymns. The old priest over here was very familiar with his presence. Would that old priest still be there? Would he still be able to recognize Joshua as the little boy back in the day? After passing the stairs, he arrived at the doors of the cathedral to find that they were shut. There was also a huge and sturdy wooden plank stuck in between the doors. Well, there was no way that any sound would be able to get past that door. It was all his dead uncle's fault. He was the one who caused all these. Because of his deeds, everyone did not dare to step out of their own houses. Since there was no one coming to pray, the church had no reason to leave their doors open. So they would have to shut their doors tight and stop anyone from entering. Even if Danlia and the Wilson family were 10 times braver than they actually were, they would still not be daring enough to touch the sacred cathedral. It seemed that regular shouting and screaming would do no good in getting the cathedral to open up their doors. With no choice left, Joshua was forced to activate his combat aura and knocked heavily on the door several times. When the red radiance touched the surface of the grayish-brown door, instantly, a milky glow began to surface. This glow shimmered on continuously as if a stone was dropped into the surface of still water that caused countless ripples across the entire surface. It did not take long before the cathedral's stone doors began to open slowly. 4 knights that appeared to be the guardians of the cathedral and 2 silver-tear priests walked from behind the doors to greet Joshua and Ying. The Cathedral of St. Laurent is not open any believers at the moment, said the first knight despondently. We are currently not allowing entrance to pilgrims as well. The second knight also spoke in the same manner. So no matter your purposes here, please, wait a minute, you are? Before he could finish the words that he seemed to know by heart, the third knight froze for a moment. After a brief moment of hesitation, he said to his comrades, hold on, my fellow mates. This person appears to be the next heir. Meanwhile, there, in rage, form was about to end. The intense pain was beginning to spread across his entire body. Joshua sighed and said in a helpless tone, that's right, it's me. Chapter 26, of the church. Only 7 members had an unspeakable scheme. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Since they knew the identity of the man that was gravely injured, who could still give off an intimidating aura, things were easier. Even though they thought killing the successor would be simple, the great twin doors were flung open, allowing Joshua and Ying to go in the church. One of the knights of the cathedral hurried to the back, perhaps to report to the higher officials. After a short while, when Joshua's arrival was informed, 2 priests came to the hall and welcomed him to a small chamber to start the preliminary healing process. Please remove the resisting powers against the holy element. The priest that had a younger appearance politely requested. You are a gold-tier warrior. If you're unwilling to cooperate with us, I'm afraid that our divine spells would not work on you. That's true. My apologies. Joshua had truly forgotten about having the level suppression effect, since all the priests that were his comrades were all legendary tier. If he did not remove the combat aura around his arm, he would not be able to receive any healing. Hence, he'd rather have a full healing effect than suppressed healing. Please continue. The priests nodded and started to chant their spell. Words truth, cleanse. Words truth, diminish bleeding. The spells used were simple ones to kill all bacteria and to slow down the bleeding process to help stop the bleeding. Perhaps due to a higher tier of power, the priests that were healing Joshua had to use a lot of magic power to break through his powerful resistance. From the looks of it, the church would have a tough time dealing with Joshua. In fact, 3 knights of the church were getting into a dusty mess just by cleaning Ying. The entire welcoming hall was literally covered in dust. Not long after, the previous knight that had run off to the back of the church, returned to where Joshua was. Following closely behind him was an upper silver tier, middle-aged priest. Despite having a full head of white hair, the man did not give out the vibe of an old man. In fact, he had his chest held high, his nose pointy, and his eyes sharp. all of which made him appear dependable. Master Artemis. Master Artemis. The two priests got up from their healing and bowed to the person. Is it done? Not bad. The man glanced through the work done on Joshua's mangled hand and immediately understood the potential damage to it and how efficient his disciples were. After praising the two priests, he looked at Joshua and shook his head. Joshua, how did you end up like this? My question exactly, Uncle Artemis. When did Saint Laurent become so quiet? Listen carefully, I think. Beside us, there's no one around. The two seemed to be close. However, it was not the time to have a friendly chat. The effect of enrage had started to wear off. Joshua could not even exert the force to open his mouth when the pain from his crushed hand had started to prickle his brain. Follow me to the quiet room. Artemis knew the degree of such pain. Instantly, he turned and quickly made his way to the back of the church. Joshua gritted his teeth in pain as he got up to follow Artemis. The two priests followed as well. The 4 knights in the cathedral stayed back and closed the large door. Ying was done and wanted to follow Joshua, however, she was immediately stopped by Joshua. Ying, please wait here. Yes, Master. Joshua could not think straight then but could tell from her expression she was feeling disgruntled. No matter how she felt, once the order was given, she had no choice but to obey. In the quiet room, Joshua, the black-haired warrior, sat down on a stone chair and placed his left hand into the center of a crystal basin with markings engraved on the side. Artemis sat down opposite the table. With long sharp pliers, he carefully picked out the bones fragments within his flesh. The other two priests were busy as well. Of the two priests, one of them was very young. From his appearance, he looked like he had just reached the age of 20. The other was older, probably at the age of 34 or 35. The younger one was standing beside Artemis and illuminating the table with a divine skill called the Shadowless Illumination, while the older one was casting a divine spell called Resist Pain and a bright radiant light. The light was to assist Artemis to have a clearer view of Joshua's hand while also preventing the wound from festering. From Joshua's point of view, the scene was the same as any modern-day surgery. Alright, I'll have to reassemble the larger broken bones and remove the smaller ones. It is time to start the restoration. After a few seconds later, Artemis stretched out his hand and took a deep breath. He took a piece of clean cloth and wiped away his sweat. I'm getting old. My vision is so blurry that I almost pulled your veins. The younger priest frowned and said, I did suggest you get yourself a pair of goblin-made glasses, yet you insisted on not getting them. Enough. Artemis glared at the younger priest and continued, let's get on with it. This will hurt a little. He touched the basin after a bright light glowed in his palms. The markings on the side of the basin glowed as light filled the engravings on the basin. The center of the basin then glowed with a soft white light, engulfing Joshua's hand. The effect of the light was immediate as he could see and feel his hand was being mended. The wound was closing at incredible speed and the pain subsided. After a while, the wound was closed and his mangled hand was restored to its original shape. It's almost done. The middle-aged priest removed his hands from the basin and the light faded away. Joshua closed his hand and nodded his head in satisfaction. Besides a few missing bones, I can feel that my hand is almost completely healed. Let's not be hasty. If you're careful not to get into a similar incident that made your hand that way, you could fully recover within a day with your gold tier power rank. Artemis stood up and took the crystal basin off the table and stared at Joshua sternly. This is a warning. Although you can heal within a day, do not try to use your left hand for anything drastic for the next 2 weeks. Unless you plan to visit me again with another wound, I'd charge you for your next visit. Count yourself lucky. I'd charge you 3,000 gold coins for such a treatment. It's free this time since you're close to me. Not a problem. However, there's something I'd been wanting to ask. Uncle Artemis, weren't you a priest in the Divine Punisher Guild? How did your healing light become so effective? Joshua did not wait for an answer and got of the stone chair. He did not actually care for his answer since his hand was already mended. That was odd. Is switching between different divine light possible? His eyes were glued to the middle-aged priest that was removing the crystal basin. Joshua had no recollection of such a skill back when he was playing the game. If such a skill had existed, his team did not need to consist of a Grey Knight, Sacred Knight, and Templar. All he needed was to have one divine light user and be done with it. Such a thing could never be possible. However, the game had so many things that even if a player were to keep such function a secret, no one would ever find out. You're correct. This divine engraved basin is made of helix crystal. Together, it allows sacred fire, divine heal, and holy judgment to change into healing properties. A month ago, the Pope had brought a large number of knights and priests to the church near the holy mountain in the distant sea. Hence, there are only a total of 7 members of the church. If it wasn't for that, there would not be many casualties out there. The man sighed heavily. Joshua, I'm neither blind nor deaf. I know that you're originally a silver tier warrior, yet you stand right in front of me as a gold. I couldn't help but notice there's a loud commotion outside not long ago. Coincidentally, you come to my church and asked to mend such an injury. Could it be that you killed them, all of them? Joshua blatantly admitted. It was only then that Joshua used the appropriate tone and manners to talk to the middle-aged man. He was a good friend of the Old Butler, a divine punisher priest of the Church of Justice. Whether it was the wretched uncle of mine or the people that were pulling the strings from behind, I killed them all. Sigh. Cambry, Victor. Would you please give us a minute? Yes, Father, said the duo almost immediately. Even though they wanted to know what was going to happen, they had to obey their teacher. They paced towards the door and left the room. Artemis stood up and went towards the door to lock it without saying a word. Joshua trusted the man. He was one of the main reasons he had come to the church in the first place. Naturally, the priority was to get his hand healed. Artemis was the Old Butler's good friend. Those two had been drinking buddies for the longest time and had been visiting the same bar, the Dwarven Bar east of the city. At that time, Fang did not age. In fact, he had the appearance and complexion of a young man that people had repeatedly mistaken for them as father and son, sometimes even grandfather and grandson. Word got out and the two became closer as the two shared the same hobby of drinking good liquor. A long time ago, in a fit of drunken rage, the white-haired priest had demanded everyone around him to address him as a middle-aged man. Never mention the word old or face his wrath. It was a funny incident to talk about. If only the Old Butler was still around. After a long silence, Artemis laughed at the door and came back to his seat. He stared at Joshua's deep crimson eyes that had a slight black tint and said, I'd never had thought that I'll be able to see you. It's been only 2 days since I'd received a request. He shook his head and took out a folded envelope and gave it to Joshua. It was a letter. I believed he wanted you to read it when the time is right. Joshua took the letter and noticed beautiful cursive handwriting on the letter. It said, to the new master of the Radcliffe house, Joshua Van Radcliffe, from your servant Fang. Chapter 27. Why does my writing suck when I have been including tons of plot and foreshadowing? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When one stood in the center of Moldavia, one of the human territories in the north, one would never expect to see the sun or the moon. There, the wind, snow, and the white thick clouds would never allow the sun to peek at the earth. Mount Great Ajax was covered in clouds, covering the lower part of the volcano with snow and ice that extended all the way down to the 3,000 miles unfrozen river. That was the scenery Moldavian citizens saw every day. The black granite wall stood in the middle of the snowy plain, a nameless city in the territory of Moldavia, protected by the black granite for as long as it could. Cold, harsh winds blew from the far north, carrying snow. Some landed and some were blown off the walls, but never once was fully engulfed by the cruel snow. The time was already close to 9 a.m. and many travelers could be seen coming inside the city. Despite the bright indirect light from the sun, it was extremely cold that a single breath would turn into visible vapor. The clock tower bell rang 9 times to notify the citizens that it was time to get out of the house for work. For some, it was merely time to get out of bed. Not long after, doors were opened and the citizens started to flood the streets. When they had noticed the mysterious disappearance of the patrolling soldiers, they returned to their homes and brought out cleaning tools to remove the piled-up snow. Closer to the center of the city, opposite of the center plaza, was a huge Gregorian church. The bell that hung high in the clock tower was still vibrating. Cathedral of St. Laurent. Inside the church main hall, there was not a single church member in the praying hall made of stone. At that time, There was only a single being, a silver-haired divine armament who was waltzing around the hall playfully, looking at everything, some for the very first time. She would walk up and down aisles between the long benches and would occasionally stop to stare at the ceiling. She would cock her head when she saw something that she was interested in and continue to waltz around after some time. When she walked to the corner of the hall, she stopped to stare at a large holy statue. She wanted to touch the statue out of curiosity, but before her slender little hands could make contact with the white marble statue, she froze in place and retracted her hands. One must not simply touch the belongings of others. She muttered to herself and turned the other way to stare at the variety of colorful stained glass on the church walls. There are not many unknown things here that were not recorded in the memory crystal. She thought to herself and smiled. Not long after, Joshua's voice could be heard from behind the church. "Are you there, Ying? It's time to go." Joshua came out of the back room, expressionless. Artemis, clad in white clerical clothing, followed behind him along with the two other priests. They approached the young divine armament. "Is this the new maid you hired?" The middle-aged priest looked down at the young divine armament and frowned with concern. "She's too young and too small." "Why, how did you manage to hire her?" "As a member of the Holy Church, I have to warn you about underage violations. Just think of her as my younger sister, or perhaps a useless daughter. I was never going to expect her to properly take care of the household." The matter of the divine armament was a heavily guarded secret. Joshua was not allowed, and could not afford to let anyone know about them. Lucky for him that his house had a strange practice of hiring servants that did not age. Hence, having a young maid with him was not out of the norm. "When the snowstorm stops, I want you to help me with gathering the people around." "I hear and obey, my master." Artemis bowed to Joshua and said, "I'll be handling the paperwork for the title of Count. The Golden Libra of the Royal Court should not be any trouble to deal with because of your contribution to the Black Crow Army. My guess is that the paperwork should be dealt with flawlessly. Rest well and wait for the good news." "You have my thanks." The mansion is now in ruins. The only way to communicate with the Empire is the magic communication circle in this church. Joshua nodded with gratitude after saying those words. "Ying, let's go." The poor little divine armament was at lost since the conversation between Joshua and Artemis was too direct and quick. However, she did not need to understand what they said to begin with. She nodded gracefully to her master and responded to him with her emerald, unblinking eyes. "Yes, master." Artemis scoffed dryly and bid the two farewell. Joshua left the church, followed closely by the silver-haired girl. They continued to walk without talking for a while, and when Joshua had reached the 5th Street, he stopped. "Ying." "Yes, master." Ying ran in front of him. It was then she noticed the weird expression on his face. It felt like he was thinking of something complicated. The look of his eyes as he was focusing on the far horizon, the furrowed brows, the silence. Joshua stuttered a little. "Do you think that with my current status, I would able to contract 2 divine armament at the same time?" Ying started pondering when she was asked about a topic of her nature. She winced a little as she was thinking hard. "It's hard to say." "It's fine. Just say what comes to mind." Ying went silent for a few more seconds before squeaking. "When it comes to divine armaments, Master has a talent for it. In fact, it could be said that you had an incredibly high aptitude for it. In the family lineage, there were some that could not even pull us out, not to mention actually using us during a fight. Thankfully, there were still many who were able to successfully make a contract with us and induce a transformation." She stuttered a little as to organize her words. "However, those humans weren't able to last very long. That being said, Master was able to pull me out with a single pull. In fact, the contract was made smoothly and flawlessly, I might add. You even induced the transformation and used me without having to put much force. Not many could last as long. At most, the usual contractor would last for 10 minutes before they would start feeling weary. Just so you know, using us divine armament in battle would drain a large amount of energy from the contractor's body to the weapon. When using the skill, that amount of power will be increased. The load on the contractor's body will be high. If one could last for more than 10 minutes, one could be said to be extremely strong." Ying cocked her head as if she had just realized something strange about Joshua. "Master, even though you had only fought for 2 minutes, The power I felt in you could last for as long as an hour, perhaps even longer. However, she stopped her excitement and spoke in a serious manner. Even so, contracting 2 divine armaments would be a difficult task. The load on the contractor's body would be more than double. It's not the same as 1 + 1 = 2. It's more than that. It's complicated. However, as I was informed, there was no contractor in existence that has used more than 1 divine armament. Otherwise, the blade sealing chamber would not have stored so many old divine armaments. Master, of all the contractors in the family, you are by far the strongest one. However, I feel that having 2 divine armament would be a challenge for you. There's still a huge gap in the power level required. Joshua listened with his arms crossed and remained emotionless. He nodded and said, "That means, it is possible to contract 2 divine armament at the same time. It is just that my powers and those before me weren't capable of doing so. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's vague and complicated." Master, it could be done if you increase your power level by a little more. The main point is that your current power level will not do. Joshua scoffed and nodded. I see. Thank you for your explanation. He realized the truth about his current condition and continued walking. However, after several steps, he realized that Ying was still standing at the same place, not moving but flinching. Joshua turned back and tapped her shoulder. Is there something wrong? She jumped a little and averted her gaze. Nothing. I'm fine, Master. Joshua did not bother to ask further questions and made his way towards the west of the city. After several more streets, Ying looked a little flustered. When she could not take it any longer, she squeaked, "Master, what is it? Am I not good enough for you?" So that what she was thinking about. Joshua finally understood what was Ying being flustered about and reflected on what he had just asked. It was, truthfully, a little too direct. Ying, having misunderstood his intention, was only natural. Since it was his fault, technically, he began to comfort her. "There's nothing wrong with you. Rest assured you have performed admirably." Joshua smiled and praised the little girl whilst caressing her palm-sized head. "That reason I'd ask about having about a second divine armament was not to replace you. I just wanted to know where I was able to." He realized his words were only going to hurt her more and quickly stopped to change his phrase. "As long as I have you, there's no better feeling of security." Ying smiled and her emerald eyes glittered with happiness when she received the praise from her master. She did not even care about Joshua's unfinished sentence. While the young female silver-haired divine armament was having the time of her life, Joshua was thinking about something else. His hand unconsciously moved to his breast pocket. It was the letter, Chapter 28. The Secret Letter. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. To the new master of the Radcliffe House, Joshua Van Radcliffe, from your servant Fang. By the time you read this, you should have gotten rid of the bugs that were infesting the mansion and the city. Artemis is my trusted friend, a man that is very religious. Hence, I entrusted this letter to him with utmost confidence. However, to prevent any breach of privacy, you would have to prove your identity. Such confidence. Was he really that confident that I could eliminate the trash? Even though I did manage to take out the trash. Still, if there's something important to say to me, why did he not talk to me instead? Joshua sighed longingly as he held the letter in a small room, located in the far west of the city. He had found a nice place to hide. It was a small rest house that belonged to the Radcliffe house, which was located in the west, next to the graveyard. Since the main mansion was reduced to rubble, he had no choice but to relocate to the small house. It was all thanks to Joshua's memory that he was able to find the place. The house was bigger than those of the other common folk. Even though it was old and not as fancy as the mansion, it was tidy. There was no wild grass or traces of dirt. The decor and the cleanliness were top-notch. It could be because a certain someone frequently visited the place to clean it. Joshua allowed Ying to wander about while he found a small room to rest and read the letter that was entrusted to Artemis from Fang. He tore the envelope and unfolded the letter. When he had expected a long, well-written text after unfolding it, all he saw was a blank sheet of paper with a small magic circle stamped in the center. The paper itself looked ordinary. Hence, if someone else were to try and remove the seal, the entire letter and its contents would be destroyed. To unseal the letter to reveal the message, he had to do something to trigger the seal. Could it be? After a quick glance, Joshua lifted his index finger and focused his combat aura to float to the top of his finger. The crimson red light flashed around his hand and the light was concentrated at his fingertip. The vibration of the combat aura started to shake the paper as he slowly touched the center of the seal. Whoosh! The magic circle absorbed the light and started to glow. The light circulated around the seal and slowly broke away after some time. The patterns slowly disintegrated into nothingness as the real contents of the letter slowly surfaced out of the blank paper. It was wise to use combat aura to verify one's identity since every person's combat aura differed from each other. Like fingerprint recognition tech in the real world, combat aura shared the same uniqueness as no two people could share the same aura. It would change according to the breathing technique and body physique. The text came to light and Joshua lowered his head to read each word. Young master. No. To the new head of the Radcliffe house, when you are reading this paper, I have most certainly left this world. Please do not mourn my insignificant death. As my master, the contractor has left the world, so shall I. The reason that I am still able to live and breathe was because the previous head of the house released the restraints of my energy core. Right now, with every breath left inside me, I am to fulfill the last mission that was entrusted to me. I must bury his remains, along with mine, into the tomb of the Radcliffe family. This is the responsibility of a divine armament, as well as the job of a butler. Between the two divine armaments that I prepared for you, which did you pick? Either way, since you have known all about the existence of the divine armaments, please allow this lowly butler to explain the origins of us, the divine armaments, and how the Radcliffe family was able to make contracts with us. Joshua could not believe what he was reading. It had surpassed anything that Joshua had expected. The truth about the old butler's 10 days remaining lifespan and the means of how he was able to stay young was revealed in the letter. Everything else was also true since everything had matched what the system had shown. Fang's death was an inevitable act of nature. It was frustrating to see him leave. Joshua clenched his fist with utmost annoyance. The tomb, could it be the one at Fort Dark Forest? The Radcliffe's mansion was built on the foundations of battle and war. How could a family of such origin forget such glorious history? Their life for blood, their strength for war, their purpose, to kill. As such, even in death, they would be buried with their weapon. Even in death, they would rest in peace in the small family tomb located in the corner of Fort Dark Forest, beside a chapel that was in charge of the burial ceremonies. Joshua shook his head hard. It was not the time to recall the memories of the past. He took a deep breath and braced himself to read the rest of the letter. He was sure to be reading more information about his otherworldly realm. The divine armaments are not a product of this world. To be precise, I and all of the divine armament were created with resources from another world. A world that had been obliterated by evil monsters. The origin of this could be traced back to 347 years ago. 347 years ago, in Starfall year 494, due to the resurrection of the ancient dragon, blazing black dragon Elatrion, the great Ajax volcano erupted, puffing great smoke enough to blanket the icy north entirely. With the great magic power surge spreading through the airspace, the magic teleportation circle that was meant to send troops from the Empire of the South to the land in the north was ineffective, causing the early sages to fall in the ancient Starfall Ocean. With their demise, the fortress that had stood the test of time, Fort Dark Forest, had lost their only hope for reinforcements. Desperate times called for desperate measures, hence, the Empire had gathered an army that could be said to be the greatest gathering of the strongest soldiers in the history of mankind. The army comprised of elites. The army was only a small company of 200 men. However, each man was so strong that they could take on 1,000 soldiers alone. Hence, with such gathering of powerful men, they were sent to subdue the ancient dragon, pacify the great Ajax volcano, and to fix the teleportation circle to restore the pathway from the Empire to the northern land. The subjugation of the ancient dragon was completely flawlessly and Elatrion was nowhere to be seen. It was unknown to where it had disappeared to start its long hibernation. The great Ajax volcano was also pacified easily. There were 9 magicians that had reached the pinnacle of sorcery worked together to create a powerful magic circle to cease the molten lava activity deep within the volcano. As such, the great Ajax volcano would never erupt again for thousands of years to come. The teleportation network was restored and the fortress had restored their means of reinforcement. The great army rested in the north before the return to their place of origin. Everything was according to plan, until one fateful night. The next day, in the forest located somewhere at the foot of the volcano, was a light. In the center of the desolate forest, there was a glow. A small glow that radiated with strong abyssal darkness. It was alien to all. The dark and corrupting light was spewing out smoke. Not long after, the smoke formed a strange line formation. A powerful burst of magic erupted from the source of the light and the land pulsated, like a beating heart, until the earth itself cracked and split apart around the lines that were created by the smoke. Within the gigantic crack, out came monsters that had never been seen. They came in all shape and sizes. Some looked like plants, yet some looked like machines. The monsters that came out were not vulnerable to magic or combat aura. Strangely enough, they were weak against physical attacks. However, even though the means to destroy the alien invaders were simple, the powerful army created by the Empire to subdue the ancient dragon was unable to stop the monsters. Amongst the dwarves that were within the army, there was a powerful dwarf named Iron-born Moira. With his keen eyes and sharp observation, he had noted that the monster's own claws and fangs were capable of inflicting powerful damage onto themselves. That was not all. He had even managed to observe the death of these monsters, which resulted in the conversion of their dead corpses into thick black ash. Furthermore, the death of the monster would result in drops, materials that were very strong and capable of absorbing powerful supernatural forces. Hence, it was discovered why the monsters were not vulnerable to magic or combat aura attacks. Moira proceeded to craft weapons for the army, using the materials gathered after the initial killing of the first wave of monsters. As such, with the provided new weaponry, the army of soldiers was able to slice through the monster's thick carapace like a hot knife through butter. As such, even if the monsters spawned unlimitedly, the soldiers would not face any trouble to destroy each and every one that spawned. The battle lasted for only a day and a night, resulting in the black ash soaring into the high skies, contaminating the clouds and shaded the sun. However, along with the disruption of the burst of magic power from the point of origin, the monsters had stopped spawning and the source had seemed to have closed. The army exterminated every single monster that was still roaming in the forest and went back to report to the Empire. Concerned over such a mysterious event, the Empire had ordered the army to roam freely in the north to stand guard and to provide instant reinforcements to those who needed them. This allowed the Empire to gather its mightiest warriors. Chapter 29, Monolith. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Before the coming of the legendary warriors from the Empire, the battle in the forest continued on for 4 nights. Each night, the same event would repeat. A bright light sparked from inside the forest, followed by a heavy spreading of black smoke. A burst of magic followed by a large crack in the earth. The same event continued until the 4th night, when the resisting soldiers had finally reached their limits. Curious about what they were actually fighting, they decided to send out a few strong ones to enter the crack and to uncover the truth. Out of all the defending soldiers, only 4 were chosen. When all of the monsters were killed, the 4 selected soldiers crawled their way into the crack. It was a revelation. Something that was otherworldly, the crack in the earth, which was suspected to be a doorway to the monster's lair, was a portal. It was a stable dimensional portal that was formed naturally. It seems that the portal could appear at any 2 worlds that had magic. Any powerful disruption of magic would cause a crack in the dimension, thus allowing the formation of a doorway that bridges 2 or more worlds. Knowing the truth of the portal, the 4 soldiers went across it and came to a deserted wasteland. There were countless monsters, filling the land from the portal till the end of the horizon. The moment the 4 soldiers stepped onto the land, the monsters immediately sensed them and started to attack the strange aliens from another world. The 4 selected soldiers were the strongest amongst the resistance. Hence, they were strong. So strong that the monsters could come in massive waves, but they did not falter. Come rain and shine, they would never yield. They had spent more than several hours killing the monsters that came to them. After processing all the monsters' droppings, one of them had accidentally found a huge monolith that was left behind from a superior, wiped-out civilization. The monolith had writings carved on it, of which none of the soldiers could understand. However, something magical happened. The soldiers could not read but only stare at the monolith to understand what the message was. It was a story, a tale of how an entire civilization went extinct. The content of the message was, the civilization that lived in this world strived to succeed through powerful alchemy skills and magic tools. Their mastery of the two aspects was strong enough to allow them to engage in trading with other worlds. Thousands of dimensional airships had flown in the airspace of other worlds, allowing the people of the world to trade across multiple worlds with ease. However, there was one unfortunate incident that occurred while they had traveled to an unknown world. An unknown monster had landed and attacked the carrier. Even though it took some time and effort, the crew members aboard the airship was able to defeat the monster, not realizing that one of the crew members was planted with a parasite. On the day the airship returned to their home world, bringing in goods and items from the other world to theirs, one monster had spawned out of the infected crew member and attacked everyone present. Then, the magic tool that the crew member had could not deal any damage to the monster. Unfortunately, this particular civilization did not have any strong soldiers in the first place. There were only people that were highly efficient in using magic tools. Hence, when that single monster was killed, there were only 5 men left on the airship. They thought that everything had ended with the monster's death, as they were to document the monster to let everyone know about the dangerous monsters from another world. The problem was, things did not end there. There was more than one airship traveling around the world that was attacked. In truth, there were more than several ships that had been attacked and countless crew members had been infected with the monster's parasite. When the ships had returned to their home world, those parasites grew at exponential speed and burst out of their host and started to kill anyone that was around them. It was the start of the true terror that reduced the civilization to ashes. Despair spread across the land like a plague. What was once a peaceful civilization was invaded by chaos and evil monsters from another world. In less than half a year's time, the powerful attacks of the monster, coupled with the terrifying speed and means of spawning, the monster had managed to eliminate all that once stood as tall as the clouds. All construction and proof of a great prosperous civilization were erased. The survivors were sent into hiding to many castles that had stood the test of time. Monsters came in large groups to attack the castles, trying their best to force out the survivors and to devour them. They lived in constant fear, worry, and despair. Not long after, the emotion of dread turned into something aggressive. They were no longer afraid. Instead, they were angry. The hatred they bore for the monsters was so great, that they had given the monsters a name: Aragami, the raging gods. No sooner, the survivors started to fight back, and from the ashes of their initial defeat, they had risen to resist. The battle between the survivors of that world and the Aragami grew long. Once the survivors had fully analyzed the enemy's weakness, they had started to form a large group of people to start a large-scale counterattack. Among the survivors were genius alchemists. They had used their powerful technologies that enabled them to travel across universes, and the materials left behind when the monsters had been killed, to create a new type of arsenal. The weapon was made by combining a sealed energy core and one part of the user's body, to create an inscribed charm, to form an attachment to the weapon. Through the meticulous implementation of complicated magic circles in the weapon, the powers contained in the materials that were dropped from the monsters once they were killed, could be transferred to the user, allowing them to gain strength and vitality that rivaled the Aragami. As such, even a normal non-combatant could be a professional Aragami slayer just by wielding the weapon. 2. With the power in hand, the initial few soldiers were able to slay the Aragami easily without any casualties. Although it was slow, the progress chart rose exponentially. The more they killed, the more material they could salvage, more weapons could be made, allowing more soldiers to join the fight. That was the birth of the first divine armament. Victory was almost theirs. The survivors that were once hiding in the old castle had given up sulking in a corner and came out to slay the Aragami with their weapon in hand. Just when victory was so close, the real winner of the war was still not decided. One fateful day, when the sun was covered in black clouds, making it look like night had been there the entire time, a sudden distortion in space appeared in the high sky. The air got cold, and no sooner breathing was difficult as every breath they took. It felt like thousands of microscopic swords pierced their lungs from the inside. All the survivors looked to the skies and the cold wind froze even the ocean itself. The black smoke concentrated in the sky, along with the grey mist and rain cloud. The sky started to crack and the world itself was being torn apart. The numbers of origami that came pouring out of the distortion of space was indescribable with numbers. An unnamed, unidentified monster, the evil god, the dimensional demon, had arrived. The powers granted to the soldiers who wielded the weapon originated from the deceased monsters. However, the first crafter made fatal mistake to think that the power came from the monsters itself. Without will or conscience, the weapons were unable to resist the call from the beasts. All the survivors were turned back to mere mortals in that instant. When the last of the origami that rained down the sky and swallowed everything that existed, the last to survive, those that cared of preserving the knowledge, had decided to pass on the information on this monolith. Here lies the history and the means to create such a weapon. Joshua puts the letter down and rubbed his temples after reading such an intense letter. He walked to the window and opened it. He needed to pause for a minute. He needed the cold winter wind to help him relax his troubled mind. The content of the letter, the event, was rather familiar. In the fourth expansion of Continental War, the abyss was opened, the demon's descent, the coming of evil, the spreading of chaos. All that was without a doubt was the same setting of the game and the world that he was in. It was not something that he had looked forward to. Even though the civilization of the game was not able to reach the point where humans were able to cruise across dimensions like airships across the continents, Joshua's current world would not be able to handle such a threat. Even though there were many gods protecting the realm, they had their own fair share of civil wars. If the dimensional demons were to attack this realm, the gods will put aside their conflict and fight the invaders side by side. The civilization mentioned in the letter was rather unfortunate to be the one that discovered an undefeatable adversary. The world that was destroyed by the monsters had better technology than all of Mycroft continent combined. If they wished to invade, Joshua could put all his money on the civilization of the other world. However, although they had better technology, the origami that emerged out of the dark forest was suppressed by the Empire's soldiers. That alone had proved that different civilization progress had led to a different outcome. One aimed for peace and expansion, while the other sought for power and domination. As for the dimensional demon, that was beyond Joshua's knowledge. In the game, there was a small group of oracles who were known as the Fallen Gods, that had the potential of legendary tier. However, as for the strength of those dimensional beings, be it the dimensional demon or other beings that roamed the space between dimensions, they were surely beyond God-level powers, or perhaps even higher than that. Joshua could not stop thinking and decided to return to the letter. The four selected powerful soldiers that went through the portal and arrived in the other world. One of them was your ancestor. They were the ancestors of the Vlads, the Scarlets, the Dwarven Ironborns, and the Radcliffes. Together, they had decided to put exploring the unknown world on hold and instead move the monolith back to this world. Once the Empire received the news of the other worlds, they constructed a teleportation circle and sent over a group of mages. Under the guidance of the legendary mage, Carbalacos applied a strong seal onto the crack in the earth, the portal that spawned the origami. However, the problem with the portal was the unknown power that drove the dimensional portal. Nonetheless, it was strong. Perhaps, even stronger than the abyss. It was feared by all that the sealing magic applied to the crack was not able to fully close the portal. It was speculated that if there was a burst in magic, causing disruption in the air, the portal would break open once more and the rise of the origami would once more plunge this world into darkness. Even though a large number of them will be stuck in the portal, there would be stronger origami who could push their way through to reach this world. To stop the disaster that befell the other world, and to better slay the monsters known as demons, or origami, the four chosen ones, with the legendary mage Karbala, they had decided to forge the weapon that was described on the monolith. Note: 1. One part of the user's body. The author did not explain which part of the user was taken. It could be even an organ, or a bone, or even the soul of the user. It is extremely vague. 2. Weapon. The author did not describe the weapon. It is unclear whether or not the weapon mentioned in this chapter is in the form of a sword, Chapter 30. Another End. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Each civilization had their own specialty. For the humans in the Mycroft continent, magic and combat aura was their specialty. Advanced alchemy was the specialty of the other world. Hence, when it comes to forging weapons, there were some modifications made while the main frame of the weapon was kept intact. It was, after all, the final weapon created by a dying civilization. Besides a few aspects that could not be understood, most of the methods and materials needed could not be modified. The primary changes made to the weapon's design were the addition of sealing circles and the rebuilding of the energy core. It was all to prevent the demon's influence on the weapon. Hence, instead of a regular energy core, the magicians and mechanics of this world had inserted man-made soul core. As such, it enhanced the weapons and granted it strong consciences. They had the ability to suppress the call of the dimensional demon. At the end of it all, the final weapon was created. It was not known who was the person who suggested the idea. However, the final weapon's dormant mode was given a humanoid shape. That was the origin of us, the divine armaments. There was something that you should know. Keep in mind, Master Radcliffe, the dimension demon has an all-powerful, near omniscient level of sensing powers. When a certain number of beings have come to know of his existence, the demon shall be granted a clear vision of that world and would start an all-out invasion. That was why the secret of the Radcliffes cannot be let out. Right now, there are only a few people who know about it and have been sworn to the highest level of secrecy. When the first few Radcliffes were informed about the existence of the secret, they stood tall and refused to back down. With pride, they took up their swords and bore the responsibility of protecting the land against the rise of the Aragami. When you were born, a small part of your wrist bones was removed to create the core of the divine armaments. They are called Ying and Lin. In the beginning, they had no true form. However, after years of growth, they will listen to you, obeying your every wish, desire, and will. The end form could be anything, but no matter what form they take, they would be your favorite weapons. Joshua scoffed at the final comment. After reading the content of the letter, Joshua compared and found it was the same as the setting of the game. The sealed land was the place where the portal was. The portal that led to the other world. The world that was destroyed and abandoned. He did not know that the place had such an extensive backstory. Joshua organized his thoughts after taking in so much information. He leaned back in his chair and just when he was about to relax, he heard a loud noise coming from the living room of the house. After the noise died down, he heard Ying's panicked gasp. He could imagine the little divine armament had toppled something over and quickly tried to mend it before Joshua realized. He smiled and turned his hand over and examined his wrist. Is the bone? He muttered to himself. His curiosity was piqued, wanting to see it with his own eyes. With no hesitation in his expression, Joshua put the letter aside and focused his combat aura on the tips of his fingers. In a flash, he slit his wrist along the veins of both his wrists to pry open the flesh. Hidden deep within the flesh and bones, there were gems, one in each wrist. Both were glowing with mysterious color and had rune marks on them. The one in his right wrist was a silver gem with traces of green lining. The one in his left wrist was a black gem with several spots of rubies. Naturally, the one in his right wrist was glowing brighter than the one in his left wrist. Although it was black, it was still brimming with radiance, like an onyx. Even though they had different colors, both gems had rune markings that were branching out. Those runes had merged themselves with Joshua's body to form a perfect symbiotic state. They would grow along with Joshua. Satisfied with what he saw, Joshua closed his wounds by concentrating his aura around his wrist. Instantly, the wound mended itself immediately, leaving no trace of its existence. Joshua was astonished at his ability to heal, yet he remained silent. He took the letter and continued reading. The Vlad and Scarlet family, alongside with the Radcliffe family, had moved to the north and chose to remain there. Unfortunately, the protection of the secret lasted only until the fourth generation. The Vlads and Scarlets had chosen to abandon their lifelong mission and decided to forget everything that had to do with the other world and the demon. The dwarves had no real connection to the event. All they were entrusted with was the creation of the divine armament's core. In fact, The only dwarf that knew about the event was Ironborn Moira. No sooner, it was only the Radcliffes that remained as the guardians of the secret and the sealed land. As time moved on, the divine armament had made huge progress from the first prototype to the latest 6th generation divine armament, which I belong to. It was over 300 years since the first prototype was created, and the rise of the Aragami had always been suppressed by the Radcliffes. The seal had never been broken. Everything was perfect until recently. Your father, my master, the Winter Count, was never uncaring towards you. It was a circumstantial issue. He had to focus his mind on facing the Aragami. Half a month before this letter was written, the Great Ajax volcano had resonated and there was a rise of magic power in the area. Like the past, it was an omen to signify the coming of the Aragami. However, this time, it was different. The Aragami that appeared recently was stronger than any that your father had faced before. The seal had failed to stop them from coming out of the forest. As such, your father personally led the attack and I was assigned to recall you from the south. He had finally decided that it was time for you to know the truth. Unfortunately, the situation was far dire than expected. Not only were they much stronger, their numbers exceeded far from the usual count. In total, there were more than 12 gold tier Aragami and over hundreds of silver tier Aragami that had broken past the seal and came out of the dimension portal. Unable to assume defense, your father had decided to go for offense instead. However, even after unleashing my true form, and performing mutual resonance, we were unable to defeat the swarm of Aragami. When all hope seemed lost, he had finally decided to do what's right. He had sacrificed all his life force to trade for a momentary power that exceeded those of ordinary humans. He did manage to kill every single Aragami around. However, the damage sustained from the Aragami was fatal. As such, when your father killed the last Aragami, it was his final breath as well. I was supposed to perish along with my master, yet, at his final moments, he removed the restraints in my energy core and revoked the contract that bound his life force to mine. In doing so, I was allowed to live for only a short period of time to complete his dying wish. That concludes all that had passed. The secrets that were passed down to each generation of the Radcliffes have been passed to you, Joshua Van Radcliffe. You are now the guardian of the city and the protector of the seal. Your duty is to kill the unknown demons. This is an inheritance, a responsibility, an honor, and history. I find the need to repeat myself once more. This secret cannot be revealed to anyone. This letter must be discarded with extreme measures. If others know about the existence of the dimensional demon, I fear that no one can save us all. It would be fine if there are less than 100 people who know about it, but when that numbers go any higher, the dimensional demon will be able to detect our world. Once the dimensional demon has decided to attack, he will launch an all-out invasive force to destroy this world. Even though the gods and the world itself will try their best to prevent that from coming in, the dimensional demon can still find a way to infiltrate our world. Be it a new species of monsters, blood sacrifice summoning, or anything means of summoning him into the world. It will be possible for the dimensional demon to break past the gods and destroy this world. You must treat this matter with the utmost priority. Remember, you're bearing the weight of the world on your shoulders. That is what I will leave you with as my parting words. I have nothing else to say. Goodbye, young master. Farewell and be well. Yours sincerely, Fang. See. Joshua was mad. His aura was leaking out of his body uncontrollably as it burned everything around him. Not even ash remained. Joshua appeared motionless even as he felt every vein in his body was pumping power-filled blood all around his body. He was feeling uneasy. The fire spread and burned down the wooden window. Instantly, the cold wind blew in and dispersed the heat of the room. Joshua was immediately cooled down. The burning aura that fills the room was also removed. He walked towards the window and let the winter wind to cool his head further. He took a deep breath and sighed. The vapor that formed from his breath flowed with the wind, disappearing into the winter's night. Joshua was not a man of many words, and he disliked expressing his feelings as well. However, at that moment, He had no words to say. He could not even find the proper emotion to feel. The family of guardians. He had always wondered what it meant ever since he heard some nobles addressing his family name during his graduation from the Empire's Miskatonic Military Academy. Joshua gazed at the sky. The snowstorm seems to have lightened up a little despite the heavy snowfall. The city was quiet and there was no enemy in sight. Moz was killed. All those that were with the Wilson family had escaped with their lives. It was supposed to be a matter of celebration, yet there was no such feeling of joy in him. Joshua retracted his head back into the burnt room and scoffed disgruntledly. This is annoying. He turned around and reached for the door. Chapter 31. Weren't the fighters in the north old farts? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. There was a door in plain sight, covered only with old plaster. The snow had only made it easier for it to remain hidden. In the corner of a random street of a small neighborhood area, the door was truly invisible. It was not hidden on purpose but merely blended into the background. Without anyone opening it, no one could truly see the door unless they were meant to find it. At that moment, the door was opened, and there were people talking inside. Joe's. My lord. Did you really kill Moz? Nolan, the grey-haired stalker with purple eyes, was the next heir of the Wilson family. Such a girl of her age should be lounging in the garden of her house, enjoying warm food and exquisite wine, not hiding in a hidden room in the territory of other great houses, in the middle of a raging snowstorm. However, because her reckless, idiotic elder sibling engaged in a mindless pursuit of his own selfish deeds, she was forced to follow him to the main city of Moldovia. The worst of all, she had to stick her neck out, hiding in a small random room, enduring the frigid temperature, to talk to a monster. Did I kill him? I doubt that anyone could still breathe if I cleaved them in half. Ah, don't get me wrong. Your elder brother was strong. His punches before his death were strong. I felt that. The man who was standing in front of her was a man with curly long hair that grew past his neck, almost touching his shoulders. His black and red eyes did not show any emotion. Although his appearance was not the best, it had a certain allure, especially his toned muscles and posture. Joshua spoke with such tenacity that his words felt like a hammer pounding on her. Each word could render her breathless, as the sheer pressure and intimidating aura he gave off was truly someone who could end her life in a snap. The man glared directly at the girl, like cold steel. His eyes pierced through her, sensing her nervousness. Where is Chris? Did you not escort him to this safe house? He crossed his arms and that made her nauseated. Ah, number. That he left alone. She could feel fear creeping up to her like a spider up one's neck. Her throat went dry and her brain was whirring. With the best of her ability in mind, she had purposely chosen this safe house to hide in. It was perfectly camouflaged among the other house and would not draw any attention. It was the kind of house which one could escape from or to. The window behind her, the chimney on her left, could be easily kicked and destroyed to create a momentary distraction for her to escape. All she had to do next was to activate existence removal, human invisibility, and advanced stealth, for her to remove her presence from the world. Speak. It was only one word, a simple word that rang in her mind like a church bell. She quickly gathered her thoughts to the present situation. Her conscience was drifting towards escaping, and when Joshua's deep husky voice rang, she realized that there was no way for her to disobey the man. She sighed at that thought. She was facing a gold-tier warrior, a warrior that could defeat another gold-tier warrior with relative ease. If she were to demonstrate a slight move of disobedience, the man could be holding her head in his left hand and her mangled body on his right. She was still young and had no plans to convert her class to a Dullahan. About 2.5 hours ago, Chris received a magic message and left in a hurry. I had no intention to reprimand him, hence I let him go. However, he did leave behind a letter addressed to you. It's right there by the table. Don't worry. I wouldn't want to read it. Another letter. Nolan immediately picked up a change of emotion in the manner of which Joshua spoke. The black-haired warrior's tone suddenly turned sour. He frowned and picked up the letter. We're brothers. He had no conflicts with me and neither had I. I have no intention to kill him. But why did he leave in such a hurry? Something is wrong. That's right. You had no intention of killing me as well. but my legs are giving way just talking to you. From the looks of it, I heard it was something about an alchemy laboratory and trading problems in the Southern Empire. Perhaps that was the reason he left. Feeling a little guilty for his disappearance, Nolan carefully explained to Joshua while constantly monitoring her word choice. Nolan suddenly felt that Chris the alchemist was probably a caster. From his behavior and action, it seems that his intelligence was far higher than hers. He knew when to create a distraction or a reason to leave earlier. Yet, she was left there, in the room, alone, fooled. Let it be. I had no interest in his matters. He placed the letter down and turned to the stalker. He then cracked a smile. The kind of smile that tells you that the person was up to no good. For our next topic of discussion, let's talk about the scheme that had led to the severe damage to the city. About the Wilsons that had supported my late uncle. About that. Understand this. Think carefully about your next words. If you do not wish to have me knocking on the Wilsons' door. Do you understand? Sit down, Miss Nolan. Let's talk. Starfall year 831, winter, 6th of November. Fort Dark Forest. It was sunny, a day that was rarely seen. Even though the winter sun was not warm enough for anyone to feel, it was still nice to have some sunlight and heat. For others, it might be just another regular day. But for the guards that were patrolling the city, it was a great day. However, despite the cheery day in the Fort Dark Forest, things were extremely gloomy in a room. It was a meeting room, constructed with white granite blocks. A black and gold fur carpet adorned the floor, while in the center of the room was a large handcrafted long pine wood table. There were several large warriors clad in heavy armor sitting on all sides of the long table. Everyone was quiet. Everyone was silent. 55 silver knights. 120 elite northern riders. Someone who was sitting on the left side of the long table broke the silence. The man who spoke was a warrior that wore a thick full-face metal helmet that slightly muffled his voice, making it sound deep and depressing. He continued his report. It's less than half of the entire fortress's force. Everyone is fully armored and equipped. We are ready to sortie at your command. 16 men mage group. 9 upper silver tier priests. 6 silver tier mages, and 1 cryomancer. The second voice came from the right side of the long table. It was an old man and full head of white long hair. He wore single-framed glasses and had a long bronze staff. The man's appearance was both stoic and fierce. You could even misjudge the man as a warrior instead of a mage. His voice came out from the gaps in his teeth. All instant cast scrolls have been readied. We could destroy a large part of the wall with those. Chiri, Feng. What nonsense are you talking about? Speak to me in human language. A blonde middle-aged knight stood up and slammed the table. He was sitting in the frontmost position of the table. He yelled, I don't care how many people or things you'd prepared. All that doesn't matter now. What took you so long? You dare to take your salary? You dare to call yourself a loyal servant who serves the city lord? Enough with your blatant words, Zorjan. Don't think for 1 second that I won't strike you down just because you're the head of the fortress. The man with his entire head covered with his helmet stood up as well and confronted the knight that was sitting in the frontmost of the table. Wasn't it you who had given us the order to wait? What are you trying to pull by acting all surprise? If you're half the man you said you were, you would have already sent troops over to the city and came back victorious by now. He's right. Don't look down on mage. I, Feng Lawrence, openly declare that there's no northerner that can't wield a sword. Explain yourself. Or do you prefer to have a duel outside? Right here. Right now. The old white-haired mage tossed his bronze staff aside and removed his robes. Scars adorned his muscular body like decorations in a house during a celebration. His muscles were so huge and well-built that he looked like a man that could take on a bear and rip it apart with his bare hands. The unique mage, part arcanist, part berserker, flexed his fingers and created a ball of fire in his palm without even saying a word. The ball of flame hovered in his hand, cracking as its holder was ready to hurl it out at any second. The meeting room then turned rowdy. From an awkward silence, the room was about to turn into a chaotic battleground with those 3 ready to jump at each other. The rest of the meeting attendees were rather calmed, as if they had seen this scene many a time. They rushed over to the 3 fighters and held them back. After a short struggle with the fortress chief, the leader of the mages and the leader of the knights. Everything returned to normal. What a shame. The old mage slammed the table with his fist. It was a disgrace that could be felt by the entire room. Pain, not from slamming the table, but from shame and guilt, was shown on the old man's face. As a knight, how could we not serve the Lord? How could we lose the city? The knight with the full-face helmet voice was furious, yet there was a hint of shame. If the Lord of the city is still alive, he would. Gah! Enough! Who would have thought that young Master Joe's, the new Lord, could be so powerful? The blonde, middle-aged man sighed and raised his eyebrows as he was curious about Joshua. It is weird. Young Master Number, the new Lord should have come to us. Even with the coming of the Dark Tide, we could assemble together and sorted to take back the city with relative ease. Why would we want to fight alone? We have no knowledge of his return. It was only thanks to Elson that he'd know about the Lord's return from the Black Crow's army. The Lord himself was strong enough to take down 20 to 30 Silver Tier Knights. He single-handedly reclaimed the city. What does he need of us? Chiri scoffed and removed his helmet. He crossed his arms and planted his face on the table. Solemnly, he said, "A knight, who cannot serve his lord. A knight, who led his lord to fight a war on his own. I am guilty of this act. How I'd wish the Dark Tide would come quicker so that I could kill those demons and wash away my shame with their blood. Right now, it's vital that we do not do anything rash. Best we send back the city guards, for they need to maintain order in the city." That is all. As the last speech was given, everyone got up their seats and the meeting was adjourned. The news spread faster than wildfire. One by one, whispers turned into declarations. All knights in other territories, even the dwarves that lived in the north, were shocked by the news. Joshua had returned. Chapter 32, I am your father, no, Liege of the city. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Many were clueless about the death of the Winter Count. When the knights of the mansion received the news about it, their faces went as pale as death. Those were the knights that were staying in the countryside. Due to the heavy snowfall, the route to the city was cut off. Hence, it was already too late when they received the news. The news about the death of the Winter Count, the invasion of outsiders, the new successor's return and how he single-handedly reclaimed the territory. Once they were informed of the entire scenario, those knights were clueless about what to do next. After contemplating for some time, they had decided to send him their congratulations and condolences through a letter to Joshua. They sent their messenger to deliver the letter to the new liege, which represented their promise to serve the new liege of Moldavia when spring came. On the other side of the city, at the foothill of Mount Great Ajax where the dwarves gathered to live, the crimson-yellow molten lava continued to boil and simmer at extreme heat. The unrelenting heat from the pool of flowing lava was a source of perpetual warmth. It was also a gathering place for the fire elementals. Their presence, coupled with the extreme heat of the lava, had sent hot air to rise up like steam from a boiling kettle. The hot air rose beyond the clouds in the sky and forced the clouds to move away due to the fast-rising heat. As such, while the clouds were blanketing the entire area of the north, there was a gigantic hole near the volcano. The golden sunlight that came every morning would warm the dwarves, giving them a golden warm gleam. Underneath where the residential area of the dwarves, there was an underground smelting area. It was where the dwarves placed their furnace, the black steel casting furnace core. Circulating in the rune-inscribed machinery, iron and steel would melt down into liquid form. Like an obedient cat, the liquid iron and steel would flow along the castings and form into various shapes and sizes according to the cast that was placed. Once the molten iron and steel are cast, the casting tray would be sent to the blacksmiths that would start swinging their hammers to mold the casted iron and steel to form the shape they wanted. One by one, refined weapons were crafted. Each batch would take some time to make, and once the completed product had reached a suitable amount, they will be sent off for export to various territories. While many others were busy hammering and rising hot metal, there was an elder dwarf that was controlling the huge machinery. He had an earring on each earlobe. His beard was long and pale. Wrinkles and scars were seen on his body, yet it failed to diminish the appearance of strength in the old dwarf. His muscles looked like they were hot metals, hammered and crafted perfectly to support the short, yet solid body. The dwarf shut his eyes, sitting quietly on the control seat. By intuition alone, he was controlling the giant machine. Suddenly, there was a minor shake, and the machine wobbled slightly. The old dwarf felt something, like a molten iron flowing through a cast for a long thin saber. His eyelids opened, slowly. Iron-born Morla, the current Northern Rune Dwarven leader, the greatest blacksmith of the current generation of dwarves. The old man, who was dubbed as the wise old dwarf for his strength and wisdom, opened his eyes. Despite the glowing hot rod red of the molten metal around him, his golden eyes had not failed to retain its color as red light shone from his eyes. He raised his head and stared into nothingness. There was something in the air. He could feel it, a divine armament. Another one has awoken. The old dwarf muttered to himself and stood up from the control panel. He called down to his servants and said, "Bring me my iron hammer." "Yes, sir." "Oh, great smither, is it time?" The young servant bowed respectfully to his elder. It was a respect that Morla deserved. An inequivalent title was given to Morla for his prowess at the art of crafting. Dwarves that shared the surname Ironborn had the ability to craft the best weapons and armors. For Morla, he had even crafted several legendary tier weapons that made it into history. Despite asking humbly, the young dwarf expected no reply from the great smither. Unexpectedly, he received one. "That's right. It is something that my family had promised. A contract that was bound by blood. Something that I cannot refuse." Morla smiled weakly. His stares were empty as he recalled a past memory. Slowly, he uttered each word as if they meant something truly special to him. One divine armament, one armor set. In the name of all rune dwarves, this promise was for the Chaos Guardians, the protectors. An oath. Respect to those that protect. Somewhere far away, Moldavia, the home of the Radcliffes. Located on the western side of the Mount Great Ajax was the Moldavia territory. It was a merry city that was built beside the river, the unfrozen river that extended as far as 3,000 miles. The rivers continued on, following the mountain ranges of the Ice Valley, crossing through the Northern Empire's ancient Holy River, and finally merging with it. Due to the geographical advantage that the city had, the family that governed the territory, the Scarlets, had no use for dragon caravans since they could perform trading all times of the year without the need to be watchful of the seasons. In the lounge of the Liege's mansion, it was time for nobles to indulge themselves in afternoon tea. After listening to the report by her underling, a young girl, with violet hair, reached out her slender fair hands to pour herself a cup of red tea that was prepared earlier from before she even listened to the report. She took a sip and shut her eyes as if she was thinking of something. Not long after, she muttered to herself, "From silver to gold." Only in a month's time. A single bloodline that has never been broken for 300 years. Such an extraordinary man. Could you write me a letter of congratulations? Please use big words. That man is a gold tier warrior who had only recently received the Count's title and killed another gold tier warrior. On the far side of the Dark Forest, far north of Mount Great Ajax, the Warrior territory. In a room of an ancient castle among the Great Mountains, the current head of the Vlad family placed a report on the desk. The man was alone. He had sent away a spy that had only recently delivered the letter to him. Alone in the room, the man leaned against the desk and kept quiet. It was only after a voice rang out from the darkness. It was a laughter. The sound of his husky, deep laugh echoed all around the room. Not even 25 years old, and he had managed to be of gold tier. Truly strong. West of Mount Great Ajax, the other side of the Dark Forest. The Wilson family. The Wilsons were famous for their production of magical accessories and refined weapons. It was their close proximity to the Dark Forest and the mountain range that allowed them to harvest and mine their required resources. There was also a large band of dragon caravans that allowed the trading in the territory to be rich with sales. The clan, that was only recently established for less than 200 years, was considered to begin its routing into the area. In the west of the main city, the main meeting hall of the Wilson family was never empty. Discussions, arguments, and many other sources of noise continued without stopping for more than 2 days. Many people had come in and out of the hall, and everyone that did had ugly expressions their faces, of which most of them were hatred, disdain, and rage. One could stand by the gap of the door of the meeting room and hear words such as reinforcements, compromised, counterattack, war, imbecile, and gold tier warrior, which were used frequently. Not long during the second day, the sounds came to a halt, and the meeting room was finally calmed. A young girl with grey hair and purple eyes came out of the room. Following closely behind her was many others that shared the same hair color. Most of them had a nasty expression on their face. All, besides the young girl, her eyes showed signs of bliss. It was all because of Joshua's abilities and actions that the North was rattled. It was certain that all that with power could feel his presence. Starfall year 831, 9th of November, south of Mount Great Ajax, Moldavia. It was a day with no snow in sight. The sun was shining brightly but was still dimmed by thick clouds. The common folk of the city gathered around the central plaza when the church bell tower was rung. The city priests and knights were running around, gathering as many citizens of Moldavia as they could. Everyone was chattering for the main reason why they were summoned and gathered. It was not until the very next moment they understood why. A man with black wild long hair, clad in heavy armor, black and crimson eyes, walked to the podium. Following behind him was a young little girl with silver hair. From her mannerisms, she was extremely obedient to the man with wild and black long hair. The man stared down at the crowd and displayed a satisfied smile. He gathered his combat aura and bellowed from the top of his lungs, saying, "My fellow citizens, good day to you. I am your new liege. My name is Joshua Van Radcliffe." Chapter 33, Oh my, there is even a banquet. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. After stating his current status, Joshua continued to speak despite the crowd's sudden uproar. "I'm sure that someone within the crowd already knows my identity. However, today's topic is not about me. You may not have noticed, but my father, the previous count, has passed away due to an accident. As such, my uncle seized the opportunity to take over this land by force. He even expelled my knights and planned to steal my ownership of this land. All of you may remember the group of patrollers under my uncle's control swaggering on our streets. But fear not, as they no longer exist within this city now and would never come back again." Joshua paused for a bit, waiting for the crowd to digest the information given. "When the time came," he said, "that was because I had already slain them all." When Joshua spoke, everyone went silent. What follows next was a sudden, unexpected cheer from the crowd. All the civilians that had gathered were once bullied and threatened by the new patrol. Even though it was winter, it should not be the main cause for civilians to keep off the streets. People of the North were considered honest and simple. Under normal circumstances, they would not do anything that would harm the interest of the city. However, if the days where they would have to live in fear continued, even if they were the people of the North, they would consider taking some underhanded actions against the arrogant patrol. However, since the current lord of the land had already taken care of pests, it had turned into a very favorable event for the people to celebrate. For the current lord to declare his actions of murder directly to the people, it had proven that Joshua was a strong person. Only the strong could lead the knights and soldiers to go against the dark tide. Only the strong could protect their own territory. Since the new count had already shown his strength and courage, the people happily acknowledged him as their lord and cheered for him. Amidst the roars, Joshua stated, "My people, today you may all live the way you have like the past. You are free to travel within the land. All of those who had suffered mistreatment in the past, you will be compensated by coming to the Saint Laurent to receive your compensation. However, do not try to make up lies during the process, as the priest under the God of Justice would be watching. Finally, families with newborns this year will be able to enjoy 1 year of tax exemption. That's all." Joshua waved his hand at the crowd and left the stage. With all these announcements being made, the crowd had gone into a state of excitement and cheered happily. "Ying, let's go. The following work will be managed by Artemis." "Yes, Master." On the 15th of November, also known as the month of frost and snow, 6 days after the declaration, the cold season spread throughout the land, freezing up all the things you could see out in the open. Farms and barns were all covered in white snow. The farmers had already harvested the last batch of plants which were more resistant towards the cold. Even all the cattle had been stationed in their respective huts. All the civilians were prepared to embrace this cold period. The Maycroft continent of continental war was positioned from the furthest north of the Lost Sea all the way to the South Sea of Cliff's End. Every acre of land in between was unbelievably fertile. The growth of plants was also affected by magic. causing rapid growth and propagation. Both of the factors combined had caused quite a problem for humans to deal with. These factors were the source of disasters which had eventually created the Dark Forest. Other than the humans' seat of power, all the fortresses dotting the borders of human civilization were being threatened by the existence of the Dark Forest. The never-ending proliferation of the Dark Forest invaded human territories like a plague, birthing numerous demons. It did not take long for them to amass and assault humanity, forming the dark tide which spread terror and destruction to countless settlements. All the blood and corpses from the war further cultivated the Dark Forest as fertilizer, nourishing it with energy. The plants and trees within the forest seemed to be cursed. It would only take them 3 years to grow more than 10 meters tall. Within this forest, which was covered up by all these tall trees, different types of plants grew within the forest, creating a scenery resembling an alternate world. The fortress near the border, which was located near the Dark Forest, was surrounded by a large forest with numerous demons invading from time to time. Behind this fortress, there was only a single road filled with bones and blood, acting as the only passageway to human civilization. Due to the extreme weather in the north, it was still considered stable for the time being. Due to the extreme cold, the plants grew slowly, on contrast with the rate of deforestation. Thus the threat of the Dark Forest to Moldavia was far less compared to the pressure that was faced by the Empire in the south. However, every occurrence had their pros and cons. Due to the characteristic of the plants and land, the quality of life of the civilians was not as harsh as it seemed to be. At the very least, the civilians in this world were much blessed as compared to the lives of people in Joshua's other world. Due to the current nature of the environment, the people who lived in this world did not suffer from famine. The food supplied in this world was comparable to wheats in Joshua's previous world. An acre of land could easily produce 3 seasons worth of wheat as compared to the previous world within 1 year. Despite having such extreme weather in the north, it was still capable to produce at least 2 seasons worth of wheat easily. There were also incidences where mutation occurred on the wheat, causing mages and druids to come over and control their growth rate. Tending livestock such as goats and cows could also be a challenge, as they could be affected by the magic energy and return to their wild nature. Despite having this challenge, cows and goats had very rapid growth rates as compared to those of the other world. With sufficient amount of food, they could easily transition from the status of a newborn within a period of 2 weeks. After approximately 9 months, this livestock would be mature enough and be ready to be processed for consumption. This growth rate could be considered to be unbelievably fast. Given the fact that this was the world of magic, all the strange occurrences were considered normal, compared to the other world. In a certain mansion located west of the city, Joshua was sitting inside a room, reading pages and pages of letters while furrowing his brows. After becoming the new Lord of Moldavia, his life could not be classified as extremely busy, as the order of the city and other chores were maintained by his subordinates. Knights were also stationed to monitor all the executives which were responsible for their respective task. The real headache for Joshua would be the letters received. Being the new successor and Lord of Moldavia, Joshua received abundant letters from different nobles of the empire. Not only that, the letters of devotion from the Knights of Moldavia was also another great task for Joshua to handle. Each and every one of those letters must be replied carefully based on the history of relationship and ranks. In addition to that, Joshua had to reply in different ways so that duplication would not occur. This act would be considered as the minimum requirement for etiquette among the nobles. Joshua had never done these sort of tasks in his other life. It was continuous torture for him to actually reply all those letters. There were times where Joshua nearly smashed his table into pieces and called it a day. Only by utilizing all of his patience and determination was he able to endure horrendous responsibility. Darn it, the mansion had already been wrecked and all the previous employees were chased away by my stupid uncle. They are most probably resting in their homes, so I guess I won't be able to summon them within such a short period. With great difficulty, Joshua was able to reply a letter from a random marquis elegantly. After that, he could finally put down his pen and take a sip of tea, relaxing his mind. All the servants of the previous count had scattered thanks to Danlia. Most of them have already returned to their own villages. Joshua was left with no choice but to do all these tasks by himself. Joshua would probably have to continue this pace of living until spring. Looking on the bright side, Joshua only needed to reply each letter once. "Master, here is another batch of letters for you." Ying's energetic voice could be heard all the way from the main hall. Currently, she had no other task to do other than sending Joshua more letters and occasional food. My God, another letter. Joshua could no longer endure this lifestyle. After stumbling for a few seconds, he thought of some brilliant ideas and shouted towards the direction of the main hall. "Ying, if you receive any letters next time, open it up and see it for yourself. If they are not important, you could just reply them as you see fit." "Am I really allowed to read these letters? They look very expensive to me." Ying held onto a fancy envelope, with edges coated with gold, straight towards Joshua's study room. By looking into Joshua with her green eyes firmly, she said, "I doubt I'm suitable to read and reply this letter, I guess." "Well, give me that one. You can take care of the others." Joshua stood up and received the fancy envelope. "I believe that your writing skill might even be no better than mine." Joshua spoke the truth. Despite Ying's youthful appearance, her database was slightly outdated, which included the language of the Empire. Having complete knowledge of the Empire's language would definitely be much beneficial as compared to Joshua, who had a brain built with only muscles. Ying could definitely reply the letters in different ways without any difficulty. Joshua opened the fancy envelope in his hand and withdrew a platinum invitation card. A Banquet, Chapter 34, A Familiar Person. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Several days later, within the northern part of the city, Joshua wore formal attire while riding his warhorse. He was later assisted by a group of servants after dismounting from his horse, who greeted him respectfully. Later on, he entered through the main entrance of the lively mansion. "It eats meat and drinks liquor. Don't feed it grass or beans." When the stableman led the warhorse away, the young warrior advised, "If it still doesn't enjoy the food provided, add 2 eggs. Be really careful not to get kicked. Its temper is pretty bad." "Yes, my liege." After replying respectfully, the stableman comforted the horse, which appeared rather annoyed when Joshua left. The stableman then carefully led the warhorse to the stable located right behind them, as the black warhorse was still throwing a tantrum. The horse was special to Joshua, as it was the same warhorse that accompanied Joshua during his journey from the northwestern plains all the way to the north. They traveled together for 17 days and were thus considered close companions. When Joshua planned to enter the city back then, he tried to release the warhorse back to the wilderness to survive on its own. Joshua's initial plan was to release the beast and not look for it. Who would have thought that this warhorse, which inherited the bloodline of a drake, could identify his scent and forcefully enter the city looking for him? With such loyalty shown by the warhorse, there was no reason for Joshua to insist on releasing it to the wilderness. As it was not slow as well, Joshua could actually use it as his dedicated warhorse. "The banquet has already begun. All the guests await your presence, my liege." While leading Joshua towards their destination, the butler felt very nervous. He had seen numerous major characters and nobles during his lifetime, but he never felt such tension while facing Joshua. Nervously, he said to Joshua, "Today, you are the main attraction of this banquet." "Is that so?" Joshua did not think that the banquet was of any importance. He noticed that the butler beside him was flustered. Ignoring the butler's demeanor, Joshua said, "You don't really have to be so nervous. Tell me about the guests of this banquet." Truth be told, the butler did a good job for being able to speak. With Joshua's current personal image having both merciless killer and destructor, there would not be a lot of people who were able to face Joshua calmly, much less maintaining their composure. Personal image: merciless killer, charm -2, intimidation +3, affinity with nature -2, intimidation towards nature +2, cold attitude of a savior. Both of your hands are soaked with blood. Countless of lives were lost because of you. People will feel terrified and automatically stay away from you. Even if a hungry beast was to meet with you, it will definitely choose to avoid confronting you directly. Personal image: destructor, charm -1, intimidation +2, affinity with nature -1, intimidation towards nature +1, cold attitude of a creator. The path you've passed would only leave behind ruins, death, and bones as a sign of your presence. A person's first impression, that is, charm and affinity, were deduced by the looks of a person. For example, if the person was an elf with a maximum value in terms of looks, her natural charm would be a maximum of 20, affinity with nature would also be 20. With this level of charm, even the hungriest wolf on earth would not take this person as a target. It might even start praying for food from this person meekly. As for a dwarf with maximum value on their looks, they could easily tame a metal mole by saying come here or follow me. It would have a similar effect for those of other races as well. Joshua was actually not that hideous. With the value 20 being the maximum for looks or appearance, Joshua could score around 14 to 15. He could be regarded as a handsome and confident man. His initial value for charm was also 14, which was not a low number. However, due to him constant living the life of a military personnel, his whole image was later shaped into being more majestic rather than sociable. His charm value dropped drastically while his intimidation increases as time progressed. Joshua only possessed a pitiful amount of 4 charm until today. With the additional buffs from 2 different personalities, Creator and Savior, recently, his intimidation skyrocketed to 18. Ordinary people with weak wills could only shiver in fright once they stared into his eyes. In simpler words, it was as if Joshua has an aura of intimidation. There are not many guests at this banquet. Most of the guests here are influential members of the Merchants Guild, such as the leader of Grey Drakes, the vice leader of Limestone, and lastly the leader of the Winter Wolves. They are all here to meet my master. After a short while, the butler finally managed to regain his composure a bit while facing Joshua, all thanks to his vast experience. He led Joshua to the reception area while explaining, "My master is also the leader of the Northern Frost Merchant Group. He was very eager to meet you, my liege. Your presence at this banquet has given quite an amount of support to my master. This was convenient for me as well. Rather than having each and every one of you visiting me randomly, I would prefer to meet up with all of you and have fun at a banquet," replied Joshua while nodding. Just thinking about all the letters he had already received made him feel nauseated. "Judging from your behavior, breathing and blood circulation, is there anything else you have not informed me?" "There's no need for you to be hesitant. You can just tell me the truth. There's no need to feel restrained here. This is the North, not the Empire. Etiquette and protocols are unnecessary." "Very well, then I shall heed your advice, my liege." The butler paused for a moment and surveyed his surroundings, then quietly said, "I hope that my liege could meet up with my master alone before the banquet starts, if possible." "Oh?" Joshua then looked at this nervous butler. With his dark red eyes he gazed directly at the butler. After some consideration, Joshua replied with interest, "Interesting. Very well. Lead the way." After receiving Joshua's answer, the butler sighed in relief. Immediately, he led Joshua to a different direction and brought Joshua to a well-decorated guest room. After Joshua had been seated, the butler stood in front of the entrance and bowed. "Please wait for a moment, my liege. I will inform my master in a short while." "You may proceed." Joshua shook his hands, indicating that it was okay for the butler to proceed. Since the person in charge of the banquet was not in a hurry to present himself, Joshua did not feel the need to be bothered by it. After all, it was not a big problem for him to sit and wait for this person to come. About 2 to 3 minutes later, very fast-paced footsteps could be heard from the entrance. After a moment, it stopped at the entrance and the door opened. The person that came in was dressed in formal attire. The special trait of this man was there was a blade mark on his throat. When he entered the room, he immediately bowed towards Joshua. His mannerism was spot on. After that, this middle-aged man raised his head. Joshua noticed the look of the man. "Oh, it is you?" Joshua was surprised when he saw the face of the man despite having thoughts of multiple scenarios. The man flinched involuntarily and said, "Being able to meet you is such an honor. Count Joshua. Judging from his age and the mark on his throat, this was the leader of the Northern Frost Merchant Group. Joshua had an encounter with him during the time he rushed back to Moldavia. During that event, Joshua was advised by this middle-aged man of the merchant group to be careful. Nobody would have thought that the guy who looked frail during their encounter was actually one of the leaders of the most prominent merchant groups in Moldavia. Despite Joshua belonging to the upper class of society, his act of advising a total stranger within the freezing fields had touched the heart of this merchant group leader. Joshua stood up and did not say much in reply. Since both of them knew each other, there was no need for unnecessary greetings. "See, I told you that you would see great changes within a few days. That you might even obtain unexpected benefits out of it. Count Joshua, your capabilities have far exceeded my expectations. Being able to know you beforehand was definitely a blessing for me," replied the middle-aged man respectfully and calmly. "My name is Alfonso Carlos. As you may see, I am the leader of the Northern Frost Merchant Group. The reason I invited you today is for a personal request. Speak your mind." Joshua liked straightforward conversations. He did not mind people requesting help. He knew that with great power came the great responsibility of being dependable. "Moldavia is my territory. If it is not anything out of the ordinary, I may be able to help you with it." Chapter 35. Are they promoting their daughters? This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Joshua finally understood the motive behind his invitation after listening to Alfonso's explanation. Being an issue regarding finance, it was actually nothing major. A merchant's troubles would always have money involved. According to Alfonso, all the merchants in the north have been plagued by the same issue for the last 5 days. The problem was that the imperial city had been cordoned off, hence causing all the merchants of this land to be stranded, impeded. They were unable to continue their trade. Their path being sealed also signified that their trade had to be stopped. This issue was no joke for any of the merchants in Moldavia. If they can't leave the land and proceed with their next business deal, they might lose a huge sum of money breaching the trading contract. To make matters worse, their relationships built upon trust would suffer a heavy blow, causing a chain reaction towards the credibility of northern merchants. According to my sources, there have been abnormal sightings within the dark forest. To avoid any accidents from occurring, the military has decided to seal off the path. We still do not have any solutions to this. With a fatigued look, Alfonso had explained the current situation of the northern lands and the empire based on the map he had. Other than the path by Fort Ural, we could only pass through the dense forest. I'm not crazy enough to risk the lives of my members to the beasts out there. Although there is a long river which we could use as the primary means of transportation in Moldavia, the number of ships we have which could traverse that river is insufficient. With a scarcity of ships within the entire merchant guild, I don't think I can even obtain the chance to use it for myself. Why was I not aware of this issue? Joshua frowned. After he thought for a moment, he replied, "This blockade is completely due to the abnormal occurrences within the dark forest. Even the Empire is having a hard time solving it. Since the situation is grave, I doubt I possess the power to tackle such a problem. You may not know about this, but currently, the path is tightly guarded. Civilians and adventurers may still pass through the blockade. However, for merchant groups as large as the Grey Drakes, too many people get involved in each trip. They are afraid that the sheer number of humans may alert the demons, thus forbidding us traders from proceeding along the path." Alfonso felt extremely helpless based on the current situation. He had no other way to deal with this sudden change in event, and communication was difficult between them and the guards. "However, my liege, even if the others may be restricted, that rule does not apply to you. You have the right to walk past the blockade." When Alfonso spoke about Joshua's privilege, his tone changed into one of complete confidence in Joshua's capability. Joshua rarely met with people who placed such confidence in him. He touched his chin and replied, "Interesting. Now, I really want to know, on what basis would you feel so confident about my capability?" "Dwarves." Without hesitation, the middle-aged merchant spoke the magic word. He then repeated his point. the underground path of the dwarves. Alfonso retrieved a map and pointed at the lava lake near the Mount Great Ajax within the vicinity of Moldavia. Most people have heard that the Count's family had a very good relationship with the dwarves. You should also know that the dwarves had an underground path that links it to every part of the empire. By using the underground path, we could easily bypass the blockade. My request is actually very simple. I would like to get a chance to meet with the upper echelon of the dwarves. When Alfonso spoke of his reasons and request, his face was extremely serious. Politely, he asked Joshua, "My liege does not have to stand up for us. All we need is a chance to meet with the leaders of the dwarves. I have full confidence in persuading them to give us the rights to utilize the tunnel. If we were to be granted permission to use the passage, we could pass through the snow-filled plains and reach the Empire and the south even faster." Your thoughts might be on the right track. However, the dwarves. At first, Joshua frowned for a while. Thinking for a while, he then nodded his head and replied, "I just remembered that the dwarves just sent me a letter 3 days ago. It was a letter from my unborn Morla. He was an elder from my great-grandfather's era. I had to go through 3 book racks to find a template that I could use to send him a reply." Alfonso. Joshua pointed to the lava lake area of the map while replying in a serious and loud tone, "We are not strangers, so I'm not going to go through all the formalities. Although I am sort of acquainted with the dwarfs, they might be my citizens under my governance, and my family had a good relationship with them. I am only a newly appointed count for this land. The most I could do for you is to provide you with a letter of recommendation so that you wouldn't be chased out of the lava lake area. Anything that happens beyond that point will be all up to you. That will be more than enough, Count Joshua." With such promise given by Joshua, Alfonso had his worries lifted. His facial expression improved following that as he felt revitalized. "This favor granted today shall not be forgotten by this humble one. I shall repay my liege whenever possible." "That is not necessary." Shaking his head, Joshua gazed into the eyes of the middle-aged man and replied, "What I need is not money." Joshua thought for a moment as he was trying to recall some of the events that happened within the empire during this time frame. After a moment of pause, Joshua replied with a smile in his face, "Well then, if you are able to pass through the dwarves' underground tunnel all the way to the northern part of the empire, there is one thing that I would need your help with. After all, I'm the newly appointed Count of Moldavia and I can't really leave this place during this time. If it is within my capabilities, I will fulfill your task." Alfonso replied without hesitation. "On Carlos' name, I, Alfonso, vow to complete the task given by my liege." "You do not have to be so impatient. We will discuss it further after the banquet." Joshua shook his hands and made his way towards the entrance. Without any delay, Alfonso quickly rushed towards the door and opened it for Joshua. The butler stationed outside was planning to continue leading Joshua into the hall. However, he was later stopped by his master. Alfonso said, "I will be leading the way for the liege." This would be the direction towards the main hall. 3 of them walked towards the main hall. After a while, they arrived at their destination. The middle-aged man opened the main door for Joshua and said, "Honorable Count, please enter." A soothing music from the violin and piano was heard across the hall. Accompanying it were the voices of guests chattering and chuckles from the ladies. Joshua could also smell the fragrance of incense within the hall. Alfonso had truly invested a lot in this banquet. After all, even the incense used on that day was of premium grade. As Joshua approached the hall, the sound of music gradually grew more and more distinct. However, just as he stepped inside, he suddenly raised his guard as a sweet scent permeated his surroundings. This was not the same scent as the premium grade incense. It was not from the food served within the banquet. To be precise, this scent was a floral fragrance interlaced with a hint of female hormones. Joshua was not able to digest this information fast enough. As soon as Joshua entered the hall, the crowd abruptly hushed. With such an appearance, even the performers couldn't help but be dazed for a moment, disrupting each other's tempo and making mistakes during their performance. Fortunately for the performers, no one actually paid much attention to their performance at that very moment. Complete silence filled the environment. Intimidation plus 18 was definitely too much for ordinary people to handle. Joshua sighed for a moment. His charm was unbelievably low in the first place. Although his looks were still passable, he could still accept the fact that his affinity was low. However, possessing a very high intimidation value exerted quite a lot of pressure to his surroundings. With such a level, he could easily silence a crowd wherever he went. It would really kill the mood for any sort of occasion. Scanning the hall, Joshua was baffled. Wait, all of them are women? There were not many guests in the hall. Other than the performers and waiters, there were a total of more than 30 guests. Among those people, more than half of them were actually ladies in dresses and gowns. What the heck is going on here? Luckily he could still spot a few middle-aged men with their wives sitting together. As for the young ladies who did not seem to dare approach Joshua, there were about 10 of them. After contemplating, Joshua figured that since there were about 4 to 5 people in charge of different merchant groups, those ladies there were probably their close relatives. Each family probably brought about 2 to 3 young ladies for the banquet tonight. By looking at Alfonso, who was approaching Joshua, this young count finally realized what was going on. He was still 23 this year, a young count with a great future ahead. Someone that was seemingly the perfect husband for any lady. One could never underestimate the mind of a merchant. As merchants, they were known to possess all sorts of tricks and cunning to obtain benefits. If Joshua did not accede to Alfonso's request, he would probably be bombarded with recommendations to marry any one of the beautiful ladies that were present at the banquet this very same day. Chapter 36. Charm doesn't appear to do any good at all. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Unfortunately, even when the banquet was about to end, a few of those girls could not even utter a complete sentence when Joshua was looking at them. While trying to get in a word with Joshua, most of them would even stutter when they were saying their own names. After a hasty salute, the girls would run aside quickly. They would only stop shaking after their girlfriends calmed them down a little bit. There was one who finally managed to introduce herself using complete sentences. Their warrior nodded to express his admiration. Right when he was getting ready to respond to the girl, Joshua witnessed the girl take 3 steps back and she almost fell. Seriously? Was that necessary? To be frank, these girls did not look fragile or weak from their appearances. They even looked sort of heroic. After all, they were people of the north. The environment of the land was not as tame as the land in the south, so there was no way that any of them would be raised to be ladylike. However, Joshua's aura was really something not to be reckoned with. He did not have to say a word. With just a regular grunt, he could have scared all wolf packs away. He could also unconsciously scare away all beasts with his presence. With a little more effort in it, he could become as intimidating as the demons from the abyss. As if his mini intimidation aura had just been upgraded tremendously. Even though Joshua had tried his best to keep his intimidating side to himself, it was still a bit too much for the girls who had not seen bloodshed before. Overall, despite some hiccups that happened during the event, the banquet was still considered a success. Joshua and the fellow merchant leaders across Moldavia got to know each other well enough to even set an appointment to their next meeting. Unlike the girl in his care, these leaders were much more knowledgeable after all. They had traveled across many places. Some of them even traded with the White Dragons and other famous groups. Even though the warrior was intimidating, he was not as intimidating as a dragon. Although these businessmen were not of noble status, they were actually far more important than some of those lesser noblemen across the land. They were the sort of existence not to be ignored in a territory. Just as Chris, who ran all the way back to the south of the empires, mentioned, the land in the north was now freezing cold. Meanwhile, the demons were beginning to gather around. The region was basically very isolated in the first place. While the wizards of the empire were reducing the running cost of the elemental engine called Vortex, before making the airships available in a more advanced form, these merchants played a vital role in the communication between the territories and the outside world. Time passed as they were exchanging toasts. When almost all guests had left the hall, Joshua put down the glass in his hand and smiled at Alfonso, who seemed to be a little drunk. "What, are you drunk already?" The wine was much stronger in colder places. Moldavia was not an exception as well. The wine that was produced by the local winery and the dwarves could be used as additives for combustion after adding several other ingredients to it. Even though Alfonso was a steel-tier merchant from the north, he could only remain sober with a few cups wine before becoming drunk. "I'm just a little bit drunk, but that won't matter. Although his face was a little red at the moment, the middle-aged merchant's eyes seemed clear and sober. Joshua did not even have to ask, as the merchant knew Joshua's exact intention. "My liege, do you need something done then? Please bear with me for the moment. I'll look for a quiet spot first." "Yes, thank you." Upon seeing the merchant replying him immediately without the need to ask, Joshua nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then lead the way." The moment when Joshua and Alfonso were walking towards a study room, Ying was standing on a tall chair right at the porch of the house by the west side of the city. She was staring at the frozen pond as she let her mind wander. The sky was turning dark. It was almost dusk. The golden sunset shone on the city covered in snow with a cold breeze blowing through. There were no signs of any leaves on the dried branches. As the branches shook a little, the snow on the branches fell to the ground. Ying was not bothered by the cold weather at all. After she stared for a brief moment without any thought in her mind, she squatted and reached out her fair hand. She touched the frozen pond with her finger and sighed. "So hard. So cold." "Is this ice?" "It feels like glass." Although she was forged in the north, she had been sealed away beneath the church all this while. She only came out of the sealed room recently, so it was certain that the silver-haired divine armament never had the chance to touch ice. She immediately stood up on her feet and walked to the side of the tree, stretching her hands out in an attempt to break off one of the icicles hanging by the branches. However, she was not tall enough, so she failed to even touch it. Because of that, she felt extremely embarrassed. Even though Ying seemed tiny in her human form, her basic power level was still silver. With a light leap, the angered and embarrassed little girl managed to pull off the entire branch of the tree, putting the icicle on her palm. The silver-haired divine armament looked at the transparent ice piece patiently, feeling the coldness that was spreading across her palm. After that, the warmth of her body slowly melted the ice and turned the icicle into a puddle of water. It's just like the record in the memory core. Water can really solidify due to the lower temperature. Ying seemed very excited after she confirmed that another data in her consciousness was correct. After that, she took out a small notebook and a pen out of nowhere and started writing things down. This world is full of wonders. Joshua left during the afternoon to attend the banquet. Meanwhile, the young divine armament began to roam around the house on her small adventure. Starting from the warrior's study room where he always hung around, Ying went through the entire house. While her curiosity blazed on, she examined everything that was in sight. Ying even asked for help from the other female servants around the place to make a dish based on the memory implanted in her consciousness. According to these maids who have been recruited for cleaning and cooking in recent days, Ying's cooking was not bad. The dish she made tasted good. However, her skills were a little off as she was not familiar with cooking just yet. So all she needed to do was to keep practicing. The sun was gradually setting, the surroundings turning dark. Suddenly, Ying, who was smiling and playing with the snow, suddenly stood up. The smile that showed that she was naive had vanished from her face. Her face looked vigilant and serious all of a sudden. She narrowed her gaze and looked at the corner right on the porch. Under the dim light of the surroundings, two greenish eyes that looked like two fireflies appeared from the shadows. "This is the house of the Radcliffes. Whoever you are, please reveal yourself." The clear and pure voice of the little girl echoed through the air. The silver-haired divine armament frowned and stared at one corner of the street. "Stop hiding, I can see you." After she spoke, a man appeared. He was wearing a black coat with red corners that was slightly larger than his own physique. "Don't be nervous, young lady. I do not intend to stay here actually." The man before her was middle-aged. His calm expression spoke of experience, as if he was not shocked at all at being discovered. He shrugged and said, "I'm just waiting for your master to return." "Do you know when that would be?" "Who are you?" The silver-haired divine armament did not care to listen to his explanation or answer his question. She only frowned and asked with a serious face, "If you're not hostile, just tell me your name and where you come from. That's the basis of courtesy." "You're so young and yet you're already at silver." "Not bad indeed. Joshua has a really good follower," the middle-aged man said in a low voice. He shook his head and smiled. "All right, I'm Wolf. I am an acquaintance of Joshua's, back when he was still in the Black Raven army." Without replying at all, Ying was looking at the middle-aged man right in front of her warily. She was attempting to differentiate whether the man was telling the truth or not by looking closely at the man's facial expression. However, she was not as experienced as Joshua after all. So the best she could do was to determine that the man was a powerful silver. The man appeared as straight as an arrow. "My master will be back very soon," said Ying coldly. She continued, remaining cautious. "Since you've waited for such a long time, you definitely won't mind waiting for a while more, right?" "Of course, my adorable lady." Facing a girl that looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old, the man could not help to feel that she was like his own daughter. Even though she had a cool attitude all the time, a middle-aged man with quite a bad temper would find it hard to get angry at the girl. So he shrugged and said, "I've been expecting to do so from the beginning." Upon finishing his sentence, he turned around and went over to the corner of the street where he initially stood. Meanwhile, right on his chest, there was a golden badge of a balancing scale shining brightly under the residual sunlight. Chapter 37, Since I've transmigrated, I'd better do some good deed without leaving a name. Damn, that's cool. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Starfall year 832. The light reflection of April. Fort Ares, located southeast of the Northern Empire, had fallen after being invaded by unknown creatures. 58,000 civilians, 3,200 regular army members, 140 silver tier knights in the garrison, and 2 gold tier powerful beings who had glorious strength, had all disappeared. They were all presumed dead. In continental war, there were many civilians with at least the power level of steel. Nearly 3,500 regular soldiers would be enough to sweep out the demons across the radius of dozens of miles. Furthermore, there were also 2 gold tiers. Unless the ancient dragons attacked, Fort Ares, which had 40-meter-tall walls around it, should have been fortified into an unbreakable fortress. Even if the ancient dragons struck, the people in the fortress should still be able to send out distress calls for help. However, even though that was the case, when the Empire noticed that they had lost contact with the fortress and sent their men to scout the fortress, they found it in ruins. The high walls had crumbled to the ground. Only a few broken columns stood among the wreckage. The entire fortress looked like it was run over by something destructive. Meanwhile, the investigators had found a number of large dark holes in the surroundings of the wreckage, with each one being a diameter of tens of meters. There were some mucus and body parts that remained hanging on the edges of the stone walls. The place was filled with the unbearable stench of blood. The stench could really be discomforting to anyone who inhaled. Not long after that, these holes suddenly collapsed, destroying all evidence along with it. That was the fall of Ares, that once shook the world. When the officials of the Empire found out about it, they were furious. The Empire's 5 armies had gone through the border of the south over 8 times. They had swept through every corner across thousands of square kilometers of the dark forest. No matter how they outraged they were about the incident, no one managed to find out the truth. In the game, the fall of Ares was only narrated as the background of a story. However, the area where the players were active did not include the border of the fortress at that time, so everyone only knew very little about the incident. However, by the end of the 3rd expansion of the game, the Seal of the Abyss was uncovered. Right in the middle of the sulfuric smoke, which was abundant enough to shield the sky and the mountains, there was an immeasurable gigantic terraria dole worm that was hundreds of meters long. The dole worm was accompanied by a blazing meteor shower and countless demons which broke out from the ground to reveal themselves to everyone. Their worm was capable of spitting venom. The moment it revealed itself, it could cause a violent earthquake that would affect several cities. It could destroy the city walls to bits without much effort. Sticky liquid with a strong stench would be spluttered into the surroundings, emitting out waves of chaos energy to cause interference to means of communication. After seeing the monster, everyone understood. It was obvious that this was the thing that destroyed Fort Ares 20 years ago. However, no matter what, a dole worm was one of the ancient creatures in the abyss. When the entrance was sealed, The only ones that could summon them would be present, Starfall Year 831, the main city of Moldavia, study room of the Northern Frost Leader. Alfonso, I've given you the recommendation letter addressed to the dwarves. Now, I need you to do one thing for me. Sitting in a chair comfortably, Joshua looked at Alfonso with a serious face. The middle-aged merchant held a paper and a pen before he spoke. You'll walk through the capital of the empire and make some trades along your way back, am I right? Yes. I'll probably stay in the empire for about half a month. I'll complete some trading first before I head even further south. Alfonso nodded his head, looking slightly puzzled. My liege, do you need us to bring some special local products with our return? There's no need for you to treat this as a mission. As long as you wish for it, I would be happy to bring a large amount back. Yes and no. Joshua frowned as he shook his head. He signaled Alfonso to pass the pen and paper to him. After the warrior received the pen and paper from the middle-aged merchant, he began to write on the paper. Then he spoke at the same time, I really need you to help me bring some things back. However, it's not any of the local products. Alfonso, you do know that the empire will hold an auction in spring, when the grass is still green every single year. They do that every time to celebrate the end of winter. Of course, my liege. However, that auction is always purely for festive reasons. No one would really put any precious thing in that auction. Only the rich would auction their books and some antiques for the sake of entertainment, said Alfonso before coming to a realization. My liege, do you require me to purchase something that you need? But I don't need that actually. Muttering to himself softly, Joshua sighed and showed the middle-aged man what he wrote and drew on the paper. Well, probably just one of these three. I'm not sure if you'd come across these things as well. However, if you do, just buy them and bring them back to me. You'll be well rewarded. How can I accept your great reward? Alfonso did not seem to be bothered by it at all. He looked at the things on the paper and replied with confidence, these things are not expensive in the first place. In any of the previous auctions. If you insist on getting them, we can just skip talking about the prices. A key, a multi-sided object, and a book. The Book of Ibon. Your drawing skills are surprisingly impressive, my liege. I've learned the art of drawing for quite some time back then. As for the names, they're just estimations. I just heard about them from someplace else. Joshua gave the pictures to Alfonso as a reference. After that, he stood up and walked to the side of the window, one silver key, and one multi-sided object with 24 sides that glows. As for the book, there's nothing special about it. I've given you its name, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. Rest assured that I'll get it done, my liege, promised Alfonso confidently. As long as these items are available in the auction, I'll definitely get them and bring them back to you. I do hope so. After waving his hand, Joshua's focus was not fixed on the merchant before him. He was drifting off to a deep part of his memories. According to the mindset of the players in his other life, the destruction of Fort Ares was nobody's fault but their own. It was actually mentioned before, when the royal records were decrypted. Among the discoveries, there were descriptions stating that they had attempted to summon demons and even the evil gods, and the magic of chaos flows like water, distorting the natural surroundings. Judging from those descriptions, one must have done some sort of ritual or experiment which led to the destruction of Fort Ares. The person responsible probably did not intend to get himself killed. That person was most likely did all that due to curiosity. Another possibility was the person cursed by existing evil gods that led him to lose his sanity. Whatever it was, the death of over 60,000 people and the destruction of one fortress was an unbearable loss to the southern kingdom. If the empire's 5 armies did not sweep through the area, the dark forest might have spread across the entire southern region over thousands of kilometers. The dark tide might have tainted countless parts of the land and consumed countless homes and farms. In Joshua's raid party, his right-hand man was a professional beta tester. Joshua had been listening to the man share all about it while they were clearing dungeons, so he could remember quite a number of things about it. As for now, Joshua could remember that a person would require some special instruments to summon demons and other monsters from the depth of the abyss. Among the instruments required were a silver key, shiny multi-sided object, and many other strange objects. Many types of magic books were required as well. At that time, their warrior was not interested in such things, so he could only recall 3 of them now. As such, he did not order Alfonso to search for them on purpose. According to the records, when the Archmage of Fort Ares arrived at the Empire for his duty, he only went out alone once to participate in the spring auction. Not long after he returned to the fortress, the calamity that leveled the fortress happened. The logic was so simple that people did not have to think to understand it. That Archmage must have acquired some dangerous items and his experiment went wrong. Standing by the window, Joshua began to have his own thoughts. He seemed to be relaxed though. Now that I've arrived in this world, I think I need to make some changes. Setting the north aside for now, I think it's time to change some things that I know would happen. 60,000 lives are at stake now. I think it's worth a shot. I have to try regardless if it will work or not. Joshua looked out of the window. The sun had completely set, signaling the arrival of night. Other than the howling of the northern wind, there were not many sounds left in the city. There were only a few glimpses of light along the dark streets. This world is really interesting. The warrior suddenly sighed. He turned around and smiled at the middle-aged merchant who seemed to know nothing about his thoughts. Alfonso, you and I are trying to change the destiny that has been fixed by the gods. You, what? Looking at the puzzled face of the merchant, Joshua shook his head and smiled. It's all right that you don't understand. It's late now. I'm going to head back soon. The words were unclear in the beginning. However, this sentence was simple and clear. Alfonso immediately stood up on his feet. Allow me to escort you out of the room. You don't have to be so courteous. Just let your butler do it. You've been snatching his work from him all day long. I feel uncomfortable looking at what you're doing to him. Upon waving his hand around, Joshua gave another order. Whether you can find what I want you to find, send a magic message to St. Laurent Cathedral immediately after the auction has ended. I'll give you the next instructions after that. Yes, my liege. Chapter 38. The Empire has decided, you're going to fight the Dark Tide. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. After 2 major ripples, Moldavia returned to its original state. The main city finally obtained a peaceful and quiet night. The lights across the business district were gleaming as usual. Even though it was already late at night, the district was still as populous as ever. Businesses such as the smithy, the grocers, the pharmacies as well as other material shops were prospering. Meanwhile, the adventurers, regardless of whether they were mercenaries or just travelers, were having a great time at the bar with beer in hand. They were singing and drinking joyfully. Some of them even started arm wrestling to prove their might amongst each other. Riding on his battle horse, Joshua was observing his territory from a dark corner while he headed towards his mansion. The population in Moldavia currently numbered several million. The population across the entire northern region was nearly 5 million. That was about 5% of the entire population of the empire. Truthfully speaking, this figure was minute. The northern territories had occupied 25% of the entire world map. However, the population in all 4 northern territories combined was still less than the population of the main cities in the southern region. It seemed like all worlds were similar. There would always be less people in places that are too cold. Of course, Joshua knew about it as well that the few millions of people in his territory were actually not that concentrated after all. On a vast land such as this, there were only 420,000 people under Joshua's jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the combined number of dwarves, the midgets, and the goblins was only about 400,000. The remaining 70,000 to 80,000 people were composed of the halfling blacksmiths, the adventurers that wandered and traveled around, the mercenaries and other minority races, including the small number of elves and savages. The total population of the region had indeed numbered nearly 1 million. However, most of them were paying taxes to him only on paper. Some of them decided to live underground as well, and thus, there was not much sign of there being people on the surface at all. Among the 97 knights that the empire bestowed upon Moldavia, there were less than 20 who were capable of possessing their own manors. Meanwhile, most of the others were military officers. They were currently scattered, living in the fortress and towns. They were hoping that they could render great merits in battle and be conferred a title as well as handsome rewards for their deeds. Big problems could potentially arise when many races were coexisting on a piece of land. However, it would not pose a problem to Moldavia. Unlike the people of the East who loved the idea of pure bloodlines, the Northern Empire and the Far South Alliance could not be bothered about the many races cohabiting. In the far north, humans marrying elves was actually a common occurrence. The number of half-blood human elves consisted of up to 20% of the entire population in that region. In the capital of the empire, humans and dwarves lived together in harmony and without discrimination. They had been coexisting for hundreds of years and it had developed into a societal norm. There were no racists that would discriminate their dwarf nor elf neighbor. The most they did was to get into fights with the goblin merchants in their shops. Naturally, there existed a reason for why every race of continental war was able to coexist in harmony. That reason was the dark forest, the dark tide. The mountains would tremble while the beasts in the forest would run amok. This unnatural disaster looked like a raging tide of black waves gushing across the land. Those who had not seen the black tide before would feel unbearable despair. Without the existence of such a horrific calamity, how would the races live together willingly despite their differences then? The resources and rich magic across the land permitted all the races living together to be free of the worry about food and supplies. The only thing they had was how to battle so that they may prolong their fate. Wars occurring over the millennia left countless corpses in its wake. Thus, the land was named Continental War. Joshua was riding into the city from the west. He narrowed his eyes and spotted the mansion he lived in. Silver tier, high level, a man. He's not young. Joshua was muttering to himself as he rode past every obstacle, making his way to his mansion. There was a silver tier warrior standing near his residence in plain sight. His body was radiating a golden hue. There was another person beside the warrior, and that person was Joshua's own divine armament. This is someone I'm familiar with. I must have known him from before. Hustling his horse, Joshua no longer observed his own territory. Well, the city was his to begin with. He could look and observe around for as long as he wanted to. After a brief moment, he closed up on the warrior. Mengsk. Upon seeing the familiar black coat with red sides and a golden badge in the shape of a scale, Joshua knew that this must be the examiner sent by the Empire. He probably felt familiar because he had examined Joshua before. It's been quite a while, young Liege. This middle-aged examiner by the name Mengsk bowed lightly and said, I've been waiting here since before the sunset. I had no idea you would be here. Nobody informed me of your arrival. Hopping off the back of his horse, Joshua gently touched the neck of the horse and looked at the face of the examiner. Seemed calm. He could not help but feel uneasy. Could it be that you're here with more bad news for me? Unfortunately, yes. However, this is not a good place to speak. Mengsk turned his head to the side and looked towards the mansion. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl was running towards the two men. Mengsk shook his head and said, by the way, your little follower is very loyal. She didn't even allow me to approach the porch of your mansion. Master. Running up to Joshua, Ying seemed a little puzzled as she stared at the two of them. Do you know him? Oh, I do know him. He's an acquaintance from before. Patting the head of the little girl, Joshua smiled and praised her. You did great. You deserve to be praised and rewarded. So how's today? Very good. I assume. I've understood most of the things in the house. I've learned how to make a dish as well. Oh, that's not bad at all. You're a fast learner. Mengsk could not help but to make his presence known to the two of them that he was still standing the while they became increasingly absorbed in their conversation. Ahem, are you guys going to stand out here and chat? Oh, right. Joshua looked around and nodded. Then he gave a gentle pat on Ying's shoulder and said, Ying, take Black to the stable. I'll escort our guest in for an important conversation. Black grew up to be so strong, it would have been much better to name it the Black King. So why did you name it Black? If it's a dragon, I won't just name it Black King. I might name it Neltharian, but it's just a horse anyway. Alright. Enough talk. Let's get going now. Ying led Black to the stable while Joshua escorted Mengsk through the front door. She called you master? That's right. Ying is my main female attendant. The royal examiner, who had no expression on his face, shook his head. Child labor is illegal. I can't believe you actually have such a hobby. Joshua pushed the main door open and frowned. She's as old as I am. How can she be a child that I condemn to labor as you have just mentioned? Ying's core was made out of the wrist bone of Joshua when Joshua was born. Technically, the two of them could really be considered as the same age. I can't believe it at all. Mengsk seemed to be deep in thought. Could she be a hybrid of an elf and a human, a halfling? Could that be the reason why she developed slower than others? Or could it be because of her elven heritage? The two of them conversed while they walked, and shortly after, they arrived at the guest room of the mansion. "All right, please have a seat." Gesturing at the chair politely, Joshua then proceeded to sit down as well. He had a serious look on his face. "I would very much like to learn about the news that you wish to convey. You've actually waited outside the mansion for half a day just to deliver this news to me. It must be important and urgent as well." "Although it's important, it isn't really urgent." Mengsk scanned the red-eyed warrior and said, "Although I've heard rumors and I've had the same feeling while I was traveling out there, I've never thought it possible that you've achieved gold tier. 1 month, you've managed to grow so much from being just a silver tier. It's really unbelievable. It is merely 3 levels. Should anyone be so surprised? It was actually an accidental experience though. I've only traveled around for 17 days without realizing that I've gotten stronger. There can be no other reason but that." Brushing the examiner off casually with words, Joshua looked at the examiner in his eyes. He could tell that the examiner wanted something. "Please don't tell me that you've traveled far across the northwestern flatlands of the Orcs just to admire me for breaking through to gold tier." "Of course not." Upon shaking his head, Mengsk stopped talking again. He seemed as if he did not know where to begin. After a brief moment, he decided to change the topic. "My liege, did you know that the number of people passing into Fort Ural had been limited to only a maximum of 10 at a time? The merchants only recently informed me about this." "Then you should also know about the disturbance that happened in the capital of the empire then." The examiner continued probing. "Alas, it must be true then." Joshua was tapping his fingers on the handle of the chair as he frowned. Then he spoke. "You don't have to beat around the bush, Mengsk. Just say what you came here to say. We're both soldiers. You don't need to be so careful with your words." After staying silent for a brief moment, the royal examiner who was representing the will of the emperor sighed. His face turned serious. The corrupting wind blew from the south. An unknown plague has begun to spread slowly across the lands of the dark forest. The plague has spread across the mountains of Ural. It has finally arrived in the north now. That being said, the dark tide should come much earlier than we anticipated. It's going to come much earlier than before, and it's going to be much harder to deal with. It's unstoppable. The Empire has decided the catastrophe of the upcoming dark tide will be deemed as level 3. There might even be a large number of gold tier demons. Mengsk's face had never looked so grim. He reached his hands into his pockets and retrieved a box. "My liege, you're really quite the unfortunate one. You had to experience such a catastrophe even though you have just inherited your title. Although you've crossed into the realm of the gold tier, you still have quite a long way before you can become as powerful as your father. That and the fact that the court is under the care of the Empire." Mengsk's last sentence had a tone of admiration. Judging by the look on his face, the examiner seemed to be puzzled as to why the Empire would give the man before him such special treatment. However, he did not hesitate at all. "Take it then. It's a gift from the Emperor himself." As he finished uttering his last sentence, he placed a red box which had countless runes inscribed all over it in Joshua's palm. Chapter 39, Ying. Your status seems a little off. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So what was it that made this experienced examiner value it to such an extent then? Could it be one of the Emperor's gift? No, it wouldn't be just that. Upon taking the red box full of rune symbols all over it, Joshua did not open it immediately. He kept the box that seemed extraordinarily precious in his coat nonchalantly. "Examiner Mengsk, I hope you can explain to me more in depth about the cause and effect of the events. Your explanation was a little too general. Other than the unknown plague that's currently spreading in the dark forest, I've got no other information about whatever that is going on." The black-haired warrior with red eyes glared at the middle-aged examiner in a cold and intimidating tone. "Furthermore, The Empire could have just sent me a package or some sort of letter. They would not need to send someone I know. They would not have a silver-tier warrior standing in the middle of a snowy land waiting for my return. I'm not that important. On that matter, I'm uncertain of the reason behind it as well. So I don't know where I should begin. After getting questioned by Joshua, Mengsk understood why Joshua would feel confused. He frowned a little before swiftly replying. The documents to assume the Liege's title have been approved. They would arrive in a few days. They would not have me running back and forth again even if they have anything left to pass them to you. Those will be sent to you together with the documents. As for the things that are happening, I'm not really sure about it. However, that plague that we talked about is indeed very special. How special? Their warrior continued to ask. It seems to have a source. Meanwhile, the source seems to be moving around constantly. And it's definitely moving fast. The examiner seemed to be prepared for that. He took out a map and drew a curve with a black pen. He then began to explain. The plague first appeared on the mountains of the west near the sea. Then it also appeared at the dark forest in the north. Afterward, it spread rapidly northeast. And now I'm certain it has arrived in the north. Mengsk had a hint of doubt in his expression. The demons and humans do not exhibit differences during normal times. However, the moment they engage in battle, they would get fatigued and pass out more easily. Those that have weaker bodies would experience cramps and chronic sickness. Meanwhile, those who have stronger bodies would experience some bizarre changes. He suddenly clamped his mouth shut. Joshua looked at the middle-aged examiner with a solemn expression. He noticed the reason why the examiner stopped talking all of a sudden. The door was open, followed by a series of light and rhythmic footsteps approaching the guest room. The silver-haired divine armament girl was carrying 2 cups of hot tea into the room. Then she put the cups right before them. Don't worry. Just carry on. You can trust Ying. Ying put on a puzzled expression. Joshua picked up the cup and took a sip of the hot tea. He did not seem to be bothered at all. I trust her. There's no need to be wary of her. Even so, Mengsk gave Ying a sideways glance. In any case, he did trust her as he witnessed firsthand her loyalty towards her master. Then I shall carry on. Physiologically strong beings would undergo some sort of mutation, where their bodies would turn dark purple. Their eyes would become blood red, and black vapor would emerge from their noses and mouths. Their strengths would multiply and they would lose their sanity in the bloodlust. Facing any existence that might threaten them, they would fight to the death, regardless of the outcome. According to your description, this sounds very much like the Orc's Berserk. After hearing all that, Joshua felt a slight throbbing in his head. He looked at the map and spoke gravely. That's a plague? It seems more like a forced berserk on all of the creatures with strong physiques. The Royal Catastrological Laboratory, 1, has confirmed it. The bloodlust of a living being seems to be triggered by some sort of object or creature that's wandering around dispersing some unknown matter in the air. It appears that the symptoms can be passed on to others through direct skin contact as well. Since it is highly contagious, it is called a plague. Mengsk took a sip of his own cup of tea as well. He then expressed his thanks to Ying for getting him the tea. He reached his hand out onto the map and placed his finger on Fort Ural, while shaking his head. The mercenaries of the royal families and the official army across all lands that are plagued are trying their best to annihilate the berserk demons that are trying to trigger the dark tide. As things are escalating at an unpredictable pace, all people across the lands are suffering great losses. Fortunately, they noticed the incidents much earlier before it was too late. So the fortress still remains intact at the moment. After explaining the situation to Joshua, the middle-aged examiner tried to steady his voice. It was probably because of that the Empire sent me here to inform you about the upcoming dark tide and to pass you the Emperor's gift. Speaking of which, do you know what else I brought along for you, Deputy Commander of the Black Raven Army? After his question, the middle-aged examiner revealed a hint of a smile. This is something your commander and your comrades got for you. Could it be? After hearing that, the black-haired warrior seemed to know what Mengsk was talking about. He immediately sprang to feet with an excited expression on his face. Well, that'll be a gift far beyond my expectations if you've brought it along today. Mengsk did not waste any time, standing up immediately as well. He then took out 2 items and placed them on the table. They looked like miniature equipment, One was a finger-sized sword and the other was a palm-sized armor set. Although tiny, it was apparent that these items were of remarkable workmanship. Even the smallest details were carved to perfection. Your previous armor set was heavily damaged at the Great Battle at Thomas Grand Canyon. Furthermore, there have been some changes in the family territories. Because of that, they couldn't afford to wait until your armor is reforged. So I have to bring them here for you this time. Mengs continued to explain to Joshua, who was also smiling at him. Now, I've brought them all here. This remodeled enchanted plate piece might not be as good as the rune armor forged by the dwarves. There is no doubt that this is one of the most extraordinary equipment in the world. Crude, normal, excellent, extraordinary, legendary, special items and also set equipment were the basic grading on the equipment in Continental War. There might be more specific grades, but none of that really mattered. Joshua picked up the two statuettes from the table. It was a familiar feeling when he came in contact with them. The faint scent of blood was released, giving off a nostalgic vibe. The black-haired warrior could not help but recall on the time when he first joined the Black Raven army. He had spent thousands of nights, from deadly battles to finally battling against the orcs. These two pieces of equipment had been with him ever since. They had gone through so much together, being one hell of a journey. Holding these two small statuettes in his hands, he gently read out the secret words he had set upon the equipment when he first acquired them. Cold winds shall gradually activate this. By saying that short sentence, countless runes emerged from the surfaces of the two models. Subsequently, a light began to ripple across space and time, before a huge bladed black armor set appeared right in the hands of Joshua. The great sword was slightly smaller than Ying, in her divine armament form. Both, however, were of the same length. On the other hand, the black armor looked plain, yet durable. There was even a small and barely visible circling sundial raven scene carved on the right shoulder of the armor. Huh? Joshua heard a small gasp behind him. However, he did not pay attention to it. He swung the weapon right in his hand around. Instantly, the magic runes on the body of the sword began to radiate. A gust suddenly filled the entire room. The lampstand made of stone was shaking violently while the open door was creaking. So how's it? This weapon is beyond the weapons that you had back then. It has been enhanced with magic as well. Same goes for the armor set. Perhaps the enhancement on the armor set is even better than the enhancement made on the great sword. Mengs dusted his clothes that were blown by the gust. A moment back there. He took out a silver timepiece from his breast pocket. After looking at the time, he nodded at Joshua and said, "Your strength should be increased to another level with a full set of equipment. Although I really have no idea what the Emperor gave you, it seemed like that item is going to help you take care of the Dark Tide. My mission is complete here. I must take leave as soon as I am able to." Joshua would have to take care of his own business with the family territories, of course. "Thank you. So do you need to resupply?" Joshua was not used to having guests around. Since he noticed that Mengs had some other matters to attend to, he just expressed his gratitude without asking the man to stay over for dinner. 3 minutes later, Joshua sent Mengs off at the door, looking at his back, which slowly vanished into the dark winter. From the beginning of their conversation up until they parted ways, the two simple men got the issue handled within 10 minutes. Next Wepo. However, just when Joshua was ready to look at what was inside the red rune box, he could hear someone complaining about something behind him. Editor note: 1. Made-up word, Catastrological Lab, a place where the study of catastrophes, catastrology, is conducted. Chapter 40. Why are you jealous of a weapon? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Joshua turned around and noticed that the young divine armament was pouting at the side. Noticing him, she glanced away and remained silent. Why are you jealous of a weapon? Although he wondered about her silliness, he could actually partially empathize, even though his warrior's soul knew little to naught about emotions. As Ying had mentioned, a weapon can only find its true purpose when held in one's hand. Initially, she had not been wielded frequently because Joshua's boundless strength did not require it. She had only participated in battle that spanned slightly over 2 minutes before Joshua found himself another replacement, a great sword of supreme tier. Furthermore, Joshua asked Ying before about whether or not he would be able to form a second pact with a second divine armament. Thus, the silver-haired girl began to fret all by herself. If her master had no use for her, what meaning is there in her existence? Don't jump to conclusions on your own. Joshua helplessly turned to face Ying and patted her several times on her back. The petite little girl could not help but step forward from the sudden pressure. After that, Joshua turned his head around and smiled at Ying, who was staring back with her begrudging emerald eyes. Ying, you're a divine armament. You're much stronger than the army's great sword, and thus, I would have no reason to use it in place of you. However, since the pact between us is not high enough, if our enemies are not annihilated after the divine armament transformation of yours ends, I would need another spare weapon to defend myself. Am I right? You're right. Although she secretly felt a little indignant, the silver-haired divine armament also acknowledged the simple fact quite swiftly. As Joshua's divine armament, Ying's attitude was naturally quite similar to Joshua's attitude. They were straightforward in handling personal matters. Upon ensuring her enemy no longer posed any threat, she immediately cheered up. She smiled and raised her head. Then what do you intend to have for dinner, Master? Joshua replied. There's no need to rush. We've just returned from the banquet. Ying, go ahead and sort out the mail that came in today. I'll have a look at them later on. Yes, Master. Standing right in the middle of the entrance, their warrior looked at the little girl who was walking to the study gracefully. Then he looked at his own palms and muttered to himself in a very soft voice, I can't believe that the relationship between the master and his weapon can develop in such a manner. Interesting. That emotion stayed with him for quite some time. Joshua then cast his thoughts aside, turned around and walked into the house, heading for the living room. There, he retrieved an item from his coat. It was the red runic box that Mengsk had handed to him when he arrived. According to Mengsk, that was a runic box bestowed by the emperor himself. A gift from the emperor. Joshua held the box in his palm. After moving his palm to guess its weight, he said, it's not that heavy at all. That's strange. So what actually is this item that could lead the Emperor to believe that I would be able to resolve the Dark Tide problem once I receive it? The enemies are the Legion of Demons. So what is this little box capable of? Since it was really a strange idea, it would be better to open up the box. Joshua knew that this mysterious box was engraved with runes that could propel any form of prophecy spells. Thus, brute force would do nothing to the box. The box had a powerful magic barrier shielding across its entire surface. It could be said that this little wooden box was comparable to the strongest metal there was. Using brute force to pry it open would cause it to explode. The theory behind this was similar to the idea of blowing up the magic door and getting through the combination for accessing his Old Butler's secret letters. Only one special trick or one special message was required to unlock it. As if he had done this before, Joshua reached out with his finger and his red combat aura was ignited. He then emitted the one and only signal wave that he possessed. The next moment, the runes all over that red wooden box began to move slowly. After a brief moment, all of the runes on the box froze. In the meantime, the lock on the box began to unseal and the box slowly revealed its secret. Phew. At the very instant the box was opened, everyone within range of the box felt their hearts beat unexplainably irregularly. Meanwhile, the squirrels that were hibernating and the other animals were instantly roused from their slumber as well. A wave of fear surged through their bodies, leaving them frozen and trembling in their positions, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Just like the scent of blood permeating throughout the battlefield, the scent that came out of the box was obscure and ancient. The entire living room was filled with the smell of dry blood and rust mixed together. Meanwhile, all sorts of bizarre thoughts passed through their minds in a chaotic manner, flashes of slaughtering, sealing, purifications, and extinction. As dreadful and horrific waves undulated outwards, everything began to fuse with a strange power to form a tremendously heavy pressure as deep as the sea, lonely and cold. This is dragon's might. Wait a minute. This must be the curse and presence that was sealed up after a dragon was killed. Joshua was not affected by this power. However, He tried moving the box a little further away and began to frown. He then started looking into the box with a serious face, reaching out with his right hand to retrieve the object in the box for an inspection under the light. It was a common-looking piece of rectangular stone. After he diabolically glared at the stone repeatedly, Joshua noticed that the stone was not entirely black. It appeared that the stone had been soaked in the blood of a powerful creature over many years, resulting in its current appearance. Dragon-repelling stone? No, this is far beyond that. Could this be a dragon-slaying stone? Upon evaluating the item on his hand, Joshua was awed. Judging from the looks of it, they must have killed hundreds of dragons in order to form a stone with such a tint, as well as to have its surface completely saturated with dragon's blood. As its name suggests, the dragon-repelling stone was one of the materials used to restrain the bloodline of the dragons. It did not exist in nature. The stone itself was the highest attainment in the art of alchemy. It was just like a magic grindstone or whetstone. All you had to do in order for a myriad of alchemy to work their charms was to rub the stone against your weapon once. By doing so, your weapon would be able to weaken the power, soul, and attribute resistances of the dragons. The most powerful ones could even make dragon scales that were as tough as steel shred as easily as paper would. Meanwhile, the dragon-slaying stone could do much more than that. The dragon-slaying stones were basically the pinnacle of alchemy, crafted by fusing all the functions of the dragon-repelling stones. The effect was devastatingly powerful. Therefore, the price for acquiring one was unbelievably high for a stone that was only as large as the palm of Joshua's. The value was inconceivable as well. This stone, no bigger than Joshua's palm, would cost gold and gems 100 times its own size. Due to its outrageous value, there was no clear market for it. There was no definite way on where or how to acquire them either. Only the four powerful and influential forces known as the Imperial Royal Alchemist Guild, starring of the South Central Alchemist Workshop, the Eastern Mages Headquarters also known as Sky-Piercing White Tower, and the Church of the Seven Gods Sacred Mountain of the Distant Sea were capable of manufacturing them. Meanwhile, that little piece of dragon-slaying stone had obviously been used more than just a couple of times. Judging from the looks of it, the stone should have originally been a much larger piece, shrinking after repeated usage. Joshua could tell how precious that piece was before that. Well, this is a precious item, but how is it related to the Dark Tide and the dragons then? Joshua was a little puzzled at the moment, and thus, he quickly shoved the stone back into the box and shut the lid. The runes that had already halted began reshuffling around the box once more. Under the glow of the magic runes, the dreadful aura in the surroundings were isolated and contained in the box. Meanwhile, the aura of the dead dragons that terrified every living creature in the surroundings began to dissipate after its source was severed. The animals that were paralyzed due to the dreadful horror that the stone unleashed on them regained control of their bodies and immediately scattered. Meanwhile, the people within the area could feel that the strange and bizarre sense of fear had all but vanished. If all of the demons in the Dark Tide had the blood of the dragons, I'll have the confidence to fend them off with this dragon-slaying stone. Huh? Their warrior turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the living room. He could hear footsteps approaching in a hurry. The door was opened swiftly. Joshua saw Ying holding 2 letters in her hands. She was standing by the door, her countenance grim. The silver-haired girl then looked around with caution. After noticing that there was no threat in the surroundings, she nodded at Joshua to express her apology for barging in. Then, she asked Joshua with a sense of apprehension. "I'm sorry, Master. I could feel a strong presence coming from this very room just now." "What happened?" "It's nothing. That thing that the examiner brought here is really something not to be ignored." Joshua stored the box in his pocket. After that, then he picked up the cup of tea that was cold and took a sip. After that, he spoke in a soft and slow manner. It seems that he did not even know what he was carrying. "Well, that makes sense. If that white dragon group accidentally found out that the examiner was carrying a dragon-slaying stone on him, they would have." "Ying, what's with the 2 letters in your hands?" Upon noticing the 2 letters that were firmly in the grasp of Ying's hands, the warrior felt curious. Thus he asked, "Are those letters important?" "Ah, The names for these two letters seem to be special. So I was preparing to inform you later, Master. I did not expect the letters to unleash such a dreadful aura. I first thought that our enemies had invaded our territory. Sweeping her silver hair that was hanging down by her cheek to the back of her ear, Ying decided to pass the two letters over to Joshua. Her movement was elegant. Her slim and fair hands removed the teacups from the table. The tea is cold. Let me replace it with a hot one for you. All right, thank you. After smiling and nodding at Ying, Joshua turned his attention towards the two letters in his hands. And then he froze. Diamond? That's the surname of the Emperor? Chapter 41. The Ancient Dragons. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The letters that Ying passed over seemed ordinary. However, there was a name that anyone from the Empire would be shocked to see. Israel Diamond. That was the name of the current Emperor of the Northern Empire. People could tell by looking at the surname of the Emperor that the Emperor and his royal family were not natives of the North. His roots should be from the mountains in the West. Regardless, the 45-year-old leader devoted his entire life to expanding the territory of the Empire, was an ambitious conqueror. Above all, as the Emperor with the most powerful personal power in the history of the Empire, he was capable enough to support his ambition and get all people to swear their allegiance to him. He was a fine and extraordinary leader. It was as if the gods had chosen him to do their bidding, worthy of being in the tier of legendary. During the time before the Dark Tide, Gold tier warriors were still one of the best. A legendary should be enough to support such a big empire. Upon opening up the envelope of the letter, Joshua removed the enchanted paper and took a closer look at the contents. Bestow this letter to the faithful Liege, Radcliffe. The handwriting on the first and second part of the letter was not the same. This was a practice of the royal family, where other than the signature and the first sentence, the rest of the content would be written by another, based on what the Emperor said. Joshua continued to read on. The source of the plague is suspected to be a powerful dragon clan of an unknown origin. It should be the one spreading the plague, a plague that causes the bloodlust in the demons to overwhelm them. It is believed that the purpose of spreading the plague is to prepare for the dark tide that has yet to come. The dark tide this time appears to be malignant. However, the number of the demons are greatly reduced compared to the previous ones. In addition, the fortresses have been well fortified, which provides more defense for the humans. However, in order to prevent any influence from the territory sealing incident, it is necessary to take precaution in any case. I've sent Wolf to pass a piece of dragon-slaying stone over to you as a means of contingency. If it does not attack, then armed forces would be dispatched soon. However, if that dragon comes to invade, I believe that with the power of Radcliffe and his weapon, it is entirely possible to slay it, stopping the plague from spreading. God bless the Empire. Starfall 813, Year of the Emperor 25. Bestow this letter upon the Examiner Mengsk Wolf of Moor Lake's Palace. Appendix: the Royal Catastrological Laboratory will obtain information about the dragon as stated below. After the simple content, there was also a piece of white appendix sheet. There was a dragon with a strange appearance drawn on the sheet. Right on the back of the white sheet, there were also numerous data analysis and some presumed attack patterns. Half of the dragon's body in the drawing was as shiny as platinum, while the other half seemed to resemble the darkness of night. The pattern could be seen throughout its body. Its right horn, the golden side of it, was standing straight up, pointing towards the sky. The other horn, the black side of it, was bent downwards to its neck. Oddly enough, the golden side of the dragon had a closed eye, the dark side had none. This oddity of a dragon had a pair of large wings, which was the only thing normal about it. Its limbs, despite having 4 of them, were clearly divided. 2 were golden and the remaining were black. Likewise, the 2 golden limbs were armed with powerful claws that rippled with strength. It was an obvious contrast that the golden side of the dragon was much stronger and tougher than the black side of the dragon. The 2 sides were 2 completely different kinds of creatures. Joshua was looking at the drawing with a serious face that no one had ever seen before. He examined the details of the drawings over and over again. After that, Joshua took a deep breath and read out the words one after another, loud and clear. Chaotic Gore Magala. Upon saying those words out loud, he quickly put the drawing aside, looking solemn. Then he recalled back on his memories. That's right, I should have thought about it earlier. The dark purplish powder, the Berserk demons, the unbalanced ecosystem. What else could it be if it's not the chaotic Gore-Magala? As a former legendary warrior, Joshua had slaughtered all sorts of demons across continental war. Meanwhile, the dragon species were the more important ones among the important ones. Although he had slain a lesser number of chaotic Gore-Magala back then, he could still recall a small fraction of his memories about them. The chaotic Gore-Magala were special species of gigantic dragons without the ability to see nor to hear. They purely relied on their wings to spread their scale dust-containing viruses into the surroundings. Meanwhile, weaker living beings that were stained with those scale dust would be weakened even more so that the chaotic Gore-Magala could prey on them. Meanwhile, stronger living beings would become creatures that lust for blood. They would seek for opponents for a death battle all over the place. Those symptoms completely fit the description of the plague. A Gore-Magala. It should only be discovered as a new dragon species after a part of the central dark forest, in the middle of the big land had been explored. So why is it appearing now? Furthermore, this is a chaotic Gore-Magala. Mumbling to himself, Joshua had vague memories of the past. He closed his eyes, trying hard to recall. I was advancing towards the distant lands of the south and did not visit the north much. So I only know that one of the dark tides back in one of those years was extremely harsh. Never mind, it'll be pointless to think too much. Giving up on recalling his past memories which seemed to be pointless, their warrior walked slowly across the living room. He conveniently turned the greatsword and the armor set back to their miniature size before putting them by his waist. That's one of the ancient dragon species in the original world. The metal dragon and the pentashade dragon were labeled as astral dragon, which were deemed to be one of the species from another world. They were known to be an existence of high intelligence and civilization all over multiple worlds and even had their own gods. Meanwhile, the dragon species similar to the ancient dragons and the Elaterion would be known as their Old World dragon, the native species of continental war. Even though some of them had the wisdom of the humans, most of them also had the mighty power of beasts. Although that was the case, there were also dreadful existences among the species of the Old World dragons. Their ancient dragons had long lives. The moment they reveal themselves, these representations of dragons would bring forth devastating catastrophes. For instance, there was the Arashi dragon, which was the size of a few mountains, known as their god of calamity, that could cause hurricane storms. Also, there was also the Tostra dragon, known as their moving mountain, which could destroy cities by just moving its legs around. Not to mention that there was also Elaterion, known as their calamity, that causes the great Ajax to erupt as well. All these dragons were the ancient dragons. Meanwhile, Shigeru-Magala, which was known to be the source of the plague, was an ancient dragon species that represented the imbalance of the ecosystem. They were known as the awakened form of the Gore-Magala. Right in the central dark forest, a real Shigeru-Magala must have revealed itself. Its power must have dominated the others of its species while it was undergoing its final molting process for its awakening. Therefore, it transformed into a chaotic Gore-Magala as it only managed to molt halfway. It was moving swiftly around the entire empire because it was searching for a suitable spot to complete the final sequence of its molting. The weakest power level of an ancient dragon should be similar power level of a supreme or a legendary. However, the case would be different with the Gore-Magala. Before it awakens, it could only be as powerful as an intermediate gold. I'll still be capable of handling it. Sitting back on the chair right in front of the table, Joshua recalled his memories on the power level of the Gore-Magalas that he slew before. Then he reached his hands into his pocket and took out the red box. He thought deeply. Even if the chaotic Gore-Magala is much stronger than anticipated, I can still rely on my divine armament and this piece of dragon-slaying stone. I'll still have a chance to slay the dragon. Master, here's your tea. A clear voice of a girl interrupted Joshua's thoughts. Joshua turned to the side and saw that the silver-haired girl walking gracefully to the living room holding a cup of hot tea. Thank you. But why is there only one cup of tea here? After taking the cup, Joshua raised his head and looked at his own divine armament with a disapproving look on his face. Why didn't you prepare yourself a cup of tea? Because I don't need tea. Keeping both hands on her lap, she replied Joshua with a puzzled tone. Ying almost did not respond to Joshua's question. She tilted her head and said, "As a divine armament, I don't need nourishment from food. There are two of us here, but there's only one of us having a tea. It's a very awkward situation. Don't you think?" Springing to his feet, Joshua reached out his hand and ruffled the silver-haired girl's hair. He then sighed and passed the cup of tea in his hand over to Ying's hands. "Also, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try something just because you don't need it. You need to learn how to enjoy life. Here, this tea is for you. Take it." "Of this." "Thank you." Mumbling softly, Ying looked a little phased as she took the teacup from Joshua. Her cheeks red, she looked at the tea that was still hot without knowing what to say next. So she changed the topic and said, "Then, Master, should we get ready to make dinner?" "It's still early. I think we can pass on that one first." "You should have a seat first." "Make a copy of the white sheet with information about the giant dragon for me, will you?" Upon sitting on the chair, Joshua lowered his head to look at the other letter. He casually said, "Thank you for doing this with me today, Ying." Yay. Chapter 42. This is the Shan. No, Steel Armor Kokyu-ho. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. North, Moldavia. The cold wind from the northern sea blew, carrying snow along with it. With the sun hidden away by grey clouds, day seemed like night. The howling wind echoed in the air, like the sound of a horn being blown. It was already December, where snow was falling. In the final month of the year, blizzards and strong winds would sweep across the entire empire. That would include the distant south where the weather was deemed to be the hottest among all other regions. Even this region would be deeply affected by the cold that was coming, because the temperature in the surroundings would drop tremendously. Everyone would shut their doors and stay indoors. They would be surviving the cold with everything they stockpiled beforehand. So they just let the snow to pile up over the windows of their house, which blocked the entrances to their houses, because of the special condition of the natural environment. The buildings in the north were different from others. Their doors were designed to open inward, to prevent the doors from getting stuck even though the snow gets piled up high on their doorsteps. It was an awkward situation because even when it stopped snowing, people would still need to take their shovels and dig their way out of their houses. When it snowed, coupled with extreme wind that could sweep the streets with snow, the cold air was enough to freeze the water in an instant. Had caused much inconvenience to the people. Even the dragon caravan had to stop their trading activities because of the weather. No matter how mad a person turned out to be, no one would be mad enough to go out at a moment like that. However, there would still be some exceptions. In the main city of Moldavia, right by the top of the city wall, there stood a black-haired man with red eyes who only wore a single layered shirt right on the edge of the city wall. Facing towards the opposite direction of the howling wind, he closed his eyes and stood still as if he was a statue. If his skin did not have the glow of health and his chest did not move vaguely, he would look like a dead man. In actual fact, Joshua was breathing. Along with a strange rhythm, their warrior was regulating his breathing. His entire body trembled slightly. Channeling his focus towards his body, his muscles, organs, and different parts, even the smallest ones, his blood flow began to change in speed. His blood was coursing through his entire body that was drained to the limit, all to build up strength and energy. Combat Oro is the extension of life, a part of fusion between the self and body. It exists deep in the body because of the tough physique and strong will, slowly accumulating there. Theoretically speaking, unless it was a matter of life and death, it would not be unleashed. However, the humans across continental war came up with a system to manipulate this power by experimenting for hundreds or thousands of years. The process was called Kokyu-ho 1'. Fuo. Joshua let out a breath, nice and slow. His steamy breath formed a long white vapor that traveled along the icy cold air. Upon exhaling all of the air in his lungs, he began to control the movement of his blood flow to slow the rate of his heartbeat. At the same time, his heart beat stronger as well. The function of his internal organs began to slow down as well. After that, he took in another breath by following his breathing pace, giving slight movement to his body that seemed to stay still. The power stored deep in him was unleashed. His body began to be strengthened by the second. Training his mind in the middle of a snowstorm could let his mind calm down in a better way. At the same moment where the warmth in his body was taken away, It got tougher for him to breathe. He breathed heavier and heavier as it went on. Upon reaching the 10th minute and countless loop of respiration, a strange blackish red light began to gleam at the spot where the warrior's heart was resting. After that, the rate of his blood flow began to increase, coursing through every part of his body. He could vaguely hear metal crashing against each other. "I've done it." Upon opening his eyes, Joshua had a faint smile on his face that became a little stiff due to the cold. He reached out his right hand and he looked right at the blackish red radiance that was fading on his hand. Then he nodded in satisfaction. "After days of hard training, I've finally mastered steel armor Kokyu-ho." Joshua took up the small knife by his waist and stabbed his hand without hesitation. The speed and strength of that stab were so swift and powerful that a strong current of wind was formed from the movement of that stabbing. However, a near-piercing sound of a scratch was heard. The sharp tip of the knife was completely flattened as if it was violently pressed against the surface of a tough metallic armor. The body of the knife also got twisted badly. With all that, there was not even a single scratch on the warrior's hand, only a dark red glow on the spot where the knife was focused on. Not bad at all, only at level 1, yet it has such a good effect. Joshua then threw the bent knife aside. The blazing combat aura of his had ignited around his entire body. The stiffness that the cold brought upon his body had been swept away. After that, he turned around and walked back indoors. Although that's a little rushed, the Kokyu-ho of this sort could be turned into a power for battle. Looks like it's worth it to let such a skill to occupy one slot of my permanent gained status. Permanent gained status was the term that most players knew as passive skill. A steel tier only has one passive skill slot. A silver tier has 2 and a gold tier has 3. Unlike normal skills, passive skills would require a long time of training before one could obtain them. For instance, even though Joshua already had a lot of experience, he still took approximately 5 days to master the basics of the steel armor Kokyu-ho. Additionally, he used the cold weather and his experience to his advantage in mastering that skill. As a former legendary warrior, Joshua knew about quite a number of practical and powerful passive skills. He also knew the methods of mastering them. However, the reason he put in all his effort in obtaining this skill, which would occupy one precious slot for his passive skill, was the letter he received a few days back. After the banquet and a brief meeting with Mengsk that night, Joshua did not rest after reading the short letter that the Emperor addressed to him. He continued on to read the letter. Meanwhile, that second letter was a brief message from Fort Dark Forest. To the Count of Moldavia, Joshua Van Radcliffe. A thick fog has begun to emerge all around the Dark Forest. Meanwhile, the demons have started gathering and their roars getting louder by the moment. The detection spell can even confirm that there are gold-tier demons among the demon horde. According to the past experiences, this dark tide should begin by the end of this month or the beginning of upcoming January. The fortress is now on high alert. My lord, please be advised to make your preparation as soon as possible. Yours faithfully, Zorjan. Dark Tide and Gold Tier Demons. Joshua thought about that, with a grim expression on his face. If an upper silver tier warrior was like a cannon with highly powerful unlimited ammunition which also could move around rapidly, then an extraordinary gold tier warrior could deal damage like a supersonic bomber that can cruise at the speed several times faster than the speed of sound, which has an unlimited number of fuel-air explosive reserved. That description was only limited to humans. Comparing a human and a demon on the same tier, the demon would triumph over the human in terms of pure strength. After getting hit by such a brute strength, it would not matter if the person's combat aura was powerful or the person was skilled. The person would suffer internal injuries upon taking the damage from such brute force because human bodies still had limitations. Even though Joshua's skills and control had made him so powerful that his enemies on the same tier as him did not pose a threat, the Dark Tide would be a totally different thing compared to the one-on-one battles he had in the past. Things would not be as simple as the incident where he single-handedly took out 19 silver-tier mercenaries. If anyone never strayed from the main party, that person would have to battle against hundreds or even thousands of demons at the same time. That person would have been dead for a couple of times before he could even react to or dodge the monsters. That was war. Every Dark Tide was like a real war. Dealing with war, there was no such thing as being cautious. Furthermore, as liege of the place, Joshua's main mission was to charge straight into the demon horde and kill any demons that were powerful enough to pose a threat to the wall of the fortress, regardless of whether the demons were silver tier or gold tier. Furthermore, under the influence of the Berserk virus caused by the Gormagala, the Dark Tide this round would become much more intense than the previous ones. No matter how powerful the warrior had become, he would still need to make preparations and contingency plans for the upcoming battles. The challenges would always remain huge and the number of problems that needed solving would also be high. Facing all of the above, Joshua had chosen to master steel armor Kokyu-ho. Most of the heavy armor, especially the heavy enchanted armor, had immunity to stun and also the ability to reduce physical damage received. When a warrior wears a heavy armor set, he would not be distracted by smaller attacks and could unleash his potential at least 3 times higher than the time where he did not wear the heavy armor. Joshua also possessed max mastery, so he would not have any problems in coming up with means of attacks. However, his body was still the basic transcendental build of a gold tier. He would need to enhance his defense in order to face countless demons that went berserk. Steel armor Kokyu-ho was a skill that originated from a human warrior that became so powerful that he no longer seemed to be human. He called himself Fang Lord and was currently wandering across all the lands of the continent. Whoever managed to defeat him would be granted with a few special skills of that warrior. Undoubtedly, steel armor Kokyu-ho was one of those skills. It could enhance the basic defense of the player and also reduce part of the physical damage received. Then it could also be immune to all stun damage and effects when the skill was about to end. Furthermore, the skill also had quite high defense against penetration damage. Other than that, it could also enhance the toughness of one's physique and increase one's health points recovery. By the end of it, the person who activated the skill would be as if he was wearing an advanced enchanted heavy armor. There would be no vulnerable spots on the wearer at all during that period of time. It could also comprehensively increase the physique of the warrior from all aspects, allowing the warrior to adapt to a variety of conditions and locations. However, the skill was not that popular in the game among the majority of the players. It was merely an additional layer of protection. Skills and weapons that could penetrate armor could still wound the users. If that was the case, why would anyone give up one skill slot for a passive skill such as this? Furthermore, most of the players were not afraid of death. They preferred to attack instead of defending because they could be revived. Other than Joshua, who seemed to love doing different style than the others, only a few players would learn such a skill. However, the situation was very different now as this other world was real. Joshua only had one life here. Even though he craved for battle and found joy in slaughter, that did not mean that he was not afraid to die. With the real set of heavy armor and this Kokyu-ho skill, Joshua now had 2 layers of defense. That should make him even stronger and harder to kill than before. Now, boom. All of a sudden, a tremor came from the direction of the gate by the south of the city. Joshua's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden tremor. What's going on? Joshua turned his head over to notice that a puff of smoke was rising slowly into the sky by the entrance of the city. After that, the smoke was blown away by a strong current of wind. He could not help but have a strange feeling. What could cause such a commotion, I wonder? Chapter 43, Berserk. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The heavy snowfall was obscuring the view. On the top of the granite wall was a flag painted with 2 hands bearing swords fluttering along the direction of the wind. Meanwhile, a young guard was standing on the towering central tower where he looked out into the white plains and the mountains around. His thoughts removed from his mind for the moment, not thinking about anything at all. The vapor condensed into white mist as the man exhaled. This young guard was called Anruya. He was breathing in the freezing air all around him. He felt as if the cold air had passed through the thick layer of cotton he was wearing, reaching deep into his body. Because of that, he felt an intense chill throughout his body and sneezed, which made him recollect himself. I'm really crazy to stand guard in this post in the middle of a snowstorm. Standing up high in the middle of the snowstorm, yelling aloud with a trembling tone, Anruya felt as if he was already frozen solid while he was holding his shield and his weapon. He felt unbearably cold at the moment. Both of his legs and feet were numb to the point that he could barely feel them anymore. Swiping off the frost forming on his eyebrows, he clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, Anruya, Just hang in there. Just hang in there for 10 more minutes. It's almost time to switch shift. Just a little longer. While comforting himself, the young guard began to move his body around under the countless snowflakes. He wanted to move his stiff muscles so that they could move more smoothly. However, the attempt was futile, as the frosty breeze kept coming at him, blowing the little body warmth inside of him away. Anruya could not help but feel that he was about to be frozen into a block of ice. Why must they put the control panel of the city gates at a high place like this? Right underneath the middle tower was the south gate of Moldavia. The gate was a gigantic mechanism made by the northern ruined dwarves. The mechanism was using gears to lift the gate up and down. It was 10 meters wide, 5 meters thick and 10 meters tall, made of 4,200-ton solid steel. The main idea of constructing the gate as such was, as long as the gate is closed, it would become impossible to open the gate even if it collapsed. Therefore, it would be better to think about how to break the black granite wall, which was 25 meters thick, than thinking about blowing the reinforced steel gate open. Truth to be told, only the dwarves living in the magma of molten iron had the ability to forge materials. If that amount of metal could be forged into weapons, no one could tell how many soldiers could be armed. Of course, regardless of any hearsay, this was merely a gate. It was just slightly thicker and heavier. Meanwhile, the control panel responsible for the opening and closing of the gates was right beneath the tower where Anruya was standing on. That was also the reason why there would still be someone standing guard on top of the tower in the middle of the snowstorm. It would have been so much better if they could just shield the tower with a layer of glass. It wouldn't affect anyone from observing the surroundings as well. So tell me, people on the top, why didn't you? Anruya. While he was complaining, the young guard suddenly heard someone shouting his name by the bottom of the wall. The voice sounded anxious. He could not help to have a feeling that something was off. It was still a little while away before his shift ended. Could it be that someone felt pity towards him and came earlier to take his shift? It would be much better if that was true. Speak louder. In a trembling voice, Anruya attempted to reply with his hoarse voice due to the cold. Anything? Monster invading. Close the gate. The voice coming from the bottom of the wall became louder. However, the sudden howling of the wind had covered the voice. The young guard could only hear the faint command, close the gates, which was strange. Wait, what? Close the gate? But why? I can't hear you clearly. Taking a step forward, he went up to the control panel covered by runes. Anruya then grabbed onto the handle of the panel. Although he trusted his comrade very much and was ready to close the gates, he still hesitated, with a perplexed look on his face. When the gates closes, it can only be reopened after 2 hours. We would need to wait for the runes to be fully charged. Enemy attack. Close the fucking gates, now. Use the fastest way to close it, now. This time, the voice that was embedded with combat aura had finally broken through the snowstorm and completely boomed into the ears of the young guard. Meanwhile, Elson could tell that the voice belonged to his commander. The extremely anxious voice berated, Anruya, you stupid boy. I'm going to die if you don't close the gate now. Where the fuck did the enemy come from? After being rushed, Anruya felt a little nervous. He looked down at the bottom of the wall. However, he did not see any sign of enemies down there. At that moment, his heart was filled with big questions. However, as a soldier, the guard obeyed the direct order of his commander. So he pulled the panel with all his strength. Rumble. Following the rumbling sound, the huge steel gate instantly smashed down to the ground violently. After all, the gate was approximately 4,000 tons. The impact from the fall of the horrific weight shook the snow and the land, sweeping up the dust from the ground, which was blown away by the strong winds. The fierce and deep crushing sound had even reached the other side of the city. The residents who were staying in their own houses were shocked to hear it. Withstanding the familiar tremors, Anruya grabbed onto his long spear. Then he quickly headed down towards the entrance of the passage. Although he had not seen any sign of any enemy around, he still believed that his commander would not have been anxious about something not real. Could it be that there were really invisible enemies around hiding in plain sight? Could those enemies had invaded the city without anyone's knowledge? Running at high pace down the stairs, the young guard had arrived at the bottom of the wall outside the city. Meanwhile, the ground that lay before him had long become a battlefield. Whoosh! The moment when Anruya stepped out of the passage by the wall, A current of wind along with a strong scent of blood immediately blew past his face. A violent sense of danger was stimulated throughout every single nerve in his body. At the same time, the body of this young city guard responded faster than his mind. His instinct got him ready to throw the spear forward. He instantly raised his shield with both hands firmly and positioned the shield across his chest. Then, on the next moment, Anruya felt a violent force suddenly collide into him. Both of his hands that were numb because of the cold weather, but due to the instant force, he could have sworn that he had lost both of his hands at that moment. He could not feel anything then. Meanwhile, his entire body was falling back one step after another. What the hell is this? After taking 5 to 6 steps backward, he managed to shake off the force that was pushing him. Before he could even calm himself or even feel any pain, Anruya cursed and started to observe his surroundings. He instantly froze. Standing in front of him was a white, tall, giant wolf. It was about half the height of a full-grown man. It had a burly body where its muscles were covered underneath the thick layer of fur. Its forelimbs looked smooth and strong. However, the wolf's right limb on the front was curled in a strange shape. Well, that might be the reason why the giant wolf did not attack Anruya while he was backing himself up just now. What a huge winter wolf. Look at its snowy white fur. No wonder I couldn't see it just now. But I have a steel shield made by the dwarves in my hand. It would not be possible to clash with me, even if it was a demon. Anruya took the opportunity to move his hands and wrists around. By doing so, he managed to recover his stiff hands to the point that he could grab firmly onto the steel shield. He looked at the surroundings and noticed that by the entrance of the closed city gate, there were traces of battle everywhere. The spot where the other city guards would stand guard at was a mess. Upon hearing the sound of battle coming from the corner not far from him, Anruya could recognize the familiar voice of his commander. His commander was cursing loudly while in the middle of a battle. It was really a fortunate thing that not all of them died. Anruya felt grateful for that. Although he lost his weapon due to the surprise attack from the giant wolf, as long as he could survive until his comrades were done with their enemies, they would be able to come and assist Anruya. Upon joining forces together, they could easily eliminate the winter wolf that was standing right before him. However, the young city guard did not notice that enemy right before him was not the wild winter wolf he once hunted down with his comrades. The two should no longer be considered as the same type of creature anymore. Woo. Initially, the eyes of the wolf were red. Now, they turned green. Along the breathing, there was dark purple mist escaping from between the teeth and the nose of the wolf. It was pretty obvious that the wolf had sustained some injuries. Driven by anger and madness, that giant winter wolf instantly howled facing the sky. The muscles and bones all over its body began to crack and reform. Instantly, the entire body of the wolf increased in size. The white snowy fur instantly stood up on end like needles. Meanwhile, visible blue-purple vascular tendons were exposed on the surface of the wolf's skin. An unexplained power was coursing through those veins of the wolf. Berserk, a fucking wolf. Upon witnessing the strange phenomenon, Anruya's heart sank into the bottom of a valley. This winter wolf seemed to be a lot larger than its own kind. Its strength and speed were far more superior than he could anticipate. Under the circumstance of having no weapon in his hand, he found it extremely difficult to deal with this world. And now, this freaking wolf actually went berserk. There was no way that he could endure all that. The young guard stopped breathing for the moment. That was the only thought that he had in his mind right now. After that, he reached his hand to his waist and pulled out a small knife. The knife seemed finely sharpened. Monsters. He looked upon the giant wolf that was surrounded by a dark purple aura. Then he spoke softly, "I shall take a piece of your meat even if I die." Chapter 44, by the end of it, you still need me to do it with my own hands, you bunch of pathetic fools. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The ferocious wolf that went berserk had already lost all of its sanity. However, the skills of battle were retained in the wolf. After a long howl, it lowered its body slightly. The muscles on the 3 remaining legs seemed to tense up. It was charging its strength. Instantly, a powerful force dispersed the dark purplish air around. A white shadow that flew out like a cannonball was charging towards the young guard at the speed of a thunderbolt. The wolf and the young guard were standing about 10 meters apart from each other. Under that kind of charge, that distance could almost be completely ignored. Raising his shield because of his instincts, Anruya withstood the impact of the strike head-on. However, the strength of that wolf was no longer the same as before. He instantly felt like he was being hit by a caravan coming in at high speed. Both of his feet left the ground and his entire body flew into the air. The steel shield in his hand had a deep dent in it. Then, cracks began to spread across the shield. Landing his back heavily on the solid and cold surface of the ground, the strong recoil impact had made Anruya felt as if his heart was about to come out of his chest. However, before he could even let out a cry due to the pain he had to endure, a raging roar echoed through the entire area of the city gate's surroundings. Roar! The white giant wolf shook its head around and took a few steps backward. Its eyes were as red as blood. Dark purple lines began to form across the body of the wolf starting from the head. The wolf had also sustained quite a number of injuries upon charging into the young guard. However, a cleaver that was plunged right into its neck and a deep wound were the real reasons why the wolf let out its raging roar. It was a sharp meat cleaver which was unimpressive as it was about the size of a palm. Judging from its size, it would not even be enough to battle against another man. It was just too small and inconvenient to be used in a battle. So it would be too absurd to use against a giant white wolf. However, that was what happened. During the impact of the strike, Anruya did not just stand there to withstand the wolf's attack. Right at the moment when the wolf charged at him, the young guard succeeded in plunging the only weapon he had in his hand deep into his enemy. When the wolf was charging at lightning speed at him, all he did was to raise his weapon and let the wolf charge at him to wound the wolf. A large amount of purplish blood began to flow right out from the wolf's wound. Because of its berserk status, it made the blood from the wolf's body flow even faster and stronger, which made the wolf sustain even more damage than anticipated. Cough. If I didn't stop there when this animal was charging at me, I probably couldn't even touch its fur. It's just too fast. The young guard's body was twitching due to the pain he was suffering. His helmet slipped off his head, revealing the white hair on Anruya's head. Anruya spat a mouthful of blood out. He could feel that all his internal organs were twitching intensely. Even though that was the case, he still lifted his body with all his willpower. After getting up, he picked up the dented shield. While the enemy was stalled due to its injuries, Anruya quickly moved over to the corridor of the central tower. The space of that place was small, so Anruya could use that to his advantage. He could still buy himself some time by going over there. However, his enemy did not give him that chance. The muscles of the wolf squeezed the small cleaver out of the wound. The metal cleaver fell to the ground with a clear buzzing sound of a blade. The powerful body of the demon temporarily closed the ruptured veins. Because the wolf had suffered a tremendous amount of blood loss, it was forced to deactivate its berserk mode. However, the power level of that wolf was still far beyond the power level of the internally wounded guard. Yes. The human before its eyes was the human that caused an excruciating pain on it. The rage began to burn away the wolf's remaining sanity. The white wolf did not do any fancy roar, nor did it try to test its prey. It opened up its huge mouth, revealing its wretched fangs. After that, it lunged its entire body tens of meters forward and stuck itself in between Anruya and the entrance to the corridor. The two of them looked at each other. The blue eyes of the human and the dreadful red eyes of the demon were staring into each other. The young guard could clearly smell the thick scent of blood coming from the wolf. He could also hear the raging growls of the wolf. Saliva of the wolf was dripping out from the space between its teeth. At that moment, Anruya gave up on any thought he had before. Instead, he clenched his teeth and gripped the broken shield tightly. The man knew, the instant they stopped staring into each other's eyes meant his death. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, shaking the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Right after the first explosion, consecutive ones followed. The explosion sounds were coming from the southern gates of the city. More importantly, it sounded like the explosions were approaching nearer and nearer to the spot where Anruya and the wolf were standing. The wolf shook its body with uncertainty and let out a low-pitched howl. It was as if the wolf had sensed something rather dreadful was coming towards it. However, its simple mind could not register two things at a time. So the monsters ignored the sudden explosions. Instead, it was glaring at the human with its savage eyes and charged towards the human. Now, The only idea in its head was to tear the throat of its enemy to shreds. On the other side, Anruya did not pay much attention to the explosions that were approaching his location. Predicting how the wolf would attack, he immediately crouched down to the ground and moved his shield to his right arm, shielding his vital spot and the rest of his body. He was ready to withstand the impact of the incoming strike, no matter if he sustained even more internal injuries or even died on the spot. It would be much better than having his neck bitten off immediately. Holding his breath and focusing on the strength remaining in his body, Anruya knew that it was the moment of life and death now. He could even feel that deep down inside of him, in the deepest part of him, in the root of his will, there was an unknown source of power lurking about. The young guard had a hunch that if he could survive this strike, he would definitely get raised to another whole new level. Of course, the biggest possibility now would be him ending up dead. However, the attack that he anticipated to receive from the wolf did not happen. Boom! An immense explosion shook the eardrums. Anruya was hit by the sound so hard that he immediately recovered from his thoughts. At the same time, a man's voice was heard in front of the young guard. This animal is not the same as the others. It seems that it has more strength in it. Still alive? Without any hint of what was going on at the moment, Anruya looked towards the direction of the man's voice with his puzzled blue eyes. The scene blew his mind for a minute, to the point where Anruya had to keep his sanity intact. Anruya could only drop his jaw and stare. He could not say a word at all. Right before him was a black-haired man with red eyes in plain clothes. One of his legs was on the head of the giant winter wolf, pressing half of the wolf's head into the solid ground. It seemed that this was the source of the explosions that he kept hearing. Meanwhile, the giant demon did not give up on struggling. It continued to reach its claws trying to scratch the man above him. However, its attempt did not do any good at all. Even though its claws were so sharp that it could claw through any clothing items, the wolf had no way at all to hurt the man pressing it down from above. The claws could only create dark red gleams, creating sounds of steel rubbing against each other. What is going on here? That warrior did not bother about Anruya's mental state at that moment. He asked Anruya in a calm tone, 5 silver-tier winter wolves managed to invade the main city just like that. If I didn't rush over in time, even if only one of them had gotten loose into the city, it could have caused uncountable losses. I need an explanation. My liege, it's all my fault. I've neglected my duty. After getting his senses back, Anruya definitely recognized that the man standing before him was the new liege that he had sworn to serve. He immediately endured the pain of his wounds and told Joshua everything from the beginning to the end. Because of that, the commander gave the order to close the gate. We managed to prevent more of these monsters from entering the city. The winter wolves could camouflage well in the snow because of their white fur. Furthermore, they seemed to have a strange ability to enhance their power. Their power seemed to have increased much more now, so the city guards couldn't stop them. I've been badly injured because I miscalculated. After reporting to Joshua, Anruya instantly felt an intense pain in his lungs. He coughed twice in a low voice. Meanwhile, Joshua was thinking deeply about something. The demons in the southern region of the north have actually become so ferocious. It seems that the Fort Ural has failed to stop the monsters in the mountains. With each spoken word, Joshua increased the strength in his leg, pressing the winter wolf harder and harder with his foot. The winter wolf could only let out endless miserable cries. Meanwhile, Joshua did not intend to stop there. He turned his head towards the northwest direction with a worried expression on his face. Fort Dark Forest has not reported for 3 days. First I thought there was nothing to worry about. It seems that the situation is worse than I imagined it to be. Kakak. When the strength put into the leg reached a certain limit, along with a miserable cry, the skull of the giant wolf could no longer sustain the pressure. It was crushed completely and got shattered into pieces. A mix of grayish brain matter and purple blood spluttered around the surroundings. Joshua turned around and walked towards Anruya. He observed the young city guard for a while, then he shook his head. 3 broken ribs and some serious injuries to your internal organs. You actually attempted to use your mortal body to withstand the attack of a demon that went berserk. I don't know whether I should praise you for being brave or for being reckless. Sighing, the black-haired warrior lifted Anruya up by grabbing on his collar with a single hand, lifting him with ease. After that, The two of them began to head towards the church in the middle of the city. Chapter 45. The End of the Burning Era. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Center of the city, Cathedral of St. Laurent. The sacred symbol of the church, a black halo, hung atop the highest point of the building. It did not waver even by a bit, even though the wind was blowing strongly in the snowstorm. It was as firm as a solid rock. Joshua was carrying Anruya along with him, walking at a steady and yet fast pace. Anruya's condition was different compared to his commander and his comrades, as his internal organs were heavily damaged. However, he barely had any wounds on his body. Without an immediate treatment to stabilize his injuries, Anruya would probably die. At the best case scenario, he would still have organ failures. In the meantime, Joshua had some unattended business at the church, so he decided to bring Anruya along with him. Upon passing by the stairs, Joshua walked up to the wooden door. He noticed that the white radiance that was covering the door was no longer there. The divine magic circle to reinforce and seal the door was no longer there as well. So Joshua pushed the door open with his hand. Creak. The sound of frost rubbing against the wooden door was heard. Upon opening the door, their warrior did not hesitate at all. He quickly walked right into the living hall. Meanwhile, two knights fully equipped with heavy armor could sense a presence that was unpredictably powerful had opened the church's door. So they quickly hustled over to the living hall from the resting room. However, when the two of them saw that it was Joshua who opened the door, they came to a halt and saluted Joshua. "My lord, might we know what brings you here?" One of the knights walked up and asked Joshua with a puzzled look. He thought Joshua's visit was strange as the weather was so cold now. Regular folk would not even think of walking out of their homes, so they would not even have the will to pray in the church, not to mention respected Liege. Why would he have any reason to come to the church then? To seek medical attention for this man. I'll leave this man to you. He's too badly wounded. He needs immediate treatment. Joshua put the young guard down and let the two knights handle him with care. Meanwhile, Artemis's two apprentices could also feel that a gold-tier warrior had just arrived. The two of them quickly rushed to the living hall as well. The two silver-tier priests were still the apprentices of Artemis and would still follow the church's traditions. It would take some time until they realize the faith in their heart, swear an oath, and obtain the true power of the holy light to begin running a church of their own. However, at a time like this, they could only follow their teacher and heal the sick and injured. "Thank you for your hard work. He needs some medical attention to his internal organs. And also, where's Priest Artemis? I have something urgent that I need to see him about." Joshua took off his shirt that was ruined by the claws of the monsters. After that, he straightaway headed towards the back of the church's living hall. As he was walking, he asked, "Is he in his room or the library?" "Library, my lord." The young one was Vic. He was attending to Anruya's injuries. He was using holy light to detect any damages within Anruya's body. At the same time, he was free to talk. "Lately, teacher has been looking for books and scrolls about the ancient stars falling into the sea. He has been there for days." "Very well, thank you." Upon knowing where the priest was, Joshua made haste to find him. He walked down the aisle and went straight to the very end of the church. The library. Artemis was standing right before a tall bookshelf. He was reading through many ancient books in silence. Behind his pair of glasses, he looked solemn. Meanwhile, right beside the white-haired priest were more than 10 books stacked on each other. The books were stacked so high that they almost blocked the priest. While he was absorbed reading the book in his hands and making notes, he heard heavy footsteps coming from the outside of the library. At that moment, the footsteps stopped right outside the door of the library, followed by a creaking sound of the door. The door of the library was pushed open. Artemis then bookmarked the page he was on, closed the book and put it aside. The white-haired priest gave the warrior a perplexed look. "Oh, our new count, why are you here, my liege? You don't even have your shirt on. Is something wrong?" "That's right. I came because it's really urgent." Joshua went straight to the point and said, "I need to use the church's magic communication circle immediately." Artemis frowned. He had been the priest for many years. From the emperor to the people of the empire, everyone had seen him at least once. Looking at the serious face of the warrior, he knew that something big had happened. Furthermore, It was very urgent as well. So the priest did not say anything unnecessary. He immediately led Joshua, "Come with me. The magic communication circle is on the second floor." The two of them walked past the corridor and stairs in a spiral pattern before arriving on the second floor. Artemis walked towards an ordinary-looking room, while Joshua followed closely behind. Upon walking up to the door, the white-haired priest reached out his palm. A white stream of holy light began to emerge across his body from the bottom to the top. Countless light dots began to appear all around the surroundings of the priest. After that, the light dots began to gather onto the palm of the priest. In the meantime, a silver magic circle that kept rotating emerged right in the middle of the door with no handle nor any keyholes on it. It was as if the door had felt the resonating power that was gathering onto the palm of the priest. The complex patterns of the runes were spinning faster and faster by the second. They were so packed together that it made people dizzy for looking too long at them. Pressing the lights gathered on his hand onto the magic circle, Artemis spoke in a very low voice, "Cathedral of Saint Laurent, God's sanctioner." Artemis requesting for permission to access the Twilight Superior Communication Circle. Upon receiving the holy light that was compatible with the requirement of the door and confirming the identity of the person in front of the door, the silver magic circle instantly stopped spinning. The door then began to open slowly. "Please, get in." The superior communication circle that connects the entire empire is just in the room. You should know how to use it. Keeping his hand back to himself, the white-haired priest took a step back and gave way to Joshua. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "It sounded really urgent. Can you fill me in a little about what was going on? I suspect that the Dark Forest's communication circle has been sabotaged. It's been scrambled. The place might have been surrounded by the dark tide." His words were straightforward and his meaning was clear. After Joshua explained it, he walked right into the room. The room was dome-shaped with many translucent runic crystals all over the walls and the ceiling of the room. They formed into smooth lines. Each of the lines was streaming with silver, blue and golden lights. Meanwhile, right at the spot where all lines intersected was a virtual sun shimmering with soft white light. A three-dimensional magic circle hung right in the middle of the room. In this virtual sun, there were countless runes and energies forming a systematic shape. They were combined and scattered consecutively and repeatedly under the white radiance. Their patterns would change from time to time. Normal people would just feel exhausted if they were to look at them for some time. Meanwhile, Joshua did not feel any discomfort by looking at the patterns at all. Although he was a warrior, his will and spirit were as tough as his body. Truthfully speaking, a man would not be able to become a truly powerful warrior without having an iron will and the ability to analyze serious situations. Meanwhile, just like what Artemis said, Joshua had used the communication circle many times, so he should be very familiar with it. The black-haired warrior walked up to the three-dimensional magic circle right in the middle of the room. He put his attention towards the radiance and closed his eyes. He concentrated his thoughts to align with the machine and quickly began to adjust the parameters of the communication. After a brief moment, Joshua felt that countless data and coordinates were appearing in his head. Contact, North, Moldavia, Fort Dark Forest. A few key words appeared right in his head. Joshua's mental state was clear and strong. Begin connection. Under his request, countless data and coordinates flowed like a fast-moving stream of water. After a while later, everything stopped moving. The coordination was then fixed on a huge fortress that was surrounded by a thick forest. Buzz buzz. There was no echo. Joshua was not discouraged. He continued to repeat what he did. Contact, North, Moldavia, Fort Dark Forest. Begin connection. Increase the frequency wave of the communication. Source of request Count of Empires North, Joshua Van Radcliffe. Source of authority identified. Increasing the frequency wave of the communication. Buzz boom. Buzz buzz. This time, a strange noise was heard. It sounded like a faint sound of a goblin's cannon firing a shot or the explosion of a fireball. There seemed to be other voices like horns and battle roars as well. As expected, upon hearing those sounds, Joshua unlinked his mind from the magic communication circle. He opened his eyes and sighed. Then he spoke to himself in a very low voice, "I'm sure that there was an accident. However, I can't know for sure how long the battle has been going on. I have no idea if the fortress has lost its defenses." Upon sensing the wave of the holy radiance expanding further, Priest Artemis walked into the room slowly. Although his face did not show anything, Joshua could still feel the solemnity in the depths of the white-haired man's heart. "Joshua, what happened?" "I know that normal communication would not involve your royal authority in enhancing the communication wave. You'll only need that when you're contacting other domains. The fortress has not been sending any messages for 3 days. I thought everything was peaceful and calm." "Well, who would have thought that the dark tide had begun so much earlier than I anticipated? Fellow warriors have been battling for their lives while I knew nothing about it." Joshua stayed silent for a moment before putting on a grim smile. He turned around and walked towards the door. "Ha ha, that's ironically funny." "What?" "But there was no alarm or warning at all." "Could it be that the demons have the ability to disable our communication system now?" Hearing that sort of news, the white-haired priest's face filled with bewilderment. He immediately frowned right after that. Then he looked at the warrior who was about to leave the room and retorted, "How can you still laugh? The fortress is now in a very bad situation, right? We have no idea how many people are in deep shit." "Joshua, those are your people." "No. How would I laugh or real at that sort of things?" Upon leaving the communication room, Joshua walked slowly to the balcony on the second floor of the church. Then he shook his head and sighed. "Just now, I was laughing at myself ironically for being pathetically useless. I should have noticed the signs much earlier. Ha ha. The peaceful days were a little longer and I actually lowered down my guard because of that. How hilarious is that?" Pushing the windows open slowly, a strong cold breeze blew right towards his face. Facing the cold breeze of the northern wind, the black-haired warrior was willing to admit his mistakes. He looked into the sky, his eyes seemingly looking past the thick mist, far beyond the horizon. His red pupils were blazing like flames. "It's about time. It's beginning." The dark tide would be the first of many things that yet to come. This event would serve as the beginning of endless disputes over the mainland of the Mycroft continent. It would also be the real starting point of Joshua's new life. "Artemis, do you know that the peace we're looking at is merely an illusion? The flames of war will be reignited once again. Meanwhile, the blood of many races will be spilled across the land. Dead bodies would fill the land. This war cannot be avoided by anyone. Justice will do no good to the good while evil will do no good to the evil." Right outside the window, the dark clouds were shrouding the sky. The snow, the cold, and the frost mixed with a little dust were swept across the sky and the ground. The weather was obviously very cold, however, Artemis could feel that there was something ablaze right before him. The weak shall find no place to hide. Only the brave can survive this. Turning his head back, the black-haired warrior with red eyes, Joshua Van Radcliffe told the white-haired priest who did not say a word, "My friend, the era that is ignited with the flames of war and battle has finally come." First Arc, Squall of the North, End. Chapter 46. Besieging the Fortress. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Great Ajax Mountains, the northernmost side of the world. The sky was painted deep blue as the sun was about to set. There were some layers of clouds whirling slowly in the sky like a vortex. Under the faint twilight, the remaining light from the sun shone across the clouds, covering the clouds with a layer of golden-red radiance. Right beneath the sky, there was an endless stretch of vast mountains across the land. Among the mountains, there was a greyish-white fortress standing firm in the middle of an endless stream of white snow and the forest. The front was the dark forest while the back of the fortress was the snowy land. The fortress was nestled in between the gaps of the mountains, blocking the path that connected the dark forest to the outside world. The tall mountains looked so magnificent. Not only did they seem unbelievably tall, they also seemed to be so sturdy as if they could not be destroyed at all. It was a land of miserable coldness. There were just snowy mountains that had no signs of any humans and the frozen dark forest. In the wilderness where no one would travel across, the pure and clean air was not mixed with anything else. One could feel the freshness of the air just by taking a breath. That was all in the past, However, the dark tide had besieged the city. On the fifth day, slowly walked to the highest point of the fortress. The golden-haired warrior who had blood all over his shining armor put up his shield standing by his side. He stood on the edge of the city wall and faced towards the dark forest that was not far from the city walls. Dark purple dust with the breath of chaos was shrouding the entire place like a layer of mist. The dust even rose to the sky. The light from the sunset was shining across those dust-like mists, reflecting some strange and cloudy color across the surroundings. Normal people would not be able to breathe under the circumstance where the environment was completely shrouded by the dark purplish mist. The endless horde of savage demons was surging towards the direction of the fortress. Therefore, the tide of demons was already overwhelming every single corner of the space within everyone's view. This wasn't the first time the blonde knight had stood by the front line against the dark tide. Truth to be told, ever since he became a silver tier knight when he was 25 years old, he had never set foot out of this grey-silver fortress. This was his home, a place he spent all of his life and effort on. He had never imagined that the fortress would be overrun one day. However, that thought had taken root in the knight's heart, growing deeper and deeper. 50,000. Muttering to himself, he caught an intense scent of blood from his surroundings. Upon smiling bitterly, the silver tier knight spat out some blood from his mouth and said, 50,000 berserk demons. I've never thought that I'd encounter so many at a time. Forts and other defenses outside the fortress had been overrun. The knight had actually retreated from one of the forts. Although the number of casualties was minimized, due to the firm decision of making the soldiers retreat, they had lost quite a large quantity of supplies and facilities because of their decisions. Truth to be told, the blonde knight had not felt so humiliated in his entire life. He had faced hundreds of thousands of normal tier demons before. He had also slain quite a few gold tier demons alongside the previous liege of the fortress. However, 50,000 berserk demons were very different from regular demons. That number of berserk demons was too much for 2,000 soldiers and approximately 30,000 residents of the fortress to handle. Only a fortress with at least 50,000 people could handle that number of berserk demons. Encountering these monsters that knew no pain and knew nothing about retreating, if these monsters did not kill themselves once in a while, the forts and the defenses outside the fortress would not have lasted for over 5 days. However, now that the soldiers were at their limit of holding against the monsters, the 5 satellite forts had completely fallen. In the meantime, they had also lost 1/3 of the total supplies of the entire fortress and quite a number of large-scale war machines. Currently, they only had the fortress itself as their main base to fend off the monsters that were coming at them. Thud thud thud. Footsteps were heard coming from behind the knight. A brief moment later, 2 persons appeared at the stairs of the tower. One of them was mage wearing a white robe while the other was a masked warrior. The mage in the white robe was covered in dust. On the other hand, the warrior had small wounds all over his body. The 2 of them walked straight to the edge of the tower. They were looking at the golden-haired knight while the knight stared back at them. We should reduce our forces, Zorjan. Our losses are not great now. We can abandon the defenses facing west. Then we can gather the elites in the middle to hold against the forces of the berserk demons charging at the fortress. After keeping silent for a moment, the wizard told his comrade that, even though he seemed unwilling to accept what he just proposed, his voice was firm. Now, there are only steel and silver demons that are lower in their grades. They have pushed us so far just by using their berserk power. If this goes on, when the higher tier demons such as the gold tier demons begin to appear, we will have absolutely no chance at all in defending ourselves against them. But how about the rear? The masked warrior was a little frustrated. He did not try to refute at all. He was just asking a simple question he had on his mind. If we don't fend off the demons that manage to come around the mountains to the side, what will happen to the manors and little towns over that area? They do not even have their own walls to protect them. Their fences are only made of wood. Are you suggesting that we let them fend for themselves against the berserk demons with merely wooden fences? That'll be a pure slaughter. Our existence is to fend off any threats from reaching them. We must prevent any monsters from getting around the mountain to slaughter. We must protect the safety of the residents. The masked warrior spoke with an angry tone. Only cowards would give up. It's not the matter of cowardice or not. Facing the suggestion and the anger of his two comrades, the golden-haired knight immediately replied. He then shook his head and said, "These demons are obviously different from the demons we've encountered in the past. They can go berserk upon exposing themselves to the dark mist. They will not leave as long as they cannot take out their targets in front of them. I've observed them for quite a while now. The demons that went around the fortress are demons that did not go berserk. In other words, they're much weaker than the ones we're dealing with. We cannot afford to send our elites to handle them while we need as much force as we can to deal with the demons in front of us. Not to mention that we have silver-tier knights stationed all over the manors and towns. They can definitely handle those demons without many problems." He stopped there and turned his head towards the masked warrior. Then he put on a grim expression. "Our duty is to stop most of the dark tide. As long as the fortress does not fall, we'll be deemed to have succeeded in our mission. If we spread out our forces just to take care of a few demons and lose the battle on the front lines, we'll suffer a loss that we could have prevented. We'll suffer a loss that we can't afford to even think about it. Well, we need to at least inform the people at the rear." The masked warrior also knew about the how and why. However, he was a little unwilling to accept it. "Well, we need to be able to contact them first." Upon taking in a deep breath, the leader of the garrison forces, Zorjan, could not help but clench his fists. "If the strange mist did not scramble our communication signals, I could have contacted the main city and requested backup from the Liege. He's a powerful gold-tier warrior. With him around us, the fortress would have been as firm as an unmovable rock as long as there's no appearance of any gold-tier demon of the same level." Speaking of which, the golden-haired knight could not help to feel overwhelmed by anger. "Feng, you told me that your mages could penetrate the barrier of the black mist if they were given a little time. But what's the situation now? It's been 5 days. Other than the third day where we heard some signals coming in, we only heard the buzzing. Nothing else. It just won't work. We're not going to solve anything even if you're angry at me. Other than that, my mages have been casting their spells at the front all the while. So how can they still have time to figure out how to get the magic communication circle to work then?" The senior mage of the fortress, the silver-haired Feng, turned his head around and looked at the wave of demons that were slowing down their assault. The demons seemed to be retreating back into the dark forest. Feng tightened his teeth with hate and he said, "Judging from the situation, the gold-tier demons are going to reveal themselves in a couple of days. Their attacks are getting more ferocious every day. Without my mages supporting the warriors, the fortress would have been run over before the backups can make it here. It's pretty obvious, don't you think? There must be an extremely powerful count coming along. This dark tide is its army. Its aim is to get rid of us so that it can expand its own territory." Their warrior with the mask cut in and said. Upon finishing his previous sentence, he spoke again in a perplexed tone. "That's strange as well. We've not seen the beasts and demons for over 70 years. It has been longer than since someone saw a count. They've been so quiet for so many years. So why are they appearing all of a sudden now?" The gold-tier knight did not answer that question. He just turned his head towards the direction where the dark forest was. The dark purplish mist and all of the demons had retreated back to the dark forest. Their warriors at the fortress had finally earned a moment to rest their fatigued bodies. However, that would not make much of a difference to them. It was merely a tiny gap for them to catch their breaths before real despair was brought upon them. Without any words in their thoughts, the three of them remained silent. Facing a war between nature and humanity, a war between demons and the fortress, a war between the savages and the civilized, they had no words to describe it at all. Chapter 47, Communication. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Noon. Dark forest fortress. Sunny sky with no clouds. Although the streets were still filled with a cold breeze, the snowstorm had stopped. Everyone was no longer hindered by the snowstorm now. The soldiers guarding on the wall were packing the supplies up while the residents were cleaning the streets because the sky was clear. A few mages wearing long robes and a few alchemists were riding on their horses running across the streets. They were observing the situation of the streets to see if there were any damages they did not know of. Then they recorded all of the losses and damages on the streets one after another. After all that, they started using their spells to repair as many things as they could. Across the city, everyone who was still alive had their own role to play. Looking calm, They were not worried about their current condition. After all, these people had experienced countless large-scale battles. They were indirectly trained to get used to the current situation countless times. It was now the 6th day of the dark tide surrounding the city. Right outside the city, the dark purplish mist was expanding across the forest. None of the spells were able to reveal the situation in the forest. Other than some random howling of the beasts and monsters, no one knew what was really happening in the forest. A few Silver-tier warriors had formed a small party with the purpose to recover as many resources as they could. They were currently heading towards the forts that had fallen in order to do so. Meanwhile, inside the city, right in the middle of the dark forest fortress, there was a Gothic clock tower with a pointy tip that looked very ancient. Dried leaves were scattered all over the place. The windows were not covered by the leaves because someone had been cleaning the windows rather frequently. Theoretically speaking, there would only be people getting in and out of the clock tower such as this one when giving the correct time. On regular days, no one was stationed there. However, there were a few mages wearing long robes getting in and out of the tower. They were frowning while they were walking about. Their faces were filled with guilt and worry while they were leaving the tower. In the second floor of the tower, a Silver-tier warrior who had an injury on his right arm was standing in front of a room. He was looking at the grayish-white wall with a solemn expression without saying a word the entire time. Creak. The door of the room opened. Another mage walked out of the room with a frown on his face. He raised his head and saw the knight that was guarding the door. After that, he could not help but smile bitterly. Sorry for all the trouble, Elson. The surprised grey-haired middle-aged knight turned his head towards the mage and asked, "What happened? Did it fail again?" Unfortunately, the chaotic magic has already shielded the entire mountainside. The moment when the communication waves were sent out, they would be instantly corrupted. The efficiency of the magic circle here is too low. There's no way we can find any breakthrough beyond what we could achieve. After explaining the situation, he shook his head and left the clock tower, frustrated over his incompetence. He left the knight behind all alone, standing still. The sun was moving slowly across the sky. Sunlight which did not seem to have heat was entering the tower through the windows on the side, shining upon the knight's body. That was most probably because the weather was too cold. The knight could feel a chill up his chest instead of heat. The windows on the tower were initially designed for the archers to fire arrows out. As Dark Forest Fortress had not been breached yet, the tower was not utilized at the moment. However, judging from the current situation, it might be possible that these windows on the tower that were designed and built over 200 years ago would be used for the first time. Sigh. The grey-haired knight took a quick glance across the surroundings of the inner tower that no longer looked dim due to the sunlight that came in through the windows. Elson held onto his broken right arm and put on a grim smile. Even if I'm going to die, I want to die on the front line, guarding the magic communication circle. Ha ha. Even though he was unwilling, he knew better than anyone that right in the room behind him, there was a magic communication circle that could connect the northern lands. Although it could not be compared to the one in the Cathedral of St. Laurent which could connect the entire empire, or even the large-scale magic circle in the outer regions, it would still be important for the knight to guard it. However, because of the appearance of the unexplained dark purple mist, the chaotic magic had enveloped Mount Great Ajax entirely. Hence, the magic communication circle could not work at its full capacity, causing it not being able to send out messages. The mages that came and went were trying to solve the problem. Unfortunately, none of them had any solution that could work. It seemed that such a matter could not be solved with only skills. The grey-haired knight was ambushed by a silver-tier demon which could fly a few days back while he was fending off the dark tide from the city. Even though he managed to kill the demon swiftly with the aids provided by his comrades, his right arm was fatally wounded. Under the circumstance that there were not enough priests in the fortress, the knight was significantly weakened after his arm was fatally wounded. In other words, his power level had dropped tremendously. Or else, a silver-tier knight would not be stationed to guard a communication magic circle that was deemed to be useless at the moment. He would have been stationed at the front line of the battlefield beyond the walls and be tasked to be very cautious about the next dark tide that could happen anytime. That would be his real duty. It's fortunate that there are no birds here. 6 days. Even though the flying demons were abundant, I believe they should all be dead by now. Adding to his own thoughts, Elson muttered to himself, right, today is the 6th day. Even if the main city is slow, they should have detected something odd about this. However, the snow has piled up high. The reinforcement would need more than just a few days to arrive. By then, I'm afraid that the fortress would have been breached. However, if the Count could just rush here all by himself, things will become very different. Gold-tier beings could fly freely in the sky regardless of whether they were mages, warriors, alchemists, or priests. This was a known fact, that they would be able to acquire the blessings of the earth and the air because of the energy that allowed them to resonate. If the person was willing to fly straight to the main city, it would not take long before that person could arrive at the intended destination. However, that person would require a few days to recover his stamina and strength. That being said, it would become pointless even if that gold-tier person could arrive very quickly. What's the point of thinking so much about it? Noticing his thoughts were straying further and further, the grey-haired knight could not help but laugh at himself. He shook his head and looked at his right arm. Even though there were not many priests in the fortress, their ability to heal was decent. With the aid provided by the apothecaries and a few physicians, the knight could have regained his full strength in a few days with the recovering ability of a silver-tier warrior. In the worst-case scenario, I'd only be dead trailing off. Elson felt a lump in his throat. He turned around and looked through the window. The houses built with stones and rocks had filled the center of the fortress, which was the size of a small city. Countless towers and buildings were standing tall at the top of the walls. Mages, archers and other types of heavy weapons such as the goblin's cannon were placed there to provide the best support in terms of firepower. After all, this place was the Dark Forest Fortress, a grey-white city. A city that was furthest away from civilization. Countless people who embraced great ideologies and beliefs arrived at this cold land, living among beasts and snow to guard the human world's borders. This place was also where the knight had lived for over 19 years. His wife, his children, and his home were all there in that place. The two people whom he loved the most had given up the peaceful life they could get by staying in the main city. They had chosen to stay with him, a warrior, in the front line of the fortress, which was the most dangerous place. Despite getting so much love from his family, the knight knew better than anyone that he could not ensure their safety. That was really buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, some noises interrupted Elson while he was sighing. He turned his head towards the room behind him. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. After that, he frowned, looking puzzled. Buzz buzz buzz. Connected. Are you serious? Could it be? Upon hearing the faint sound of people in the room, Elson did not say a word. He immediately opened the door and walked into the room. It was a room not big nor small. There was a round table made of stone right in the middle of the room. Right on top of the stone table, there were silver, blue and golden runes all over it that seemed to be made of crystals. The crystal surfaces glinted from time to time. Meanwhile, right in the center of the runes, was a surface that looked like a piece of mirror. It was formed from runes and looked like ripples of water spreading. At the same time, the magic communication circle that kept silent for a long time began to glow. The flat surface began to vibrate as countless runes began to spin around. After that, a sound was heard from the magic communication circle. I am Buzz, Count of Moldavia, Joshua Buzzif. Suddenly, the noises were instantly erased. An intimidating voice of a man was heard coming through the mirror. Attempt 27 to connect. Target, Dark Forest Fortress. Can you hear my voice? Chapter 48, I'll be there soon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Elson felt a powerful surge of relief, appreciation, and joy when he heard the voice. However, he knew better than anyone that it was not the time to be happy. Knowing that the connection would break at any moment since the situation at the fortress was unstable, the grey-haired knight clutched his pounding chest and walked towards the stone table. He closed his eyes and focused his thoughts on the communication circle. My liege, this is the Dark Forest Fortress. Silver Knight Elson speaking. It connected. Good. As expected of Artenis's mini communication circle. It's not that bad. Elson heard the reply and noticed the voice over the communication circle bore a similar surprised tone. Pity that the signal's strength is far too weak. I'd need to ride for 2 days in the snow to get a signal. Elson, How is the fortress? Elson ignored the fact that he had no idea what a mini-communication circle was and realized that his liege was almost close to the fortress. Knowing that the situation was dire on the other side, Elson summarized his message. The fortress has lost all its satellite forts. Incoming reinforcements was less than 1/3 of what we had at best. There are over 50,000 berserk demons roaming in the dark forest. There's a thick layer of purplish-black mist around the area, even spreading across the mountains. The misty clouds are capable of disrupting magic in the air and even communication signals. That is the main reason why we could not warn the city. Casualties? Elson froze when the voice suddenly turned solemn. Is the situation beyond saving? Number. The death toll is not too high. 53 warriors had perished when the fortress was attacked. 167 men had to withdraw from the battle due to severe, non-fatal injuries. Last night, the berserk demons withdrew after attacking. As for the main fort itself, there was close to no damage to its structure. After all, it is a 40 meters tall stone wall. It is not something that any monster could easily break. As of now, the berserk demons could attack at any moment. All surviving members are on alert for any attacks. I understand. I get the rough picture of it. The damage is still acceptable. Elson, is there any a low humming noise echoed throughout the airspace and disrupted the communication. Elson widened his eyes with rage and observed the surroundings. The entire clock tower was shaking slightly. The wobbling white mirror on the stone altar had made him extremely wary of the situation. What is happening? The grey-haired knight got out of the room as quickly as he could and dashed towards the nearest window. Snow had started to fall off the roof. Old, bare trees started to shake, dropping their old brittle branches to the ground. Everyone on the streets stopped pacing and started to look around, wondering what was causing the minor quake. It was obviously a quake, but no one had suspected it was an earthquake. They were in the area of the Empire's northern territory, the mountains of Great Ajax that had an active volcano. Being in the center, if there were an earthquake, the volcano will be the first to show early signs. Yet, the place was as quiet as a graveyard. Kai. Mice and squirrels were running in a frenzy out of the cracks of houses, tree trunks, and underground tunnels. Even during their hibernation, these critters had the best alertness towards disaster. As the intensity of the quakes got stronger, the clay tiles of the houses started to dislodge from the roofs. The only source of that unprecedented quake was none other than the dark forest. As the quake continued on, shaking the land around, the purplish-black mist rolled in from the forest and spread out wider and further. The corruptive, chaotic cloud blankets the entire forest, making it visible from the city. The city guards that could observe the phenomenon started to call out their warnings to each other and all fall into their defensive formation. Phew! A loud cry of a beast could be heard growling from the forest, followed by a large silhouette emerging out of the thick mist. It was as tall as 30 meters and had the massive body that could be said to be a small moving fort. The massive beast burst out of the mist and revealed itself to the world. It had long fur like a mammoth, 2 long tusks and a long trunk in between them. Covering its head like a helmet was a huge skeletal skull. The quiet snow turned threatening when the beast showed itself. Ice fragments that dropped from the sky circulated around the beast and form a solid ice armor on the beast's body. Every time the beast drew in a breath, the black-purple mist would rise around him like black smoke, circulating around the beast like a visible aura. Boom! The colossal beast charged towards the abandoned fort and crashed into the walls, destroying it easily as if it was made of paper. Its massively long tusks destroyed solid bricks and sent them flying everywhere like leaves. When the dust settled and the snow piled down on the earth, the beast stopped moving as to restore its strength. Alert! Send out the emergency high alert. Incoming attack from a gold-tier beast. The sound of sirens echoed through the entire city. At the same time, the soldiers who stood frozen at their positions were finally woken up by the blaring alarm. Each of them quickly resumed their post and got ready to attack the gigantic beast. Ready the cannons. Mages. Where are the mages? The ice armor on him is at least half a meter thick. Non-siege back attacks would not do any damage to it. We need heavy physical attacks. Chatter and shouts filled the walls and the towers that connected them. It was both chaotic yet organized in the same manners. Soldiers that was on the alert for beast were startled by the sudden attack, yet they did not falter for more than a second. After a few seconds, the windows in the walls were flung open and the goblin cannon was pushed out further and took aim towards the beast. A total of 155 black cannons were aimed at the recently stationary beast and had magic gunpowder pushed into the muzzles of the cannons. The seals glowed and there were sparks. The first wave of counterattack was finally fired. Shoo-oo-oo-oo. The speed of which the fired metal ball was so fast that not even the sound could keep up with the object. The metal ball tore through the air and blasted the monster's left shoulder, shattering its icy armor and sending the magic explosive to explode. The great explosion sent out a powerful shockwave and heat that it ruptured the armor and also the shoulder, causing its flesh and blood to splatter all over the snowy ground. It's a hit. It's a hit. Morale was raised when the visible damage could be seen by all the soldiers mounting the cannons from inside the castle wall. Dark purple blood was splattering from the open wound, contaminating the pure white snow. As expected of a 3,000 gold coins shot. Such a powerful attack. Don't stop the attack. The beast would not stop until its last breath. Destroy the beast before it destroys the wall. Some of them had keen eyes. They knew that even though the shot was extremely potent, the beast was still a 30-meter tall, 50-meter long, and 20-meter wide beast. Such a wound would only be equivalent to a man having lost 2 of its 10 fingers. It may hurt, but it would not affect its battle prowess too much. As feared, the man had ganked it. Gruah. With a loud growl, the snow on the ground was sent flying in all directions with the beast in the center of it all. The thunderous cry was so strong that its sound waves were visible to the naked eye as it traveled through the air. Such monster, that was even several times bigger than a regular mammoth, gave out a loud growl, as it was trying to overcome its own pain and limitations. The sky grew dark and the snow blew harder. The dark purplish mist gathered around the beast violently as the beast stood on its hind legs and stomped the ground hard with its front legs. Such sheer force had sent the ice that was formed from 1,000 years ago splattering like soft mud. A wave formed from the ice of the ground and rushed towards the wall like ocean waves to a harbor. At the same time, the soldiers from inside the wall had started launching their second wave of attacks. Be it spells, heavy bows, cannons or rocks, all that could be used to attack the beast, were thrown at the beast. Even though most of the attacks missed their supposed target, a small number of them were able to land on the monster, only to be blocked by the thick icy armor and reduce the damage dealt to the beast. When the wave came to the wall, it slammed against the castle wall hard and sent the wall shaking violently for a brief second. The wall was blessed by the elves, and even had a living tree growing on the inside of the fortress. Such an attack would not weaken the wall. However, even though the inanimate wall could not falter, the soldiers who were inside the walls could not endure such a powerful shock. The chain attack was suddenly interrupted. Fuo. The beast cried loudly for the second time. It withdrew several steps then. There were more than enough large wounds on its body that should have killed it. However, from nowhere, the beast opened its mouth. With a powerful force, it sucked in everything around it. The snow, the dark purplish mist, and the air were all sucked into it as it wanted to suck everything. Crack, crack. Crackling sounds could be heard from the monster's body as its already massive body grew larger. The wounds that were bleeding badly had been stopped by the growing muscles. The overwhelming power of the monster continued to grow until one point where it had exceeded its own limit. Gwah! The mountains around started to tremble from the sheer volume of its cries. Snow that had been piled up from 1,000 years ago started to fall, causing a huge avalanche that came down towards the forest. Countless of berserk demons rushed out of the dark forest that was now blanketed with the dark purple mist, along with the huge, colossal beast. The berserk demons growled. Clock tower, second floor. Communication restored. Before the blaring sirens could even be heard, Joshua, who was speaking through the communication circle, exclaimed, "What is going on over there?" The grey-haired knight did not respond to his liege. He was merely standing at the window and stared beyond. A strong powerful aura could be felt from the direction of the dark forest, beyond the castle walls. There was something coming, something big. Amidst the blaring sirens, the Silver Knight Elson saw through all materials. He saw a large burning flame of life that was coming towards the direction of the fortress. Such a powerful flame was all too similar to a huge mountain, a presence that could strike fear in all. The beast was burning its life force, to exceed its own limit, and lit a bright light. The golden light was glorious strength. Gold-tier colossal beast. The man muttered to himself. The 39-year-old knight was shaking. His eyes were unfocused. A gold-tier colossal beast gone berserk. The fortress is done for. The grey-haired knight turned back to the room and restored the communication circle. My liege. The Silver Knight got down on one knee and closed his eyes. He whispered each word towards the communication circle. A gold-tier colossal beast is coming to attack. The fortress wall will be destroyed. Dark Forest Fortress will be overwhelmed. Who could stop a knight's need to protect? Nothing. When a knight draws his sword, it would be to protect something. To live or to die. Such a decision was merely an illusion. It is regrettable that I am unable to serve my liege, for I must now rush to the front line. I must protect this land. He trailed off. The grey-haired knight smirked all of a sudden. His expression was calm. In his thoughts, he recalled the times when he first saw the city gates. The first time he saw Joshua. To protect this land till my dying breath is my responsibility as a knight. Elson, I order you to stop. After a short silence, a voice blared out of the communication circle. It was a voice that was filled with utter confidence and authority. The man known as Joshua, the Count of Moldavia, ordered his knight firmly, "No one will die. You will not be offering your life today. I'll be there soon." Chapter 49. A Stale War. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. I'll be there soon. Joshua placed his palm onto the small crystal globe. That was the mini communication circle. He lifted his head and took in a deep breath. His stoic facial expression revealed no sort of emotion. He turned around and gazed upon the blankets of snow that covers all that was around him. There were still some of the huge rocks that had not been fully buried at the slopes of the mountains. He then turned to his back and placed his hands on the silver-haired young girl. Ying, I have a favor to ask of you. Yes, master. Without a linger of doubt, she nodded, but no sooner. The little girl cocked her head and stared at her master with her green eyes. But, what is the favor? You should know the way from here. Joshua pulled the reins of the horse and got his legs buried in the snow beneath him. The cold north winter's wind blew past his ears and rushed through his bones. Despite that, a bright red glow burnt around him, dispelling the coldness around him. Take Black and ride with the fastest speed to Dark Forest Fortress. It's not too far now. You'll reach within an hour. What about you, master? The silver-haired girl took the reins of the black warhorse without showing any signs of understanding what her master was doing. What are you doing? Me? Joshua answered as if he was confused about her answer. It was not the right question. Joshua took out the statuettes of a sword and an armor and muttered an incantation. A bright light then surged out of the black-haired, crimson-eyed warrior, which then grew brighter with magic. The blinding light struck Joshua and formed a layer of armor around his body. The large sword was embedded in the snow right beside the man. He lifted his right hand, flexed his hands, moving the fingers, which made a metallic clanging sound as he did. A black cloth adorned the Maximilian armor, which only added a sense of grandeur and dignity to the warrior over the plain metal armor. Hidden lines overlapped the metal plate on his shoulder. Armor was shaped like wings that were spread out from the embossment of a crow. His helmet had deep V-shaped gaps. A pair of glowing red eyes could see from the gap. Even though the helmet muffled the sounds, Joshua's voice could still be heard by the silver-haired, green eyes, divine armament girl. What else is there to do? I'm going to take out the trash. Boom. The red-crimson combat aura burst out of his body and blasted the snow around him away. What that was left around him was solid dirt and bulky rocks. Gravity had controlled him for only a second when the black-haired, crimson eyes, wearing a black Maximilian armor, shot to the sky. Their warrior that was radiating blood-red aura around him looked down towards the Dark Forest Fortress and smirked. Gold-tier colossal beast, berserk demons rising, all of them were mere trash to him. A single stroke of his sword would be enough to kill those beasts. Dark Forest Fortress. When the masked warrior, Shiri Uranus opened his eyes after being unconscious for a short time. The very first thing he saw was the scene of dark forest fortress covered in black smoke. All that he felt was frigid temperature and biting cold when he touched his weapon. The chaotic magic causes the unnatural blow of the wind. The greyish clouds in the sky rolled on and on endlessly. Snowflakes the size of a human palm fell rampant on the battlefield. Winds that blew around the battlefield howled so deafeningly that the man was awoken from his state of unconsciousness. "I am still alive." His cough was accompanied by a weak smile as he realized his current predicament. He struggled to get up to his feet. The man gathered his strength and used the iron spear as a stick to support himself. Carrying his battered body, the man limped as he realized that snow that already piled up a thick layer on top of the castle wall where he stood weakly. What just happened? The man asked himself as he tried to recall how he became unconscious. "I'm lucky enough to be alive even though a charging beast sent me flying." He clenched his teeth hard when he felt a throbbing pain from his insides. The grey-eyed warrior turned his heart to try to understand what had just happened to the fortress. The war was still going on as the dark purple mist blanketed the entire field like morning mist. Sounds of cannons firing filled the air. The crackling of magic power could be seen at every moment as the earth trembled. However, the one sound that stood up among the rest was the sound of swords clanging. "Attention!" A loud commanding voice blasted from nowhere, surpassing all the noise that was in the battlefield. "Arcane archers, mages, ballista squadron, cannon squadron, ready yourself, take aim, fire at will." "Yes, sir." Although the replies were not in unison, the soldiers that heard the command obeyed. In a matter of seconds, the sky was darkened with arrows, whistling as they tore through the airspace. Spells of all sorts flew across the battlefield and blasted their enemies. Those spells were in many forms, of fire, ice, and sharp rocks. All of the projectiles, magic or not, were shot towards the monsters that were swarming below the castle wall, dealing enough damage to inflict fatal wounds. The scene was not for the weak-hearted. As the arcane archers and mages alike had blasted their attacks, the chaotic swarming on the demons down on the ground had many empty voids where the attack had landed. Powerful loud blast, paired with the rising heat of the attack, had melted all the snow that was supposed to cover the entire land of the north. The steam rose up, mixed along with the purple mist, causing the entire fortress seems to be puffing purple steam like a boiling kettle. Although overwhelmed, the monsters had not shown any intention to withdraw. With the mind of a beast, they did not care for their fallen comrade. The demons continued to bare their fangs and claws, with a putrid odor lingering all over their bodies. As splutters of their fallen comrades stuck to their bodies, they continued to attack the castle wall, breaking the stone wall with their long steel-like claws. One by one, they lunged themselves to the wall and clawed their way up. When the front had crawled up the wall, the ones behind moved forward, rampaging as they moved. A few of the demons possessed the spitting attack ability that had no blind spot. They remained on the ground and gathered magic power to spew out pillars of assorted colors. The attack blasted the fortress walls and caused heavy damage. Each time the attack landed, the walls would shake violently. Smoke would rise and fragments of bricks would fall. Ooh. A blue light that resembled lightning was blasted out of a demon's mouth and towards the masked knight. Shiri tried to dodge as fast as he could, but due to the severe injuries he bore, his movement speed was reduced drastically. The high-powered beam attack grazed past his head and even melted the steel spear of which he was holding. The black steel-made spear immediately turned searing red. Unable to withstand the intense heat, Shiri had to let go of the spear in his hand. Enraged, Shiri moved towards the edge of the wall to search for the demon that had attacked him. At that moment, he felt an unusual coldness around his head. It was only then he had realized that his helmet was blown off. What a drag! Long dark green strands of hair fluttered against the wind. The ears that twitched was longer and sharper than of usual humans. Shiri tied his long hair and made a simple ponytail. The half-elf warrior's face had tattoos that were drawn using the blood of demons as the dye. There was still sparks of electricity crackling from his tattoos. He frowned. It dares to use electrical attacks on me? It was not the time for him to deal with such a monster that was at most a silver tier. that of which could not even break his magic to 2 defenses. He had other more important matters to tend to. Shiri picked up a random sword that was on the floor and observed the entire battlefield once more. After one clean scan, he had found his target. On the far end of the fortress was another battlefield. There, a blonde-haired warrior and a white-haired magician were cooperating to provide support against the ranged attacks and a frenzied colossal beast. A beast that had lost all traces of intelligence and the ability to judge. Even though it had a strong constitution of a gold tier, it was firmly held back by 2 veteran silver tier fighters, rendering it unable to proceed to attack the castle wall. Even so, holding back the massive beast was hard for the knight and the magician. Both Great Hammer and magic staff were swinging around. All sorts of combat or martial arts and magic spells were flung and blasted, yet they failed to break and penetrate the icy armor in order to deal substantial damage. All they could do then was to stop the enemy from moving forward, forcing the beast to circle around. The human body had limits that the colossal beast did not possess. Once the humans had grown weary, it was then that defeat would be certain. Shiri pressed his chest as he could feel the throbbing pain piercing him from the inside. The damage dealt to him when he was sent flying by the colossal beast was too much for even a being with elven blood and the constitution of a silver tier warrior to heal. It was impossible for him to be fully restored in that short amount of time. However, it's about right. The half-elven warrior to the other end of the fortress to rejoin the battle. Just when he had taken the first few steps to gain his speed, he felt something in the air that was assaulting him. His body involuntarily jerked to the sudden presence. At the same time, the 2 silver tier fighters, their warrior, and the mage felt the same presence. It was something frightening, something that made them extremely wary. In the same time, both the silver tier warrior and mage blasted their ultimate move to force the colossal beast to withdraw a few steps back. They then raised their heads to look into the distance. There was something flying in the sky. A bright light that glowed blood red dyed the sky dark crimson red like late dusk that was soon to arrive. Chapter 50. Sky Splitter. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When the sky was dark and void of light, a bright red star-like object burst off the ground and soared to the sky. Like a faintly glowing red sun, the flying projectile shone its light throughout the sky. Once the light was visible, the entire battlefield seemed to stop its ferocious battle, be it the soldiers in the fortress, or the rampaging berserk demons. All beings that were present then raised their head to observe the soaring light. Not long after, the thick dark clouds were split apart by dark crimson light. Like lightning cracking past the clouds during a thunderstorm, a bright light pierced through the clouds as if it was a spear that was thrown down by the gods who'd controlled the thunder and storm. The light illuminated the land and the crack in the clouds continued to spread wider until the light was moving towards the fortress. What is that? The white-haired mage was gathering magic powers with his hands. The ripples of power were strong, so strong that it could be seen by the naked eye. The man named Feng, who was the leader of the mage squad of the fortress, turned to the sky. As much as he was shocked to see something of that magnitude, his focus was never away from unleashing controlling spells to push back the never-ending demons. As a powerful elementalist that could control all elements, Feng switched from using the main 4 natural elements to something else when he noticed elemental powers were not efficient on the demons. Instead, he used magnetic and electric powers, which was much more potent than fire, earth, wind, and water against the layers of thick ice. Facing off spells that were conjured using electric and magnetic powers as their base, the colossal beast was unable to do much but to take them all with its colossal body and strength. Growling in pain and anger, the beast's brown fur had crackling static. Its movement speed had been obviously slowed down. The blonde-haired knight, Zorjan, did not bother to answer such a question when he himself had no idea what was the red comet in the sky. His hands were gripping hard on the cross hammer as he unleashed a red-hot golden-colored combat aura to counter the extreme temperatures of the winter. It was slow, but his hammer would constantly smash enemies around him to attract as much attention to himself instead of allowing the monsters to charge towards the castle wall. Even though the mountain-sized beast was slowed down, its destructive force had not diminished even a little. Its massive long trunk was swinging around, crashing about into the ground and unleashing a powerful blast. The knight was forced to move away from the attack. With the will of the beast, the surrounding temperature had dropped below sub-zero degrees. Such a temperature was cold enough to drain the vitality of even a higher silver tier knight. Feng was a ranged attacker, hence, he was not greatly affected by the cold temperature. However, being a melee fighter, Zorjan had to endure the fight with the colossal beast with all his might. He could not afford to lose focus, or a simplest mistake will turn his body into a pile of mush that will be frozen in less than a second. He had neither the time nor the attention to grace Feng's question with an answer. If the battle continued to go on without significant progress, not being able to deal any true damage to the beast itself, then the knight had no choice but to surrender in a matter of minutes. Luckily, along with a blast of blue electric, another figure had shown up next to him. Feng. He screamed out without the helmet covering and muffling his voice till it felt extremely refreshing. A long sword that had electric current running through it was drawn out along with the scream. The supersonic sword drawing technique pierced through the icy armor and landed on the colossal beast's body with the powerful blast. There was not a single trace of doubt when the white-haired mage heard his name being called. With haste, he gathered green-blue electrical power in his hands and unleashed a spell that was made with powerful electric and magnetism with his fastest speed. Seizing static storm. The arcane magic in the air materialized into violently crackling sparks that condensed further to form a long chain. The electric chain zoomed towards the rampaging beast around Zorjan and pinning it downwards. With the long sword that had pierced past the icy armor in the center, a violent electrical storm raged on and seeps into the body of the beast via the sword, numbing its muscles and nerves. Along with a deafening roar, the beast may have the constitution of a gold tier, but having its muscle and nervous system numbed, the beast dropped to all fours and gradually stopped moving. Zorjan did not felt the need to appreciate the fact that Chiri was alive despite having sustained a full-blown attack from the colossal beast. However, he did feel grateful for the attack that was extremely rare and precious. Without delay, he gathered his focus onto the blistering power in his hand and materialized his will in the form of a radiant light glowing behind him. The knight then took a leap of faith and dashed towards the beast, kicking off a large pile of snow as he did. With the powerful combat aura burning around him, his muscle and body had gained a destructive power at the cost of possible bedridden for a month. The man's golden aura glowed and was focused onto the cross hammer in his hands. Gripping the hammer's handle with all the strength in him that all the veins around his hand popped out, the knight smashed the colossal beast with everything he had. The resulting smash was so powerful and fast that it created a sonic boom before landing on the beast's belly. Grah! A powerful blast erupted in between the man and the beast. A 10 meters circular explosion exploded along with the ground beneath them. Countless of snow was blasted up into the air like a large smoke pillar. Nearly all the surrounding Berserk demons were immediately blasted away from the resulting impact and was burnt away. Even Chiri and Feng had to withdraw from the area around Zorjan to avoid getting caught in the attack. That was not all. Zorjan was not finished. Along with the powerful blast, a dimmed golden light erupted from beneath the beast and shot out countless of light beams which pierced and attacked the beast that was in the center of the smoke pillar. All the Berserk demons that survived the initial attack was immediately burnt away with intense flames. Once the searing light beams ended, a blue combat aura flashed and Chiri flashed towards the smoke pillar. After a few moments later, he came out of the smoke pillar with a half-conscious man on his shoulders. The half-elf and the white-haired mage teamed up and Feng took the half-conscious knight and casted the basic awakening spell on the blonde knight. After breathing raggedly for half a minute, the knight sighed tiredly and opened his eyes. Did it work? Zorjan, whose hand was still on his comrade's shoulder, got up to his feet feebly. With the faintest voice that he could muster, he asked about the situation. The concerned fortress chief guard said, I had intentionally ignored the head since it was heavily armored. Instead, I chose to attack the part with the least defense, which was the belly. I had to say that even if that was my most powerful attack, the beast weighs at least 400 tons. I may not succeed in killing it. I have no idea if it worked. Even though the beast was burning away his life force to gain power, it was of gold tier. Feng frowned as he shared a similar concern. His magic was almost drained halfway through. He would need to rest for several hours to fully restore his magic. That is, if he could survive the battle and live long enough. The mage frowned and felt conflicted as he answered. Right now, I think it's at least, Tong. A bright purplish light shone out of the smoke pillar, and along with it, a powerful sound of a heartbeat. All three surviving fighters froze. Boom. Something was standing up. The earth trembled as something heavy stomped the ground. A pair of bright purplish blue eyes glinted brightly from within the thick smoke pillar. Tong. Another pillar of purplish blue light blasted out of the smoke pillar, making the black mist swirl around violently. The dust in the smoke pillar was all blown away, leaving no smoke but only purple mist in the pillar. After that, a louder, clear sound of a beast was heard. Grower, arg. A loud trumpet like an elephant was blared and could be heard from throughout the battlefield. The beast came out of the pillar and revealed a large wound on its belly. It was a gory sight with the beast's dangling innards visible. However, to make things worse, the purple mist seemed to gather around the wound, solidifying around it. The beast's flowing blood was stopped, and along with a disgusting sound of flesh, new flesh growing on the wound like a tumor and filling up the wound until it was completed closed. That was the dragon's berserk. The virus spread by the corrupted black dragon had two stages. The first stage was similar to the dark tide phenomenon. A part of a being's intelligence would be sacrificed in order to gain the berserk status and power. At this stage, the virus might spread and cause humans and beast alike to gain berserk strength. Other than the sudden burst of strength, there was nothing else one could gain. The second stage would be the dragon's berserk, whereby the monster would gain a power level much stronger than a beast that is infected by the corrupted black dragon virus. In the second stage, the beast would gain an unimaginable power, ultra-fast regeneration ability, monstrous strength, pain endurance, and the worst of all, it could still spread the virus through simple attacks. Furthermore, beasts that had reached the second stage of berserk could have a possibility to give rise to a new corrupted black dragon after death. Tong 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 tong. Both eyes of the beast were covered in a layer of purplish blue membrane. Once a beast had been fully taken over by the virus and reached the second stage, that is the dragon's berserk, it would target and attack places with the most number of enemies, places with the strongest life force. Hence, the beast was no longer interested in attacking the wounded, the weary, and the old. Instead, it turned away from the trio and headed towards the castle at lightning speed. It started with fast pacing, then trotting, and finally, sprinting. The massive body of the colossal beast became that of a spectre. 400 tons of mass sent violent quakes to the earth each time its huge legs struck the earth. With unfaltering speed, the beast charged forward through the ice, ignoring all that was in its path. It trampled past through countless of berserk demons zooming through the field like a rocket and crashed into the fortress wall. The ground shook violently as the pale white 40-meter-tall wall, which was supported by the living tree's steel-like roots, was destroyed. Soldiers that were standing on the walls lost their balance and fell off the walls. Phew! The beast did not stop. It withdrew a few steps back and charged forward again to crash into the destroyed fortress. Its skull armor on its head glimmered with brown light, that of the earth's color. Another violent quake erupted. No matter how strong the wall was constructed, it could never withstand the sheer force of a gold-tier beast's powerful charged attack. That was why, in the midst of the howling of the berserk demons, 1/5 of Dark Forest Fortress was reduced to rubble. Strong granite that were used to build the impregnable wall was toppling over like gravestones. This is the end. Looking at the falling fortress with dead-shot eyes, the blonde knight lost his will to continue the fight. He knelt on one knee to the ground onto the frigid earth and sighed while fatigue assaulted every fiber of his being. He looked hopelessly at the beast that was covered in the black purplish mist attacking the fortress, again and again, relentlessly, as bricks turned into rubble and rubble turned into tiny fragments. When several thousands of soldiers faced off with over 10,000 berserk demons and a colossal beast, the fate of the battle was sealed. All forces fall back. A loud mental command was sent out to everyone present in the fortress that seems to be coming from within the high sky. Shiri and Feng immediately turned to the sky. That was when they saw the light. The once dark sky that was covered in grey clouds was illuminated by a reddish patch. A powerful object seems to burst out of the clouds, splitting the clouds apart and reintroduce the light of day to the gloomy earth. When did? That's too fast, the white-haired mage muttered softly as he witnessed the sky was being torn apart. A figure shot down, surrounded by black and red combat aura, leaving traces of what seems to be like a meteor coming down to the earth. Bring along a pressure that could destroy everything in its path as it broke through the air and zooming towards the gold-tier colossal beast. Boom! A man stood up from the ground of which he had landed on. Powerful combat aura that the man was emitting ruptured the surrounding air, melting all the snow and sublimating them into steam. The violent circulating air gathered all fragments that once was the earth, wall, beast, and dust. The earth trembled once more and made the earth split apart. In the front of Dark Forest Fortress, part of the wall that stood strong even started to tremble as a small mushroom cloud formed and rose from the crack in the earth. Chapter 51, Could Trash Like You Put Up a Better Fight? This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Little by little, as the northern wind blew, the chaotic magic in the sky was blown away. Dispersed by the gold-tier warrior's strength, the golden sunlight shone past the cloudy sky and formed beautiful light pillars with the warrior as the center of it. Kachak! The sound of metallic boots striking the ground could be heard when the warrior walked out of the brown mushroom clouds. What was supposed to be snow was converted into the extremely dry ground. Their warrior that was clad in black metallic armor walked out of the crater that he made during his landing. A blood-red radiance seeped out of the metal armor and was releasing powerful heat and light. Combat aura was the accumulation of will and physical strength. It was an expelling type of supernatural strength which would change according to the human's behavior and the soul's attribute. It possesses many types of characteristics. Joshua's combat aura's main attribute to burn. Joshua lifted his head up and observed the surrounding through the V-shaped eye hole in his helmet. Broken arrows were scattered throughout the entire field as well as many craters made from the cannons and magic blast. Unlike the arrows that were scattered round scarcely, the craters were covered the entire field like wild grass in a forest. Innards of the Berserk demons could be seen, along with the mangled remains piling up along with snow and dirt. Blood that was not frozen by the extreme temperature flowed like rivers into the craters around to form a small pool of putrid blood. It was hell. Joshua took a deep breath of the putrid smell and glared at the scene. Their warrior could something inside him awakening, like gears in a machine that aligned perfectly. The feeling within was like a bottled desire that was finally unleashed to the world. At that moment, behind the helmet, Joshua cracked a smile. The taste of hell was good. What was once a majestic fortress wall had turned into a pile of white granite rubble with countless demons' corpses buried underneath them. In reality, the dark tide had not ended. There were still countless demons crawling and climbing their way up at the far ends of the fortress. They had not dared to get close to the gold-tier beast yet they had not deserted their mission to destroy the fortress. Soldiers that had still a certain level of combat power remained in the front line and fought the demons. When Joshua landed with a loud crash, not many soldiers that were still fighting sustained many injuries. Hence, they could still defend the wall and stop the demons from getting across. Bump! A soft thump was heard from behind and Joshua turned to look, only to find something odd. Once the dust settled, all he could see was a gigantic beast with purplish magic runes appearing on all over the beast. The sound from before was made when the beast had fallen to its feet. One of its massive tusks was broken off and the bone skull armor on his head had severe cracks on it. Like a mammoth, the gigantic beast had several wounds and scars was so severe all around its body, lining up with the purplish magic runes. The colossal beast was still alive. Logically speaking, when Joshua landed and made a huge commotion, the beast should not be able to stand when the warrior had stepped on the beast's spine. In reality, the beast was still standing. Along with the disgusting sound of flesh, dark purplish mist gathered around the beast and concentrated on the wounds of the beast, triggering muscle growth. The raw flesh formed at incredible speed and closed the wounds that should have been fatal to the beast. No sooner, the beast was already standing firmly on its forelimbs. Its purplish blue eyes were still in chaos. Its berserk will and killing intent had not subsided. As the colossal beast regained its stance, the cold wind grew stronger around it and the icy armor formed once more on its body to provide maximum defense. Wild mammoth, a silver-tier herbivore colossal beast that lives in the mountain region of the cold north. On the other hand, have the power and size of a gold tier beast. There is something inside you that had provided you your incomprehensible life force, making you an unchallenged foe. With his eyes glued to the beast, Joshua walked step by step towards the beast with high interest. It was only due to the Berserk stage that it was able to reach gold tier. You have taken fatal damage and allowed the virus on your body to be infected deeper, reaching the precursor of the dragon's Berserk. Now that it has come to this, it seems that the chaotic Gormagala must have been to the north. However, that is not the main reason that you could still be alive after my attack. In that case, shall I examine your body for any abnormalities? Joshua casually lifted his sword and allowed the crimson aura around him to swivel around the sword. He gripped the handle tight and aimed the sword tip to the beast and whispered, "Come on, I'm giving you a chance. Don't let your efforts be in vain." Even though the beast had traded its intelligence to gain strength, the colossal beast held its steps and refused to budge. It knew that what it should do then, if it did not kill the male human standing in front of it, it would die. With a low growl, the magic runes that was wrapped around the beast's body glowed with an intense purple glow. The ice magic that was surrounding the beast expanded. All the heat that was around 100 meters of the beast was removed. On the other hand, those that were outside the range of the beast had gained intense heat, melting all the snow, turning them into water and mixing with the ground to form muddy plains. Magic is the source of power even at the beginning of time. It is the building blocks of life and matter. This power originated from souls. It could be anything and could be used to make anything. It could be used to expel heat, stop motion, return everything to being silent, and many other means and method that were only limited by the imagination. Demons born were able to utilize those powers. They were protected by it as they were born from it. Nature's child. As the growl grew louder, so did the tremor that shook the land. Countless snow and dirt floated up and formed a huge ice ball that measured at least 10 meters in diameter. With a flash, the beast stomped the ground and hurled the ice ball towards the warrior in Maximilian armor. There was an unknown force interfering with the ice ball that the beast had cast, compressing the ball and increasing its movement speed. As such, the initial ice ball's shape and texture starting changing after traveling some distance. From an ice ball, it changed to something between solid and liquid, an unfrozen entity. The unknown frost attack that was many degrees below sub-zero whistled through the air with a speed that could trample anything in its path towards the warrior in black armor. However, no matter how powerful it might look or sound, it was just an attack by a wild beast. The beast that was attacking the fortress, which was held back by merely 3 silver tier fighters and was inflicted with intense wound and fatigue, and was also struck by the warrior in black armor from the sky, was extremely tired. It was obvious to the warrior since it had not chosen to attack physically but to use magic instead. The frost attack was not weak, yet it could not deal much damage. At most, its true threat lies with the area of effect. Still, it was something an experienced gold tier warrior could easily dodge, not to mention Joshua, an ex-legendary warrior. Yet, he stood still, with no intention of dodging. The bone-chilling wind blew in his face. Joshua's unblinking eyes remained focused on the incoming frost attack. He lifted his sword, faced the multiform ice attack, and cracked a smile. The combat aura that was seeping out of his armor glowed redder, as well as the aura that was swiveling around the sword's tip. The wind's spirit seal, that was supposed to be hidden in the sword, glowed with a blinding light when a surging power wrapped around the blade. Until one point, the sword was unable to contain the power and surged the excess of it all around Joshua. The heat that was generated by Joshua had sent all the coldness around him upwards as the ground and air around Joshua was burned. What else was there that could excite a warrior's dull life than a one-on-one fight? Nothing. That was why, when Joshua was at the receiving end of frost attack, instead of dodging or running away, he took a step forward and sliced his sword downward with all the might he had. The air resonated as the indestructible, undulled blade blast out a powerful deep crimson energy wave that not only had cleaved the frost attack into 2 parts, did not slow down, and went ahead to crash into the gold-tier colossal beast. The beast wanted to scream in pain but failed to do so as it did not have any energy left to even squeak. The beast opened its mouth wide yet nothing came out of it. Slowly and weakly, The beast fell to the ground as the ice armor that was protecting the beast disintegrated into the air. Its chest area was ruptured and wrecked into a pile of mash from being attacked. The battle was not fair or on equal grounds since the start. The beast, that could not be defeated by the soldier of the fortress, was killed in one shot by the warrior in the black Maximilian armor. Walking slowly towards the colossal gold-tier beast, Joshua, who had realized that the beast had already expended all possible energy and power, sighed disappointingly as he cleaved the beast's head with a final stroke of his sword. The sword that was as tall as Joshua seemed rather small to cleave the beast's head. Joshua had no choice but to imbue a little combat aura to lop off its head. Like a water fountain, once the head was removed from its neck, blood splatter around, drenching the warrior in the black Maximilian armor. The warrior stood unfazed as he did not mind the blood. He just stood still in the pool of purple blood. After some time, he walked closer to the beast's heart and plunged his hands into the beast's body. After searching around, he found something. Chapter 52, Plans and Schemes Are Too Troublesome. How I Wish to Butcher Some Guys. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was a white, silvery unknown egg-like object that was attached close to the heart of the beast. As the purplish blood oozed out of the round object, it glowed with a dim grayish glow. Joshua held the object in his palm and tugged with all his force. A loud pop was heard and the egg-like object was in his hands, beating hard like an actual heart. Standing in the pool of blood, the beast that was in front of Joshua twitched violently for a second before completely returning as a corpse. Their warrior took the egg-like object and observed it for some time. Besides a weirdly suction plate and a long tube behind the object, there was nothing else that seemed out of the ordinary. With his many years of experience, he was not able to identify the object's true nature or anything that bore a resemblance to it. Strange. Here I thought that the beast only went berserk due to the virus, and was incubating a corrupted black dragon inside him, forcing him to attack the city in a suicidal manner. Little did I know that there's this little thing. Joshua talked to himself and tried to squeeze the object. Even though it looked like an egg, a fragile-looking egg at that, it was extremely solid and tough. The force that he used to squeeze the egg was not strong, but it was adequate enough to break an unripe peach. If the object was able to withstand the force and remained unbroken, it would only mean that it was not of a normal object. Could it be a monster's egg, a demonic parasite? It grew near the heart and even had a tube attached to it. It should not be a mere tumor. After thinking about it for some time, Joshua knew that it would be useless to just keep on throwing random guesses. He then remembered that he had the system with him. Without delay, he summoned the system menu and used the appraisal skill on the object. Identifying object. Life form evaluation success. Ancient knowledge evaluation failed. Mystical knowledge evaluation success. Appraisal report. Marine abyssal spawn. Modified. Ancient mystical item. Being. In the deep sea of the south of the Mycroft continent, there were many surviving ancient beings that roamed the seabed. One of them was the colossal marine abyssal dragon. Legend has it that the beast was a giant serpent that grew up to 400 meters long. It was also said that the beast was not originally from Mycroft. It came from an unknown continent, an underwater world. It fed mainly on other colossal sea kings. However, due to its slow movement speed, it failed to hunt for food. Hence, the marine abyssal dragon evolved to create a new uncommon hunting method, the marine abyssal spawn. Ancient, the marine abyssal dragon was once part of an underwater civilization. However, as the astral dragon evolved, mystical item, the marine abyssal spawn will continue to release a sort of hormonal essence before being inserted into the body of another being. The marine abyssal spawn will be able to draw in another beast to consume it. After ingestion, the marine abyssal spawn will attach itself to the part of the living being which had the best blood flow to increase nutrient absorption. As such, it will also release a potent aggravation catalyst. The effect would be the same as a berserk potion, capable of eliminating intelligence and conscience of a being with spirit sense 30 points and lower. During active effect, the infected being will have increased strength and the tendency to challenge a being with the highest combat power. Combination. modified being of a higher intelligent being. The essence of the marine abyssal dragon is faint. A complicated series of text appeared in view. Marine abyssal dragon. I recall that it was one of the inferior beings of among the pentashade dragons. When the pentashade dragon god was expelled to the physical world by the cooperation of both the metal dragon god and the god of justice, the marine abyssal dragon was killed for inciting the Berserk dragon's calamity by the metal dragon and the religious group of the sacred mountain of the far seas. Joshua frowned. He had finally found the reason why he had no idea what was the item. The marine abyssal dragon species were not in existence in his previous life before he traveled among the seas. All the marine abyssal dragons were killed in their Berserk dragon's calamity. As such, he had never encountered one, much less killed it. That was why he had no knowledge of the beast. However, it would be even strange. Why would an underwater species hunting method would appear in the body of a colossal beast in the northern land's dark forest? It was even modified by a higher intelligent being. Wait a minute. At that moment, a mountain of information flowed in his brain. After some time, that information was linked and connected together to form an answer. Corrupted black dragon, Berserk dragon virus, dark tide, pentashade dragon, deep-sea demonic dragon. The future Berserk dragon's calamity. Why would the god of justice help the metal dragon god to defeat his enemy, expelling the pentashade dragon god to the mortal realm and to cooperate with the remaining 6 gods of humanity to conduct genocide on all related species? Why would the pentashade dragons, that originated from the astral realm, expel the old world dragons that were in large numbers and incite the Berserk dragon's calamity on the entire world? His brain was clicking, but the answer was nowhere to be found. Joshua knew that there was something there, but he could never link them together. It was then he had regretted the fact that he had not spent more time in the forums to research about the game. If he had, he would not be in this predicament. Being half-assed in something made him rather irritated. Then again, who would spend extra time to read about an item description when all the player has to know was the rough idea of the world setting? In reality, Joshua only played the game due to the game's 18+ setting to enable the blood and gore. There were even more players that were interested in the game because of the beautiful game sceneries. No one would trouble themselves to research on the world's background. It would be too troublesome. I should change my perspective. The world has changed too much due to my presence. I should not remain rigid about my knowledge of the game. If he had not traveled through the dimension, without the experience from his legendary warrior character, Joshua from this world could have died in the world, or perhaps even not. However, if he did survive the Orc War, he should be fighting with that bastard Uncle Danlia for the title of Count. If that was the case, without gold tier guards in Dark Forest Fortress to face off the Dark Tide and the gold tier colossal beast that he had just killed, the damage would be devastating. Over tens of thousands of demons would have swarmed into Moldovia and cause uncountable causalities. Perhaps even the city itself would have been reduced to ashes. In fact, other territories in the north would have suffered the same fate. The Cathedral of Saint Laurent was the strongest church of the God of Justice and Strength. Most of the citizens that lived in the north were staunch followers. Hence, the oracles should not stay on the sidelines if something were to befall the land. Besides the north, the Empire's central and southern territories had been suffering from attacks caused by the dark tide that was caused by the Berserk dragon virus. As such, even they would have rallied their army from central to seal off all the exits and eliminate all the demons from within. If that were the case, that corrupted black dragon was the experimental object that was created by the old world dragons that were being controlled by the pentashade dragons, and not because of the expulsion of the Shigeru Magala. That would make sense then. Such a possibility would require more evidence to support his own hypothesis. To do so, he would need to find the unknown corrupted black dragon and kill him, check his body for scars of being modified by the marine abyssal dragon and prove whether his hypothesis was true or false. Interesting. I see that history of this world has been changed the moment I had set foot in this world. Joshua smirked but shook his head. He had decided to put this thought aside at the moment to think about it again in later days. He then morphed the great sword in his hands to become a statuette and stashed it in one of the pockets around his waist. The pulsating marine abyssal spawn was in the warrior's left hand. and a tusk, attached to the severed head of the dead colossal beast in his right hand. He dragged the gigantic head of the dead colossal beast towards the dark forest. Along the way, his killing intent intensified. All the surrounding demons instinctively moved aside and much more growled at the sight of Joshua. After one of the demons that seemed to be the leader of the entire pack growled, the entire pack of demons followed and withdrew back to the dark forest. Even the demons that were still climbing on the far end of the fortress wall jumped down and ran towards the dark forest. Like a fortress that is easily destroyed without a gold tier warrior defending it, without a gold tier demon pressing the attack of the demons, they were easily crushed by a gold tier fighter. That was the instinct that all the demons felt then. Unlike the infested gold tier mammoth that lost all its consciousness and attacked anyone mindlessly, even though those demons were rampaging madly, they were not mad enough to knock on death's door by attacking Joshua. As such, after a few minutes, the ever-chaotic battlefield was left with nothing but corpses and mangled bodies. Joshua stood among the mountains of corpses as he lifted the head of the dead mammoth to display his victory to the surviving soldiers of Dark Forest Fortress. Silence spread throughout the fortress but was broken with loud cheers. Chapter 53, Willpower. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Standing not far from the small sloped hill, Shiri Uranus was carrying Zorjan, who almost passed out. Standing right beside them was the white-haired mage, Feng Lawrence, who was astonished at the sight before him. As a silver tier warrior and a mage that had already hit the pinnacle of their own current tier, Shiri and Feng's insight and the ability to analyze were not on the same level as the other guards that cheered after seeing their own liege slaying a gold tier demon. Although the three of them would bicker over all sorts of stuff on regular days, the three of them were old partners for many years. They even slew a few gold-tier demons while serving their previous count. Because of that, they understood how powerful a gold-tier being could be. So when the warrior in black armor that descended to the ground tore the sky apart with his red combat aura, the three of them knew that the war was as good as over, as that power was on a completely different level. Even when the gold-tier colossal beasts were in their prime, they could not even defeat Joshua, who was only armed in one hand. In contrast with the rumors about their new liege, who had not mastered his glorious strength and all sorts of upgrades in the abilities of his extraordinary body, what the warrior that Shiri and Feng saw before their eyes was a skilled and experienced warrior who could use his gold-tier strength to the fullest. It seemed that everyone had underestimated the strength of this young liege, as he was much more powerful than they imagined. Flying at high speed, unleashing of his combat aura, forming blades with air, or adjusting the power of his muscles throughout his entire body. Whichever it was, Joshua had done to it to the max. When he was engaging the gold-tier colossal beast head-on, he could instantly see through the weak point of the beast and undoubtedly struck the beast to its demise. The two had seen the previous liege do this before. However, they could not help but feel that even the previous liege could not have done it better and smoother than Joshua. However, even though that was the case, they could only sigh for feeling old while praising the newer generation for surpassing them. What really bewildered them was the scene right before their eyes now. Not far from where they stood, the heat of the battlefield that rose tremendously due to the battle between the gold-tier warrior and the colossal beast had suddenly dropped again right after the battle ended. The battlefield was covered with a thin layer of frost. The strong winds were blowing the snow far from the north. Everything looked so white that it looked like mist spreading in the air. However, right in the middle of this misty atmosphere was a large crater. That was the hole that Joshua left behind with his combat aura that tore through the air for passing through. His blazing red combat aura came in together with a hurricane, crushing the colossal beast across the icy tide, pushing it up into the air, killing it in an instant. That crater had not disappeared yet until now. The flying snowflakes would instantly evaporate and dissipate into the air the moment they reached the space of the crater. The air though was as hot as blazing steel. Even after some time, the remaining power was still there. The power of will, the white-haired mage said lightly. He appeared to be cranky all the time. He did not look like an old spell user but instead like a true scholar. Observing solemnly, he said, This is the residue of glorious strength. How long has it been since our Lord crossed to gold tier? How did he master glorious strength within such a short time? It was obvious that Chiri was baffled. The enchanted runes on his face were glowing. The golden-haired warrior that he was carrying on his shoulder still remained unconscious. In the meantime, the half-elf warrior was looking at Joshua, who just put down the colossal beast at a far distance. Then he asked, if that's the case, our Lord's glorious strength has something to do with his willpower? Not sure about that. Feng shook his head and revealed a relieved smile on his face. No matter what, our master is the perfect heir. At the same time, Joshua was dragging the head of the gold-tier colossal beast across the countless corpses that he dropped across the land. The blood was frozen by the low temperature of the surroundings, turning into a layer of red ice. There were also complex magical waves rippling back and forth the area. Glorious strength. It could not be explained. The same words emerged in his head all of a sudden. Their warrior looked at his left, that was holding the unknown creature from the dark abyss, while blazing red radiance was gushing out of his hand. However, there did not seem to have any other effect. The silver-white egg was extremely durable. A little combat aura would not be able to hurt it at all. Upon having some thoughts, he withdrew his combat aura. After a brief moment, a dark red radiance mixed with a little dark scent rose in the palm of his hand. Kai! The twitching creature let out a miserable screech as if it was splashed with strong acid and then shrank. Silver lights flashed throughout the body of the creature. It seemed to have entered its defensive mode. However, the body part of the creature that was touched by his red combat aura had some black marks that seemed decayed. Nodding as if he was thinking about something, Joshua kept the power in the palm of his hand back to himself. He decided not to torture the poor soul anymore. Truth be told, his glorious strength was yet to be awakened. Just like the people of this world who just crossed into the realm of a whole new tier, he would need to acquire the one and special strength that belonged only to him through understanding, wisdom and hard training. With the system fixed on the black-haired warrior, he knew that he had to reach level 35 before he could see his own full potential. However, before that, he could still unleash a small effect of his power that his full power had to offer: wisdom, will, belief, world, previous life. My current glorious strength is a kind of purifying power that is based on my will. I've no idea what I would get. I shall see what effect lies in my power then. I look forward to it. Nodding his head and bringing up the system tab, Joshua took a look at his own attribute tab. Name, Joshua Van Radcliffe. Level 33 gold tier glorious. Challenge level 31 179,000. Previously, when he just achieved the level of gold tier, he had killed a gold tier warrior called Moz, which was 5 levels higher than he was. After that, he had not stopped training as he was earning experience points on a daily basis. Furthermore, by descending to the ground with such a powerful impact, he had killed countless demons as well. Then he also killed a colossal beast that just achieved gold tier. All the experience points made him level up twice. So he only needed 2 more levels before he could reach level 35, the minimum level required for him to truly acquire his glorious strength. Not bad. However, I can only be reminded that the system exists when I level up. I've almost forgotten that this thing exists. Closing his eyes and closing the system as well, Joshua sighed and said, thank God that I've learned steel armor Kokyu-ho. If I missed stomping down on the backbone of the gold tier beast from far above the sky like that, I would have crushed every single bone in my legs when I landed. What he said held some truth to it. The gold tier warrior had only stepped into the first part of mastering his extraordinary life. He would still have to suffer a great deal of damage for landing down thousands of meters from above the sky. If it were not for steel armor Kokyu-ho that enhanced the toughness of his body, he might have died together with the monster when he landed. Upon approaching the rubble of the broken walls, Joshua was feeling lazy to walk all the way back to the main gate of the fortress. He activated his combat aura and blew off the obstacles right before him, clearing a path into the fortress for himself. Instinctively, their warrior turned his head back. Right behind him, the 3 men that seemed to be wounded pretty badly were approaching him. Chapter 54, Ying's Concern. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Noticing familiar faces, their warrior stopped in his tracks. Then he turned around and put down the head of the colossal beast he was holding. After that, He walked up to Chiri and the others. One seemed old, one looked heavily wounded while the other was unconscious. The three men before his eyes had once served under his father's rule, so they could be considered as elders to Joshua. Of course, they were currently serving Joshua now. Regardless, he had to greet these familiar faces. However, when he met them, their warrior frowned. He halted as he looked at the green-haired half-elf with a puzzled face. After that, he turned his head towards the white-haired mage and asked, "Mr. Lawrence, who is this?" Huh? Facing a situation like this, Chiri was stunned for a brief moment. He could not react to the situation just yet. He had seen the Joshua before when Joshua was still very young, instructed by the previous Liege to teach the young Joshua how to use weapons. Although the two of them had not seen each other for many years, Chiri could still imagine how the young man would look like after growing up. So it was not hard for him to recognize Joshua. However, he was totally unprepared that Joshua would completely forget about him. Instantly, he felt as if his heart was struck by lightning. "Don't just stand there, your helmet is falling off." Feng sighed at the side and said, "He just hasn't seen your face before, so it's very normal that he doesn't know you." Upon hearing the word helmet, Joshua instantly understood. Master Chiri. After finished talking, their warrior's expression on his face instantly turned a little strange. The green-haired half-elf's face was handsome and pretty at the same time. Although there were runes all over his face, he still looked extremely charming. Of course, more importantly, that person seemed to be a little younger than Joshua. He looked totally different from the tall intimidating warrior that once taught Joshua how to use weapons. It was perhaps Joshua's youth that led him to see Chiri as tall and intimidating. Even though Joshua's face looked like a seasoned fighter's, he was a young man that was only in his 20s, while Chiri was from the same generation as Joshua's father. So he would be at least 40 to 50 years old by now. So it was really a shock to see that Chiri actually looked much younger than Joshua. No wonder he had been covering his face all the while. The runes on his face did not seem to be the main reason. If the bunch of old men in the night's party could see how handsome and young their commanding officer turned out to be, their morale would have definitely dropped a lot. Feng did not seem surprised by it. He bowed at Joshua to express his respect towards Joshua. Then he spoke in a low voice, "My lord, this is not a place for chatting. If I may, could you wait for us for a brief moment in the conference room of the fortress? I shall send Zorjan to the infirmary together with Chiri before reporting the situation of the Dark Tide to you." "There's no need for such a formal process, Mr. Lawrence." Shaking his hand, Joshua sighed. "This time, I made a mistake. I had not contacted you in days, and I did not react immediately. I thought everything was fine. The fault lies in interference that shielded our communication signals. No one had thought that the Dark Tide would come at us so soon. It was not young masters, not your fault at all. Furthermore, the number of casualties was not high at all. At least only the walls had suffered tremendous damage and collapsed. We just need to rebuild them again." Continuing from what Feng said, Chiri shook his head and returned to his senses, saying, "Now that the Dark Tide has withdrawn, they should not be daring enough to come again before the next Gold Deer demon reveals itself. We should have plenty of time to fix it. Truth be told, the damage we suffer this round is much lesser than any other amount of damage we suffered in the past." Upon moving his eyes to the side a little, he could see that the warrior was holding an egg-shaped object that was glittering silver in his hand. Out of his own curiosity, the half-elf could not help but ask, This is something that I found from the giant beast that I killed earlier on." Since Joshua was in a good mood, he explained a little. "The mammoths eat grass to live. Although they are not tame to begin with, they do not usually attack the other living beings at will. Meanwhile, as a living being on the top level of the food chain, if it wasn't it, there would not be any colossal beasts appearing in the Dark Tide." Meanwhile, Feng, who was standing right beside him, was staring at the silver egg. He then furrowed his brows as he felt a sense of familiarity with that object. He was certain that he had felt that feeling someplace else. However, it was not the time to talk about that. The white-haired mage thought of it and said, "Zorjan is in a really bad shape. We need to stabilize his condition first. His strength might even reduce a little." "There's no need to explain that sort of stuff to me, just go now." "So we shall see you later in the conference room, my lord." Outside the city, south of Dark Forest Fortress. The silver-haired girl was riding on a black warhorse, making her way through the white snowy land. The hooves of the horse were knocking hard on the ground while it was galloping, splashing up the snow into the air, leaving a trail behind. A moment later, the warhorse stopped galloping. Now, Ying was looking at the tall city wall of Dark Forest Fortress that was facing the snowland. The grey-white gigantic rocks had almost the same color as the color of the surroundings. There was no way that anyone could see them. Running back and forth across the snowy land for 2 days was mainly because the spreading mist was interfering the communication system. Joshua and Ying could not find the specific range of the interference, so they could only move forward towards the visible mountains. After that, they took a detour around the bottom of the mountain for one round. Fortunately for them, they had located the source in the end, so their efforts of running around were not for nothing. Upon arriving at the gates of the fortress, the female divine armament was a little surprised to see the calm faces of the guards. It seemed that not long before she arrived, they were already alarmed by her arrival. Meanwhile, the soldiers and guards on the wall looked at the silver-haired young girl curiously. So, who was the young-looking girl that rode a horse? Every single one of them wondered where she came from. Ying did not think much of anything. She straightaway hopped off the back of the horse and revealed her identity card to the guards. The radiance flashed brightly. Her name and her origin were projected halfway in the sky. This sort of card had magic waves that could not be fabricated. So the small door by the side of the gigantic city gate was immediately opened. The Liege should be in the memory chamber in the middle tower of the fortress. Upon going through the passage, the guard knew her identity, immediately informed her of the information. Although she could feel the whereabouts of her master that already made a pact with her, the silver-haired girl was still acting courteously and thanked the guard before she walked out of the passage. Right before her eyes was a street filled with people walking around. The civilians and soldiers that were not wounded had come back to the street moving supplies required to rebuild. Some of them were distributing supplies to the people in need. Meanwhile, many soldiers who were wounded had to stand in line to wait for their turn by the infirmary. Some of them even got their treatment from themselves by the side of the street. Meanwhile, a small number of silver-tier warriors and archers were only wounded a little. They had begun running around the place trying to maintain order. However, mages that wore long robes did not appear in the vicinity. Ying was sharp as she noticed that on the other end of the street, there was a shadow wearing a long grey robe. That man seemed to be covering his head while he was walking across the stone-paved road limping. He seemed to be in a bad shape. That was normal. Engaging countless demons in an all-out war, the mages that were deemed to be a noble class could not actually unleash their full potential and use the advantages they had. Facing that amount of monsters in the dark tide, having to target their attributes and all, it would be pointless. The case might be different for some special war mages. However, for most of the mages, casting a great number of spells consecutively would cause stress mentally. Right after that, they would have a headache for a period of time after being mentally exhausted. However, no matter the situation, the city was considered to be in good shape for the moment. There was no sign or proof that a defensive battle against the Dark Tide had happened in the city not too long ago. Ying was recalling on her past memories. There were many different scenes. She could clearly remember one of the worst ones. When she was here last time, the fortress had been breached. The city was set ablaze in flames. Black smoke was seen everywhere across the city. Meanwhile, the air was filled with the burnt scent of meat. The best thing about that time was that under the support of one of her previous masters, the walls were not breached by the demons. The soldiers and civilians of the city were fending off the invasion on the walls. The battles raged on for days. In a nutshell, she had never thought possible to see such a peaceful and harmony scene right before her eyes. So how long has it been? It was not even 2 hours yet. How could the Dark Tide end so quickly? Were the demons so weak and vulnerable that they were forced to retreat so soon? Getting information from one of the guards by the roadside, Ying had succeeded in getting the information she wanted. What on earth is this? The issue has been solved so soon. Upon sighing out loud, the silver-haired girl could not help but feel happy for having a powerful master and her master's victory. However, at the same time, she was a little unhappy. Unfortunately, I have not contributed anything to claim this glory. I'm a weapon, but I'm not needed. I've got no chance to prove my own worth to Master, she sighed. That feeling was very hard to explain. Ying knew better than anyone that having that thought was not right in the first place. How a Master used his tools depended on his own preference. As a tool, since she was not needed, she should just stay in her sheath waiting for the right moment. The thoughts of thinking to reveal herself to the public all the time was an immature thought that could potentially affect the image of her master. Although she knew all that, and she knew how true that was, she still felt a little frightened and concerned. Chapter 55. Minor tasks to be done. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This room had a design very similar to a standard military brigade. There were different kinds of weapons hanging on the wall made out of white granite. A cashmere wool-weaved carpet embroidered with a golden emblem of two hands bearing swords over a black background could be seen within the room. Surrounding all four walls were pine tree plants in pots, which leaves plants seemed to be a bit yellowish due to the lack of water. On top of a pine wood table resembling a meeting table, an old lamp made from pyroxene illuminated the surroundings. There was a complete silence in the room. Within this place, a tall and sturdy man with black hair was standing beside the table, looking at a large piece of map. This map was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. This huge map was situated on top of the meeting table. Joshua was examining the map carefully to the last detail. Ever since he came to Dark Forest Fortress's meeting room, he had been looking at this magic map for quite some time. This map was made using enchanted magic. It had the capability to expand, showing the whole Mycroft continent, and shrink, only showing Moldavia's area. The complexity in terms of craftsmanship for this particular map was unbelievable. Joshua had thought that there would be only about not more than 100 of these magic items found across the Empire. Nobody would have thought that Joshua could find one within the meeting room of Dark Forest Fortress. It was more surprising as the map was hung on the wall previously. This is an utter waste of resources. Why did they even make this thing in the first place for an undeveloped northern land and have this item placed within a fortress? Fort Black Forest was meant to be the line of defense against the Dark Tide. There was no valid reason for them to actually own such a high-grade map in the first place. Joshua felt it was too much of a waste to leave it there and decided to bring it back home and hang it in his bedroom. Even if he didn't really need to use it often, it was still better than letting dust cover the whole precious map in the fortress. Based on the information provided by Mengsk, the invasion path of the Dark Tide would be the central Dark Forest, Empire's southern border, west of the Empire, and Empire Central District. After a roundabout it'll go all the way up north and reach here. After drawing a circle on the whole map, Joshua's finger finally landed on Dark Forest Fortress. Furrowing his brows, he said, "Based on the movement of this dragon, it does not seem to stop at any point and is heading north currently. It seems that this dragon-slaying stone will not have much usefulness in this onslaught. Based on the direction and scale of its movement, the next uproar will be from the Dark Forest near the area of Moldova. If there is a chance, I must inform the others so that they can prepare themselves for the upcoming battle. It is also crucial for them to know about the corrupted Black Dragon having the capability to disrupt communication." Joshua was still a bit hesitant about his own prediction. After all, who could guess what the dragon thinking about? If the dragon suddenly decided to change his flight path, Joshua's prediction would be incorrect and the wrong information would be conveyed. This could very possibly cause Joshua to feel hesitant about his decisions in the future. What a hassle. After lamenting for a while, Joshua felt that the responsibility at hand gave him quite some headache. The Mad Beast Horde seems to be the aftermath of the dragon's Berserk. However, there were more issues behind the scenes. All the events felt like an internal conflict within the Dragon Clan. This issue gave Joshua a headache. Such a hassle. Joshua felt that he was not the right person to ponder about these issues. When he was playing the game, he was one of the members of the full party. Whenever they faced similar issues within the game, he would not be the one to contribute brain cells. There would be many people helping him analyze the situation and explain their own circumstances. Being the primary leader of the large party in the far south, Joshua only focused on one task, which was leading his party to annihilate all enemies before him. Battle, conquer, and massacre, those were his forte. Of course, Those facts did not state that Joshua only liked using brute force without thinking. One could say that Joshua preferred battle over thinking strategies and plans. Even when it came to planning and plotting against the enemies, Joshua had the confidence to do so. At this stage, Joshua was still a count. Although he had some servants in hand for him to utilize, the knowledge that these people had was very minimum. Set aside the dark tide, even the reason behind the beasts going berserk was still a mystery to them. These servants could only be used to manage government affairs. Anything else beyond that was hopeless. Display the map of Far South, Mycroft continent. Joshua sighed on the hopelessness of his servants. After that, he gave the map an order. As the huge map received the order, it transformed from the map of Moldavia into a diamond-shaped land and a vast ocean. Within the ocean were numerous islands. The peninsula of the furthest north of the land was marked as Far South. There were 4 centers of civilization on the vast Mycroft continent: the mountain basins in the west, the lake hills in the north, the quiet forests of the Far South, and the river plains in the east. Far South was short for Far Seas South Ridges Metatype Alliance. Far South was a country built between the mountains and forest. It was a country led by humans, elves, and fairies. This place was different from the Northern Empire, which Joshua hardly knew about. The far north was once the main headquarters for his guild, and Joshua knew nearly everything about that place. The reason Joshua suddenly checked the particular place was not that he wanted to reminisce his old memories. It was mainly because there would be a world-class event occurring which would affect the whole continent. That cause of the event had a very close relationship with the Far South. The corrupted black dragon which was traversing towards the northern snowy forest might be signal for the beginning of the event itself. Exiled God. Starfall year 832. In the brilliant month of June, internal conflict within the dragon clan erupted. The grudge between the Pentashade dragon and Metal Dragon could no longer be endured. Outside of their world, the Pentashade dragon god was defeated by Metal Dragon god, who had an alliance with one of the 7 gods of humanity, the god of might and justice. Its sacred realm was shattered and its main body was exiled into the main material world. The main body was later on incarnated into a saint and descended upon the barren and volcanic island of the Far South stormy ocean. After briefly murmuring about the history of the event, Joshua looked at the peninsula of Far South. Without any visible expression, Joshua said, after a few months later, the dragon's calamity would invade our land. During this period within the game world, it marked the end of the first arc of the story. The maximum level of online players during that time was only silver tier at best. Facing the sage's revenge which caused the dragon calamity, every player was battling to their bitter end against the Berserk demons. Being the closest area from the core of the dragon calamity, the Far South suffered heavy damages and casualties. During that period of time, Joshua suffered a lot during the process as waves and waves of low-level Berserk demons invaded. The party which he formed recently during that period of time was trampled by the onslaught over and over again. Warriors who could no longer endure torment vowed to slay all the Pentashade dragons. Joshua also made the same vow. All due to my presence now, the future will be changed. If Dark Forest Fortress does not fall, Moldavia will not suffer too much damage. With my early advice, the nobles in the north will be more prepared and geared up to face the upcoming invasion. The current timeline: Starfall year 831, 7th of December. There was still half a year before the dragon god's arrival into this realm and invoke the Berserk dragon's calamity. However, Joshua did not really care about this event. After this black-haired warrior packed the map, he spoke to himself, since the god of justice does not have a reason to get involved with the dragon's internal conflict, and the internal struggle might not end as fast as this lifetime. Who knows, it might even last for quite a few years. Even if the dragon's calamity occurs again, it might not be for the same reason anymore. The butterfly effect evolved based on the encounters they met during their lifetime. Changes were made for the future as some extra interventions were introduced. Joshua would have never thought that as Moldavia's count, his decisions would make great changes to the state of the world. This feeling was not bad at all. Knock knock. Numerous footsteps were heard outside of the meeting room and someone had just knocked on the door. Chapter 56. If I were to get lost here, It is the fault of the architect. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. A silver-haired girl was looking around while stopping at the crossroad, slightly furrowing her delicate brows. Her eyes glowed green as if the flames of a firefly were swimming in her pupils. After a brief while, she found her direction. The thick snow had already been cleared with only some snowflakes left. There were no longer any hurdles for people to travel on the road. There are high chance that the architect of the fortress was a personnel from the military. The way he built the facilities looked very identical and plain in terms of design. From the looks of it, the houses look like cue boxes with a standard design for the roof and had the same arrangement for their windows as well. In addition to the snow filling the top of the roof, this poor girl had a hard time differentiating the houses. Where am I now? Feeling lost, Ying felt very confused by the current scenario. All the people around her are soldiers with stern faces and were moving around non-stop. After stopping the Dark Tide invasion a few hours ago, these people kept their composure and continued dedicating their blood, sweat, and tears in repairing the city wall and making preparations for the next possible onslaught. They did not even have time to celebrate their previous victory. Although everybody knew that even though the beast who lost their leader would not invade the city that had a gold-tier warrior standing by, they did not turn foolish or arrogant. Even though the group of beasts out there would probably kill each other due to hunger out in the wild, the soldiers did not dare to let their guard down even for a single moment. Perhaps because Ying was kind of short within the crowd, nobody really took notice of her. Even if someone was curious about the silver-haired girl being in the crowd, nobody took the leisure to stop and figure out her problem. This little naive divine armament who had a serious lack of common sense did not even know how to ask for directions in this scenario. Even as time went by, the situation was not in her favor. This awkward situation only ended when a masked warrior and a white-robed old mage came out on the street. After sending the heavily injured comrades to the medics, two of the leaders only then decided to tend their own wounds. The white-haired mage would only need to meditate for the moment to recover from mental fatigue. The half-elf warrior had a more serious issue as he had suffered internal damage. Chiri, if you can't endure it, do not force yourself. Although Feng was a mage, his subclass was a berserker. With his experience gained throughout his old age, the old mage who lived in the north was not inferior to the half-elf warrior. He could easily identify that the comrade in front of him was more sluggish than usual. This could only indicate that this half-elf had sustained quite some damage. My wounds are actually getting better real quick here, just that the regeneration ability is a bit too fast, which caused some itchiness. Chiri was not lying about his condition. Being a half-elf with a unique class, Blood Seal Hunter, he could utilize the Beast Blood rune, which contained a bit of the demon's power in his body for combat. Being an advanced silver-tier warrior, his body could sustain a total of 3 magic runes. During the battle, he cast Resonating Thunderblood, High-Speed Regeneration, and Eagle Eye. To divert his own attention from the pain and itchiness of his body, Chiri initiated a conversation, which was rare. Did you notice? Young Master Joshua does not look like how he was used to be. Yay, I agree. Feng nodded his head in agreement. Young Master was very gentle and cheerful when he was young. Even after gaining some experience from the military these few years, his temperament was not affected. When he was returning to the main city last time, I was going to inform his father. Joshua, after being stranded on the road for quite some time, the silver-haired girl who almost lost hope heard the name of her master. Her eyes were filled with help and she directly looked towards the direction of the sound. There were an old mage and a masked warrior wearing a helmet. Their strength was a level above Ying. In addition to that, their posture and aura was somewhat different. The soldiers near them would greet them with respect as they walked past them. Ying thought that these people should be some high-ranking personnel within the fortress. They address my master as young master. Seems like they are heading towards the direction of my master. Ying followed both of them from far away and muttered, I think I'm on the right track towards master now. I can finally feel his presence. Divine armaments and their contractors had a mysterious bond between them. This bond was the strongest when both of their levels were within the same range. After Joshua ascended to gold tier, She could not locate her master's location when they are far apart unless Joshua initiated a communication directly from his side. Now, she was within the acceptable range to detect Joshua's presence and was making her way towards him. Meanwhile, Chiri and Feng's conversation was still ongoing. The young master does not just have a majestic and mighty aura. His presence also brings fear to those around him. The half-elf replied, I have been on the battlefield for all these years. How could I not notice the killing aura developed from countless slaughter? Calm and cool, number. That is a deadly aura. The old, gentle and mild young master had already evolved into the deadly killing machine which devours everything in his path. The white-haired mage nodded his head in agreement. He had a mixed feeling about this. He did not know whether he should be happy or worried about his young master's condition. When the old lord passed away, I was extremely worried about our young master's character. He was too mild, too soft in the past. Who would have thought that after our old lord passed away, our young master would change so drastically? No one knows how destiny would change. Our lives are always unpredictable as usual. Master was gentle and cheerful in the past. Ying, who was eavesdropping the whole time, was astonished by this information she just received. Her memory core deep within her body started to operate. No matter how much she recalled her encounter with her master, she could never imagine how her master actually smiled in a gentle way. It was impossible to think in such a way. Her memory about her master and this gentle image does not go well together. Those two different images were too much of a conflict between each other. However, when she thought about the moment before the battle began, she noticed that this black-haired warrior would occasionally smile. Within his eyes, she saw a strong feeling of excitement. Maybe Joshua did not notice this himself, but Ying, who was following by his side all the time, had seen all his expressions clearly. This was a man who had felt immense excitement and happiness during a dreadful battle or bloodbath. Who in the right mind would think that this human could be gentle and cheerful? What nonsense! Ying shook her head, only to think that this old mage was senile. It was just too ridiculous to compare that image to her master. After passing through multiple paths, this silver-haired young lady felt that her connection with Joshua was getting stronger and stronger. It seems that her path towards Joshua was correct this time. After a while, she saw the central tower near the great walls of the dark forest. At the entrance of the central tower, there were two sturdy knights guarding. They were equipped with silver-grey metal armor, holding a long spear and shield. A crest with a pattern showing a wolf bearing its sharp fangs was engraved on their equipment. As their faces were covered by the helmet, no visible expressions could be seen behind the helmet. They wore black capes with gold linings, displaying the same color as the Radcliffe family's insignia of two hands wielding swords which was dancing in the wind. I think this is the place. Ying sighed in relief. Instinctively, she swiped the imaginary beads of sweat off her forehead. The silver-haired lady behind, why are you following us? Suddenly, Ying heard a deep voice. The half-elf warrior turned his head towards Ying and stared at her. Although you do not have any malicious intent, could you explain the reason behind your actions to us? On a side note, I have never seen you in this fortress before. Where did you come from? Chapter 57, White Dragon of the Snowy Plains. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Winter was coming to an end. Glimpses of light passed through the dense clouds, shining onto the passageway where the three people stood. All three of them were standing in front of the tower. The current situation had created a sense of curiosity to those who passed by, causing a lot of soldiers and civilians to pay attention to what was happening. However, some individuals knew that the two people who were standing right in front of them were their superiors. Without hesitation, they decided to leave the area. After a while, the crowd slowly dispersed and all the people went back to minding their own business. Chiri's tone was not that stern, as if he was just asking a normal question. After all, the silver-haired girl looks like someone who was only slightly over 10 years old. She did not seem to pose a threat, thus Chiri did not have his guard up against her. He was only curious that a little girl would follow them all the way here. However, this does not apply to the other person. Hold on. Feng was a mage, although he was considered an old one. His perception and memory were far stronger than Chiri's. He frowned and noticed something very surprising. Silver tier. This young one is a silver tier. No wonder. Chiri, look at the style of her clothes. As Ying did not try to hide her presence, it was not surprising that she was found out by both. However, after hearing Feng's words, both Chiri and Ying were baffled for a moment. Ying took another glance at her own clothing. She was wearing a blazer dress at the moment. Although it was not very glamorous, it was still a quite good-looking design overall. She does not feel anything weird about her current dressing and everything seemed to be perfectly normal for her. On the other hand, Chiri finally examined her clothing carefully and seemed to notice something. He nodded in agreement and said, "You're right. I have neglected this issue just now. The design and style of her clothes are identical. What in the world is wrong with these two guys here?" Ying frowned as she does not know what the other party was discussing about. At first, the masked man asked why she was following. Now, out of nowhere, they appeared to be discussing the design of her attire, which greatly confused her. She had the urge to explain her current status to them, telling them that she was also serving the Count of Moldavia. The only downside of this was she's going to expose that she was lost. This was something that made her feel embarrassed. After staying silent for a moment, Feng walked in front of Ying and lowered his body to match her height. He stared directly at Ying and asked, "What is your relationship with Mr. Amos?" "Mr. Amos? You mean Feng?" Ying replied instinctively. That time, she finally understood why they were discussing her clothing. When a divine armament exposed their form, they would always have that same style and wearing nearly identical clothing. It was not difficult to compare her current outfit to the old divine armaments as they all wore the same style in the first place. As expected, although he did not get a direct answer, he understood. The old mage nodded his head, as if he was quite pleased with his own judgment. No matter if it is Fang or the older butler, the servant family of Moldavia had a very similar servant-like design in terms of their uniform. Even the female outfit seems to be the same. For all these years, the representative of the servant family who had served the Radcliffe is now led by a female. The half-elf warrior finally understood the reason Ying appeared before them. "You must be looking for the young master. Come this way." These people had some minor misunderstandings about the existence of divine armaments. Ying, who was too lazy to explain everything, sighed. After that, she agreed to follow them. "Let's go then." A few minutes later in the meeting room, this dark tide was led by a gold deer mammoth. It had led the invasion, causing the destruction of the wall up to 25%. Currently, our wall is being temporarily fixed by the elemental mages using petrification. Based on the information and reports gathered, a total of 7 knights had died in the line of duty. A total of 140 foot soldiers were sacrificed in the process. Up to 700 injured personnel. All the reports were compiled during the time when the white-haired mage sent Zorjan for medical assistance. With only slightly more than 2,000 military personnel within the fortress, it was not hard to them to compile all the information. Although there might be some minor mistakes here and there, it won't affect the overall result by a huge margin. As the city wall was breached at a certain point, there were minimal amounts of successful invasions by the Berserk demons. This situation caused minor injuries to some civilians. The good news is that no civilians lost their lives during the battle. Joshua was looking at the report sent by Feng on the main seat of the meeting room. After glancing through the report, Joshua paused in doubt. "When I was rushing here, I saw the invasion from the breached wall. While I do not really understand the whole scenario during that time, the number stated in the report does not really reflect and match what I saw during that period of time. While the numbers reported may be small and insignificant casualties, this result does not really tally with what I've witnessed." When Joshua saw the city wall being breached, he thought that up to thousands of people were already being killed during the process. Thus he chose the most reckless plan, which was directly challenging the gold deer mammoth to disrupt the plans of the Berserk demon. Under normal circumstances, Joshua would actually make the decision to slowly grind for a while until he noticed the weakness of the opponent. Once the weakness is found, he would use that opportunity to control the battle. He would not have risked his life and used brute force to directly counter the invasion. If we were to look at the final results today, We were considered lucky that we only sacrificed only this many people. Facing a 50,000 Berserk demon invasion, it could be considered a very good outcome. Chiri, who was on the front line for the most of the time, knew exactly what was going on all this time. He shook his head and said, "Demons do not have any special plans or tactics to invade a city. Other than using brute force, they would usually climb over the city walls. With our city wall having a T-shaped design, we were able to defend against the demons. Although we had the upper hand against the demons in terms of terrain together with the non-stop rotation of silver tier warriors on the city wall. The reckless and suicidal assault from the Berserk demon had caused a great amount of structural damage and resource expenses. We had lost all the satellite forts and a huge amount resource such as enchanted arrows and alchemy products. With such ferocious attack launched by the demons, we might not have many survivors left at the end of the day if it wasn't young master who came and saved us." What Chiri said was not exaggeration or lies. If Joshua was not able to reach in time, no one would stop the onslaught once the city wall was completely breached by the Berserk demons. Luckily, humans are not the brainless type of life form. By utilizing tools and equipment, humans had created a lot of opportunities and ways to defend themselves against the demons. With an army of 2,000 combined with the effort of the civilians who were trained before, they are completely capable of defending a city or fortress without being breached or trampled within a short time frame. Despite facing the invasion of 50,000 Berserk demons, the forces available were capable to hold on for quite some time before the demons could successfully destroy everything on their path. During the time when the mammoth attacked, it did not care about the things that it trampled, whether it was a demon or a human. It does not make any difference to it. Thus, during the time it broke down a part of the city wall, the Berserk demons that dared to enter directly through the gap were too few to count. As soon as that happened, Joshua descended from the sky and proceeded to slay the gold tier demon. The death of the mammoth had already scared the wits out of all the Berserk demons. Looking at all the events happened previously, it was not surprising that the human losses were minimal. However, as Chiri mentioned, the number of enchanted arrows and magic cannons was almost depleted. Joshua was worried about the financial state of Moldavia, wondering if Moldavia would have enough funds to resupply enough for future battles. In this battle, casualties were unavoidable. However, some things were actually salvageable if things were done properly. There were some key elements of this world which were definitely not the same as the game world, which it was not a game itself but a real living world. This world was nothing like the virtual world, as death was permanent here. Everyone living in this land only had one life. Precisely due to these facts and differences occurring in this world, it had given some sort of direction or goal for Joshua to pursue, to live his life with achievement in mind. "Thank you, both of you, for the report." Joshua then folded up the report and handed it over to Ying, who was standing behind him. After thinking for a moment, he said to both of them, "Although some of the information was not complete, we may still come to an end on this reporting portion. I've noticed that both of you are extremely tired currently. Feng, prepare me an official report and submit it to me after a few days. I will end this meeting at this point." "Yes, my lord." Before Feng left the meeting room, he had the urge to ask some questions. At the end of the day, he held back and only talked to Chiri after they exited the main door of the meeting room. "Maybe it was just my imagination," said the old mage. "The presence that I noticed during the time when you extracted an item out of the mammoth, I believe that I had felt it somewhere before." "Feng, are you sure?" "He has felt the presence of this marine abyssal spawn before?" Joshua's expression was grim after hearing Feng's words. He then took out the silvery white egg-shaped item from his pocket and pondered for a bit. Later on, he passed it to Feng. "Try to think harder about this piece of item. Try to remember, where have you felt its presence before?" White Dragon. After receiving the silver egg that contained the marine abyssal spawn, the white-haired mage used his spirit to sense the item. "Certain about the identity of the item," he said, "a few months back in the snowy plain, I encountered a group of white dragons. I feel the same presence and aura of the white dragons from this item." Chapter 58. The Family's Cemetery. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The beginning of civilization was like a kindling material burning brightly in a wild bonfire. When the initial flame lit chaos up, creating the first millennium after order and the world had emerged, the ancient humans were born across the land without forests. This newly born race was walking in the newly formed world. Their eyes were filled with curiosity while they looked at everything in their surroundings. During that time, nothing had a name. Because the humans hated darkness, they tried to create their own thunder and lightning. They used hard rocks and dried wood to start a fire in the ancient times. Then they used the newly lit fire to illuminate their surroundings during the night. Lifting the torches while exploring the unknown world around them, they began to name everything without a name. They even used symbols of the ancient times to describe everything and record everything that was unfamiliar to them. Gradually, the information was accumulated with the use of simple languages. The humans had finalized laws and logic for themselves. The era of civilization arrived shortly after that. The culture was passed down from generations to generations until today. Starfall year 831. 11th of December, night. 4 days after the dark tide besieged the city, the freezing breeze was blowing harshly on the fortress in the middle of the forest covered in snow. Snowflakes that were as light as a goose's feather were falling onto the ground, forming layers of frost across the land. The twin moons that looked like clean shiny silver plates were hanging high up in the sky. Bright moonlight was shining down like running water flowing across the entire path made of blue stones. The black-haired man was holding his horse alongside as he was making his way through the street. Meanwhile, a silver-haired servant girl was following him silently without saying any word. Looking around the fortress, the young Liege's eyes could see through the dark and cold walls around him. He could see the living fire that was flashing across the dark surroundings. Meanwhile, his young servant was staring at the stars hanging in the night sky with curiosity. She was counting the stars softly. The clear voice of the girl echoed back and forth across the silent street. Meanwhile, Joshua was very focused on observing his surroundings. They then arrived at rear of the fortress. Rows of small houses were lined up neatly on the two sides of the street. However, it was visibly obvious that the houses were abandoned by their previous residents. There was no sign of any smoke coming up from their chimneys. There were also no signs of any movement in the windows of the houses. In the recent days, the dark tide looked as if it was already over. There were no signs of any movement in the forest. Even after the warrior had gone into the forest to investigate, he did not see any sign of the Berserk demons that came charging like a tidal wave in their previous attempt at invading the fortress. The dark purplish mist began to disperse under the shining of the sunlight. The dark forest had returned to its former state now. Since that was the case, after confirming that there were no more conspiracies in the shadows, the fortress had recovered and everything was back to business as usual. Countless caravans and business carts were entering the city, sending in supplies and weaponry as soon as they could. Meanwhile, to hold a service for the fallen warriors, Priest Artenes of St. Laurent Cathedral had arrived at Dark Forest Fortress along with his 2 apprentices. They came regardless of the intense cold weather just for the service. The party that went to the sacred mountain under the leadership of the Archbishop had not returned just yet. So Priest Artenes was the only one in the entire city of Moldavia who was eligible and capable of conducting a ritual of this magnitude. After burying the warriors who died in this dark tide in the morning, the priest did not stay in the fortress. He left not long after the service. Before he left, he intentionally looked for Joshua to have a word with him. "Now it's time," this close friend of the old butler told Joshua. His eyes were calm. "Go seek out your father and Fang, although I can't explain why." Before he left, he wanted me to tell you this after you've become the Liege for a while. He just told me that you'll understand what that means. Joshua did know what that meant. 11th of December. It had been so long since his father passed away. The old butler had departed almost 2 months now. Since Joshua had arrived at the fortress, it would be a suitable time for him to see them again. So late at night that day, Joshua picked up his jacket made of white wolf's fur and walked out of his room. He brought along his female servant and his warhorse while walking slowly towards the fortress. This was a cold and well-structured city, relying on the mage's spells. The grey-white walls of the city were almost repaired. With the repair work, The walls had once again separated the mountains and the land. The tall and strong tower was towering firmly right behind the wall. Meanwhile, the coniferous leaves on the trees by the roadside were rustling along with the cold breeze. The road was wide but not straight. There were houses made of stones on the two sides of the road and some plants around the forts and barns along the road. There were also a small number of warriors walking back and forth on the stone-paved road. They were holding a tall lamp that glowed white. Joshua's destination would be the church on the far side of the fortress. After walking past a few streets, Joshua had arrived before an ancient building. He looked around and found nothing in the surroundings. It was an unexpected twist of events that made the warrior look surprised. What the hell is going on? It's not here? Impossible. Upon shaking his head, he left Black outside and brought Ying along with him. He pushed the door that was not locked and walked into the church. The moment they walked into the living hall, the silver-haired girl let out a breath of surprise. She seemed puzzled while looking around the church. After that, she frowned and said, "Master, this place it's strange." The church was not big to begin with. There were not more than 40 seats in the middle of the prayer hall. A thick layer of dust covered the seats and the tables. It seemed that this place had been left unattended for quite a while. Meanwhile, right in the front of the living hall behind the altar, the corner where the statues of the sacred gods were placed was currently empty. There was nothing there anymore. However, Joshua was well aware that that was not the strange thing that Ying mentioned about, because he could feel it as well. Since he stepped into the church through the main door, there was a strange force surrounding his entire body. The force seemed to be welcoming him, or maybe the force was trying to lead him to something. Joshua could even hear a faint voice whispering in his ears, "Walk forward." He could not answer the question that his servant asked him. Their warrior was as confused as the girl at the moment. So he said, "Although it was a memory when I was still very young, I can remember very well. I can confirm that this is the place. I just don't know what is really going on." So the two of them began to walk forward. While they were walking forward, Joshua could feel it obviously. There was a mythical sense of energy surging in the heart of this church. The energy was rejecting any power that did not fit the criteria. Even the elemental power and magic power that was found everywhere were completely nullified. They could not form any spells at all under the influence of this energy surge. Anti-magic domain. Joshua seldom encountered such situations even in his previous life. Other than some of the natural dead zones of magic power, he had not been intimidated by such an inert magic power. However, the anti-magic domain of this church was not the same as the dead zone of magic in extreme environments out there. It was more like nullification instead of intimidation. It was not because they could not form a spell, it was because they could not form a spell with their free will. However, as long as the criteria and rules were met, the spells could be formed. By getting every step closer to the source of the energy surge, Joshua could feel that the oppressive force was getting stronger by the moment. Meanwhile, that source of the energy surge was coming from an altar made of silver. Arriving before the altar, Joshua looked at the center deliberately. In the religious code of continental war, when there were believers praying, a sacrifice for the gods must be placed in the center of the altar. On the other hand, when there was no one around, a god's badge or emblem must be placed there. In other words, the center of the altar must not be left empty. However, there was nothing in the center of this altar. There was sacrifice, badge or emblem. There was only a concave mark of a handprint there. Could it be? Looking at his own hand, Joshua did not hesitate for long before putting his palm on the mark. He wanted to see if there would be any reaction to his action. A stream of blue light flashed from the bottom of the altar to the top as if the altar had finally sensed the target's arrival. It was spreading like ripples. In an instant, the flash had gone through Joshua's entire body. It even went through Ying's body, who was standing behind Joshua. The blue light flashed through everything. Bloodline confirmed. Radcliffe family's descendant possesses a divine armament. Criteria fulfilled. The voice that had been whispering in Joshua's ear had finally become crystal clear. A thought was passed from the altar, along with a tremendous amount of information into Joshua's head. You're authorized. The path is open now. Begin from fire, born from steel. Wisdom never dies. Order exists forever. Along with the trembling of time and space and the ancient phrase, the initially sealed magic power was activated. At the same time, A blue door began to appear right above the altar soundlessly. Joshua could vaguely see that there was a dark land right behind the door. Meanwhile, there were countless tombstones erected on this dark land. On each of the tombstones was a weapon embedded on the ground in front. Some were blades, some were spears. Well, almost all of the weapons that humans ever used were all there. They all seemed broken or damaged. It seemed that every single one of the weapon across that land had received a large amount of damage beforehand. I see. I was wondering why I had not seen this when we were outside. As I recall, my memory is connected to this small church. At the end of it, I did not find anything in the surroundings. Fixing his eyes on the door that slowly emerged from space, Joshua had understood all information that was passed to him from the altar. So it's all here. It's actually all here. That explains why the divine armament and the seals had not been discovered by anyone over the years. Right after Joshua sighed, the cemetery of the Radcliffe family had completely revealed itself from the hidden dimension right before Joshua's eyes. Chapter 59, The Power of Legacy. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Master, this is. Unlike Joshua, who knew a lot of information, Ying had never seen such a strange scene. A stream of blue light flashing and a door appearing out of nowhere. After that, a faint view of a dark land and white sky appeared right before her eyes. There were countless tombstones and broken weapons standing quietly across that dark land. Other than the blue light, there was also the old church that was covered in dust. Both were quite distinct though. They did not affect each other at all. The girl could also feel a vague sense of familiarity across the dimension. That vague sense of familiarity came from those weapons across the dark land. The female divine armament could not help but take a step forward after sensing that. She had an urge to touch the blue light. It's a dimensional door. Reaching his hand to pull the girl back, Joshua patted her head and told the puzzled girl, the dimensional door that connects the passageway is currently sealed off by some power. You'll get hurt if you touch it now. Looking at the blue door, the warrior had a clear sense of direction now. Right behind the sealed door lay the cemetery of his family. There was a power calling out to him. It was just like the memory that he had when he was still young. He currently had the same impression he had when he was attending his grandfather's funeral in this church. The memory had such a powerful impact that he could still remember it until today. He could still clearly remember everything that happened on that day. That would be the resonance of the bloodline. It felt like as if the blood in his entire body was boiling. However, Joshua had suppressed the resonance within his entire body. After all, mistakes might emerge from memories. In the previous memories of the warrior, the grandfather of the warrior was buried in a tombstone next to the church. However, the truth was that the body of his grandfather was in fact buried at the land behind the dimensional door. He calmly observed the emerging blue door. This is a 12-point dimensional door that is developed by Thuvunbor, the Archmage of the Far South Mages Association. It will require 3 level 40 gold tier mages to build this. However, even though a large amount of magic was exhausted in the beginning, the dimensional door is still very stable. If the location for creating the dimensional door is suitable, the door can last for tens of years. Glancing at it, the former legendary warrior swiftly saw through the dimensional door. Using his rich experience as a guide, he had come up with 20 methods to destroy the door. His hands were about to act. Judging from the design, it's a little outdated. However, it's one of the top new skills in such a time. It's not this advanced yet when I was young. So when did they actually upgrade it? Maybe they had upgraded it while he was away serving the military. With that thought, Joshua shook his head. He could not help to think that the old count had left the work without leaving any words behind. Free and easy. Without the previous owner of the house to set up examples for him with both precept and practice, even though he had received the messages from the altar, he still had a lot more that he did not know. For instance, why would the cemetery of his family be built in a temporal space like this one? How about the nullifying power of the church? Temporal space was known to be a special domain between worlds. There were big and small ones. Each of them was different from each another. Their names came from the fact that they exist in the gap between two worlds. If a temporal space was very stable and it could exist long enough, the space could form earth and sky in it. There would even be some special life forms in that space. That space would literally be like a real world on a smaller scale. Towards the end of Continental War from his previous life, there were quite a number of high-level bosses and forces that had their very own temporal space. Quite a number of dungeons and battles happened in those spaces. One of the most famous ones was that players would enter another realm through a black hole called their wild ancient sacrificial realm that connects the worlds. That was a passage among many worlds. The realm had already become so stable that it could be deemed as a new world already. At that time, to prevent the monsters from retreating or to destroy any possibility of getting surprised attacks from the enemies, almost all people would need to learn how to destroy all sorts of temporal space and teleportation signs, something Joshua was already very familiar with. That was also the reason why he thought of the methods to destroy the blue dimensional door the moment he saw it. Everyone should have the responsibility to interrupt the teleportation. However, those were not really important at all. Joshua quickly sorted out the information that the altar passed to him. After that, he immediately knew how to get through that dimensional door. As long as I provide the bloodline of the Radcliffe family on the sacrificial site of the altar or part of the body of a divine armament there, I'll be able to get through smoothly. Simple. Joshua bit his own thumb and left a small cut on it. Dark red blood began to drip onto the center of the altar made of stone. Upon making contact with the stone-made altar, the blood seeped into the stone. With the toughness of his current body, other than his own teeth, the knife that he always carried would not be able to leave a cut on any part of his skin anymore. A few seconds later, following the expansion of the magic power, the seal that was hidden in the dimensional door was broken free. The blue radiance flashed. The ground and sky that appeared translucent at first became visible in front of his eyes. The feeling where that cemetery was very far away had vanished. Joshua did not hesitate to go through the dimensional door. Meanwhile, Ying followed closely behind him. As they were going through the blue door, Joshua felt extremely dizzy. However, he had gotten used to balancing himself back right after he crossed a dimensional door. He even had enough strength remaining to carry Ying, who almost fell on her knees after experiencing the dizziness of passing through the door. Standing on black soil, Joshua put the silver-haired girl down who had regained her balance. Breathing in the air that was totally different from the air in the initial world, Joshua looked around at the surroundings of the small world. The diameter of the small world should be approximately 1,200 meters. He could even see the edge of the world in the form of glimpsing chaotic light that seemed to contain everything. However, the unidentifiable color of the blurred clusters was flowing by the edge. Father and Fang should be here. Mumbling, Joshua recalled on a memory 2 months ago. It was a shady day. The snow was just about to start falling. Before the northern winds turned freezing cold, the white-haired old man was smiling at him while saying goodbye to him. It happened right before the main city of Moldavia. After the man left for quite a distance, he vanished into the horizons, out of Joshua's view. So now, could he really be here? There were many grey tombstones in that realm. There were probably about 40 to 50 of them there. That number had exceeded the number of landowners in the past. Joshua slowly approached the tombstone nearest to him. Then he took a closer look at the words carved on the tombstone. A broken spear was placed right in front of the tombstone. Right above the shiny surface of the tombstone, a line of simple words was carved. However, it seemed that time had caused the carved words to blur out. To see the words clearly, Joshua approached nearer and used his hands to touch the words. A sense of coldness was passed across his senses. The dust on top of the words was wiped away as well. Simos Radcliffe, 541 to 574. Divine Armament Ru, 541 to 574. The life of a knight passes quickly. Giving a glance at cold death, remaining silent for a moment, Joshua turned his head around and looked at the other tombstones right beside the one he just looked at. This time, a broken blade was placed before the tombstone. There were some bloodstains on the hilt of the blade. God knows how long the bloodstains had been there. Aylman Radcliffe, 692 to 743. Divine Armament Ya, 692 to 743. Before hitting the dawn, 13 Dark Tide, 12 victories. An Aegis shield that had a large crack right in the middle was leaning against another tombstone near him. Ivan Radcliffe, 479 to 517. Divine Armament Dan, 479 to 517. Death is not for naught. At least it brings some light to victory. Walking past the tombstones across the place, some were carved with words while some were not carved with any words. Some were even carved with the life story of the owner on their own tombstones. The words were condensed. There was no way that Joshua could see the words clearly. However, no matter whose tombstone that was, Joshua would give his respects towards all his ancestors. Joshua could know when any of his ancestors were born and when they died by looking at the information carved on their tombstones. Also, everyone that was buried in this realm died on the battlefield. None of them died of natural causes. On average, there would be a new tombstone added to the realm once every 40 years. Sometimes, a whole family died at the same time on the battlefield. Hundreds of years ago, in order to securely guard their dimensional door, the ancestors of the Radcliffe family arrived at this frosty land and started their new life. They built cities and forts on the land. They separated the mountains and the dark forest, fending off the ferocious tides of beasts from invading the world of men with their flesh and blood. Under their leading, countless warriors with iron wills came to aid in their crusade of defending the cities. Some were there for the glory while some of them were there to fulfill their duties. Many fought with honor on the battlefield as well. However, more of them died attempting to fight for honor and glory. Their families and comrades had to bury them. Those sacrifices must be respected. Master, come here quickly and have a look at this. Joshua heard the nervous voice of his divine armament coming not far from him. He turned round and looked. He noticed that the silver-haired girl was standing in front of an obelisk that was made of solid rock. Confused, she blinked her green eyes which were fixated on the object before her. Noticing the warrior's approach, the little girl opened her mouth slightly. However, she had no idea where to begin. She could only point her finger at a great sword that looked incredibly huge at the side of a tombstone. After that, he asked politely, "Is this Fang?" He walked towards Ying, reaching her side. The first time when Joshua saw the great sword with black golden runes all over it, he took a deep breath and frowned, looking confused. He was at a loss for words and could only smile bitterly. Ah, that's right. It is. As expected. They were here. The great sword with black golden runes all over it was plunged in the ground right before the tombstone. The cold blade made of steel had quite a number of cracks across it. As a former legendary warrior, Joshua could tell the core of the sword that was supporting the sword had been shattered. So anyone could just forget about using it. One normal swing could have shattered the sword. Avoiding touching it, Joshua raised his head and looked at the tombstone right beside it. There was a familiar name carved right on the tombstone. Beirut Radcliffe, 785 to 831. That was his father's name. Their warrior had finally found his father's grave. On top of the solid tombstone, there was a long sentence carved on top of it. Perhaps one day, civilization and order will be able to transform the world into a more suitable place for survival, but not today. Before that, someone must stand up to battle, and sacrifice himself. The grey obelisk seemed to have been carved in recent years. Unlike the other tombstones in the surroundings, a tucked paper cluster was placed right in front of it. There seemed to be something inside of it though. Bending down his waist and reaching his hands to pick up the paper, Joshua unfolded the paper and noticed that there were two sentences written on the paper with messy handwriting. Meanwhile, a green gemstone fell onto the palm of his right hand from the folded paper. Their warrior took a look at the paper first. "My son, Joshua Radcliffe, I believe you will make it here. I hope that you can master the power of legacy. Father is dead, but he still has so much confidence in me." However, what's the power of legacy? Muttering to himself with questions, Joshua looked at the gemstone in his right hand. His red pupils narrowed a bit. Could this be it? He took the green gemstone of the size of a thumb and observed it carefully. The gemstone that seemed insignificant looked rather ordinary. People would have ignored it and treated it as a normal stone on the ground. However, Joshua realized that the center of the stone was greenish blue. The pattern in the stone looked as if there was a small galaxy spinning slowly in the gemstone. Joshua tried to grip it. After that, the moment when Joshua gripped the gemstone, A sense of electricity surged through his palm and hand like he was instantly electrocuted. The feeling spread across his entire body in one brief instant. Meanwhile, their warrior noticed that a large notification box suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Red bolded words were posted across his entire view. The long-awaited system notification had finally revealed itself right before Joshua's eyes. You've acquired an origin item, special class item, the Sealed Guardian's Azurite. You've passed the will determination test. You've passed the party determination test. You've passed the qualification test. Important. You've acquired a message about the new class. You've met the requirement. Do you wish to change your hero class to Chaos Guardian? Chapter 60, The Flame of Legacy in the Ashes. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Heroes class. Even though Joshua had heard about it before, he could not help but frown. Chaos Guardian. As the name suggested, it should be under the same category of the class as their Holy Light's Guard, from the Sacred Land in the distant south, and their Balance Adjudicator, from the West Mountains Imperial Palace. Although it's rare, it was not rare to the point that people could only hope to meet one but not asked to see one. As for the sacred warriors that serve the gods, they were deemed to be half of the class. However, they were not deemed to be that extreme. The only thing that really mattered would be this hero class. Just like how humans were rated and the items were good and bad, class also had weak ones and powerful ones. People like the farmers and civil soldiers were known as the ordinary, civilian class. Meanwhile, warriors that received training before, thieves that excelled in picking locks, and wanderers that wandered across distant lands were known as official classes. Mages, priests, and others that wield magic were different. Because they required gifts given by the gods in order to use magic, they were rare, so they were born as elite class. Each class could undergo improvement in tier and change their class. Civilian soldiers could turn into warriors or mercenaries. If they were very confident that they had gifts given by the gods, they could choose to become a mage. People are free to choose in continental war. They could just pick whichever that suited their interest. Meanwhile, the 5 classes civilian, official, elite, excellent, and extraordinary would be the improvement process that a normal class would need to go through. However, some special class like mages could only be obtained through having gifts from gods and having the legacy ability. For instance, the Chosen, and their hero class, could only be obtained in such a way. For a person who was naturally born with the ability to control fire, it would not matter at all which class would the person chose. That person would be different from the others. That person could even enhance his own ability and transcend into a much powerful being. That would be the Chosen. Meanwhile, hero class was different from it. Hero class need not have gifts. It only needs some sort of legacy item or keepsake that carries power. Every hero class would need one legacy item or keepsake and sufficient gifts in order to embrace the class. A warrior needed to have a demon slayer sword. An earthshaker needed an earth totem. So obviously, Joshua would need the Sealed Guardian's Azurite to become the Chaos Guardian. Opening up his right palm, Joshua looked at the green gemstone and sighed. In his previous life, he had at least done 10 complicated quests that were linked. He even had to take out a bunch of high-level monsters to gather all the required materials before he could acquire the chance to become a rune swordsman. By then, only he could understand the supremacy of being one. As for the current situation, a perfect chance of acquiring a hero class was presented nicely right in front of him. System, identify. Joshua seldom used the function of the system, not even when he was facing a powerful gold-tier enemy. Well, it was not because he tends to reject doing things that he could not master. It was only because his experience was so rich that he already knew most of the solutions to all his problems he faced. Furthermore, he was never gotten used to using the system function even in his previous life when he was formerly the legendary warrior. As such, the warrior had forgotten about the feature of the system that he could use. However, now that he just encountered something he had never seen or even heard before, he had no choice but to use that function. Identifying the item. The origin knowledge succeeded in identification. Special item knowledge identification failed. Historical knowledge identification succeeded. You've acquired a message about the class. Identification report. Origin item. the sealed guardian's Aorite origin. As the sages said, even if a person has sunk deep into the abyss of eternal chaos, the initial spark would still exist. Perhaps it could not burn, but it could potentially carry the order of the power. Special item, as a flame that has yet to ignite, the Aorite contains history. Thousands of years ago, the sages had found an Aorite buried deep in the abyss. It was then given to the third sage, granting him the capability to calm the tide of chaos, sealing the entrance to the abyss. Ever since the fallen war, the Aorite had vanished from the world of men. However, the legacy of the Chaos Guardian continued on silently. The Aorite contains a great order of power, but the power within it cannot be derived by conventional techniques. Class message: Blood of Chaos, the source of flame ignited. Joshua turned his head around and looked at Ying without saying a word. Ever since the divine armament entered the graveyard, she had been at a loss. Thinking back, their warrior could not help to think that what he was doing was not considerate enough. After all, there were too many remains of many divine armaments. It would be too much for Ying that only got out from the sealed chamber for over a month to stomach seeing so many wreckages and remains of her own kind. It was indeed a big impact on her. Turning his head around, Joshua looked at the surroundings. There was basically nothing in the white sky. The endless sky looked purely white. Meanwhile, the ground was purely black, a total contrast to the color of the sky. A free hero class. Nothing seems wrong with it. So why wouldn't I accept it then? Regardless of whether it's evil or justice, or maintaining some sort of order, or guarding against chaos, I'm fine with it. Breathing in still and dry air, Joshua fixed his eyes on the tombstone. He suddenly laughed and said softly, regardless of killing orcs or demons, as long as I can battle much stronger enemies, that would be enough. Since that was the path you chose to walk upon, it does not seem to be a bad choice either. So Joshua spoke. I take my vow here, I, Joshua Radcliffe, shall see through all makers of evil for eternity in desolation. Joshua grabbed tightly on the Aorite in his right palm. Class: Chaos Guardian. A sigh of the wind came from the windless world. There was no color at all. Only radiance shining from Joshua's right hand. The light had no temperature and did no damage. It was gentle and mild as if it wasn't even there. However, the light was indeed shining across this small world. With the warrior as the center point, the radiance began to spread out in a dome shape. In an instant, the light had filled the entire area of the graveyard, reaching to the edge of the temporal space. The power of chaos and order were clashing against each other by the edge of the temporal space. However, no impact or ripple of energy was formed from the clashing. The air began to move about. Along the movement of the air, some greenish-white light began to reveal themselves across all grey tombstones in the surroundings. After that, the light flew along the wind and over to the right palm of the warrior. The light was gathering in the palm of the warrior. Joshua could see the memories of everyone, a man with black hair and red eyes, or a woman. They were born on this land. They grew and learned how to battle. They learned how to fulfill their duty and protect their own people. After that, they were battling against Aragami and Dark Tide. In the end, they died unwillingly. The evil god's secrets could not be told to the public. However, someone had to protect the seal. They who chose to take up that responsibility would be undoubtedly deemed as heroes. The light circle was beginning to spin, expanding to its limit. The colorless radiance continued to expand and shrink. All of a sudden, the entire space was dimmed. The radiance had fused the greenish-white light into the Aorite. After that, the lights then spread around Joshua's entire body. The power was gushing in relentlessly. Meanwhile, the red words right before his eyes continued to refresh. In the end, his view was only covered with red words that were closely packed together. You've succeeded in acquiring hero class, Chaos Guardian. Your class level +5. Warning: you've not met the requirement to unlock. Class gift: Order of Emmanuel, Camp Detection, Locking on. Class special: Unkindled Flame, Locking on. Class skill tree: Purify, Order, Guard, Fused into Supreme. You need to complete a class quest to unlock the reward and the class gifts and special quest. A festive purification. Use the blood soaked in chaos to prime the initial flame. The Aorite demands sacrifice. Quest target: Kill a target in the chaotic camp that is at least a silver tier. 01. Without even looking at what the quest unlock was about, Joshua closed his eyes as he was sensing the power surging through his entire body without saying a word. The sudden appearance of the power surge from the azurite had fused into his bloodstream. The fusion was so perfect as if the two things were initially one. It had fused completely with his body with the purpose of becoming a part of the warrior's power. So this is the resonance that I felt earlier on? The ancestors of Radcliffe had been calling it the power of order for generations. So from the holder of the azurite to the azurite itself, and to the next generation that will use his legacy bloodline. I see, if I die, this power will return back to the azurite and will be passed on to my sons. Just like the flame of legacy, even if wood was burned to ashes, there would still be some residue of kindling materials left for the next generation to pick up. Joshua opened his eyes wide. His red eyes were as bright as the moonlight. Now, all radiance had disappeared. The entire space instantly became calm once again. The azurite that he held tightly in his palm had stopped flashing. He stayed silent without saying a word. Upon turning his head towards the graveyard, his eyes gazed at the surroundings for more than 10 seconds. Then their warrior turned his head back without showing any expression on his face. After that, he did not say a word as well. He only walked towards the door behind him with large paces, leaving the vicinity. Meanwhile, his divine armament was following closely behind him. Upon crossing into the dimensional door, Ying looked back on those tombstones across the black land. Then, she vanished into the blue light that came from the door. Facing so many respected dead people, what should a warrior do? There was no need to hold a memorial ceremony for them because continuing their legacies would be the best way to honor them. There was no need to mourn for them as they had already fulfilled their destiny. The black land, the white sky, the grey tombstones, the blue door vanished. Meanwhile, the moving air that the azurite swirled had stopped and stayed still. The graveyard in the dimensional door had recovered to its quiet state. Fire brought light and heat. The beginning of human civilization was sparked by fire. In the age where darkness covered the entire continent, humans waved torches in their hands to illuminate the darkness. The fathers would pass it to their sons and their sons would pass it to their grandsons. The fire would only pass on from generations to generations across the civilization. Meanwhile, those kindled flames would be reignited once again. The new generation of humans had the obligation to continue on the tradition of shining throughout the world.